Oh ho! Inside a secret chamber of the Hawan sect, candle flames flickered and the bedboards creaked in a steady rhythmic cadence. A gust of wind swept past, making the flower branches outside the window tremble. The blossoms were as white and lustrous as congealed cream, their buds quivering lightly. Linne's consciousness grew hazy, his vision unfocused. The scene before him turned misty and blurred until only Zuiza's figure swayed back and forth within his gaze. Do you like what you see? I do. Yet all he felt was cold. He could clearly sense his yang energy leaking away, his entire being growing lighter and emptier, like a balloon slowly being deflated. Young Master Linne. Su Qianyue leaned close to his ear, her voice soft and plaintive. The sect is on the brink of calamity. It is all thanks to you, young master, sacrificing yourself to help me break through. This grace, this kindness, I shall never forget for as long as I live. She paused lightly, her fingertips brushing across his cheek, her tone gentle. You are the first man I have ever had, and you will be the only one. So I will remember you, for a lifetime. She took his hand, thin and withered like dry sticks, and guided it to rest lightly over her heart. It was warm there, soft and pliant. After that she turned and left, her movements crisp and decisive without so much as a backward glance. Linne lowered his head and took a look at his own shriveled, sunken body. He was not mistaken. He was going to die. Linne, an engineer from Blue Star, had inexplicably arrived in the cultivation world of the Tianxian continent. He had awakened the legendary Pure Yang sacred body, a dual cultivation constitution found in only one among 10,000, overflowing with extreme yang energy, ever potent, impervious to all evil. It sounded impressive, did it not? Yet right at the outset he was captured by Su Qianyue, the Sect Master of the Hawan sect. She tossed him a manual titled Inyang Hawan Art, and then drained him relentlessly for a full 7 days. He had been seized upon his very entrance, and once seized, immediately exploited. He had not even seen clearly what this world truly looked like, and yet he was already about to receive his death notice. So this was all the fate of a transmigrator amounted to. His consciousness grew ever more indistinct. Linne felt like a dead leaf blown by the wind toward a yawning black abyss. All those beautiful days he had once imagined, cultivating to immortality, beauties in his arms, shattered like bubbles in an instant. Just as he thought he was utterly finished. Ding. Host's imminent death detected. System activating emergency transfer mode. System is initiating emergency startup. Startup successful. Linne's eyes flew open as he jolted upright in a dying man's start. A system, he almost roared. I knew it. I knew a transmigrator couldn't possibly be without a system. I knew it. Target plane selection complete. Erdelan continent locked in. Preparing for transfer. Linne clenched his teeth, fixing his gaze on Su Qianyue's devastatingly beautiful face, burning her features into his memory. Su, he rasped, each word bitten off. Remember this well. I will come back to settle this debt. The next instant, endless darkness swallowed him whole, and his consciousness was severed in a single cut. When he opened his eyes again, what he saw was a tattered carriage roof above him. Dim ashen light seeped through the gaps between the rough wooden planks while the wheels rumbled over a stone road with a constant clatter-clatter, noisy enough to set one's head throbbing. Bibilap, Baba Bowie. An old man's voice sounded from across from him, babbling in an incomprehensible tongue that Linne could not understand at all. Struggling, Linne propped himself up to sit, catching sight from the corner of his eye of an old man in a coarse robe looking at him with a face full of worry while chattering away in that strange language. Suddenly a lance of pain shot through his skull. Chaotic, jumbled memories surged in like a flood, making his temples throb violently. He nearly passed out again. Linne Winston, 18 years old, the illegitimate son of the Winston Baron of the Griffin Empire. His mother had died in childbirth. He grew up on the estate, a young master in name, yet even the butler could bully him at will. 3 months prior, 3 successive lords of the Baron's Luoshuang territory had died one after another, and no one dared to go there. Only then did Baron Winston remember that he had such an illegitimate son, and with a single flourish of his pen ordered him sent north to assume the post. It sounded pleasant to call it inheriting the family estate. Stripped bare, it was nothing but sending him to his death. The northern frontier had been plagued by undead for 20 years, and Luoshuang territory was one of the hardest hit regions. Its previous lords rarely lived more than 2 years. Terrified and exhausted, the original Linne had died in this very carriage last night. And then he had arrived. Using a small palm-sized copper mirror inside the carriage, he caught a glimpse of his current face. Sword-like brows and starry eyes, sharp and defined features. The exact same face he had before transmigrating. Though still a bit inferior to the dear readers in his mind, he was nonetheless an undeniably handsome fellow. Same name, the same face, and even the measurements. Linne was in the midst of this thought. Ding! System notification: due to long-term malnutrition and excessive fright, the original body of Linne and Winston has suffered multiple organ failures and cannot bear the host's soul. Solution: after repairing the host's body and restoring the Pure Yang origin, the system has fully transferred it to the Erdelan continent for replacement. Current body is completely identical to the host's original body. Note: all measurement data the host cares about has been fully preserved. Please use with confidence. The lingering heaviness and hollow weakness he had felt upon waking vanished entirely, replaced by a familiar, powerful sense of strength coursing through him. Good. This system was reliable. One's own body was always the most usable. Young Master, are you all right? Baluo, the butler who had served Linne since childhood, asked anxiously when Linne did not respond. I'm fine. Linne's throat burned with dryness as he lifted a hand to rub his throbbing temples. Do you have any water? Let me have a sip. Baluo, the butler who had followed Linne since he was young, hurriedly handed over a leather water skin. Linne grabbed it and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. The cold water sliding down his throat finally cleared his mind a little. Ding! That familiar chime sounded again. Dual Cultivation to Godhood system successfully loaded. Host detected in a Western fantasy plane. Beginning adaptation. No adjustment required. This body is completely identical to the original. Core function: form Dao companion bonds with qualified females to gain dual cultivation points, which may be exchanged for cultivation items. Different races and tiers of Dao companions provide different levels of enhancement. A translucent blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Name: Linne and Winston. Physique: Pure Yang Sacred Body SSS. A top-tier physique in the cultivation world. When engaging in dual cultivation with a female, Dao companion cultivation efficiency increases by 1,000. Naturally attractive to women, able to feed back and elevate a woman's innate talent, restrains cold attributes, and can dispel various sinister curses. Cultivation none. Technique: Yin Yang Hawan art. Introductory. When engaging in dual cultivation with a female, Dao companion cultivation efficiency increases by 100. Dao companions none. It was a proper cheat indeed. Linne then tried staring at the butler while silently thinking. View information. The translucent panel instantly popped up. Name: Baluo Gray. Tier none. Loyalty 78,100. Skill management LV2. Remark: an ordinary butler of the Winston family. Honest and inflexible, often bullied by other butlers. Though not valued within the family, he has never abandoned the young master. Young Master. Baluo fidgeted under his gaze, scratching his face. Do I have dirt on my face? No. Linne withdrew his gaze, feeling a subtle ripple in his heart, and casually offered a word of comfort. I just suddenly felt that you have had a hard time of it too. Outside the carriage, a guard suddenly shouted. Young Master Linne. We've reached Sentinel City. Time to get down and resupply. Linne lifted the curtain in one motion and leapt down from the carriage with the butler Baluo hurrying after him. Sentinel Outpost City sat on the northern borderlands. Its walls were built from massive slabs of dark gray stone, their surfaces covered in the scars of blades and axes. Linne jumped down from the carriage, his boots landing on the stone-paved street. He pointed toward a fenced-off area on the eastern side of the city wall. A large crowd had gathered there, and the noisy commotion could be heard from half a street away. What's going on over there? Linne asked. Balu followed the line of his finger with his gaze. Young Master, that's the slave market. The north is in turmoil and bandits are rampant. Slave-catching teams bring people into the city every day. It's filthy and chaotic in there. Let's take a look. Linne strode forward at once. From the web novels he had read in his previous life, he knew that the slave market in a starter town was always a golden treasure trove where transmigrators picked up hidden bargains. The moment he stepped through the wooden gate, a pungent stench rushed at him. The reek of sweat, rust, and a faint tang of blood mingled in the air. Linne held his breath. In his field of view, rusty iron cages stood pressed tightly one against another. 4 or 5 people were crammed into each cage, their faces sallow and emaciated, their eyes dull and lifeless. A few young female slaves wore barely enough to cover themselves, their chests exposed, drawing whistles and lewd pointing from passing mercenaries. Linne silently recited the command to open his system panel. A light blue screen of light appeared suspended before his eyes. As his gaze swept over the iron cages on either side, one attribute window after another flashed rapidly across the surface. Race: human, talent none, status gravely ill, race half-orc, talent none, status crippled. After skimming through dozens in a row, all he saw were people with no talent at all, some so far gone they would not live for more than a few days. They did not even qualify as meeting his standards. They were not worth buying, even as mere drudges. Linne's brows furrowed, a glint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Young Master, I don't believe I've seen you before. First time in Sentinel Outpost City. A middle-aged merchant with a sharp rat-like face squeezed out from the crowd, rubbing his hands together as he sidled up to Linne. He wore a greasy linen robe, his beady greenish eyes rolling over Linne's neat noble attire. What kind would you like? Strong laborers for heavy work or tender youngsters to warm your bed at night? Everything old Luo has is premium stock. The merchant's face was wreathed in an ingratiating smile. Linne kept his eyes fixed on the panel, answering absently, just browsing. Seeing Linne's lack of enthusiasm, old Luo's eyes turned, and he lowered his voice. If my lord is looking for a bit of fun, I recommend the beast folk. Especially the cowwomen over there. That taste you, and even if you tire of them, they're easy to resell, you'll never lose money. Linne followed the direction of his finger with his eyes. In an isolated iron cage, a young cowwoman was imprisoned alone. She had light brown beast ears, and a short tail drooped weakly behind her, swaying ever so slightly. Her figure was lush, the cloth over her chest stretched taut, outlining the full curves characteristic of her bovine lineage. Race: Neo Beastman, Derrican branch talent, none meets criteria. No. Linne withdrew his gaze. She was indeed alluring, but unfortunately, she did not meet his criteria. He set off again, heading deeper into the market. Balu followed closely behind, both hands clamped tightly over his money pouch as he warily watched the eyes around them. By the time they reached the far end of the market, the stench had grown even more overpowering. Most of the cages here were damaged, and those locked within were the defective goods no one wanted. Linne was just about to give up. Suddenly his gaze halted on a small, iron cage tucked away in a corner. Curled up inside was a frail, diminutive figure. She hugged her knees, her head buried between them. The skin exposed beneath her rags was covered in a layer of ashen gray scales. A tail drooped weakly outside the cage, hanging there without strength. At first glance, she was nothing more than a low-bloodline lizard beastman. But at that very moment, the blue screen before Linne's eyes erupted with a blinding radiance. Name: Shirawia, race Longren, Dragonkin bloodline, incomplete, rank 0, talent blessing of winter s purity, 100, status weak, hungry, terrified, remark the offspring of an ice dragon lineage and a human. Because of her incomplete bloodline, she was abandoned by her father. Her mother died in childbirth and she was taken in by a village. 2 days ago the village was attacked by bandits. She was captured by slave traders while fleeing. Meets criteria: strength, talent, ice dragon bloodline. Linne's heart gave a heavy thump. He forced down the surge of emotion within him. He stopped and crouched in front of the iron cage. The person inside sensed the movement. Her body trembled violently, shrinking even farther back into the shadows. She lifted her head. A delicate petite face appeared. Her nose was finely shaped, and her eyes were an exceedingly rare shade of icy blue. Only those grayish-white scales extended from her chin all the way up to her temples. In this world, human aesthetics favored untainted features. Such scaled anomalies were usually regarded as cursed monsters, and no one was willing to spare them a second glance. But Linne came from the modern world. After being steeped in countless anime and games in his previous life, this kind of scaled dragon girl landed precisely within his aesthetic sweet spot. Old Luo caught up. Seeing Linne crouched before that cage, his eyes turned, and a fawning smile immediately spread over his face. Young master has an excellent eye, truly. No doubt about it. This is a fresh arrival, only locked up for 2 days. Very clean. Old Luo thumped his chest. She's young, easy to train. Raised in a village, definitely not from any disreputable place. Linne stood up, clapped the dust from his hands, and looked at old Luo. How much? Old Luo raised one finger, grinning so widely his teeth showed. Not expensive, just 1 gold coin. Balu almost jumped out of his skin. 1 gold coin? Are you robbing us? A family of 3 in Sentinel Outpost City couldn't spend 1 gold coin on black bread in a whole year. And with her looks, I'd wager no one else would even bother asking the price. In this world, the purchasing power of currency was immense. 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, which equaled 10,000 copper coins. A strong human slave was worth at most 30 silver coins. Clearly old Luo had seen that Linne was young and well-dressed, and meant to fleece this fat sheep. Housekeeper, you can't put it that way, old Luo said, rubbing his hands together. She's a rare exotic race. Look at those eyes, that figure. Take her home for a taste, and I guarantee she'll be worth every coin. Balu, we're leaving. Linne turned on his heel without the slightest hesitation. Hey, young master, don't be in such a rush. Old Luo panicked and hurried after Linne. The price is negotiable. You name a figure. Linne halted. If you truly want to do business, he said, pointing. I'll take those 2 Neo Beastmen as well. Give me an honest price. If it's acceptable, I pay on the spot. If not, I walk away immediately. In his sight, the blue panel flickered. Race: Neo Beastman, talent, strength, drank, status, hungry. Old Luo followed his gaze. The 2 Neo Beastmen were sprawled inside the cage, panting heavily. Their appetites were enormous. Oh, just the black bread they ate each day was already a sizable expense. Young master has a sharp eye. Old Luo's mind raced with calculations. Fine, let's call it making a friend. 50 silver coins for the lizard girl, 80 silver coins for the 2 Neo Beastmen, for a total of 1 gold and 30 silver coins. That really is my rock-bottom price. Any lower, and I might as well toss them into the moat. Linne said nothing and tilted his head toward Balu. Balu was staring at him in astonishment. When he noticed Linne looking over, he nodded. Young master, the price is fair. Baylor, pay up. Baylor reluctantly untied his money pouch and slapped the coins heavily into Old Rose's palm. Old Rose snatched the money at once, fearing Linne might change his mind, then swiftly produced a key and unlocked the iron cage. The rusted iron gate screeched with grating friction. Sylvia huddled in the corner, her glacial blue eyes brimming with terror. Linne crouched low and extended a hand. Come out. He deliberately softened his voice. When she remained motionless, he leaned halfway into the cage and seized Sylvia's slender wrist without hesitation. Her skin was icy to the touch. At the moment of contact, Linne's refined Pure Yang energy surged from his palm into Sylvia's body, now a warm current that instantly dispelled the deep cold and exhaustion clinging to her limbs. She stared blankly at Linne as he pulled her from the cage. Nearby merchants and mercenaries watched the scene and burst into mocking laughter. What's this noble brat thinking? Spending 30 silver coins on a lizard monster. Look at that frail frame. Shall be dumped in the woods by tomorrow. Linne ignored the jeers entirely. He shrugged off his woolen cloak, shook it open, and wrapped it snugly around Sylvia's slight shivering form. Linne led his 3 newly purchased slaves back to the temporary camp outside the city walls. Martha, he called out the moment he reached the carriage. A sturdy, middle-aged woman in her 40s emerged from behind the carriage, wiping her hands on her apron. Master, you've returned. Linne gently pulled Sylvia forward from behind him, trembling and withdrawn. Take her to wash thoroughly, and find her something of yours to wear. Martha glanced briefly at the silvery white scales dusting Sylvia's cheeks, then took her cold hand and guided her toward the tent behind the camp. Linne turned toward the 2 guards seated by the fire, Marcus and Gray. These men had been generously assigned to him by Baron Winster. Seeing Linne return with 2 towering Minotaur warriors, the pair exchanged startled glances, each reflecting the other's disbelief. Linne pointed toward the 2 Minotaurs. You're in charge. Take them to the horse market for mounts, and get them serviceable weapons and armor while you're at it. The 2 nodded, collected the coin, and led the Minotaurs away. Baylor stood aside, watching his master's retreating figure. Something felt different. The Linne he'd known would barely raise his voice. He'd shrink from guards, let alone issue commands with such quiet authority. Linne turned back. You said we needed supplies from the city. Let's go? And teach me the local markets while we're at it. Yes, master. Baylor hurried to follow. By dusk, the 2 returned with a carriage laden with provisions. Leaning against the carriage, Linne surveyed the camp. 2 battered carriages. For horses. 2 guards casually discarded by the Baron. An elderly steward. A maid. And 3 newly acquired slaves. Was this meager company truly meant to assume control of Frostfall Hold? He let out a dry, mirthless laugh, then tasted its bitterness. Linne summoned the 3 slaves before him. Names. Tarn, rumbled the taller Minotaur on the left. Kor, said the one on the right, scratching absently at his horn. Sylvia, whispered a voice so faint it resembled the hum of a gnat. Linne nodded, then addressed the Minotaurs. Tarn, Kor, you will serve as guards under Marcus and Gray. The 2 exchanged a glance. They bobbed their heads vigorously. Yes, master. Food was enough. Any task would do. Go ahead. 2 massive figures trotted eagerly over to Marcus. Only Sylvia remained. Now Linne studied her closely. Cleansed of grime, her wild tangle of hair revealed its true hue, glacial blue, soft and lustrous, as moonlit frost cascading over her shoulders. Pale ash-dusted scales shimmered faintly across her cheeks and temples in the firelight. She wore Martha's old maidservant dress, far too large, its loose neckline slipping down to expose a broad expanse of pallid clavicle. She kept her gaze lowered, fingers twisting tightly at the hem of her apron. She knew what came next. A young man had bought her. A young nobleman purchasing a female slave, ordering her bathed and clothed, then dismissing everyone else. The implication required no explanation. Village women had whispered grim truths. Girls taken by nobles rarely met gentle fates. Lift your head, Linne said. Sylvia flinched, then slowly raised her face. Her glacial blue eyes held only fear and resignation. Come with me. He turned toward the carriage. Behind it stood a small tent beneath which sat a collapsible table and 2 stools. Martha was already arranging cutlery upon the surface. Upon the table rested sizzling golden brown steaks, dripping rich fat, 2 generous loaves of tender white bread, and a steaming bowl of thick vegetable stew. Martha bowed respectfully and withdrew. Inside the tent, only Linne and Sylvia remained. Linne settled into a chair and gestured to the one opposite. Sit. Sylvia perched gingerly on the edge of the stool, her eyes darting instinctively toward the roasted meat. her throat contracting faintly. Back in the village her fare had been coarse black bread or thin wild vegetable broth. If luck granted a small game animal, its lean, stringy flesh bore no resemblance to this feast. No comparison existed. Linne slid the platter of steaks toward her, then pushed the bread and stew closer to. Eat. And she glanced at the food, then up at Linne, her wary gaze shifting uncertainly into confusion. Such delicacies are fit only for nobles. Incontent with black bread. And inwardly she wondered, was this lord merely toying with her? Perhaps the moment her hand reached out had accused her of table trespass and have her bound and beaten. And seeing her hesitate, Linne tore off a piece of bread, dipped it in the savory juices, and chewed thoughtfully, then remarked idly, "This may well be your last meal. Are you certain you want to eat?" "Nah." So that was it. And she lowered her head, and unexpectedly her heart stilled. This nobleman proved kinder than she had imagined. At least he offered a final sumptuous repast before the end. And without further pause, she seized a steak and shoved it into her mouth. Her teeth pierced the crisp caramelized crust, and an explosion of rich, succulent juice flooded her mouth. It was divine. In etiquette, dread, even the very notion of nobility, all vanished. She devoured it bite after ravenous bite. Within moments, every morsel had vanished from the table. And Sylvia gazed longingly at the empty plate, then lifted it and licked the last traces of savory just clean from its base. Setting the plate down, she looked up and met Linne's steady gaze. And her breath caught. Understanding flashed through her. And she rose, trembling fingers fumbling at the buttons of her collar. Fabric slithered from her shoulders. Her chest bared instantly, pale, luminous, blinding in its stark vulnerability. And Linne froze, nose suddenly hot, voice sharp with panic. "What are you doing?" Sylvia paused her movements, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "You give me such good food just to wait until I'm full before tormenting me for your amusement." "Who wants to torment you?" Linne quickly reached out to adjust her collar, the soft curve of her chest nearly stealing his breath away. He was flustered and embarrassed. Sylvia looked even more confused. "But you just said, this is the last meal, right?" Linne froze for a moment, realizing he had casually frightened her because she wasn't eating. Linne crawled out of the tent, the night breeze finally easing the heat on his face. It wasn't that Linne was a virtuous man, but Sylvia was. Linne crawled out of the tent, the night breeze finally easing the heat on his face. It wasn't that Linne was a virtuous man, but Sylvia was currently too weak to withstand the torment of a pure yang body. If he were to force it, this little frame would likely collapse on the spot. Outside the north gate of the city, the watchpost was lively. Various merchant caravans formed a circle, roasting meat, pouring wine, and shouting about the latest gossip from the journey. Several adventurer camps were clustered together, with a bard sitting by the campfire strumming a lute. Although they were outside the city, the merchants' guards and adventurers numbered at least several hundred, all seasoned fighters who had licked blood from blades. Therefore, whether it was monsters or bandits, as long as they had their wits about them, they wouldn't dare approach this place. Linne leaned against a sturdy oak tree, observing the bustling scene before him, yet feeling no warmth in his heart. His current situation was, to put it bluntly, a complete mess. Baron Winston had sent him north merely to show a stance to the imperial high-ups. Fortunately, the biological father of the original owner still had some regard for blood ties. He provided him with a few people and some funds, ensuring he didn't go to his death empty-handed. Linne sighed. He couldn't blame the original owner for being scared to death. Who wouldn't panic in such a situation? The only bargaining chip for breaking the deadlock was the Pure Yang dual cultivation system. He needed to quickly form a partnership with Sylvia. Only by obtaining dual cultivation points could he exchange for cultivation techniques and resources to survive in this predatory northern region. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Departing from the watchpost city, they hurried along the official road northward. Along the way, they encountered a few skeletons wandering in from the border. Although the guards easily dispatched them, none of them looked pleased. It seemed the situation at the border was worse than they had anticipated. Linne suppressed his worries, his gaze falling on the figure huddled in the corner across from the carriage. After 10 days of care, the results were significant. Under Martha's constant provision of meat and ample meals, along with Linne nurturing her body daily with Pure Yang energy, Sylvia's complexion had improved considerably. Linne opened the system panel to take a look. Name Sylvia's status: happy, affection 30100. For these 10 days, Sylvia had spent all day in Linne's carriage. They didn't communicate much, but her affection steadily increased. Sylvia was also very confused. She didn't understand what this noble lord was thinking. Every day he provided her with such good food, meat, white bread. She sat comfortably in the carriage with soft cushions and thick blankets, shielded from the wind and rain. The work she had to do was simple, just helping Martha pass plates and fold clothes. It was so easy that it made her anxious. Sometimes at night, Sylvia would secretly pinch her arm. It hurt, and she was afraid that when she woke up, she would find herself back in that foul-smelling iron cage, facing the greedy gaze of the slave trader. If this were truly a dream, she prayed it would never end. Sylvia prayed. After one more day of travel, they would reach Frostfall City. Linne stood outside the tent, gazing at the overcast sky to the north. He was calculating in his heart, he could wait no longer. Over the past few days he had attempted to absorb the wandering energy alone according to the introductory method of the yin-yang harmony technique, but the efficiency was maddeningly low. The elemental forces of this world were entirely different from the spiritual energy of the cultivation realm. He needed to use dual cultivation to convert energy through the system's rules. After dinner, Linne sent Barlow and Martha to keep watch outside. Inside the tent the bonfire burned brightly, dispelling the cold. "Come in with me." Linne lifted the tent flap. Sylvia obediently followed him inside. Linne sat down at the edge of the bed, gazing at the dragon girl before him. "Sylvia, there's something I need your help with." Linne spoke steadily without beating around the bush. "The northern region is more dangerous than imagined. There's a method that can make me stronger quickly, and it can make you stronger too. But this method requires you to be with me." Sylvia raised her head, her face showing no resistance. "The elders in the village said that a female slave's fate is to die under the torment of nobles. In contrast, this lord had given her dignity, food, and warmth. Such a request was reasonable." She bent her knees, kneeling before Linne. "I am your slave. I will obey my master in everything." Her voice was very soft. Linne extended his hand, grasping her slender wrist. Her skin was slightly cool to the touch. Sylvia's eyelashes trembled violently, her body instinctively tensed, but she did not flinch. Linne exerted his arm strength, pulling her into his embrace. "Don't be afraid." Linne patted her back gently, his voice very soft. "Just relax." Sylvia's fingers trembled slightly, but she obediently began to unbutton her maid outfit. In the firelight her body was fully revealed to Linne. On her pale skin, grayish-white scales spread from her waist to the outer thigh, which not only did not detract from her beauty, but instead added an unusual allure. Linne swallowed hard. He was also a normal man, and in both lives combined he had never experienced such a situation. The knowledge he had learned from hard drives and actual practice were two entirely different matters. The cashmere blanket was very soft. Sylvia lay back on it, her ice-blue eyes filled with confusion, her eyelashes trembling violently. "Next I will transmit my power to you." Linne lowered his voice. Sylvia nodded slightly, as if she understood. Linne closed his eyes, the entry method of the yin-yang harmony technique floating in his mind. Yin and yang converge, chi sinks to the dantian, seeking the door of the mysterious yin, connecting the limbs and bones. The theory was rich, but reality was stark. Linne tried to find the so-called door of the mysterious yin. Time passed second by second. Sweat beads began to form on Linne's forehead. The pure yang body was activated, and the heat within him grew increasingly intense. Sylvia noticed Linne's agitation. She opened her eyes, looking at Linne, who was drenched in sweat above her. "Master." She spoke softly. "What's wrong?" "I can't find the way." Linne gritted his teeth and replied casually. Sylvia was taken aback. "Can't find the way." Although she didn't understand what cultivation was, the bloodline instincts of the Frost Dragon clan made her extremely sensitive to heat. She could clearly feel that within Linne there was an exceedingly enormous and wildly raging flame running amok, unable to find an exit. And the source of that flame was pressing against the side of her leg. Sylvia's face instantly turned bright red. She recalled the rules Aunt Martha had taught her over the past few days, and she vaguely understood something. "Master." Sylvia's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "If it's to pass that energy to me." She extended her slender arms, wrapping them around Linne's neck. The cool touch slightly cleared Linne's chaotic mind. "I can feel where the meridians are." After saying this, she took the initiative to lean closer. At the same time, the faint but pure frost aura within her actively sought out the violently raging pure yang flame within Linne's body through their touching skin. It was like lighting a lamp in the dark. The chaotic chi that was originally rampaging within Linne instantly found an outlet. It was the mutual attraction of ice and fire, the natural alignment of extreme yin and extreme yang. So it was here. He no longer hesitated, following the guiding energy of Zirwaya to locate the flowing meridians. A suppressed, delicate murmur escaped from Zirwaya's lips. She suddenly raised her snow-white neck, tears welling in the corners of her eyes, her brows furrowed in pain. But following that was a surge of pure yang energy that flowed through her meridians and entered her entire body. Connection established, success. A thunderous sound echoed in Linne's mind as the schematic of the yin-yang harmony technique illuminated before him. The energies within both their bodies were completely linked at that moment, forming a perfect closed loop. The pure yang energy within Linne surged wildly through this closed loop. With each circulation, the intense heat was neutralized by a fraction, transforming into pure strength that nourished his limbs and bones. So exhilarating. It was not just a physical ecstasy, but a transcendence of the soul. Linne could distinctly feel his previously empty dantian being swiftly filled by this power. Boom. A muffled sound resonated within him. Linne controlled this immense power and began to impact the meridians in his body. The first meridian broken. The second meridian broken. He was completely immersed in the pleasure of his rising power. Zirwaya was initially able to endure it. The pure yang energy indeed dispelled the cold that had long dwelled within her. That warm sensation made her feel as if she were soaking in warm water, even inducing a hint of addiction. However, as Linne intensified his impact on the meridians, the influx of pure yang energy into her body grew greater and more violent. But the ice dragon bloodline within her was its class top-tier talent. Though it had been dormant due to its incomplete lineage, its inherent pride could not be erased. Now an external, exceedingly domineering pure yang energy dared to take over its territory. The ice bloodline was enraged. Virum. The grayish-white scales on Zirwaya's body suddenly erupted with a blinding ice-blue light. The originally docile pure Yang energy lost control at that moment. An icy aura burst forth from her depths, fiercely counterattacking the incoming pure yang energy. Ice and fire, extreme Yang and extreme yang, collided violently within Zirwaya's narrow meridians. Oh! Her body arched upwards, dramatically forming an exaggerated curve. In the next second, her eyes rolled back, and her body fell limply onto the bed, losing consciousness completely. The blinding ice-blue light erupted within the tent. Zirwaya's body floated in midair, the light intertwining and quickly condensing into a massive oval cocoon. The cold air was thoroughly sealed inside the cocoon, and the temperature within the tent returned to normal. Linne, not bothering to dress, stood up from the bed and stepped closer. He extended his hand, his fingertips touching the surface of the cocoon. The texture was hard and smooth, devoid of any ethereal feel. System, Linne silently thought. A light blue interface instantaneously popped up. Name Zirwaya, status completing bloodline restoration. Linne withdrew his hand, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his pure yang energy was having an effect on Zirwaya, reconstructing her incomplete ice dragon bloodline. He turned and walked back to the bed, sitting cross-legged. Ding! A crisp notification sound echoed in his mind. Dual cultivation successful. Dual cultivation points gained 233. Exclusive equipment acquired. Ice Dragon Spear System store opened. A flash of blue light appeared in the air, dropping a string of diamond-shaped ice crystals. Linne reached out to catch it. The item felt extremely light in his hand, the 12 diamond-shaped ice crystals emitting a faint blue light connected by a transparent fine thread. This was clearly a lattice bracelet. Linne stared at the item description on the interface. Artifact Ice Dragon Spear forged from an ice attribute, dragon core bound to Zirwaya, evolving with level advancement. Current status, bracelet form. He casually placed the bracelet beside the pillow and turned to click on the store icon on the interface. The page expanded with 3 golden characters floating above Spirit Item Pavilion. Below it indicated the current assets, dual cultivation points 233. Spirit Item Pavilion is now open. More goods will be gradually unlocked as the host's cultivation improves. Linne slid his fingertip, quickly browsing through the categories of goods. Pills, talismans, magical artifacts, techniques, and miscellaneous items were clearly categorized into 5. The price range was enormous. At the bottom, the techniques and high-tier magical artifacts radiating purple and golden light were priced from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dual cultivation points. Linne directly skipped over the unaffordable areas, entering the magical artifact category. His gaze locked onto the top of the list. Low-tier magical artifact, flying sword, 200 dual cultivation points. Without any hesitation, Linne clicked to exchange. The points on the interface were instantly deducted, leaving only 33 points. Whoosh! A silver light coalesced out of thin air before him. A 3-foot-long silver sword floated steadily in midair. Linne reached out to grasp the hilt. It felt incredibly light, the blade emanating a chilling sharpness. He flicked his wrist, casually waving it forward. Without using any force, the blade sliced through the rough logs in the corner of the tent. The logs fell silently into 2 pieces. The cut was smooth and clean, not a single wood chip fell. Although it was the lowest tier magical artifact in this world, it was a weapon capable of cutting through iron like mud. Linne, satisfied, placed the flying sword beside him and closed his eyes. At the end of the dual cultivation, he already felt signs of a breakthrough within him. The operational route of the yin-yang harmony technique vividly emerged in his mind. Linne held his breath, concentrating on guiding the immense power within his dantian. The pure Yang energy flowing back from Zirwaya transformed through the system into the most refined primordial spiritual energy. This energy flowed slowly through his meridians, widening them with each complete circulation. The wind and snow outside the tent gradually ceased. The night deepened. Time ticked away. The morning light seeped through the tent's seams into the interior. Linne suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of golden light flashing in his pupils. A dull roar resonated within him. The blocked meridians were thoroughly cleared, and spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly through his limbs. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Linne stood up looking down at his body. His previously frail and thin chest had transformed into a solid and broad physique. Clear and firm muscle lines appeared on his abdomen. Power surged throughout his body. He felt capable of effortlessly punching a minotaur to death. Bringing up the system panel. Name Linne Saint Physique, Pure Yang Sacred Body SSS Cultivation, Level Foundation Establishment Stage 1 Technique Yang Harmony Technique S Partner, Zirwaya, Physique Enhancement 20, just then. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed in the quiet tent. Linne turned to look. A long crack appeared on the surface of the cocoon floating in midair. The crack rapidly spread, covering the entire cocoon in the blink of an eye. Boom. The cocoon shattered with a loud bang, countless ice blue light points scattering and drifting away. A petite figure fell from the air. Linne stepped forward, reaching out to catch her securely in his arms. The sensation of contact made Linne pause. There were no rough and prickly scales, only extreme smoothness and softness. Linne looked down, frozen in place. The person in his arms was Zirwaya. The grayish-white scales had entirely vanished, replaced by smooth, fair skin that shimmered with a faint pearlescent glow in the morning light. Her features had become even more exquisite. Her ice-blue hair flowed down smoothly, exuding a light chill. On either side of her forehead, a pair of dragon horns stretched out, each half the length of a palm. The horns glistened like jade, shimmering with a silver-blue light, adding an exotic touch of mystery. Her figure was now worlds apart from before. Her slender waist could be grasped with one hand, yet her curves were astonishingly full. The soft weight pressed against his arm caused Linne's wrist to stiffen slightly. This figure was scientifically impossible. Zirwaya slowly opened her eyes. Her ice-blue pupils were clear and deep, carrying the confusion of just waking up. She tilted her head, her gaze focusing on Linne's face. Master. Her voice was soft and tender, with a hint of uncertainty and an undeniable deep affection. Little Linne's mind exploded. That soft and tender master combined with such a visually striking appearance. Who could withstand that? Linne gave up resisting. He embraced Zirwaya and directly turned, pressing her down onto the cashmere blanket. Zirwaya was startled by this sudden action. She looked up at Linne, whose gaze burned with desire, her heart racing. The bloodline has just been restored. This is the moment when pure yang energy is most needed to stabilize it. Zirwaya did not struggle. She obediently raised her arms, wrapping them around Linne's neck. Her icy skin pressed against his scorching chest. The temperature within the tent rose once again. After more than an hour, the temperature inside the tent finally dropped a little. Linne leaned against the soft cashmere blanket, his fingers playing with its astonishing softness. He muttered to himself, no wonder she is the dragon lady. She can truly withstand the second bloom of the pure yang sacred body. Then with a thought, he brought up her system panel. Name Zirwaya. Race Dragonkin. Rank First Level Dragon Blood Warrior. Talent Blessing of Winter S. Dragon's Body S. Skills Dragon Transformation LV1. Ice Breath LV1. Dragon Might LV1. Status Happy Infatuated Content. Favorability 60. Linne's lips curled up. After the bloodline was completed, the talent Dragon's Body was added and the rank also broke through to a first-level warrior. With the awakened skills, this configuration would be considered SSR level in the card-drawing games of his past life. He closed the panel and reached out to pull the soft figure beside him closer. Suddenly his mind jolted. Wait, did I forget something? What about the ice crystal bracelet? It seemed to have been tossed aside. Linne silently glanced at his naked body and then at the ice crystal bracelet lying in the corner, his lips twitching. Great, too focused on cultivation, I forgot such an important thing. I really am too diligent. Linne thought to himself as he rolled out of bed to pick up the bracelet from the corner. Here, this is for you. Linne returned to the bedside and handed the bracelet over. Wow, this bracelet is so beautiful. Zirwaya sat up, suddenly reaching out to take it. A deep blue light burst forth from the bracelet, which automatically wrapped around Zirwaya's wrist. The bracelet clung tightly to her wrist, the ice crystal shimmering slightly, with her breath accentuating her slender and fair wrist. Zirwaya lowered her head to stare at the bracelet on her hand, closing her eyes, as if sensing something. After a moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Linne, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Master. Zirwaya said, excitedly pecking Linne on the cheek. Then she shrank back like a startled rabbit, her cheeks turning crimson. Linne smiled and rubbed his cheek. What exactly does this bracelet do? Zirwaya replied softly. Master, this is the bracelet form of the divine artifact Frost Dragon Spear. Linne raised an eyebrow. Bracelet form? Yes. Zirwaya nodded, reaching out to touch the bracelet on her wrist. As long as I enter battle mode, the bracelet can transform into the Frost Dragon Spear according to my will. She hesitated for a moment, glanced down at her body, and bit her lip. Do you want to see, Master? I can demonstrate. Of course I want to see. Linne sat down at the edge of the bed, ready to watch the performance. Zirwaya slowly stood up from the quilt. Her fair skin was fully exposed to the air. Dragon transformation. She softly uttered those two words. A white light surged from her body, cascading over her like a tide. Amidst the white light, her form quietly expanded. The originally petite frame of just 1.50 m grew to about 1.55 m during the transformation. Light blue scales emerged from beneath her skin, layering upon one another. The changes in her arms were the most pronounced. Her muscles became more toned and powerful, her fingers elongated, instantly transforming into a pair of sharp dragon claws. Then Zirwaya moved her wrist. The ice crystal bracelet instantly disassembled. 12 ice crystals were formed and elongated in midair. A 2-meter-long spear entirely ice blue was grasped in her dragon claw. The length of the spear was perfectly suited to her current form, with the grip wrapped in ice crystal patterns, making it appear exceptionally imposing in her scaled hand. Linne leaned closer, reaching out to touch the spear's shaft, which felt icy cold and exceptionally hard, far surpassing ordinary steel. No wonder it's a divine artifact, it looks powerful. His gaze then moved to the scales, and he gently touched them. The scales were smooth and resilient, and he could feel the power contained beneath the surface. Although not fully covered, the critical areas were protected, equivalent to a naturally fitting armor. The defensive power should be considerable. Linne's hand slid down her arm, wrapping around her waist, naturally finding the long dragon tail behind. Linne grasped at his fingertips, lightly tracing along the scales pattern. Zirwaya suddenly shivered, her tail snapping away from Linne's hand like it had been shocked, letting out a soft, startled, and embarrassed cry. Master, that place is ticklish. Linne awkwardly withdrew his hand, clearing his throat. Ahem, I was just checking how sturdy your tail is. He looked Zirwaya up and down. The light blue scales shimmered in the morning light, her long dragon tail swaying gently behind her, and she held the ice blue frost dragon spear in her hand. Beautiful, it truly is beautiful. All right, let's put it away. Linne nodded in satisfaction. Zirwaya dispelled her transformation, and the scales retreated like a tide, revealing her soft, fair skin underneath. The frost dragon spear in her hand also transformed into a beam of blue light, turning back into the ice crystal bracelet. Linne glanced at the light filtering in from outside the tent and said, It's getting late, they must be getting ready to set off outside. Upon hearing this, Zirwaya turned and picked up Linne's clothes, helping him put them on one piece at a time. When Linne finished dressing, Zirwaya picked up the maid outfit that Marcia had prepared for her and paused for a moment when putting it on. Previously, it had felt loose and baggy at the waist, dragging on the ground. But now, just right. The fabric clung tightly to her tall figure, the waistline fitting perfectly, and the chest felt a bit snug. The two of them lifted the curtain and stepped out of the tent. Morning light poured down, and the camp was already bustling. The guards were packing their luggage, each person busy preparing for today's departure. Marcia was holding a piece of cured meat, stuffing it into a box, when she caught sight of the movement near the tent and froze. Is that Zirwaya? Marcia's eyes widened in astonishment, her tone filled with surprise. Others also began to notice this side, their eyes widening in disbelief. Their expressions were all the same. Who is this? The butler Barlow quickly walked over, his gaze scanning Zirwaya for a couple of seconds before turning to Linne with a slight bow. Young Master, Miss Zirwaya is. Her bloodline has awakened. Linne casually replied. He had already thought of this excuse before coming out. Bloodline awakening isn't common in this world, but there have been precedents which was just perfect for use as a shield. So that's how it is. Congratulations, young master. Barlow understood the rules well and did not continue to question the details, turning to urge everyone to get back to work. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and pack your things, it's time to hit the road. Everyone was startled by Barlow's shout and quickly snapped back to reality, lowering their heads to continue with their tasks. However, their curiosity had already boiled over, and they could only sneak glances this way while working. Linne ignored the curious gazes around him and walked straight to the carriage. He stepped up onto the carriage and turned to extend his hand toward Zirwaya, who was still standing in place. Let's go, Linne said calmly. It's time to depart. The carriage jolted along the dirt road for an entire day. The sky darkened, heavy leaden clouds looming low. Young master, ahead is Luoshuang town. Barrow's voice came through the curtain of the door. Linne lifted the carriage curtain, and a cold wind rushed into his face, carrying the dampness of decaying leaves. At the end of his sight, a cluster of low wooden houses lay nestled in the snow. Surrounding them was a crooked wooden fence. This was called a town. It was more like a village. Suddenly Linne furrowed his brow. A faint sound of crying drifted through the wind. Speed up. The whip cracked and the carriage surged up the slope. Linne saw the situation clearly. Race undead skeleton level 0, over a dozen pale skeletons were crazily hacking at the town's gate. Rusty iron swords struck the wooden door, sending splinters flying. Inside, several townsfolk could be vaguely seen holding pitchforks, desperately bracing against the door, their faces full of despair. Crack! The fragile wooden door finally could not withstand it, and shattered with a loud crash. Two skeletons stepped onto the shattered wood and lunged inside, their rusty swords aimed directly at a young townsman in front. The townsman, terrified, fell to the ground, scrambling backward. Just as the rusty sword was about to fall, a beam of golden light shot down from the top of the slope. Linne did not wait for the carriage to stop, leaping directly from the carriage. Clang! The low-grade magical flying sword unsheathed. Linne gripped the hilt, pouring pure yang energy into the sword without reservation. He crossed the shattered wooden door and struck down at the skull of the foremost skeleton. There was no sound of metal clashing. The sword smoothly sliced through the hard bone. Hiss! The skeleton did not even struggle. The blue soul fire in its eye sockets was extinguished on the spot. The entire skeleton disintegrated as if burnt by fierce flames, turning to a pile of white ash in the blink of an eye, which was scattered cleanly by the wind. The townsfolk who had fallen to the ground stared with wide mouths, dazedly looking at the figure standing in front of them. The remaining undead showed no fear, indifferent to the disappearance of their comrade into dust. Their hollow eye sockets all focused on Linne, raising their weapons and charging at him. Seeking death, Linne snorted coldly, twisting his wrist. He slipped his foot to avoid a rusty battle axe coming from the left, and with a swift motion, he sliced through the spine of that skeleton with his sword. Pure yang energy invaded through the cut, and the second skeleton turned to flying ash. Then came the third and fourth. The sword light flickered, and golden spiritual energy traced brilliant arcs in the dim twilight. In less than half a minute, over a dozen undead left, not a single whole bone, all transformed into ashes on the ground. Linne sheathed his sword, calming his breath. The pure yang energy was indeed overwhelming, but the spiritual energy reserve of the Foundation establishment stage was still too low. After this explosive burst, 1/3 of his dantian was emptied. At this moment, the carriage finally arrived at the gate. Barrow stood there, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Two Minotaur guards stared blankly at the ashes on the ground. "Master!" Sylvia jumped down from the carriage, quickly walking to Linne's side. Her ice-blue eyes were filled with self-reproach, and her dragon horns drooped slightly. "I'm sorry I didn't react in time and couldn't protect you." She was now a first-tier dragon-blood warrior, and it was supposed to be her charging into battle. Linne reached out to ruffle her hair, also petting her dragon horn. "It's fine, just a few small fry. There was no need for you to intervene." At that moment, the townsfolk who had narrowly escaped disaster finally regained their senses. A dozen of them rushed over, kneeling on the ground with a thud. "Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. Praise the gods, praise your generosity." Linne waved his hand. "Get up." The townsfolk stood up tremulously, stealing glances at the young noble. "I am Linne Winston, Linne, the new lord of Luoshuang. I have come to take over this territory." As soon as the words left his mouth, the gratitude and joy on the townsfolk's faces visibly faded. Several people even instinctively took a step back. Linne took all these reactions into his sight. It seemed the previous lords had indeed left a terrible reputation here. An old man with graying hair, dressed in a patched linen robe, squeezed through the crowd. He leaned on a wooden cane, approaching Linne and bowed deeply. "Honorable Lord, I am Aubrey, the mayor of Luoshuang Town." The old man's voice was hoarse, imbued with deep fatigue. "Welcome to Luoshuang territory. Please allow me to take you to the Lord's mansion." Other townsfolk, seeing this, lowered their heads and dispersed, each returning to their dilapidated wooden houses, locking their doors tightly. Linne paid no mind to their attitudes. He turned to Barrow. "Barrow, take Marcus and the others to the Lord's mansion, unload the goods, and settle in." "Understood, young master." Barrow hurriedly instructed the Minotaurs to move the carriage. "Mayor, let's go." Linne pointed inward toward the town. Aubrey nodded, using his cane to lead the way. The two walked slowly along the muddy village path. "What's the current situation in the town?" Linne got straight to the point. Aubrey sighed. "My lord, the situation is dire. The entire town now has only 213 people left. Most of them were either killed by the undead or fled south." Aubrey then pointed to a small piece of open land to the west of the town. "The undead frequently roam around the town, and we dare not venture far. We could only cultivate a small plot of land by the fence, planting some cold-resistant rye, but the yield is far too low, not enough to sustain us." Linne nodded lightly, understanding that the undead were the biggest problem. If this issue could not be resolved, the town could not farm in peace or develop properly. Even if taxes were reduced, it would only provide temporary relief and would not fundamentally improve the situation. He looked up at Aubrey and said, "Tomorrow morning, have everyone in the town gather at the town center square." Aubrey was taken aback and quickly asked, "My lord, what is this for?" "I have something to say to everyone." Aubrey fixed his gaze on Linne and finally nodded. "I will make sure to inform everyone." As they spoke, the two arrived at the western edge of the town. A two-story gray stone house stood in the open space, flanked by two single-story small stone houses. Though dilapidated, it was built of stone much better than the leaky wooden houses in the town. My lord, this is the... Aubrey stopped. You rest first, call me anytime if you have any orders. Thank you for your hard work, go ahead. Linne pushed open the heavy oak door. The first floor was a spacious hall furnished with a long wooden table and several chairs. The fire in the fireplace had already been lit, driving away the chill from the room. Barrow was directing Marcus and Gray in moving supplies. Marcia was in the small kitchen nearby, starting a fire to boil water. Linne walked to the fireplace and sank heavily into a wooden chair padded with old animal skins. He rubbed his throbbing temples. Before his transmigration, he was just an overworked engineer endlessly toiling under his supervisor's empty promises. Now as a lord, he had to deal with these people and manage the lives of over 200 residents in Luoxuang town. His brain cells were nearly fried, even more exhausting than working 3 jobs. Leaning against the back of the chair, he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts and called toward the stairs Sylvia. Moi. The little maid peeked out from a bedroom on the 2nd floor. She held a cloth in her hand, her ice blue hair tied back with a cloth strip and her face smudged with a streak of gray, looking somewhat comical. Please wait a moment, I will finish cleaning soon, she called out loudly. No hurry, take your time. A smile broke on Linne's lips. At least there was still a pleasing Sylvia at home. This was the only thing that could provide him comfort at the moment. He closed his eyes and began to quickly sort through his current situation in his mind. Population, food, safety. Each matter was a knot tightening around his neck. The next morning, the earthen square in the center of Luoxuang town was filled with people. Mayor Aubrey had gone door to door the previous night, summoning everyone in the town. The crowd was anxious, fearing that the new lord would bring more trouble. Linne stepped onto the platform at the front of Linne glanced at the pale and emaciated townsfolk below, realizing that these were the over 200 inhabitants of Luoxuang town. He looked at them and spoke in a calm tone. I am Linne Winsight, and from today onward, I am the new lord of Luoxuang. The reason I called everyone here today is to announce several new decrees. Upon hearing the word decree, the townspeople felt a chill in their hearts. The previous lords had always used decrees to impose heavier taxes or conscript labor. They were already so poor that they were close to eating tree bark. If taxes were increased again, it would truly push the entire town to the brink of collapse. A few timid women couldn't help but tear up. Linne raised a finger and immediately dropped a bombshell. The first thing starting today, all agricultural and commercial taxes in the territory will be abolished. Previously we paid 80%, now it will be reduced to only 20%. A dead silence fell over the square. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and they gaped as if they thought their ears were playing tricks on them. 20%. In the entire empire, no one had ever heard of taxes lower than 60%, let alone 20%. After several seconds, a murmur of disbelief erupted from the crowd. My God, did the Lord just say 20%? Could it be that we heard wrong? Did he actually mean to say it would increase to 100%? Aubrey stepped forward, leaning on his cane, his white beard trembling with excitement. My lord, did you really say 20%? Is that true? Linne looked at the old mayor and nodded firmly. Yes, indeed, it is 20%. A written notice will soon be posted at the door of the lord's mansion. The crowd erupted in joy, filled with suppressed cries and laughter. Long live the Lord! Someone shouted, and soon everyone in the square joined in shouting fervently. Praise the Lord! The voices were filled with excitement and disbelief, with a few old men even kneeling on the cold, muddy ground to bow. Linne raised his hands to quiet them down. Once the noise subsided, he raised a second finger. The second matter is that I will establish a territorial guard to specifically deal with the undead outside. Anyone selected will receive a salary of 5 silver coins a month, plus 3 meals a day. This announcement made the crowd more agitated than before. My God, 5 silver coins a month. This offer was so good that even in Luoxuang town, it would be competitive in larger cities. If they could earn that much, their entire family could afford soft black bread for the winter. The townsfolk whispered among themselves, their faces filled with struggle and hesitation. Linne observed their reactions and was not in a hurry. The terror of the undead had taken deep root in this land. It was only natural for ordinary people to feel afraid. He did not expect them to become a suicide squad immediately. They needed some time to adjust. Linne extended a third finger, his tone softening. The third matter is that the territory needs to be developed. Farming, repairing walls, clearing wasteland, and cleaning up ruins. Anyone willing to help will be paid. As soon as these words left his mouth, the thin, elderly men and women in the crowd suddenly lit up. They might not have the strength to fight the undead, but they could certainly do the physical work of farming and repairing walls. The crooked wooden fence surrounding the town had long overdue repairs, and the abandoned wheat fields also needed to be tilled. As long as they were willing to work hard, they could earn food for the winter. It was simply a windfall. Linne watched as hope rekindled in their eyes and continued, For those who want to earn money, come to the Lord's mansion every morning to receive work. Pay will be given for each day's work. You will never work for free, and I will not owe you a single coin." The crowd erupted into fervent cheers, and even the older children began to jump in excitement. The townsfolk's eyes towards the young lord transformed from fear to profound gratitude. "All right," Linne clapped his hands, interrupting the chatter. "Now those who want to join the guard come to this empty space on the right." The square quieted down as everyone glanced at one another, no one daring to take the first step. Linne did not rush them. He simply stood quietly and waited. After a while, a man in a tattered leather coat gritted his teeth and stepped out from the crowd. He waded through the muddy water to the empty space on the right, striking his chest with one hand. "My lord, my name is Drake. I am signing up for the guard." Linne glanced at him and silently activated the system panel in his mind. A faint blue light screen appeared before him. "Drake, wood hunter rank 0, has combat experience with the undead, reasonable courage." Linne nodded in satisfaction and turned to his steward. "Below, note down his name." With Drake leading, several other young men stepped forward, gritting their teeth. "My lord, count me in, I am strong. I will join too, I run fast." One by one they stepped up, and Linne counted. There were a total of 8 young men. Though these men were thin, their hands were calloused, indicating they were accustomed to hard labor. There weren't many of them, but it was enough to serve as the first batch of core members. Linne took out 8 silver coins from his pocket and handed one to each of the 8 men. "This is an advance payment. The rest will be settled in full at the end of the month." The 8 men held the coins, trembling with excitement, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Meanwhile, 2 thin men in the crowd exchanged glances. They also pretended to run to the empty space on the right. "My lord, we want to sign up. We can also fight the undead." Below, standing nearby, immediately recognized these 2 as notorious lazy men in the town. Usually idle, they clearly wanted to take advantage of the situation now that there was money to be made. Below stepped forward, his expression stern as he stared at them. "The guard is a place where you fight against the undead, not a place for idle people. If you take the Lord's money without working, don't blame me for being rude." Below paused, his tone becoming very stern. "Taking the Lord's silver without working will be treated as theft according to imperial law. You will be made into slaves." Hearing that they would become slaves, the 2 thin men shuddered in fear and quickly withdrew their outstretched hands. They smiled awkwardly and shrank back into the crowd, not daring to show their faces again. Linne looked at the registration list and waved to the townsfolk in the square. "All right, that's all for today. Everyone disperse, go do what you need to do." The townspeople expressed their gratitude as they dispersed, each step lighter than when they arrived. Linne turned around to face the 8 guard members standing in a line. Sylvia stood quietly beside him, her ice blue eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Linne glanced at the sky, his tone becoming serious. "You few go tidy up in the back courtyard of the Lord's mansion now. We will begin training shortly, as the undead will not give you any time to rest." 8 young men, including Drake, followed Marcus as they quickly arrived at the storeroom door in the Lord's Manor's backyard. Along with the 8 human youths, there were also the 2 minotaurs, Ton and Cole, making a total of 10. He strode over to the corner, lifted a few old wooden boxes, and rummaged through them to find stacks of slightly worn leather armor. "Everyone come and pick out a fitting piece to wear, don't dawdle." Marcus pointed at the leather armor on the ground, loudly calling out to the new recruits. The 8 men rushed forward, each searching through the boxes for armor that fit. Ton and Cole were too large for regular leather armor, and in the end they only managed to find 2 oversized old pieces that they could barely wear. After putting on the leather armor, the group of townsfolk truly resembled a guard unit, each standing tall and sizing each other up. Linne entered with Sylvia, her gaze sweeping over the newly equipped recruits, nodding in satisfaction. "Ton, Cole, you 2 are strong and have thick skin. Each take a tower shield and be responsible for taking damage at the front." The 2 minotaurs responded in deep voices and walked over to pick up heavy half-body tower shields. Linne then pointed at Drake and Eamon, the 2 sturdy men. "You 2 each take a 2-handed warhammer and follow behind Ton to deal damage." The 2 hurriedly ran over, selecting 2 suitable 2-handed warhammers, swinging them a few times. "As for the rest of you," Linne looked at the other 6 men. "Each take a small round shield and a 1-handed mace. Your task is to flank from the sides, seizing the opportunity to deal finishing blows to those skeletons, ensuring they don't get back up." The 6 men mimicked each other, quickly picking suitable weapons from the pile and standing in a neat row. Linne finally turned to the guards, Marcus and Gray standing aside. "Marcus, Gray, you 2 take long swords and round shields, and keep a close watch on the battle. Should anything unexpected happen, you must react immediately to ensure their safety." The 2 straightened up, thumping their chests with one hand in acknowledgement. Once all the equipment was distributed, Linne began teaching them the most basic drill movements. "Attention, stand, easy march and step." These commands were unheard of in this world. Even the most basic commands like left turn and right turn resulted in them bumping into each other awkwardly. Linne patiently corrected their movements over and over, teaching them how to respond to commands in unison and maintain formation while marching. Although these were merely basic movements, this orderly training method quickly gave the group of unruly townsfolk a semblance of military discipline. Drake and the others were sweating profusely, feeling increasingly awed by the young lord. Having never witnessed such profound training methods before, their perception of the Lord elevated significantly. As the training began to take shape, and everyone could barely march in step, Linne entrusted the supervision to Marcus. He then took Sylvia and turned back to the study on the second floor. Frostfall Town was now in dire need of revival, with an overwhelming number of tasks to handle. Linne sat behind the desk, continuously writing and sketching with a feather quill. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. The wooden door of the study was gently knocked on, and Sylvia entered carefully, holding a tray. On the tray was a cup of steaming black tea and 2 butter cookies. The aroma of tea mixed with the sweetness of butter instantly filled the study, easing the tense atmosphere. "Master, you've been busy for half the day. Why not take a break and have some tea?" Sylvia gently placed the tray on the corner of the desk. Linne set down the quill and rubbed his sore brow. Long hours of work had left his neck and shoulders stiff, and he leaned back in his chair to stretch. Looking at the obedient Sylvia standing by the desk, a mischievous idea suddenly arose in Linne's mind. He suddenly reached out, grabbing Sylvia's wrist, and with a little force pulled her into his embrace. Sylvia let out a surprised gasp, landing on Linne's lap, her icy blue eyes filled with panic. "Master, it's still daytime." Flushing, her voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her hands nervously twisting together. Linne leaned closer to her ear, his tone teasing. "What do you mean by daytime? I haven't said anything about what I want to do, or what are you thinking in that little head of yours?" Sylvia was at a loss for words, her fair neck turning pink. I didn't." She stuttered for a long time, but couldn't form a complete sentence. Linne chuckled softly and lifted her onto the wide desk. "But well, you're not wrong." Sylvia was startled, quickly propping herself up on the table, trying to slide down. "Master, this is a desk. We shouldn't be here." She waved her hands anxiously, her gaze darting around. Linne placed his hands firmly on the edge of the desk, not giving her a chance to escape. "What's wrong with the desk? Is it more noble than the bed?" He raised an eyebrow, staring at her with a smirk. Sylvia quickly shook her head, eager to explain. "I didn't mean that. I just think this is where you handle important matters, and it wouldn't be good to dirty it." Well then, Linne casually pushed aside a parchment filled with plans. "Today I'll be your teacher and guide you well here. You need to learn useful knowledge to better assist your master in the future. After all, the future of Frostfall Town relies on us building it together." Upon hearing she could help her master, the panic in Sylvia's eyes faded, replaced by a bright glimmer. She nodded vigorously, her expression serious and determined. "Master, please teach me. I will definitely work hard and learn the knowledge you impart." Seeing her obedient and eager demeanor, Linne's anger flared up. Without further ado, he reached out and yanked the makeshift tablecloth. "Then let's start class now." Linne unbuttoned the slightly tight-made outfit. The temperature in the study quickly rose, isolating the sounds of training outside this small sanctuary. A strange fragrance filled the study, making the air somewhat thick. Sylvia lay on the table like a puddle of soft mud, her ice blue hair a mess covering half her delicate face. She gasped for breath, a sheen of fine sweat glistening on her fair skin. Even the pair of translucent dragon horns were tinted with a faint pink glow. "Master, I really can't learn anymore." She mumbled weakly, lacking the strength to raise even a finger, her entire being felt limp. Linne leisurely adjusted his clothing, gazing at the pitifully delicate figure on the desk, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Master, you are so amazing, knowing so much." Sylvia tilted her head, looking at Linne, her eyes filled with admiration and deep affection. Linne pinched her soft cheek, chuckling lightly, his tone teasing. "I'll let you off this time. Your learning progress is still too slow and needs more practice. Next time I'll teach you some new knowledge. You must be prepared in advance." Sylvia nuzzled his palm obediently, her voice soft and gentle, carrying a lingering laziness and dependency. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will continue to study hard." Early the next morning, the morning mist of Luoxuang Town had yet to dissipate. Linne pushed open the door of the Lord's mansion, and a chill rushed towards him. The 10 members of the territory's guard had already gathered in the courtyard, each wearing the old leather armor that had just been distributed the previous night. Each held a weapon in hand, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Linne glanced at the group and led the team towards the outskirts of the town. The atmosphere within the team instantly became tense. Sylvia closely followed Linne, sensing the surroundings through her dragon bloodline. Not far into their walk, she suddenly stopped, pointing toward a patch of desolate trees to the right front. "Master, there is movement over there, less than 50 meters away." Linne followed her gaze. 2 pale skeletons were wandering among the dead trees, their bone seams glowing with eerie blue soul fire. Upon seeing the real deal, the new recruits trembled as they gripped their weapons. The 2 minotaurs had no concept of fear. They let out excited grunts, exhaling white mist from their nostrils. Without needing Linne to give the order, they raised their half-body tower shields and charged forward. The two skeletons had just turned their heads. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The tremendous force sent them flying 2 meters away, their skeletal frames scattering across the ground. Derek and Eamon stood dumbfounded, mouths agape at the scene. "What the hell are you all standing there for?" Marcus shouted beside them, furious. "Get in there and smash them with your hammers, or are you going to wait until they stand back up to chop you down?" Derek snapped back to reality, raising his warhammer and charging in. Eamon and the others followed closely behind. The two skeletons had just begun reassembling their scattered arm bones and hadn't had the chance to stand up. "Die!" Derek closed his eyes, swinging his warhammer down with all his might. Crack! The hammer struck the skeleton's skull, causing it to cave in. The eerie blue soul fire flickered twice before extinguishing completely. Eamon and the others wildly swung their weapons, reducing the other skeleton to dust. Gasping for breath, Derek opened his eyes to look at the bones on the ground, somewhat unable to believe what he was seeing. "Did we just win?" "Well done." Linne stepped forward. "Undead are not that terrifying. Once shattered, they are just a pile of broken bones." The guard members exchanged glances, their fear diminishing significantly, replaced by an indescribable excitement. "Continue forward and clear the outskirts." Linne waved his hand. For the next 2 hours, the team advanced around the perimeter of Luoshuang town. Zilvia's senses were extremely precise, each time providing early warnings. They encountered several waves of undead, with the numbers varying from 5 or 6 to just 1 or 2. With the experience from the first encounter, the coordination of the guard became increasingly proficient. Ton and Cole held the front, Marcus and Gray flanked the sides, while Derek and the others seized opportunities to deliver finishing blows. After clearing more than 20 skeletons, no one in the team was injured. Morale was at an unprecedented high. The team advanced to the south side of the town. This area had once been the largest farmland in the Luoshuang territory, now overgrown with grass taller than half a person. In the center of the wasteland stood a figure. Linne halted. This was no ordinary skeleton. Its bones exhibited a dull metallic sheen. Linne silently activated his panel. Race: Undead. Skeleton. Rank: First Tier. Warrior. Skills: Swordsmanship. Magic. F. Remarks: once a low-level soldier in life, it was tainted by the aura of the undead after death, evolving into a first-tier skeleton. It possesses basic combat skills and greater strength. Linne frowned. "First tier, everyone be careful." The atmosphere in the team instantly stiffened. Derek's newly built confidence was shattered by the words, "first tier." Cold sweat broke out on his palms as he gripped the warhammer. Ton and Cole paid no mind to this. They roared as they lifted their tower shields and charged. The soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets flickered violently. It turned around and quickly raised its wooden shield, adopting a defensive stance. Bang! Ton's tower shield slammed heavily against the skeleton's shield. The skeleton's feet sank into the mud, sliding back 2 steps, bracing against the charge. Cole followed closely, crashing in, and the skeleton sidestepped, using its iron sword to deflect Cole's shield to the side. Derek widened his eyes in shock from behind, gritting his teeth as he charged forward with the warhammer. The skeleton's hollow eye sockets turned towards Derek. With a sudden force, it thrust its wooden shield forward, knocking Ton back a step. Then, twisting its waist, the iron sword swept out with a sharp whistle. Derek didn't even have time to react. As he saw the blade sweeping towards his neck, he instinctively attempted to retreat. However, his heel stepped onto a raised mound of dirt. Losing his balance, Derek fell backward. Just as the iron sword was about to slice into Derek's body, Marcus reacted. Clang! The two swords collided. Marcus' face changed drastically. A tremendous force surged along the blade, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily into the half-risen Derek. The two tumbled in a heap covered in mud. Linne watched the scene, his eyes nearly popping out, unable to restrain himself from cursing. Damn, is a first-tier skeleton monster really this strong? Although Ton and Cole were only 0-tier, their strength and physique were evident. The two charged together, but still couldn't suppress this skeleton. If this were in a game from his past life, it would definitely qualify as an elite monster. Linne held the sword hilt, ready to step in personally. "Master, let me handle this." Zilvia suddenly stepped forward, blocking Linne. "I want to help share the burden. Ooh, I can't always hide behind you." Linne glanced at her, sensing the strong battle intent emanating from her, and nodded gently. "Be careful, don't overexert yourself." Zilvia nodded, her lips moving slightly. Dragon transformation. A dazzling white light burst forth from her body, enveloping her completely. As the white light dissipated, Zilvia's figure had fully unfurled. Light blue scales layered over one another. She exerted force in her legs, transforming into a blue shadow and rushing towards the skeleton. The skeleton's soul fire danced wildly as it immediately raised its iron sword in defense. Sylvia disregarded any formalities. Her right hand transformed into a sharp dragon claw aiming straight for the skeleton's head. The skeleton reacted quickly, gripping the sword with both hands to block. The dragon claw fiercely clashed against the iron sword, producing a piercing screech. At the same moment, an intensely cold frost aura spread from the dragon claw to the iron sword. In the blink of an eye, the rusted blade was covered with a thick layer of white frost. The skeleton's arm also stiffened, its movements slowed by half a beat. Sylvia seized the opportunity, spinning around sharply, her thick dragon tail sweeping across. Bang! The tail struck solidly against the skeleton's ribcage, sending it flying. While the skeleton was still in midair, Sylvia bent her legs and leaped high off the ground. She opened her mouth, and an icy blue breath surged forth. The freezing breath enveloped the skeleton, suspended in the air. The skeleton had no chance to struggle, instantly freezing into a crystalline ice sculpture, crashing heavily to the ground. Sylvia descended from the air, her right fist tightly clenched, power rapidly gathering within her. Using the momentum of her fall, she delivered a powerful punch to the skull of the frozen skeleton. Crack! The ice sculpture was instantly covered in cracks, and the next second it shattered completely. The first-tier skeleton was directly smashed into a pile of ice fragments. The surrounding members of the guard were left dumbfounded. Marcus and Gray, the two veteran guards, were so astonished that their scalps went numb. They had always believed that this alien girl was merely a maid purchased by the Lord Petite and seemingly gentle. Who would have thought that this delicate little maid could be more terrifying than a frenzied beast man when she fought? Marcus swallowed hard, stiffening his neck as he turned to Gray and spoke in a low voice. Gray, we surely haven't offended her before, have we? Gray pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. We hardly spoke to her at all. Marcus let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his. That's good, that's good. The two guards exchanged glances silently, making a resolution in their hearts. From now on they must treat this little maid with utmost courtesy and never offend her in the slightest. The pale blue scales on Sylvia's body rapidly faded. Her sharp dragon claws transformed back into delicate white fingers. She turned around, the icy killing intent that had frozen everything moments ago completely vanished. She hopped over the scattered ice shards and bounded in front of Linne, her ice blue eyes filled with anticipation. Master, am I impressive? You did great. Linne reached out, ruffling her smooth long hair. Without you, those guys would probably have met their. Sylvia's cheeks flushed a shade of pink. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her garment, her voice barely above a whisper. As long as the master is satisfied, that's all that matters. Marcus and Gray exchanged glances, both swallowing nervously. Who would dare associate this delicate appearance with the monster that had just torn apart a skeleton? Linne ignored the guard's astonishment. He stepped forward to the pile of shattered ice shards and knelt down. The bones were shattered into pieces. Linne rummaged through the ice shards. A dark gray crystal caught his eye. The crystal was the size of a thumb and faintly emitted a gray-black mist from within. Linne picked it up. A pale blue system panel popped up. Item: First Order Undead Core. Use: can be used as a basic material for magical potion. Magical potion. The fastest and safest way for ordinary people to break through to the 0 rank. But a basic first order potion costs a gold coin, enough for an ordinary farmer to eat for an entire year. In a poor place like Frostfall Town, not even a single extraordinary person could be supported. This is the reason for the scarcity of extraordinary beings. Resources are monopolized by the top noble families. Linne tucked the magical core into his pocket and stood up. The setting sun had completely sunk below the horizon. The temperature began to drop sharply. The cold wind swept through the withered grass on the ground, making a rustling sound. It's getting dark. Linne glanced around. The undead will be more active at night. We should call it a day. He looked at the still dazed guards. Form up, return to the town. Drake and the others hurriedly picked up the weapons they had dropped, frantically lining up. The team turned around and headed towards Frostfall Town. Linne walked at the front of the group, with Sylvia closely following at his side. Did we expend a lot today? Not really. Sylvia felt the power within her. That level of battle I could handle 10 more times without. She paused for a moment, looking up at Linne's profile. As long as I can help the master, I fear nothing. Linne remained. The cold wind blew by and Sylvia instinctively leaned closer to him, their shoulders brushing against each other. Linne did not shy away. Half an hour later, the dilapidated wooden fence surrounding Frostfall Town came into view. The gate was wide open. The town's mayor, Aubrey, leaned on his cane, pacing back and forth in the cold wind. Behind him were a dozen townsfolk, all family members of the guards. Several women clasped their hands together, incessantly praying. The sky was growing darker. The terrifying shadows of the undead loomed over everyone's hearts. On the first day of clearing the undead outside the city, they were facing those creatures that killed without blinking. How many of these 10 people would make it back alive? Mayor, if it comes to it, should we close the gate? A thin It's completely dark now. What if the undead come over? Shut up. Aubrey turned around and glared at him. The Lord has not returned yet. Who dares to close the gate? As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of synchronized footsteps came from the end of the dirt road. Aubrey suddenly raised his head, squinting his old eyes to look. A dozen shadows gradually became clear. Linne was at the forefront. Behind him were 2 bull-like beastmen, followed by 8 young men, including Drake. All intact, not a single one injured. Aubrey gasped in surprise and hurried forward. "My lord." Aubrey's voice trembled as he scanned the team. "You all made it back." Linne stopped and nodded. "The perimeter has been mostly cleared. The village need not worry about the undead for now." Aubrey's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. The Lord really went to clear the undead and returned without a single casualty. As soon as Drake and the others entered the town, their postures straightened. They held hammers and round shields covered in ash, their chins lifted high. The family members rushed over. "You weren't hurt, were you?" Drake's wife grabbed his arm and checked him from top to bottom. "Hurt? Not at all." Drake waved his hand proudly. "Those bone frames are nothing. With one hammer swing, I smashed 3 of them." Nearby people gasped in astonishment. Eamon immediately chimed in. Drake was indeed fierce today, but the most impressive was still Miss Sylphia. Eamon shouted loudly. That first-order skeleton was so fierce. With one sword strike, it sent Lord Marcus flying. The townsfolk gasped in shock. And then what? Then, Eamon slapped his thigh and pointed at Sylphia, who stood behind Linne. Then Miss Sylphia entered. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the petite and seemingly weak alien girl. Eamon grew more excited as he spoke, spitting everywhere. "You didn't see?" Miss Sylphia was surrounded by blue lights, sprouting dragon scales, horns, and a tail. She looked just like the legendary dragon race. With one swipe, she sent that skeleton flying, then opened her mouth, and snow and ice filled the sky. The surrounding trees were all frozen. That first-order skeleton was directly turned into ice and crushed to pieces by her punch. A silence fell for a moment. The townsfolk stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with shock and reverence towards Sylphia. Listening to these exaggerated descriptions, Sylphia's face turned as red as blood. She quickly hid behind Linne, covering her face with her hands, too shy to look into the eyes of those around her. Linne shook his head helplessly at these people who were blowing things out of proportion. "All right," Linne interrupted. The square fell silent instantly. "You all performed well today. Disband and return to rest. Tomorrow morning we continue." "Yes, my lord." The 8 men stood straight, pounding their chests in unison, their voices booming. Linne led Sylphia and the guards, turning towards the lord's mansion. The townsfolk behind them were in an uproar, various sounds of amazement and praise intertwining, echoing throughout the night sky of Frostfall Town. In the great hall of the lord's mansion, the firewood in the fireplace crackled and popped. A hearty dinner was laid out on the oak long table, freshly served by Martha. A large platter of roasted lamb, golden and crispy, 2 thick slices of white bread, and a pot of bubbling meaty soup sat before them. Linne took his seat at the head of the table and picked up his knife and fork to carve the meat. Sylvia sat down beside him, sipping her soup in small bites, her ice blue eyes occasionally glancing at Linne and radiating satisfaction. Barrow stood beside the table, pulling out a roll of parchment from his bosom and handing it over with both hands. "Young master, this is the list of construction tasks for the territory you requested this afternoon. I've marked the wages for each job. Oh, please take a look." Linne set down his knife and fork and accepted the parchment, unfolding it. The paper was densely packed with several major items: repairing the outer wooden fence of the town paid daily at 2 copper coins, reclaiming the wasteland to the south paid daily at 2 copper coins, clearing the ruins within the town paid daily at 1 copper coin. Linne's gaze swept over these figures and his brow furrowed. Barrow felt a tightness in his chest and quickly spoke up. "Young master, is the wage set too high?" "It's not too high, it's the calculation method that's incorrect." Linne picked up the quill on the table. "If we calculate it this way, these people will definitely slack off. If they get the same pay regardless of how much work they do, who will put in the effort?" Linne wrote a few lines on the paper again. "Let's still pay daily, but we need to change the calculation method." He pushed the parchment back to Barrow. "For the fence repairs, pay 1 copper coin for every meter completed. For reclaiming wasteland, pay 2 copper coins for every plot cultivated. For clearing debris, pay based on the quantity of stones and wood collected." Barrow was momentarily stunned before his eyes lit up. "Young master, you're brilliant. This way those commoners who want to earn more will work hard, and the progress will definitely be twice as fast as paying daily. Additionally, tell Martha to set up 2 large pots in the square at noon tomorrow. Anyone who works will get a hearty meal, and there must be visible oil in it." Linne added, "The people in Frostfall Town are starving, and if we don't replenish their strength, they won't be able to work." "Understood, I'll arrange it right away," Barrow exclaimed enthusiastically, clutching the parchment as he exited. The hall fell quiet. Linne finished the last piece of roasted meat, wiped his hands with a napkin, and pulled out a blank piece of parchment to begin sketching a layout of Frostfall Town. The defensive works needed replanning, the irrigation channels for the farmland had to be prioritized, And there was also the follow-up training plan for the 10 guards. Tasks were piling up. Linne held the pen, jotting down notes and sketches, occasionally pausing to ponder for a moment. Sylvia sat beside him, resting her chin on her hands, quietly watching him. The firelight from the fireplace illuminated Linne's profile, outlining his rugged features. As Sylvia gazed at him, her eyes gradually became dreamy. She thought that the way her master was deep in thought was even more beautiful than when he had shattered the undead with a single strike during the day. Linne paused his writing and turned to meet her gaze. "What are you staring at? Are you about to drool?" Linne said with a teasing smile. Sylvia jumped in surprise, quickly reaching to wipe her mouth, only to realize there was nothing there, and she finally understood she had been tricked. Her face instantly turned beet red, and the dragon horns on either side of her forehead glimmered with a hint of pink. Linne turned, resting one hand on the armrest of the chair as he leaned closer to her. "Staring at me all night? Are you wanting to learn again?" Sylvia's face reddened further, her head nearly burying itself in her chest. She nodded gently. "I want to learn." Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with an almost imperceptible longing. She lifted her head, her ice blue eyes filled with seriousness. "After studying yesterday, I felt my strength within me grow a bit more. I need to become stronger to protect my master and help him fight those wicked skeletons." Linne looked at her earnestly, stating such things, and a surge of anger flared within him. This dragon girl was clearly testing the weaknesses of the leadership. "All right." Linne stood up and swept Sylvia into his arms. "Since you are so eager to learn, tonight's teaching session officially begins." Sylvia exclaimed in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around Linne's neck, pressing her flushed cheek against his chest. Linne held her tightly and strode upstairs, kicking open the door to the master bedroom. The master bedroom was unlit, and a slight chill hung in the air. Linne placed Sylvia on the broad. She was still wearing the same black and white maid outfit, which had slightly ruffled during the earlier movement, revealing a portion of her fair and proportionate calf. No more unnecessary words. The Pure Yang sacred body surged with chi and blood, radiating a domineering warmth. Sylvia's ice bloodline sensed this heat, automatically activating and responding. Clothes scattered across the floor. The energies of Pure Yang and frost circulated between the two. Linne guided the Pure Yang force, gently probing into Sylvia's meridians. The frost bloodline did not resist. Rather, it actively welcomed it, enveloping the Pure Yang force, transforming it into pure primal power, and then feeding it back into Linne's body. Sylvia tilted her head back, her long neck forming a graceful arc. She clutched the bedsheets tightly, her knuckles turning white. "Focus." Linne lowered his head and lightly bit her earlobe. "Feel the spiritual energy gathering in your dantian." Sylvia gasped, obediently nodding, striving to center her mind and synchronize with Linne's rhythm. The temperature in the room swiftly rose. After circulating the energy through 3 great cycles, the heat within Linne receded somewhat and rationality regained its upper hand. "What did you think of that first-level skeleton today?" Linne asked casually while imparting knowledge. Sylvia was caught off guard by the sudden question. At a time like this, asking this. The bones are very hard," Sylvia stammered, her voice trembling with restraint. "Much harder than an ordinary skeleton. When my claws gripped it, it felt like grabbing onto an iron block." "What difference is there from an ordinary skeleton?" Linne grasped her wrist and infused the Pure Yang force. "Oh." Sylvia's body arched suddenly, her dragon tail uncontrollably wrapping tightly around Linne's calf. She gasped for breath, her mind blank, and it took a while before she found her voice. It has great strength, and it knows how to use its shield to deflect force. It's not like an ordinary corpse reanimated, it seems to retain its combat instincts from when it was alive." Linne's eyes narrowed. Undead retained combat instincts. This meant the undead would be more dangerous than imagined. "Where do you think those skeletons came from?" Linne adjusted the path of the spiritual energy while continuing to speak. Sylvia's entire being softened, her hands propping her up on the bed, barely maintaining her posture. "To the north." "Huff." "Deep in the northern part of the town." Her voice had taken on a sobbing tone. "I can sense a very heavy aura of death coming from there." It seemed that to completely resolve the security issues in Frostfall, they would eventually have to face stronger undead from the north. But not now. The current guards couldn't even handle a few first-level skeletons, and entering would be a death sentence. "Master, this question is too difficult." Sylvia finally couldn't endure the torment of analyzing problems. She turned her head, her ice blue eyes brimming with tears, looking at Linne pitifully. I can't take it in anymore. My head feels so dizzy." "Then don't think about it." Linne chuckled softly, completely releasing the suppression of the Pure Yang sacred body. The sea of questions instantly engulfed Sylvia. The night deepened. The commotion in the master bedroom finally subsided. Sylvia had utterly surrendered. She lay limply against Linne's chest, unable to muster even a shred of strength. The originally lustrous dragon horns now appeared dull, and her long dragon tail hung weakly over the edge of the bed. She had turned into a soft puff pastry emitting a sweet fragrance. Linne leaned against the headboard, one arm around her, and summoned the system panel. Cultivation Chi Refinement Level 1 Progress 65, Dual Cultivation Points 450, just one step away from Chi Refinement Level 2. Linne's expression grew serious as images of the first-level skeleton from earlier flashed through his mind. He closed the system panel and gently tapped the headboard. Faster. Must be faster. In the early morning, the Lord's mansion in Luoshuang town was bustling with people. The cold wind could not dampen the fervor in the townsfolk's eyes. Barrow stood on the steps, shouting with a parchment in hand. We need 10 people to repair the southern wall. 1 copper coin per meter payment upon completion. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of hands shot up below. Butler, I am strong. I can carry a bag of rice to the second floor. Choose me. Choose me who will give you a bag of rice, spicy Tian Sai. Barrow pointed repeatedly. You and you. Gather 10, go to the backyard to receive tools. He continued. We need 5 people to clear the rubble on the main road. We need 15 people to cultivate the wasteland to the east. The townsfolk argued, their faces flushed with excitement. Those not chosen looked disappointed while the selected ones eagerly rushed to work. Linne stood by the window in the study on the second floor watching this scene, a slight smile curving his lips. In just a few days, Luoshuang town had transformed. The tilted wooden fences were all torn down, replaced by sharpened wooden stakes driven into the frozen ground one after another. 30 acres of wasteland were cultivated on the outskirts of the town, the black soil turned over waiting to be sown. On the first day of wage distribution, the townsfolk lined up, still half in disbelief. Barrow publicly took out a purse and slapped a copper coin into each person's palm. In the square, a large pot was set up, boiling meat soup with oil bubbles floating on the surface and rye porridge steaming. The townsfolk, having received real gold and silver, went completely wild over the hot meal. The townsfolk, having received real gold and silver and hot meals, came the next day with their families. Even the half-grown children rushed to pick up stones and move bricks. At night, in the Drake household, on the rickety wooden table, a dozen copper coins were lined up, glimmering warmly under the oil lamp. Drake's wife, who had been at home taking care of the child, had also gone to the town to help clear the streets these past few days. She counted the copper coins 3 times, her fingers trembling slightly. She looked up at Drake across the table, her eyes reddening. Dear, we earned 12 copper coins these past few days. Drake sat across the table, arms crossed, grinning broadly. The Lord keeps his word. Tomorrow I will go with the guard to clean up the undead, and I can earn silver coins too. By the end of the month, we can buy 2 hens that lay eggs. His wife nodded vigorously, putting the copper coins into a cloth bag and placing it under her pillow. This scene played out simultaneously in dozens of households in Luoshuang town. There was money to be made and food to eat. The once lifeless town had come to life. In the Lord's mansion, the master bedroom, Linne was also busy. During the day, he led the team to push forward the defensive line on the outskirts of the town, clearing scattered undead. At night, he returned to his room to cultivate with Sylvia. After several days of accumulation, the dual cultivation points on the system panel reached 800. Linne leaned against the headboard and opened the system store. Pure Yang Sword Technique, first layer attribute. The Pure Yang power condenses sword intent, restraining evil entities with extra damage to undead creatures. Exchange required 800 dual cultivation points. Linne clicked to exchange without hesitation. Points deducted. A wave of warm energy suddenly appeared in his dantian. The spiritual energy surged violently along the meridians, burning like a hot iron wherever it passed. A set of sword paths appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Every detail, from the initial move to the energy circulation and sword strike, was clear down to the muscle level. The Pure Yang power suddenly solidified, turning sharp from gentle. Sylvia's movements suddenly paused. She keenly sensed the changes within Linne. That Pure Yang power suddenly carried a bone-chilling sharpness. Ing, Master. She leaned against Linne's chest, confusion filling her ice blue eyes, her dragon horns trembling uneasily. It's nothing. Linne held her slender waist with both hands. I just broke through a bit. Let's continue. Sylvia tilted her head back, her dragon horns glowing with a pink halo as her dragon tail wrapped around him. The night was deep and the temperature in the room remained high. The next morning, Linne led the team to continue advancing north. At the edge of the withered forest, a skeleton with a grayish bone structure wandered out. First level undead. Drake gripped his war hammer tightly, warning in a low voice. Ton and Cole exchanged glances, and without needing a command, both half-body tower shields smashed forward. Bang! The shield wall collided with the skeleton, causing it to stagger back 3 steps. It had no shield, only a rusty iron rod in hand. Drake seized the opportunity, stepping forward and swinging his warhammer to strike the kneecap of the skeleton. Crack! The bones shattered. The skeleton knelt on one knee. Eamon and several other guard members rushed forward, smashing down with their maces. In less than 10 seconds, this first-level skeleton was reduced to a pile of broken bones. Linne stood at the back, raising an eyebrow. It seemed that the last skeleton that knew how to use a shield to deflect force was definitely an elite monster. An ordinary first-level undead was just a bit tougher and stronger. The guards' cooperation was becoming increasingly seamless, making it no problem to deal with ordinary first-level undead. "Continue advancing," Linne ordered. The team crossed a small hill. Ahead, the terrain opened up. A grayish cluster of buildings appeared in sight. The buildings were mostly made of gray stone blocks, much larger than Luoshwang town. Amid the ruins, the streets were overgrown with black weeds. "My lord, ahead is Greystone Town." Drake walked to Linne inside, pointing at the ruins. "There used to be hundreds of households here, making a living by forging iron." "My lord, ahead is Greystone Town." Drake walked to Linne inside, pointing at the ruins. "There used to be hundreds of households here, making a living by forging iron." Among the ruins, a town that made a living by forging iron meant that iron mines were nearby. Weapons, tools, and armor could all be produced here. This place must be taken. The team slowly approached the entrance of Greystone Town. Sylvia stopped, closed her eyes to sense for a moment. "Master." She opened her eyes, her tone serious. 30 or 40 undead, with a few first-level ones. This was a test for the guard. Ton Cole. Linne drew his flying sword, form a shield wall to block the main road. 30 or 40 undead, with a few first-level ones. This was a test for the guard. Ton Cole. Linne drew his flying sword, form a shield wall to block the main road. The two Minotaurs stepped to the front of the team, slamming their half-body tower shields heavily on the ground, and standing side by side to form a defense. "Drake Marcus, you take people to guard behind the shield wall, responsible for clearing ordinary skeletons. Don't be greedy for merit and charge in." "Yes, my lord." The guard members responded in unison. Linne turned to Sylvia. "Leave the ordinary ones to them. We'll handle the first-level ones together." Sylvia nodded vigorously, her body glowing with white light. Dragon transformation. Pale blue scales covered her body, dragon claws extended, and she gripped an ice dragon spear. Linne drew his sword, and was the first to step into Greystone Town. As soon as he stepped onto the street, the sound of rattling bones echoed from all directions. Dozens of bone-white skeletons surged out from the abandoned stone houses, their hollow eye sockets locking onto the intruders, charging forward with broken copper and iron. "Steady the formation," Marcus shouted. The skeleton horde slammed into the shield wall. Ton and Cole gritted their teeth, holding the tower shields firmly. Drake and the others thrust their war hammers through the gaps in the shields, smashing the skulls of the skeletons. Linne ignored the minions. His gaze was locked onto the 3 gray-boned skeletons at the end of the street. 3 first-level undead. Linne pushed off the ground and charged forward. The Pure Yang power within him surged wildly, converging in his right hand according to the route of the Pure Yang sword technique. The low-grade flying sword radiated a blinding golden light. 2 first-level skeletons raised their rusty battle axes and swung them toward Linne. Instead of retreating, Linne advanced and twisted his wrist. Swish! A golden crescent-shaped sword energy shot out. The Pure Yang sword intent, with its domineering ability to burn evil, sliced through the waists of the 2 skeletons. Swish! A golden crescent-shaped sword energy shot out. The Pure Yang sword intent, with its domineering ability to burn. At the cut, golden flames ignited and spread silently. The entire skeleton turned to dust in the flames, scattering with the wind. 1 sword. 2 first-level undead. Turned to ashes. Sylvia faced the 3rd first-level skeleton. The dragon spear swept across the spear shaft, crashing heavily against the skeleton's shield. The tremendous force shattered the wooden shield. Sylvia lunged forward, her dragon claws gripping the skeleton's skull. She tightened her 5 fingers. Frost spread from her palm, instantly turning the skull into a lump of ice. She suddenly clenched her fingers. The icy bones shattered, debris falling through her fingers. Linne sheathed his flying sword, the residual warmth still lingering in his right hand's meridians. With 1 sword, he had taken down 2 first-level undead, consuming less than 1/10 of his spiritual energy. Behind the shield wall, the guard had already cleared out the last few ordinary skeletons. Drake stared blankly at the 2 piles of ashes at the end of the street, swallowing hard. Linne turned and ordered calmly, "Clean the battlefield and collect the magic cores." Linne sheathed his flying sword. Zirwaya stepped closer, proudly thrusting out her chest, as if claiming credit. Her generous curves strained the fabric of the maid's uniform. "Master, I handled that one too." Linne reached out and pinched the side of her cheek. The skin, where scales had just receded, still held a faint, cool temperature. "Well done." Zirwaya brushed against his palm, a flush tinting the corners of her eyes. "My lord." Dalik's voice came from a larger stone house to the left. Linne strode over. The stone building had once been a smithy. 7 or 8 rusted anvils were piled in a corner. Eamon and Dalik were lifting a heavy flagstone together, revealing the entrance to a cellar below. "There's something down there," Dalik said as he peered in. Linne descended the steps into the cellar. The light was dim. Dozens of ingots were neatly stacked against the walls. Their surfaces were rusty, but their weight was unmistakable. "Bring them up," Linne ordered. The guards set to work. The 2 bovine beastfolk, Tane and Kier, each hefted 2 ingots and ran back and forth until everything was carried out. At the far end of the cellar sat 3 wooden chests, their lids buried under thick dust. Linne stepped forward and lifted the covers of the first 2 boxes. They were filled with unrefined black iron ore. He lifted the 3rd chest, and a blast of cold hit his face. The ore inside glowed a faint blue, its surface crusted with a delicate white frost. A blue veil of light unfolded before his eyes. Name: Hantai. Rank Tier 1 magical material. Use forging weapons and armor. Can imbue finished items with ice element damage. Find a few carts and haul all of this back. Linne pointed to the chests and ingots. The guards unearthed 3 battered wheelbarrows from the ruins. With patchwork repairs, they were barely serviceable, loading the ingots and made the axles creak under the strain. The convoy returned fully laden. By the time they reached Luoshuang town, night had fallen. The town gate stood open and torches made the square glow. The clatter of carts on the muddy road carried into town. "They're back. The guards have returned." Cheers erupted from the crowd. Villagers pressed forward, their eyes bright as they stared at the mountain of ingots and crates piled on the carts. By the light, so many ingots. How many hoes and sickles will that make? Luoshuang town was poverty-stricken. Many iron tools were shared between families. To them, these ingots were more certain than gold. Linne walked at the front. "Carry the goods into the storehouse. Baluo, record everything carefully." "Yes, young master." Baluo's face shone as he directed Makusi and the others in unloading. Linne waved them off to rest. He returned to the Lord's manor with Zirwaya. In the ground floor hall, Linne sank into a wooden chair padded with an animal pelt. 2 days of clearing undead had not wearied his body, but his nerves remained taut. Zirwaya obediently moved behind him, resting her hands on his shoulders and kneading with perfectly measured pressure. "Master, should I focus more on the left or the right?" she asked in a soft, syrupy voice, leaning forward so that something weighty pressed against the back of Linne's head. "Keep this pressure," he murmured. Linne closed his eyes. Footsteps sounded at the door. Mayor Aobuli, leaning on his cane, entered. "My lord, are you resting?" Linne opened his eyes and sat upright. "No, come in." "What is it?" Aobuli approached the table and handed over a rough sheet of parchment. "My lord, the sanitation order you issued the other day has been completed." Aobuli reported item by item. "Each side of the town dug 2 deep pits, and we built privies. We required everyone to wash their hands before meals and after relieving themselves, and to boil water before drinking. At first, a few idlers didn't take it seriously and still relieved themselves by the walls. I had Steward Baluo catch them in the act. Each offender was fined a copper coin. Now the whole town has stopped relieving themselves in public." Linne listened, leaning back in his chair and exhaling slowly. Since he arrived here, he could endure any hardship, except that each outing felt like navigating a minefield, and that had driven him nearly mad. Now at last he did not have to stare at the ground. Even breathing felt noticeably easier. "Good work," Linne praised without restraint. Aobuli was stunned by the compliment. He could not understand why such a trifling matter as where peasants relieved themselves warranted so much trouble. Digging pits and building latrines of all things. "Go to Baluo and collect a silver coin as a reward," Linne added. Aobuli's old eyes widened. In all his years as mayor, had never seen money so readily available. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Aobuli kept bowing. "You deserve it. Do your duties well, and you will not miss out on rewards," Linne replied. Linne tapped the table and shifted the subject. "You saw the iron we brought back. I plan to prioritize a batch of farming tools. Is there a blacksmith in town?" Aobuli's smile faded, and he sighed. "There used to be an old blacksmith in town, but the undead were so fierce that 3 years ago he left with his family. The nearest smithy is in Wenquan City," Aobuli answered. "They have high, sturdy walls and a formal, nightly garrison stationed there. Many craftsmen fled to that city." "Just as well," Linne said, tapping the table with his finger. "The fief still lacks winter supplies, coats and grain. I had planned a trip to Wenquan City to procure supplies anyway," Linne continued, "and perhaps see if I can recruit a blacksmith to return." Aobuli shook his head and gave a wry smile. "My lord, that will be difficult. Wenquan City has tall stone walls and a regular garrison of hundreds. Luoshuang town is a poor backwater where people barely have enough to eat, and the outskirts are infested with undead. Which blacksmith would abandon a comfortable life to come and suffer here?" Linne leaned back in his chair, his thumbs slowly rubbing the sword hilt. "There is truth in rewards where the purse is heavy. Men will risk themselves. If gold cannot sway them, it means one has not offered enough or the wrong bargain. Understood, Linne said, standing with a deep look in his eyes. Leave the blacksmith matter to me, I will find a way, Aobuli said, bowing slightly to Linne. My lord, it is late. They'll take my leave so as not to disturb your rest. Go on, Linne replied. Aobuli turned to leave, but paused at the threshold, then slowly turned back. My lord. Linne tilted his head to look at him. The old mayor stood at the doorway, his hand tightening slightly on the cane. I have lived in Luoxuang town for over 60 years and have seen one lord after another. You are the first who truly treats this place as his own home. With that, he did not wait for Linne's reply. He turned his cane, and his figure slowly disappeared into the night. Linne stood by the window watching as Aubrey's figure completely blended into the night. The door behind him creaked open, accompanied by a waft of roasted meat aroma. Master. A soft voice like a small stone tossed into murky, still water instantly created rip. Zeruiah entered the study holding a large wooden platter, placing it steadily on the table, while casually pushing aside a nearby piece of parchment. It's time to eat. Linne turned around, walked to the table, and sat down, reaching out to ruffle her hair. All right, let's eat. He picked up the knife and fork, cutting a piece of steak and bringing it to his mouth. The meat was a bit tough, lacking spices, tasting only of coarse salt. As Linne chewed, his mind was busy calculating matters related to the territory. Issuing a cleaning order and building a dry toilet was just the first step. The next step was to create compost. The farming methods in this world would infuriate any agricultural student from Blue Star. There is magic, there is fighting spirit, and various extraordinary races. But for commoners, farming simply involves tossing seeds into the ground, watering them, and then kneeling before the statue of the harvest goddess to pray. With the fields yielding nothing, they do not reflect on their farming methods, but instead feel they are not devout enough, sacrificing their last copper coin to the church, even while starving. Fertilizing. They don't understand. Crop rotation. They've never heard of it. But they can't be completely blamed. The noble families keep magicians, a single growth spell can replace half a year's toil for ordinary people. With such shortcuts available, who would ponder over fertilization and rotation? Yet in Luoxuang town, not even a single extraordinary person can be seen, let alone the rare magicians. Thus agriculture here can only rely on him to save it. Linne swallowed the last bite of meat and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. Take it away. Zeruiah obediently cleared the platter and turned to leave. Linne pulled out a blank piece of parchment from the drawer and picked up a quill. In his previous life as a hardworking engineer, drawing blueprints had been instinctual. The quill made a scratching sound as it glided over the parchment. No straightedge was needed, no compass. The lines flowed smoothly and stood tall, completed in one go. The proportions of length, width, and height, the position of the vents, and the structure of the drainage layer were all drawn with crisp precision. Zeruiah returned after delivering the platter, leaning over the desk. She peered intently at the intricate patterns gradually forming on the parchment. Master, your drawing is so beautiful, she murmured softly. In truth, she couldn't understand what it was, only feeling that the horizontal and vertical lines exuded an inexplicable sense of order. Linne put down the quill and blew on the ink to dry it. What is this? Zeruiah pointed at the blueprint and asked. A compost pit. Linne replied. Zeruiah blinked, her icy blue eyes looking utterly confused. Unable to resist, Linne chuckled at her bewildered expression and reached out to pinch her soft cheek. In simple terms, it's about mixing wild grasses, fallen leaves, and the waste you produce to create food that can nourish the crops. Zeruiah gasped, her mouth agape in shock. Waste can be food. Her eyes widened as she looked at Linne with disbelief, which then transformed into blind admiration. The master is so amazing, he even knows what crops eat. Go take this blueprint to Barrow. Linne rolled up the parchment and stuffed it into her hands. Tell him to choose a place downwind and away from the water source, and to bring people to start digging tomorrow morning. Zeruiah accepted the blueprint with both hands and dashed out of the study. Linne leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the night outside. Agriculture is the foundation of the territory. Only by ensuring that this group of people is well fed can development be discussed and a stronger army be formed to confront the undead in the north. In the system shop, there are shortcuts available. Lower-tier spirit fields nurturing spirit liquids, everything one might need. Yet the cheapest lower-tier spirit field costs 10 dual cultivation points per square meter. With over 200 mouths in Luoxuang town to feed, at least dozens of acres need to be cultivated. Linne calculated silently, his eyes twitching. This is going to be a tough challenge. Thus, instead of placing his hopes on the system shop, it would be better to rely on the scientific knowledge from Blue Star to solve their basic needs. The compost pit is his first step to lighting up the technological tree for Luoxuang town. Not long after, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Zeruiah burst in through the door, directly rushing up to Linne. She tried to keep a serious face, mimicking Barrow's expression, her eyes wide and cheeks slightly puffed. Master, the steward had exactly this expression earlier, she said, gesturing animatedly. He looked at the blueprint back and forth several times. He said that in all his years he has never seen such a neat drawing. Linne glanced at her earnest attempt to look serious, unable to suppress a smile. He also said that at dawn tomorrow he will personally lead people to dig the pit, absolutely not delaying the master's important matters. All right, that's good. Linne stood up, stretching his arms in a long yawn, his bones cracking loudly. The pure yang energy circulated within him, dispelling the fatigue of the day. They'll think about hiring a blacksmith tomorrow. Linne picked up Zeruiah in a horizontal embrace and strode towards the bedroom. The door to the master bedroom was kicked open. There was no fire in the room. The air felt chilly. The pure yang sacred body within Linne operated on its own, emitting waves of warmth that drove away the surrounding cold. Linne walked a few steps to the bedside and set Zeruiah down. The black and white maid outfit slipped off her shoulders, pooling around her ankles. Zeruiah skillfully tilted her head back, closing her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, waiting for the familiar pure yang energy to flow in. No studying today. Linne pressed down on her shoulders, halting her movements. Zeruiah opened her eyes, confusion filling her icy blue gaze. No studying. Is the master tired today? Should I massage your legs? I'm not tired. Linne crossed his arms over his chest, his expression becoming extremely serious, as if discussing the century-long plan for the territory's future. Today I will conduct a comprehensive investigation of your dragon transformation state. Comprehensive investigation. Zeruiah was taken aback. That's right. Linne spoke earnestly. During the battle in Huisher Town, although you won, your control over your transformed body is still not precise enough. Only by fully familiarizing yourself with the agility and perception of every inch of your muscles can you reduce injuries when facing stronger undead. As your master, I have the obligation to help you identify any hidden dangers in your body. Upon hearing this, Zeruiah's eyes instantly sparkled with stars. The master knows so much, even understanding such profound theories as combat quality assessment. I understand. Zeruiah nodded vigorously, her expression turning resolute. To better protect the master, please conduct a thorough investigation on me. As her words fell, a dazzling white light surged from within her. When the brilliance faded, fine light blue scales were layered upon her limbs and torso. Her dragon tail became more robust, swaying restlessly in the air. The transformation into a dragon was complete. Although the scales covered her body, their close adherence to her skin accentuated even more breathtaking curves. Sylvia's cheeks flushed, her hands instinctively crossed in front of her chest and lower body. Master, is this how it is? Her voice was as soft as a whisper, not daring to lift her head. Linne frowned, his tone stern. Hey, if you shield yourself like this, how can I observe the arrangement of the scales? How can I assess the efficiency of magical energy conduction? Lower your hands and cooperate with the investigation. Sylvia bit her lower lip, blushing, and obediently placed her hands down against her thighs. Linne stepped forward, extending his finger to press against her left forearm. The sensation from his fingertips was cold and hard, yet when pressed firmly it revealed the astonishing elasticity of the muscle beneath the scales. The coverage rate of scales on the arm is 100%, the texture is hard, and the conduction of magical energy is smooth. Like a meticulous scholar, Linne evaluated as he touched. Sylvia's body trembled slightly. The warmth from Linne's fingertips transmitted through the cold dragon scales, provoking a tingling sensation. Linne's fingers continued to roam, gliding along her arm to the side of her waist. The scales here became smaller and softer. Linne applied slight pressure, feeling the underlying elasticity. The flexibility of the waist is quite good, Linne commented earnestly. However, during rapid twists, these small scales are prone to curling. You need to learn to cover this area with frost magic to form a secondary defense. Sylvia bit her lower lip. Linne's kneading caused the frost magic within her to stir restlessly. Linne's fingers slid across her flat abdomen, lingering around her navel. The protection here is too weak. Linne shook his head, tracing circles around the edge of her navel. If pierced by a long spear-type weapon, it will directly harm the internal organs. I will remember. Linne's palm continued to move upward. He crossed over her collarbone. The light blue scales extended along the edge without completely covering it. This is the dragon's reverse scale, glimmering with a lustrous sheen. Linne narrowed his eyes. Sylvia felt as if struck by lightning, letting out a short gasp. The ice blue dragon horns visibly turned crimson at a rapid pace. As the saying goes, dragons have reverse scales, and touching them must lead to. Linne murmured, it seems the ancients were not deceiving me. Sylvia slumped weakly onto the bed. Master, I can't take it anymore. My bones are about to fall apart. Sylvia pleaded with a hint of tears, her hands weakly grabbing Linne's wrist, trying to stop his actions, but lacking the strength. Is this all you can endure? What if an enemy attacks your reverse scale in actual combat? Linne maintained his serious tone, releasing his grip. Sylvia just breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment Linne's large hand grasped her robust dragon tail from behind. The tail is crucial for a dragon's balance and delivering powerful strikes. I need to test its tensile strength. Sylvia gasped, her tail taut and straight. Sylvia was forced to stand straight, her toes barely touching the ground. Now we will test the bearing strength and flexibility of the dragon tail, Linne announced as the test entered the next phase. Pure Yang energy erupted violently, golden vitality surging within her. Next we will test the increase in physical quality after the dragon transformation. Pay attention to the feedback from the bones against shock. Linne commanded, firmly unleashing his full strength without restraint. The terrifying power brought by the Pure Yang body erupted without reservation. Master, it's too heavy. Sylvia clung tightly to the wooden headboard. Her physical quality in dragon form was indeed formidable. Under normal circumstances, this level of testing would have made her faint long ago. However, now the light blue scales were flowing with frost magic, continuously dissipating the Pure Yang energy. Linne commented. Sylvia finally let out a sigh of relief. Check if the scales have any signs of drying or splitting. The temperature in the room fluctuated between as hot as a furnace and as cold as an ice cellar. Sylvia's consciousness began to blur. She felt as if her body were a small boat. Master, I can't hold on. My bones are about to fall apart. The test was not over yet. Linne did not give her a chance to catch her breath. The last step, Linne leaned closer. Boom. Sylvia's tightly strung nerves completely snapped. She tilted her head back, letting out a loud dragon roar. A chilling current surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire room. A thick layer of white frost formed on the surface of the sturdy wooden bed. The soft cushion beneath her began to show icy shards with tiny ice crystals drifting in the air. Boom. Sylvia's tightly strung nerves completely snapped. She tilted her head back, letting out a loud dragon roar. A chilling current surged forth, instantly. She was utterly exhausted, slumped on the icy mattress, gasping heavily. Her fair skin glowed with an alluring pink hue, sweat mingling with melting ice water, cascading down her graceful curves. Linne ceased his actions, his breath calming down. The Pure Yang energy completed a full cycle within him, causing his dantian to swell. He grabbed a nearby non-frozen beast skin blanket, wrapping Sylvia up and holding her close. All test. Now let's summarize everything. Linne looked down at the little maid in his arms, who could barely lift a finger, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In dragon form, the resistance to impact increases by 300% and flexibility is excellent. However, the defense at the reverse scale is too weak, making it prone to magical energy instability. Linne reported in a serious manner. From now on, you must protect your reverse scale in actual combat. Do you understand? Thank you, Master. She murmured another quiet word, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep slumber. Linne listened to her, even breathing contentedly, closing his own eyes. See comments. The next morning before dawn, Linne was awakened by the chirping of birds outside the window. He opened his eyes and found that Zirwaya was already gone, leaving a faint scent of milk in the blanket. Master, you're awake. Zirwaya peeked in from the doorway, holding a basin of warm water. She hurried inside, placed the basin on the shelf, and turned to help Linne get dressed. Her movements were much more proficient than before. Linne opened his arms and let her handle him. Today I'm going to the hot spring city. You continue to clear out the undead with Marcus and the others. He lowered his head and looked at Zirwaya, who was fastening his belt. There needs to be someone in the team capable of dealing with first-tier threats, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Zirwaya's hands paused for a moment. Understood, Master, she replied softly, neither whining nor acting spoiled. Linne ruffled her hair and said, Good girl. Zirwaya squinted her eyes from his affection, but her hands didn't stop. In just a few moments, she had him dressed neatly. As they went downstairs, Marcus and Gray were already lined up with the guard at the entrance. Drake stood at the front row next to a tall, slender young man in his 20s named Moshi, who was also going to the hot spring city. Another was Barlow, the old butler, who had already packed his belongings and was waiting nearby. Linne approached Marcus. You guys continue to clear out the undead and clean up the area around the town. Understood, young master, Marcus responded succinctly. Also, he patted Marcus' shoulder. If you encounter danger, retreat. Don't be overzealous. Your mission is to return without losing anyone, do you understand? Marcus and Gray exchanged glances. Understood, they replied in unison, their voices heavier than before. Linne nodded and climbed onto the carriage. Barlow sat in the driver's seat while Drake and Moshi drove the empty cart behind them. Let's go. The carriage wheels rolled over the frozen dirt road, creaking as they headed out of town. Marcus retracted his gaze only after watching the carriage disappear down the dirt road outside the town. He turned to Gray and said, Our young master is truly different. Gray nodded indeed. If it were another noble who would care about the lives of the common folk, just feeding them would be considered a grace. Aubrey gazed in the direction of the town entrance and added, The master is a good lord. In my 60-plus years, it's the first time I've seen a noble so concerned about his commoners. He paused and smiled broadly. I just hope the master has a good time in the hot spring town. Marcus and Gray turned their heads, simultaneously looking at him with confusion. Hot spring town. Marcus scratched his head. Isn't that just for business? What's so fun about it? Aubrey was taken aback, glancing from one to the other. Don't you know? No, Hot Spring Town is famous not only for its hot springs, but also for, he lowered his voice, the entertainment industry. Just think about it, soaking in a warm hot spring while being served by beautiful women. He abruptly fell silent. Zirwaya, who had been quietly standing nearby, perked up her ears. Mayor Aubrey. Her voice was a bit urgent, and also angry. The master is not that kind of person. Only then did Aubrey remember that Zirwaya was beside them, and his smile froze on his face. Yes, the master is definitely not that kind of person. He quickly added, nodding like a chick pecking rice. The master is a noble who keeps to himself. Oh, I just said it casually. Zirwaya shot him a glare and fell silent. She turned and walked toward the outside of the town, the hem of her maid dress making a rustling sound. Let's set off. She didn't look back, her voice tinged with a bit of defiance. Clear out all the undead today. Marcus and Gray exchanged glances and hurriedly called the guards to follow. As they left, the two turned back and shot a glare at Aubrey. That gaze clearly said, look at what you've done. Aubrey stood in place, scratching his nose, muttering awkwardly. How could I know that little girl would react so strongly? The carriage swayed and traveled for most of the day. By the time they arrived at the hot spring city, the sky was nearly dark. Linne lifted the curtain of the carriage. The city walls of Hot Spring City were about 5 to 6 meters high, built entirely from large blocks of granite. The walls were engraved with faint red patterns, making it look like heaven and earth compared to Frostfall Town. Young master, that's Hot Spring City. Butler Barlow pointed at the city walls. The magical array on the walls can ward off magical creatures. In our area, Hot Spring City is the safest. Behind the city walls, there is a large mountain with thick clouds shrouding the peak and steam seeping out from the mountain crevices. Linne looked up at the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a ding sounded in his mind, and the system panel popped up. Volcano, current status active, estimated eruption, time 1 year. Linne's pupils constricted. Erupting in a year. Hot Spring City is a large city bustling with merchants and densely populated. If it erupts, it would mean tens of thousands of lives. He narrowed his eyes. He needed to find a way to relay this information to the city lord. The carriage stopped in a clearing outside the city gate. Barlow paid the caretaking fee and entrusted the horse and cart to a dedicated stable. Entering the city required a tax calculated per person at 5 copper coins each. Fortunately, the guard at the gate did not make things difficult. Barlow handed over 20 copper coins, and the guard nodded to let them pass. As soon as they entered Hot Spring City, a wave of warmth enveloped them. Although it was late autumn, the geothermal heat from the volcano made the city feel completely devoid of chill. The streets were not particularly empty. People carrying bags and chatting quietly were mostly there to do business or soak in the hot springs. Several young women stood at the entrance of the hot spring and dressed in a way that was quite revealing, leaving little to the imagination. Sir, come in for a drink. This way, sir, we have the finest hot springs that will surely satisfy you. Each voice was more sultry than the last, causing Linne to break out in goosebumps. Drake and Moshi, two country bumpkins who had never seen the world, were wide-eyed. Drake's mouth was agape, and Moshi was even more exaggerated, walking without paying attention to his path and nearly bumping into a pillar nearby. A woman with wavy hair approached her, soft flesh jiggling as she walked, making one feel dizzy. She hooked her arm around Linne's and pressed her chest against him. Sir, don't walk so fast. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying. She intentionally rubbed against Linne. It looks like this is your first time in Hot Spring City, right? Would you like me to give you a proper introduction? Linne glanced down at the abyss that was swallowing his arm, his expression unchanged as he pulled it back. No, thank you. The woman was taken aback, clearly not expecting someone to refuse so outright. Sir, don't be so heartless. She leaned forward again, her hand directly on Linne's shoulder, her lips close to his ear, her voice low and seductive. I can give you a discount. Linne took a step back. I said no. The woman rolled her eyes, turned around, and spat, "Pah, another poor wretch." Linne did not respond, turned, and walked away. Drake followed behind, smacking his lips, his tone laced with admiration. Young master, that girl is too eye-catching. Moshi nodded vigorously, so excited that he couldn't even articulate. What's so special about her? Linne casually replied. He truly didn't find anything remarkable. After all, in his past life, he had seen much worse. Moreover, with Zirwaya such a little darling at home, his standards had long been spoiled. These painted and powdered worldly creatures outside really couldn't catch his eye. Drake immediately gave a thumbs up. Young master is truly someone destined for great things. Moshi chimed in. Yes, young master's willpower is truly strong. We can't compare. Linne couldn't be bothered to respond to them and quickened his pace. The Trading Guild is a 3-story stone building in gray and white with the words Hot Spring City Trading Guild magnificently engraved on the lintel. Linne pushed the door open and entered. The hall was sparsely populated with a few merchants handling transactions at the counters. A well-dressed, portly man approached. "I am Bentley. How may I assist you, esteemed guest?" "I would like to sell magic crystal stones." Linne placed a bag on the counter. Bentley picked up a magic core, examined it in the light, weighted, and nodded, saying, "A first-tier magic core in fair condition." Bentley held up 3 fingers. 3 gold coins for each first-tier magic core. Linne frowned. He had specifically inquired about market prices. The standard Trading Guild would accept no less than 5 gold coins for a first-tier magic core, with good quality ones fetching up to 6. This fat man was clearly trying to swindle him. 3 gold coins. Linne scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool?" Bentley maintained his smile, saying, "Young master, you may not know, but that is the price for retail. Our guild has to leave a profit margin, don't we? Otherwise we would be left to starve, wouldn't we?" Linne withdrew the bag to his chest. 5 gold coins, each, not a single coin less. Bentley's expression instantly darkened. "Young master, our guild is the official one under the lord of the city. In all of Hot Spring City, ask around. Who dares to offer such a price? 3 gold coins is already a courtesy to you." Linne looked at his irritating face, cursing inwardly, but not showing it on his face. He knew arguing with such a person was futile, so he turned to leave. "Young master, please take care. Come back when you've thought it over." The voice behind him was filled with sarcasm. Just as he exited the Trading Guild, Barlow approached. "Young master, how did it go?" "They were cutting the price too harshly." Linne shook his head. "They offered only 3 gold coins each. Do they think I'm—" "So where to next, young master?" Barlow asked. "To the Baron's residence. Since we are already in Hot Spring City, we ought to pay a visit to Baron Set. They were both lords from the northern province. It would be improper not to go." Barlow nodded and followed Linne as they walked towards the main street, walking for about 10 minutes. A rather impressive estate suddenly appeared before them. The gray and white stone walls stood 3 meters high, with neatly laid tiles on the top. At the entrance stood 2 intricately carved stone pillars, and the lintel was engraved with the Set family's emblem of a volcano and a rose. Linne got down from the carriage, adjusted his collar, and walked straight towards the main gate. "Halt! Who goes there?" A guard on the left raised his hand to stop him. Linne took out a bronze plaque engraved with the Windstar family emblem from his pocket and handed it over. The guard examined it closely, and his expression became noticeably more respectful. "Please wait a moment, who I will inform inside." After saying that, he turned and entered the gate. Shortly after, he emerged again, followed by a maid. The maid wore a very thin, gauzy dress, revealing a fair expanse of skin beneath her collarbone. "Lord Linne Windstar, please follow me." She bowed and gestured for him to enter, her bosom nearly spilling out of her neckline. Linne nodded and stepped inside. Barlow and the others followed behind, wanting to enter as well, but the maid raised her hand to stop them. "The master has instructed that only young Master Windstar may enter. The others are to wait outside." Barlow frowned and was about to say something. Linne waved his hand at him, saying, "It's fine. You wait here, I will be back soon." The maid led Linne through the gate, walking along a long corridor paved with bluestone. She pushed open a carved wooden door, revealing a hall shrouded in mist. Warm air emerged from below, creating a white haze, and the air was filled with a strong fragrance mixed with the scent of alcohol. In the center of the hall was a small hot spring pool, steaming gently. A few maids lounged around the pool, some draped in thin veils, others wearing nothing at all. Linne's eyelids twitched as his gaze landed on a low couch. A young man in his 20s lay half reclined on the couch, flanked by 2 beauties, one feeding him grapes while the other massaged his shoulders. "Oh, you've arrived." The young man pushed the beauty in front of him away, sitting up straight and sizing Linne up. "You must be the illegitimate son sent by the Windstar family to the northern region, right?" That was rather blunt. Linne kept a neutral expression, merely nodding. "I am Linne Windstar, passing through Hot Spring City, specifically here to visit Baron Set." "I am Vidius Set." The young man replied nonchalantly, "My father is not meeting guests today, so I'm here to entertain you." He sized Linne up again, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. "Traveling all the way from the southern part of the empire to the northern region is no easy feat, huh? Since you're here in Hot Spring City, make yourself at home and don't hold back." Linne could tell that this young Master Vidius was merely saying he welcomed him while not taking him seriously at all. "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Vidius. I am not concerned, I was merely passing through." Linne cupped his hands. "However, I do have other matters to attend to in Hot Spring City, so I won't linger." "Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Vidius raised his hand to stop him. "I know that Bentley fellow lacks manners. He dares to fleece even nobles. I will teach him a lesson later." Linne sneered inwardly. As expected, he had just left the Trading Guild, and the news had already reached the Baron's residence. That Trading Guild was undoubtedly the Set family's cash cow. Seeing Linne remain silent, Vidius's smile widened as he gestured to a maid beside him with a slight nod. Go bring me 100 gold coins. The maid acknowledged and swayed her waist as she left, returning shortly with a heavy cloth bag. Vidius took. He casually tossed it to Linne's feet. With a thud, the gold coins clinked against the ground. 100 gold coins. Vidius crossed his legs, his expression a mix of mockery and amusement. I'll buy your 12 magic cores. He was eager to see whether this illegitimate son from the south would accept it or not. He was feeling bored and thought to humiliate Linne for some amusement, while also showing this illegitimate son from the Southern Empire his place. Linne bent down to pick up the bulging bag of coins, feeling its weight. 100 gold coins. His heart surged with joy. Wow, this guy really knows how to negotiate. Those 12 magic cores were worth at most 60, and here he was offering 100. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Linne said politely, but his hands were already stuffing the bag into his bosom while he casually handed the magic cores to the maid beside him. The entire action was smooth and seamless. Vidius. He nearly lost his balance, his leg crossed. Wait, he just accepted it. He didn't even hesitate for a moment. What about his noble dignity? His expression became a bit complicated, his lips moved, but he couldn't squeeze out a single word for quite some time. Linne looked at him with sincere eyes, speaking earnestly. Thank you so much, young Master Vidius. I've heard that people in Hot Spring City are generous. I have truly opened my eyes today. No wonder Hot Spring City is so prosperous. With your kind of demeanor, I, Linne, am truly impressed. Vidius' lips twitched. He had originally intended to disgust Linne, and hoping to see the young man lose his temper or leave coldly so he could find some amusement. However, it turned out that this person not only didn't get angry, but genuinely praised him. This illegitimate son. Is he mentally unstable? Selling his noble dignity for 100 gold. Little did he know Linne, as a transmigrator, had been trained to thank the boss cheerfully even for a 50-cent red envelope. He had no concept of noble dignity. What Vidius thought was humiliation was merely a welfare package delivered to Linne. Vidius glared at him for a long time, snorting through his nose. Fine, as long as you're happy. He waved his hand, pulling the beauty beside him back into his embrace, and no longer bothered to maintain his fake smile. Since you have matters to attend to, I won't keep you. Someone see him off. By the way, Linne walked to the door and suddenly stopped. The alert about a volcanic eruption on the system panel concerned the survival of the entire Hot Spring City. Although aware of Vidius' character, he had received 100 gold coins, and this favor had to be returned. There's one more thing I need to tell you, young master. Linne put away his smile and spoke seriously. My. Vidius, holding a grape, didn't even lift his head. The volcano behind the Hot Spring City, Linne pointed out the window, is expected to erupt within a year. The hall fell silent for a moment. Then Vidius burst out laughing. He turned to the beautiful woman in his arms and said, Did you hear that? He said the volcano is going to erupt. The maids covered their mouths and laughed, their eyes filled with mockery. After Vidius had his fill of laughter, he turned back to look at Linne. All right, I understand. He waved his hand dismissively. The Hot Spring City has been built for hundreds of years, and the volcano has never stirred. If you're really worried, I can have someone check it out. How about that? After saying that, he turned his head away and bit into the grape offered by the maid, causing her to gasp. Linne shrugged. He had said what needed to be said, whether or not Vidius believed it was up to him. He turned and followed the maid out of the hall. Shortly after Linne left, Vidius got up and headed to the study. He pushed open the study door to find Baron Set sitting on a chair covered with black bear fur, his round belly protruding as he impatiently listened to Bentley talking about something. Father. Vidius stepped forward, unable to hide the sarcasm at the corners of his mouth. That bastard left, and before he left he told me that the volcano in the Hot Spring City would erupt within a year. I think he is just a big fool. Bentley immediately chimed in, his face filled with anger. Listen, my lord, this is clearly a curse upon you. A mere illegitimate son dares to speak such wild words. He simply doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Baron Set sneered and waved his hand, saying, Just a clown. A mere illegitimate child of the Winston family has no right to babble nonsense in front of me. Then he looked at Bentley. You go send someone to teach him a lesson, but don't do it within the territory of the Hot Spring City, lest people say my Set family bullies a junior. Bentley was overjoyed and quickly bowed, saying, Yes, my lord. I will handle it properly. They'll find a secluded place to deal with him, so he won't dare to talk nonsense again. Baron Set nodded. All right. There's no need to waste too much thought on a mere illegitimate son. He changed the subject. I heard that at the upcoming Secret Island Ball, Lord Geoffrey and Lord Epos will be bringing mermaids and elves to entertain. He looked at Vidius. You should also go look for some novel attractions or find a few outstanding maidens to ensure the event is lively. Vidius bowed and replied, Rest assured, father, I will take care of it. Meanwhile, Linne and the others turned into the street where the Blacksmith Association was located. The sound of hammering echoed from the shops on both sides of the street, mixed with the warmth of the furnace, making the entire street feel cozy. While Linne was examining the building, a small figure darted past him. He heard a voice exclaim, "Ouch!" as Barrow collided with the person. The person fell on the ground. It was a scruffy boy about 10 years old. "Sorry." The boy quickly got up and ran rolling and crawling and disappeared into the crowd. Linne frowned, feeling that something was off. He turned to look at Barrow, who was brushing off the dust from his clothes, muttering, "That little brat can't even watch where he's going." Suddenly Barrow's face turned pale. He abruptly looked down and felt in his pocket. "Young master, the money bag is gone." Linne's expression changed. "Chase." Before he finished, he had already dashed out. Derek and Moshi caught on immediately and quickly followed. As Linne ran, he summoned the system panel in his mind and glanced at the boy. In the next second, a line of information appeared in his view. Name: Aaron, race human, age 15, talent forging, intuition, B skill basic blacksmithing, LV1 status hungry, exhausted, anxious. Notes: son of a blacksmith, learned the art of blacksmithing from his father since childhood with excellent talent. His father was killed for offending the Lord, and his mother passed away, leaving him to care for his young sister. Forging, intuition B. Isn't this a sign of a blacksmith in the making? Linne ran faster. However, the boy was too familiar with the terrain, twisting and turning before disappearing into a dense alley. When Linne reached the alley's entrance, he saw that thin figure slip through a small hole by the wall, just big enough for a child to pass through, and vanish in the blink of an eye. Derek ran up and saw the hole, cursing, "Damn it, this is too small." Moshi tried to squeeze in, but got stuck, unable to get through. Linne stood at the alley entrance, catching his breath, not in a hurry. After a while, Barrow finally ran up, panting, leaning against the wall, his face pale, sweat trickling down his chin. "Young master, it's all my fault. I didn't watch the money bag." "It's all right." Linne patted his shoulder. "The money bag won't be lost." Linne didn't explain, turning to find a tall building with a clear view, and quickly climbed up. Standing on the rooftop, Linne closed his eyes and silently recited the boy's name. When he opened his eyes again, a semi-transparent attribute panel floated above the distant street. Name: Aaron, race human, age 15, found him. Linne smirked and leaped down from the rooftop. "Young master, where are you going?" Barrow shouted anxiously behind him. "You wait for me here." Linne didn't look back, rushing in that direction. The physique of a chi refinement stage cultivator was not to be underestimated. He covered several streets in the blink of an eye. After crossing 2 streets, he turned into a dilapidated shantytown, and from afar, he could hear a stream of curses. "Little brat, you dare to run. Damn it, hurry up and hand over the money." Linne quickened his pace, turning the corner to see 5 or 6 thugs forming a circle around the boy he had just seen. Aaron was beaten black and blue, but he held onto a money bag, tightly refusing to let go. A bald thug grabbed the money bag, pulled on it a couple of times without success, then kicked Aaron in the stomach. Aaron let out a groan, his body curling up like a shrimp. "This money is for my sister's medicine." His voice trembled with tears. "You can't take it. Please." The bald thug spat on the ground, his face full of disdain. "Medicine? What can a filthy beggar like you do for medicine? Hand it over." Another kick landed on Aaron's shoulder, causing him to crash to the ground, and the money bag finally slipped from his grip, rolling away. Another thug picked up the money bag, weighed it in his hands, and grinned wickedly. "Hey, this is quite heavy enough for us to have a few good meals. Give it back to me. Give me back my money." Aaron struggled on the ground, reaching out to grab it, but the bald thug stomped down on his wrist. "Give it back to you. Little brat, it's a blessing that I haven't killed you." The bald thug ground his foot into his wrist, grinning arrogantly. The other thugs joined in, laughing along. "That's enough." Linne walked into the alley. A few thugs turned their heads, seeing a well-dressed young man. They exchanged glances and laughed. The bald thug sized Linne up and scoffed, "Oh, young master, are you bored and looking to meddle in our business?" Linne pointed at the money pouch in the bald thug's hand. "That pouch is mine. Give it back to me." The thugs were taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Yours?" The bald thug laughed until he was breathless. "Are you kidding? Does this pouch have your name on it?" Another thug leaned in, making suggestive gestures. "Young master, I advise you not to meddle. Just leave quickly to avoid any trouble." Linne sighed softly. He truly did not want to resort to violence. After all, it was not worth the effort dealing with these small-time thugs. But in the next moment, he made his move. He punched the bald thug in the stomach. The thug's eyes bulged, his mouth opened wide, unable to scream. He bent over and knelt down. The second thug was still caught off guard when Linne kicked him in the knee, causing him to fall to the ground in a heap. The remaining thugs, seeing the turn of events, turned and fled without looking back. In less than 5 seconds, Linne squatted down, picked up the money pouch that had fallen on the ground, dusted it off, and tucked it back into his pocket. Then he walked up to Aaron. Aaron was on the ground, trembling, afraid to look up. This time he had stolen from someone. This nobleman would certainly break his legs, and he might even throw him into prison. Linne squatted down, looking at Aaron's beaten face, and asked what sickness does your sister have. Aaron looked up in confusion. This nobleman wasn't going to hit him. Instead, he was asking about his sister's high fever. It hasn't gone down. Aaron's tears immediately streamed down. She has been burning up for 3 days, and no medicine works. I had no choice but to think of stealing some money. Please don't arrest me. I need to go back and take care of my sister. Linne was silent for 2 seconds before saying, take me to see her. Maybe I can cure your sister's illness. But I have a condition. Linne raised a finger. From now on, work for me, be my subordinate. Aaron stared at him blankly, tears still flowing. His lips quivered several times, and then, thud, he directly knelt on the ground, his forehead hitting the stone floor heavily. His voice trembled with a sob. As long as you can cure my sister, I would do anything for you. I am willing to do anything. Linne reached out and pulled him up. All right, no more kneeling. He turned and walked toward the alley. After taking a couple of steps, he looked back to see Aaron still frozen in place and shouted, what are you standing there for? Get moving. Aaron finally reacted, dusted himself off, and quickly followed closely behind Linne. As Linne took Aaron back, Barlow almost cried. Not out of emotion, but pure fright. Barlow saw Aaron's bruised and battered face and noticed that his young master was clean, finally feeling relieved. But he couldn't help but scold Aaron a few times. You little brat, you stole from my young master. Do you even know who my young... All right. Linne waved his hand, interrupting Barlow. Let's go check on his sister first. The group followed Aaron, winding through the depths of the slums to a dilapidated house. To call it a house was generous. It was merely a shack made of broken planks and tarpaulin with a door that wouldn't close properly, creaking in the wind. Before they even entered, they heard the weak groans of a little girl from inside. Linne pushed the door open, and a musty smell hit them. In the corner lay a girl around 10 years old, pale-faced, curled up in a heap. Her body felt alternately hot and cold, shivering one moment and sweating the next. Strangely, her skin occasionally shimmered with a faint light, as if something was stirring beneath the surface. Sister, I've brought an adult to save you. Aaron rushed over, kneeling beside the bedding, holding the little girl's hand. Just hold on a bit longer. This adult is very capable. He will definitely cure you. Linne opened the system panel and glanced at the information on it. Name: Millie, race human, age 14, talent alchemy, intuition, A fire element affinity, A wood element affinity, C status magical disorder, high fever, coma. Notes: this child has too high a talent and there is not enough magic power to support her, leading to magical disorder. Treatment method: take low-level magic potion. Approaching conditions for a partner worth cultivating by the host. Linne stared at the system panel, his heart bursting with joy. This was truly a treasure. 2 promising potentials, and one who was about to meet the criteria. This trip to Hot Spring City was well worth it. He took out the money pouch from his pocket and handed it to Drake. Go to the apothecary and buy a bottle of first-tier magic potion. Drake took the pouch, nodded, and quickly walked out. When Aaron heard the words magic potion, he froze in place. A bottle cost 1 gold coin, which was something a beggar like him from the slums could never afford. 1 bottle cost a gold coin, enough for an ordinary family of 3 to eat for a year. When he stole money, he never imagined he could gather that much. He was only hoping to get enough for some fever-reducing herbs, not knowing that his sister's illness required a magic potion. His lips trembled several times, his voice quivering. Sir, that's too expensive. As he spoke, his eyes turned red, and he was about to kneel again. Linne supported his shoulder, preventing him from kneeling. I said no kneeling. Tell me about your situation. Their experiences were similar to what the system noted. They were the children of a blacksmith. Their father died after offending the Lord, and their mother soon passed away as well. Their house was confiscated, and the siblings eventually fell into the slums. Aaron had learned some blacksmithing skills from his father, but due to his father's offense to the Lord, no one dared to take him as an apprentice, leaving him to scavenge or steal to barely survive. Recently, his sister fell ill, and in desperation, he resorted to stealing from nobles. During the conversation, Linne also roughly understood the situation in Hot Spring City. 1 street apart in this slum, there wasn't even a complete blanket to be found, while over there a noblewoman could spend the equivalent of a year's worth of food for an ordinary person on a single meal. After ordinary people pay their taxes, the remaining food is barely enough to survive. Once someone falls ill or offends a noble, they immediately find themselves on the edge of survival. He smeared mud on his sister's face, fearing they might attract attention. Linne glanced at Millie curled up in the corner, then at the leaky shack. In such a place, merely existing is called living. Ordinary people are just the chives being harvested by the... Soon Drake returned, holding a glass bottle the size of a finger filled with a light blue liquid. Linne took the bottle, squatted beside Lilia, gently lifted her neck, brought the bottle to her lips, and slowly poured the potion into her mouth. Millie was in a daze, barely conscious, but instinctively moved her throat and swallowed the potion. After administering the medicine, Linne placed her back on the cotton bedding. Aaron stared at his sister, not daring to breathe. Before long, Millie began to change. Her rapid breathing gradually steadied, her furrowed brow relaxed, and the fluctuating symptoms of cold and heat diminished considerably. Her pale complexion slowly returned to normal. After a moment she softly hummed, her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Brother. Tears instantly welled up in Aaron's eyes as he rushed over and tightly grasped his sister's hand. I'm here. You finally woke up, you scare me to death. Millie, still confused, looked at her tearful brother, and then at the unfamiliar person beside him, feeling dazed. Linne squatted down looking at Millie and said, You're not fully recovered yet. Your illness is caused by insufficient internal magical energy. You need to drink the magical potion until you stabilize at the first level. Millie blinked, seeming to understand, and nodded slightly. Aaron, wiping his tears, turned to Linne with a face full of gratitude. Sir, your great kindness I can never repay in this lifetime. Linne waved his hand to interrupt him. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Aaron quickly wiped his face clean and stood up. Linne looked at him and said straightforwardly, I am the Lord of Frostfall Town. If you are willing, come with your sister. When you arrive at Frostfall Town, I will provide you with a place to stay and food to eat, and I will pay you a salary every month. He paused and added, But you must sincerely work for me. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. Upon hearing this, Aaron knelt down with a thud, his forehead heavily striking the ground. Sir, I am willing. He raised his head, his eyes red. From today on, you are the master of me and my sister. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do, and we will never betray you in this lifetime. Linne extended his hand to help him up. Get up, we are family now. Aaron stood up, still with tears on his face, but his gaze was more determined than ever. As Linne and his group left the slums, the sky was almost dark. He turned to Balro and instructed, Take the two of them to the inn, get them settled, have something to eat, and we will leave together tomorrow morning. Balro nodded and beckoned to Aaron. Aaron, carrying the still recovering Millie, had the little girl resting on his back, feeling dazed. He took a couple of steps, then turned back to Linne Master, aren't you coming with us? I have something to attend to, you go ahead. Aaron opened his mouth to ask, but didn't dare, nodded and followed Balro. Linne stood at the street corner watching the three disappear at the end of the alley before turning to Drake and Moshi and saying, Let's go, let's sit at the tavern. Drake was taken aback. Young master, do you want a drink? I'm not drinking, I just want to chat with someone. Drake scratched his head, not quite understanding, but followed Linne forward. The night in Hot Spring City was even livelier than during the day, with taverns on both sides wide open, the warm yellow glow of magical lights spilling out from the windows, illuminating the cobbled streets. The girls at the entrance approached the men. Sir, come in and have a seat. We have high-quality imported honey wine. Well, I guarantee you'll want more after one sip. Linne ignored them, striding forward, and pushed open the door of the liveliest tavern. As soon as he entered, the heat mixed with the smells of alcohol and sweat hit him, making Linne wrinkle his. The tavern was bustling with more than 20 tables filled. Some were playing games, some were boasting, and others were groping girls, completely unconcerned with their surroundings. A woman in a red dress approached with wavy hair and bright red lips. Oh, this lord, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Linne nodded. How many of you are there? 3. Great, follow me. The woman swayed her hips as she led them through several tables and found a spot against the wall to sit down. She didn't rush to leave, smiling as she stood by the table. Sir, since it's your first time here, let me introduce you to our drinks. As she spoke, she pulled down her collar, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. We have regular ale for 5 copper coins a cup, fine honey wine for 20 copper coins a cup, and southern imported wine for 1 silver coin a cup. She winked at Linne when mentioning the wine. These women earned a commission on the drinks they sold, so the more expensive and numerous the orders, the more they earned, thus always trying to persuade customers to order the pricier drinks. Linne pulled out a silver coin from his pocket, placed it on the table, and slid it toward her 2 cups of regular ale. The smile on the woman's face froze momentarily. 2 cups of ale only cost 10 copper coins, not much for commission. But Linne's next sentence brought back her smile. You keep the rest. The woman quickly grabbed the silver coin and stuffed it into her bosom. That amount was equivalent to her commission from selling many drinks. You're so generous, my lord. Her voice became 3 times sweeter. Just wait, I'll go fetch the drinks right now. After saying that, she swayed her hips and walked away quickly. In a short while she returned with 2 cups of wine, placing them on the table with a smile. Linne pushed the drinks to Drake and Moshi. He had no interest in the drinks. The two quickly thanked him, raised their cups, and took a sip, their faces filled with satisfaction. Sir, don't you like to drink? We also have imported beverages and cup services. The woman leaned closer again, shaping her chest into a Linne retracted his gaze, shaking his head to refuse. Ahem, I want to find some craftsmen to work. You can help me provide some information. Blacksmiths, carpenters, physicians, or anyone skilled will do. The woman didn't expect that this was what he wanted. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said there are indeed the first is Dr. Mondo, who claims to have practiced medicine for many years without a single complaint, but he looks nothing like a doctor, all muscle, and constantly mutters, I am Mondo, I can go wherever I want, quite eccentric, and no one dares to let him treat them. No one knows how good his medical skills really are. Linne listened, and felt that he seemed unreliable. There's also a clever Murphy who can read and calculate. He used to be a manager in a chamber of commerce overseeing dozens of people. Later the chamber of commerce collapsed, and he was dismissed. He says it was the boss's fault while the boss claims it was his fault and no one can clarify where the problem lies. There's also an architect named Torso who builds walls quickly and well, but loves to cut corners. Not long ago he built a house for a friend, and the wall collapsed directly, leaving his friend half paralyzed. Now, he doesn't know where he's hiding. Lastly, there's a blacksmith named Oren whose skills aren't bad, but he's a bit random in his work. What do you mean? Linne asked. It means if you ask him to forge a knife, he might give you a hammer. If you ask him for an iron pot, he might create a shield. No matter what you want, he won't forge it for you. Linne was utterly speechless. So can he forge iron or not? He can forge and his skills are decent. The woman quickly replied, though the items he forges may not be what you asked for, they are all of good quality. The wrongly forged hammer has lasted for several years without breaking. That wrongly forged shield is sturdier than a proper one. Linne paused for a few seconds and asked, are these all the people? Is there no one normal? The woman shrugged her white skin, following suit. The normal ones are all working for nobles or in guilds. How could they casually follow you? Although these people are quite odd, at least they have skills, and now they have nowhere to go. If you pay them, they will surely be willing. All right, let's check on Oren first. I'll lead the way, Linne said. That Oren, though he forges the wrong items, has good quality. This at least shows that his skills are not lacking, just that he has a bit of a problem. Linne thought for a moment and decided to go see. The woman led Linne in through the tavern, arriving at a table deep inside. On the table lay 7 or 8 empty bottles, and a dwarf was sprawled across it, his beard soaked in spilled liquor, snoring thunderously. Owen, wake up, someone is looking for you. The woman tapped his shoulder. The dwarf showed no response, his snoring growing even louder. The woman lifted her beautiful leg and kicked him in the backside. Ouch! By the flames and the god of forging, which bastard kicked my butt. The dwarf's head jerked up suddenly. Not steady on his feet, he fell back to the ground. He steadied himself against the chair, and seeing the person before him helplessly said, "It's you, Chi-Chi, my heavens. What have I done to offend you?" Chi-Chi placed her hands on her hips. "Who told you not to come buy wine from me? Is my wine not good enough? My heart only belongs to Rose. In this life, I won't buy wine from anywhere else but her. Just that fat woman, Rose, and that's the best you can do." Chi-Chi scoffed, rolling her eyes. "All right, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Someone is looking for you." She turned around and walked away, swaying her hips. Owen mumbled as he finally noticed Linne, who was sizing up the dwarf in front of him. Linne silently recited in his heart and called up the system panel. Name: Owen, race dwarf, rank level 1 master blacksmith, age 47, talent dwarven, strength B, skills forging LV3, hammer mastery LV3, heavy strike LV1, random forging passive. Random forging passive: each time forging the final product will inevitably deviate from the expected target shape function type. However, the overall quality of the item after deviation is raised by 10 to 30. Status: slightly tipsy. Note: a dwarf blacksmith with great talent, but due to the innate passive skill, random forging, everything he forges is not as expected. The quality is excellent, but no one is willing to use a blacksmith who can never produce the right item. Currently unemployed. He roughly understood what was going on. Linne sat down opposite Owen. "You are Owen." The dwarf rubbed his eyes and sized Linne up. "I am." "Who are you? What do you want with me?" "I am Linne Winchester, the lord of Frostfall Town. I want to hire you as my blacksmith." Owen was taken aback, then waved his hand. Not going. Frostfall Town. That poor remote place is both impoverished and dangerous. I don't have a long life to waste there." He grabbed a bottle from the table and took a swig, mumbling, "And you know my skills at anything I make will definitely be wrong. Why would you want to hire me? To waste your iron." Linne leaned back against the chair. "I don't care what you forge." Owen raised his head. "Whatever you create, I will take it. Anyway, I currently have nothing. No hoe, no hammer, no shield, no sickle, no iron pot. I'm lacking everything. You can forge anything as long as it is sturdy and durable. I'll take it all." Owen opened his mouth, then closed it again. After forging for 39 years, it was the first time he heard someone say such things. Linne was not in a hurry. He took out a gold coin from his pocket and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Owen. "1 gold coin per year for your wages, and it'll provide 3 meals a day." Owen paused with the bottle in his hand. He looked down at the gold coin, then raised his head to look at Linne, swallowing hard. Linne smiled. "Haven't you always wanted to marry Rose? Work with me, save up for a year, and whether it's a black-haired or white-haired one, you'll be able to have it all." Owen scratched the back of his head. "I don't know any black-haired or white-haired ones. All I want is Rose." He reached out to grab the gold coin, clutching it in his palm. "All right, he'll go with you. I'll head back right now to pack my things. I can't leave behind any of my blacksmithing tools." Linne gestured to him. "No rush, meet outside the south gate of the city tomorrow morning. Get your things sorted today." Okay. Owen nodded repeatedly, his face breaking into a smile. "I will definitely be on time tomorrow." He took the gold coin and nearly bounced out of the tavern. Linne watched his retreating figure and turned to take Drake and Moshi back to the inn. Barrow was already waiting at the door. Young Master, the siblings have been arranged. They are staying on the second floor. All right, rest early. We need to do some shopping tomorrow morning. No further words were exchanged that night. The next morning, as dawn broke, Linne was awakened by Barrow. After a quick wash, he nibbled on some bread and drank a bowl of hot soup before heading straight to the market. After that, the group exited the inn and headed directly to the market of Hot Spring Town. Linne and his companions walked while buying 800 kilograms of rye flour, 100 kilograms of white flour, over 100 pounds of meat and vegetables, quilts, clothes, and 2 clean dresses picked out for Sylvia. Tools for blacksmithing could not be forgotten, as this trip's main purpose was just that. In addition, there were various miscellaneous items: candles, ropes, healing herbs, cooking salt, and a heap of other things, filling 2 large carts to the brim. While Linne was shopping, Bentley was watching him from the window on the second floor of the Merchant Guild. He squinted, observing Linne, and pulling out one gold coin after another from his pouch, a smirk slowly appearing on his lips. Bentley said to his follower behind him, "Go find the Greyhound Bandit group and tell them there's business." The follower nodded and turned to leave. Watching Linne move large bundles onto the cart, he sneered, "Little brat, still daring to show me attitude. Today let you know whose territory Hot Spring City belongs to." He let out a cold laugh and shut the window. Linne remained oblivious to all of this. He was squatting in front of a magic shop's counter, haggling with the owner. "Owner, I've bought so many things, can't you lower the price on this magic scroll?" 10 holy light magic scrolls and 2 boxes containing 24 bottles of mana potions were laid out before him. The owner was a thin old man who shook his head helplessly. "Young master, this is already the lowest price. If I go any lower, it'll be at a loss." Seeing that his attitude was resolute, Linne knew further bargaining was useless. He pointed to an inconspicuous scroll in the corner of the counter and said, "All right, no need to cut the price. Oh, just throw this in for me as a gift." The owner followed his finger and upon seeing the scroll said, "Young master, you really know how to choose. That's a fertile land scroll. Although it's only in grade, it still costs 50 silver coins. It's not some worthless little item." "You just said it's grade, the cheapest kind," Linne replied with a smile. "I've spent over 40 gold coins on all these things. Giving me a scroll worth 50 silver coins isn't too much, is it?" The owner sighed helplessly and waved his hand. All right, you can have it. Seeing you so straightforward, I won't bother with those 50 silver coins." Linne immediately pulled out 44 gold coins from his pouch and handed them to the owner. The owner accepted the money and carefully wrapped the scroll and the potions, handing them to Linne while specifically reminding him, "Be sure to keep the holy light scroll safe from moisture. Drink the mana potions quickly after opening them. If left too long, they will lose their effect." Linne took the items and nodded, "Thanks, owner." Just as he stepped out of the magic shop, Barrow approached him. "Young master, everything has been bought. The cart is fully loaded, and we can set off at any time." "All right, let's leave the city." The convoy slowly departed from the Hot Spring City, traveling north along the official road. Barrow sat at the front of the carriage, humming an unknown tavern tune, looking quite pleased. Drake and Moshi drove the heavily loaded cart behind them, chatting and laughing, reminiscing about the voluptuous lady from the tavern the night before. Linne leaned back in the carriage, resting with his eyes closed, contemplating his plans for after they returned. "Young master," Barrow's voice called from outside, tinged with caution. "It seems there's something on the road ahead." Linne opened his eyes and lifted the curtain to look outside. About 200 meters ahead on the official road lay several fallen tree trunks. Behind the trunks stood 5 or 6 people, all clutching weapons. The leader was a bald, muscular man with a face full of scars and a centipede-like scar on his neck. He held a machete and swaggered over, followed by 5 lackeys. "This road is mine, these trees are mine," the scar-faced man shouted hoarsely, but before he could finish, a scrawny fellow beside him tugged at his sleeve. "Boss, there are no trees here," the scrawny one whispered. The scar-faced man was taken aback, glancing down at the fallen tree trunks on the ground. "Then let's change it. This road is mine, these pieces of wood are mine. Boss, the wood isn't even planted." "Shut the hell up." The scar-faced man slapped the back of the scrawny fellow's head, causing him to grimace in pain. Linne leaned against the carriage, watching the amusing duo with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "People in the carriage, listen." The scar-faced man pointed his machete at Linne. "Be smart and hand over everything valuable. I'm in a good mood, and he'll spare your lives. If you're not smart," he licked the blade of his machete. "My knife doesn't have eyes." Drake and Moshi jumped down from the cart, hands resting on their weapons at their waists. "Young master, there are quite a few of them. If we can settle this with money, let's do that," Barrow whispered. He scanned the bandit. The system panel popped up automatically. All 0 level. He sighed in relief. With his cultivation at the first level of chi refinement, he could barely be considered first tier in this world. Dealing with these 0 level bandits was more than enough. Linne took a step forward. The scar-faced man sized him up and sneered. "All right, a fearless one has come." He hoisted his machete and staggered towards Linne, with his lackeys following closely behind, giggling and jeering. "Kid, do you know who we are?" The scar-faced man stood before Linne, poking his chest with the tip of his knife. "The Greyhound Robbery Group, ever heard of it? Who dares to disrespect us within 100 miles? "Never heard of it," Linne replied honestly. The scar-faced man's expression darkened instantly. "All right, you've got guts." He licked his lips, narrowing his eyes. "Then let me show you." Before he could finish, Linne drew his flying sword. The flying sword transformed into a silver streak, slicing past the handle of Glenn's machete. Clang! The handle snapped in response, with the blade flying off along with half the wooden handle clattering to the ground. The scar-faced man felt a sudden lightness in his hand and looked down to see he was left with only a bare handle. He froze for a second, then his face changed dramatically as he stumbled back 2 steps, exclaiming, "You!" Linne did not give him a chance to speak. He kicked the man's knee, and the scar-faced man let out a howl of pain, kneeling on the ground. "Boss!" The two on the left, wielding short axes, reacted the fastest and lunged towards Linne. Linne sidestepped the first axe, swinging the spine of his sword to accurately strike the wrist of the one in front. The wrist went numb, and the short axe slipped from his grip. The second one raised his axe to strike down, but Linne stepped forward, pressing into his embrace, driving his left elbow into the man's chest. The man flew back as if hit by a hammer, rolling over twice on the ground and groaning. The remaining 3, armed with swords, exchanged glances and mustered their courage to charge together. Linne did not use his sword, directly sheathing the flying sword. The first one reached him and received a kick to the back of his knee, going down to kneel. The second one hadn't even completed his swing when Linne's knee connected with his stomach, causing him to roll his eyes and collapse. The third one turned to flee, but Linne picked up the short axe from the ground and hurled it at the back of his head. Thud! It hit perfectly. The man blacked out, face down in the pile of fallen leaves. Drake and Moshi stood in place, maintaining their stance with drawn swords. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, or they simply didn't have the time. Oren peeked out from behind the cart, still clutching his hammer, his mouth agape, as if a fist could fit inside. Millie lay on Aaron's back, drowsily asking, "Brother, what happened?" Aaron swallowed. "It's nothing, the master is just exercising." Linne sheathed his flying sword and turned to Drake, saying, "Go bring the ropes over, tie them all up, and take them back to Luoshuang town." Drake paused for a moment. "Young master, why take them back?" "To make them work, of course," Linne replied matter-of-factly. "Otherwise, why keep them around?" Drake and Moshi exchanged a glance, both feeling that the young master's reasoning was too sound. The two scrambled to pull out the hemp ropes from the cart. They tied the 7 bandits together like a string of candy. The scar-faced man clutched his knees, sweating profusely from the pain, still gritting his teeth and cursing. "Do you know who our leader is? If you dare to touch us, he won't let you off." Linne walked over to look at him. "Oh, who is your leader?" The scar-faced man snorted coldly. "He'll tell you, and it'll scare you to death. Our leader is Greyhound Dujal, and there are at least dozens of people who have died at his hands." Oh, Linne nodded and stood up. "Are you scared?" The scar-faced man chuckled ominously. "If you're smart, hurry up and let us go. Honestly, give us what's on the cart and apologize to me." Before he could finish, Linne picked up the sword from the ground and casually flicked it towards his groin. With a muffled thud, the sword trembled just 2 fingers width away from his groin. The scar-faced man's face turned green instantly. "If you say any more nonsense next time, it might not land so accurately." Linne dusted off his hands. "From today on, you are laborers for Luoshuang town. If you work well, I might give you a chance to become free citizens." Linne raised a finger. "But if anyone tries to escape or disobey," he patted the hilt of his sword at his waist. The 6 bandits shivered in unison. "We understand," the scar-faced man hoarsely shouted, with the 5 behind him nodding vigorously. Linne brushed off the dust on his hands, feeling quite pleased. He had originally worried about his empty pockets after buying supplies, having no money to buy slaves. Now this was just a piece of labor force delivered right to his door. What good luck. Drake, have them move this tree. After moving it, they can walk beside the cart. Those who can't keep up will be tied to the back of the cart and dragged along. "Yes," Drake shouted, kicking the bearded man. "Get up. Time to work." The 6 bandits were urged to move the tree, and once it was done, they obediently lined up. Barrow drove the cart and glanced back at the line of people behind them. "Young master, you are truly impressive," Barrow sincerely exclaimed. "Even bandits can be turned into laborers." Linne leaned against the cart and closed his eyes. "Free labor is labor you shouldn't turn down." Oren peeked over from behind, murmuring softly, "This lord won't treat me as free labor too, will he? Return the gold coins to me." In the hot spring town, in a 2-story building in the south of the city, Dogir sat at the table with a large cup of rye beer and a meat steak in front of him, leisurely sipping while crossing his legs. There were 7 or 8 others in the room, all core members of the Greyhound plundering group. "Big Brother Scarface and the others have been gone for almost an hour. They should be back soon, right?" one member asked. Gear picked up his cup and took a slow sip, saying, "What's the rush? A little noble with a few useless bodyguards. If Scarface can't handle this kind of job, he might as well quit." As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the door. A robber rushed in, rolling as he came, shouting, "Be big, brother." "It's bad." Gear frowned. "What happened? Why are you so flustered?" "Scarface and the others. They're all done for." "What a—" Gear suddenly stood up, knocking over his cup and spilling beer all over the table. The messenger robber gasped for breath and stammered. "Two was watching from a distance, that little noble all alone. Took down Scarface and the others." The entire room fell silent. In an instant the sound of a pin drop could be heard. "Just him alone." Gear's eyes instantly turned icy as he solemnly confirmed. "See, certainly. Just him. Those bodyguards didn't even move. Scarface couldn't even take one of his blows." Gear slammed his fist on the table, causing the wooden table to crack, food and drinks scattering everywhere. "Is this the useless noble Bentley spoke of?" Gear gritted his teeth. He stood up and kicked over the wooden stool beside him. "Go find Bentley for me right now. If he doesn't give me a reasonable explanation today, he'll break every bone in his body." On the other side, the outline of Luoxuang town finally appeared on the distant horizon. At the back of the cargo truck, the dwarf Aorn poked his large head out, gazing at the small town ahead. "Is this Luoxuang town?" Aorn blinked hard, double-checking that he wasn't drunk and seeing things. "This place is so far from what the rumors say." He couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't it said that Luoxuang town is overrun with the undead and the living can't even survive here?" Linne smiled gently at his words and replied casually, "It's not as dire as the rumors say. Baluo stopped the car here first." The convoy slowly came to a stop next to a newly cultivated farmland. In the fields, more than 20 townspeople were busy tilling the soil. However, Aorn quickly noticed the difficulties. The farming tools in everyone's hands were pitifully rudimentary, with many wielding severely damaged old hoes, and some peasants could only use sharpened wooden sticks to barely farm. Aorn frowned. "This is too pitiful. They can't even gather a decent farming tool. That's why I asked you to come here." Linne spoke. "Whatever iron tools you forge, we will use them. Hoes or shovels are fine. Even if you just make a lump of iron, well, use that as well." As he spoke, Linne pointed to the young Aaron at the back of the convoy. "By the way, this kid learned blacksmithing from his father. You can take him under your wing and teach him the craft." Aaron was momentarily stunned and pointed at himself. "My lord, you want me to learn blacksmithing?" "What? You don't want to?" Aaron shook his head repeatedly, excitement evident in his voice. "I do want to. I learned a bit from my father. I have some foundation." Aorn examined the slender Aaron with some suspicion. "With that little frame of yours, can you lift a heavy iron hammer?" "Of course." Aaron immediately straightened up confidently. "My father used to say that I have strength beyond ordinary people." "All right, then tomorrow morning you can officially start working with me." Aorn stroked his thick beard, giving a preemptive warning. "Just to let you know, if you don't learn what I teach, I won't go easy on you." After resting, the convoy set off again, slowly entering Luoxuang town. The residents working along the road stopped their tasks and curiously watched the approaching convoy. Someone recognized Linne's carriage and immediately shouted loudly, "The Lord has returned." A group of children happily surrounded, looking at the cargo truck filled to the brim with supplies joyfully running alongside the convoy. Meanwhile, the group of robbers tightly tied together at the back of the convoy immediately drew the attention of all the townspeople. "My goodness, who are these people? They all look so ferocious." An old man by the street quickly pulled a child beside him and whispered, "Stay away from these people, they're not good news. Thankfully, we have the Lord to protect us." As the convoy successfully reached the town's central square, a steady sound of synchronized footsteps could be heard from afar. Linne looked up and saw Marcus leading a squad of guards approaching from the east. Marcus hurriedly stepped forward, his face full of joy as he saluted, "Lord, you have returned." Linne, unable to hide his excitement, Marcus immediately reporting, "My lord, during this patrol and cleanup in the eastern district, we killed a total of 37 wandering undead and recovered 3 magic cores." He paused, looking at Sylvia beside him with great admiration. All 3 magic cores were achieved by Lady Sylvia. She single-handedly took down 15 undead. Linne turned to look at Sylvia, who was quietly standing by, her silver hair slightly disheveled and her delicate face showing a hint of fatigue. Linne stepped forward and gently rubbed the top of her head, saying, "You've worked hard." Sylvia's ears perked up softly, and she replied sweetly that it was not hard at all, while her fluffy dragon tail happily swayed like a little fan behind her. Linne turned to face the guards and spoke loudly. "Good job." Just those simple words made all the soldiers stand up straighter. "Tonight the whole squad gets an extra meal and a day off. We swear to follow the Lord to the death and face any danger." The soldiers shouted in unison, their loud voices startling the birds perched in the trees of the square. Linne smiled and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then turned to Baluo. First, arrange accommodation for Aorn. The idle blacksmith shop in town will be handed over to him for use. Let Aaron go with him to settle down, and also arrange for Millie to stay with Martha. After saying that, he pointed to the group of robbers tied up in the back. These guys fence off a piece of land to the west of the town and put up a shelter to keep them. Let them work during the day and lock them up at night. Anyone who doesn't behave. Scarface beside him shrank his neck in fright. Drake, you're in charge of keeping an eye on them. Understood. After the arrangements were made, the sky had already darkened. Linne took Sylvia back to the Lord's manor to rest. Dinner was already prepared with steaming thick soup, crispy, yet tender roasted meat, and soft bread baked from white flour. Sylvia was eating particularly sweetly, her cheeks stuffed full. After finishing dinner, the two took a bath and washed up before starting their usual dual cultivation practice. The yin-yang harmony technique quietly operated within them, two completely different pure auras gradually intertwined. Linne could clearly feel that the pure yang holy power within him was steadily growing at a stable speed, and the dual cultivation points on the system panel were also steadily increasing. An hour later, the dual cultivation ended. Linne immediately brought up his system attribute panel to check. Name: Linne Winster Physique, Pure Yang Sacred Body SSS Level Cultivation Chi Refining Second Layer Cultivation Technique Yin-Yang Harmony Technique S Level Tao Partner Sylvia Physique Increased 20. Linne gently clenched his fists, clearly feeling that the spiritual power in his dantian had become several times denser than before. The exhilarating feeling from the previous cultivation still lingered, and he felt so comfortable that he wanted to stretch. Sylvia lazily leaned against Linne's shoulder, her soft dragon tail casually draped over his leg, looking sleepy and relaxed. After a moment of quiet, the girl suddenly softly called out, "Master, moi, when you were in the hot spring town." Sylvia's delicate tail tip gently curled. "Did you enjoy any of the special services there?" Though her tone sounded casual, the tightly coiled dragon tail had already revealed her little thoughts. Linne looked down at her appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Of course not. He reached out to pinch Sylvia's ear, leaning in a bit closer. With such a well-behaved and lovely little Sylvia at home, no matter how good-looking or interesting others are, I wouldn't even give them a second glance. As soon as those words fell, Sylvia's ears instantly flushed a rosy hue, and she shyly buried her little face into Linne's shoulder. Her small dragon tail unconsciously wrapped tightly around Linne's leg, happily wagging nonstop. Linne felt warmth in his heart, smiling and saying nothing more, just gently patting her back. Early the next morning, Marcia brought over white bread and hot milk. Sylvia wore the long dress that Linne had bought in the hot spring city, with deep blue velvet fabric cascading from the shoulder line. The waist was embroidered with a delicate pattern of vines and silver thread, a classic style favored by the noble women of the Northern Empire. Her silvery long hair fell over her shoulders, perfectly complementing the silver threads on the dress. Sylvia took a bite of the white bread, looking quite satisfied, her legs unconsciously swaying gently as she mumbled, "This dress is so inconvenient. I can't move properly in it, let alone fight." Linne found it amusing. This girl was definitely a battle fanatic, uninterested in dressing up, preferring instead to rush off to fight against the undead. "We're not going out to slay the undead today," Linne said. "I plan to patrol the area. Do you want to join me?" Sylvia quickly swallowed her bread and nodded eagerly. "I will go. I want to come along." In the early morning, Frostfall town was much livelier than when they first arrived. A few women were squatting by the well washing clothes. Upon seeing Linne, they quickly stood up to greet him. "Good day, Lord." Linne smiled and nodded in response. A group of children running around the streets also immediately stopped their antics, standing in line and shouting in unison, "Good day, Lord." The blacksmith shop was located at the southeast corner of the town, a low stone structure. From a distance, one could hear the continuous clanging of iron being struck inside. As he approached, he saw Awn working shirtless, crouched down, tending to the furnace, while Aaron assisted by moving iron materials nearby. The blacksmith shop was one of the old establishments in town, and the furnace remained intact. Last night, Awn had been busy repairing what needed fixing and replacing what needed to be renewed. As soon as dawn broke, he was ready to light the fire and start working. "Awn," Linne called out. The dwarf looked up, dust on his beard, and grinned. "You're just in time. I was about to start the Aaron, seeing this, quickly ran over, saying, "Master, don't mind me. Just continue with your work as usual." Linne casually found a corner to sit and waved at Sylvia. Sylvia curiously observed everything in the shop, seemingly witnessing the process of blacksmithing for the first time. Awn filled the furnace with charcoal and lit it, pulling the bellows a few times as flames leaped up fiercely. "Today I'll forge a few hoes first." He casually tossed a piece of iron material into the fire, continuing, "The old farming tools in the town's fields are due for a proper replacement." As he continuously pumped the bellows, he earnestly instructed Aaron beside him, "Pay attention. The key to blacksmithing is all about the heat. The iron material needs to be heated until it glows orange-red. Even a slight miscalculation in heat can ruin it, and if it's not hot enough, it can't be hammered at all. Aaron nodded repeatedly, his eyes glued to the glowing iron block in the furnace, focused intently. Once the iron was thoroughly heated, On used tongs to carefully lift it out, placing it heavily on the anvil, and swung a large hammer down with force. The sound of hammering echoed, each strike powerful and precise, with hot sparks flying everywhere. On occasionally muttered a few words, yet his hands moved with no sign of hesitation. Linne noticed that every time On brought the hammer down, a faint dark red glow appeared on the hammer's surface. At the moment of contact, the impurities mixed within the iron block were forcefully squeezed out. Magical forging. No wonder blacksmiths in this world relied solely on their skills. It turned out that forging was intrinsically linked to magical power. Aaron was bustling around, occasionally assisting with tools or flipping the iron pieces, working diligently. The shape of the hoe gradually took form as it was hammered, and On plunged the forged tool into cold water for quenching, producing a loud, sizzling sound as white smoke instantly rose. He pulled it out with tongs and held it up to examine. He fell silent. The object before him had a wide and thick blade with a ridge protruding in the middle, tapering off on both sides. This was hardly a hoe, it was clearly a well-crafted hand axe. On's mouth twitched in frustration as he placed the axe down on the anvil, looking quite disheartened. I've fallen into old habits again. Aaron leaned over to take a look, cautiously asking, Master, this isn't a hoe, is it? Of course not. Isn't it obvious this is an axe? On huffed and glared. Linne stepped forward, picked up the axe, and weighed it in his hand. It felt sturdy and heavy with a finely polished edge. This is well made. We happen to need an axe which will be useful for chopping wood and cutting trees. Linne said. On scratched his messy hair, immediately relieved. As long as you don't mind. Linne didn't rush him to continue forging farming tools, but instead walked over to the furnace to examine the old hand bellows. This forging technique was quite similar to the medieval craftsmanship he knew of in the past. The ability to create high-quality ironware relied entirely on the blacksmith's superb skill and his own magical power for support. Linne surveyed the shop and picked up a piece of charcoal to squat down and draw a simple blueprint. On and Aaron quickly gathered around, curious to see. Master, what are you drawing? On asked, tilting his head in confusion. This is called a piston bellows. Linne pointed at the blueprint and explained patiently. The principle is quite simple. Pushing it forward sends air in, and pulling it back also sends air in from the back. No matter which direction you pull, it can continuously provide air to the furnace. With this, you can continuously supply hot air, increasing the temperature of the flames in the furnace several times higher than now, allowing the iron to be heated more thoroughly, and the forged items will be denser and more uniform. As a seasoned blacksmith, On immediately grasped the intricacies, his eyes lighting up with excitement. This design is simple and not difficult to make. I can start working on it right away. But wait, there's one more thing. Linne pointed at the wooden bucket mold. For quenching, don't use plain water anymore. On was taken aback. Not water. What should I use? Oil. Warm rapeseed oil or animal fat. On furrowed his brow. Oil for quenching. I've never heard of that before. You can give it a try, Linne suggested. On immediately slapped his thigh. All right. On's skills were indeed impressive. In less than half an hour, a rough but structurally complete piston bellows was completed. He installed the new bellows on the furnace and gently tested it by pushing and pulling. A deep sound of air being supplied was heard, and the volume of air entering was several times greater than before. The orange-red flames in the furnace suddenly surged to a blinding bright white. On's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Great God of flame forging! This temperature is truly astonishing. He hurriedly shoved a piece of iron material inside. Previously, it would take nearly half an hour for the iron to heat through. Now it took less than 15 minutes to glow bright red. Aaron had also prepared the oil for quenching early on, specifically heating the rapeseed oil to warm it. Aaron moved his wrist, gripping the hammer handle tightly as he began to forge. This time he put in his utmost effort, with every strike infused with magical energy. The iron material was repeatedly hammered and folded on the anvil, sparks flying in all directions. After finishing the forging, he steadily clamped the finished product with pliers and slowly immersed it in warm grease. The sound was much softer than water quenching, and fine bubbles emerged on the surface of the oil. Moments later, Aaron took the finished product out and placed it steadily on the anvil. This time he intended to craft a shovel, but what emerged was unexpectedly a sleek long sword. Aaron turned it over in his hands several times, his expression shifting from helplessness to astonishment. The blade of the long sword gleamed far brighter than the previous axe, the sword's body adorned with delicate and smooth patterns with not a single air pocket or crack. He flicked the blade gently with his finger, producing a crisp, melodious sound that lingered in the air. A fine sword, Aaron exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement. This is undoubtedly the best weapon I have ever forged in my life. Aaron leaned in to take a look. Although he didn't understand much, he could tell that this sword was in a completely different league from the previous iron tools. Aorn turned to Linne, and his expression remarkably serious. My lord, could it be that you have received a divine revelation from the god of forging? What divine revelation is there? Linne chuckled lightly, and shook his head. I only know a few basic principles. Aorn set the long sword down, filled with emotion. It seems that my choice to follow you was indeed the right one. Linne patted his shoulder jestingly, saying, Stop flattering me. This is merely the most basic improvement technique. There are many more forging skills to upgrade and optimize in the future, but currently many conditions are still lacking. As he spoke, he squatted down and sketched a few notes in the dirt, continuing. In the future, you might try this method. Cut the wrought iron into small pieces, place them into a sealed iron jar, fill it with charcoal powder to seal it completely, and then put it into the furnace for high temperature smelting. The material produced will be on a completely different level compared to today's iron tools. As for the specific differences, he did not elaborate further. Aorn nodded vigorously, already eager to try this new forging method, with Aaron closely following him, equally excited and eager to give it a go. Linne walked out of the bustling blacksmith shop with Sylvia. After remaining silent for a while, Sylvia finally spoke, her tone filled with admiration. Master knows so much. I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants, Linne replied with a faint smile. Sylvia immediately tilted her snow-white head, her eyes filled with innocent curiosity. Giants. The legendary titans. A giant from a very far-away place. Linne did not go into further explanation. Linne and Sylvia continued walking west, when suddenly a pungent odor wafted over. Sylvia's ears perked up, her small face instantly scrunching up as she hurriedly covered her nose tightly with her sleeve. Master, what is this horrible smell? It's going to suffocate my nose. Her voice was filled with disgust. Linne remained unfazed, his expression serious as he replied, This is the smell of harvest. The smell of harvest. Sylvia exclaimed in disbelief. Master, how can the harvest smell so foul? It's worse than the stench of decay from the undead. After walking 100 steps, a newly dug pit appeared prominently on the west side of the town. By the edge of the pit, Barrow stood, pinching his nose, shouting hoarsely as he directed his men. Scarface and his men were laboriously carrying a bucket of rich organic material, grimacing as they lined up to dump it into the pit. Go slower. If anyone spills even a drop outside, they'll have to lick it clean. Barrow shouted, pinching his nose. Scarface, carrying a bucket, wore a grim expression, biting his teeth to hold his breath, and suddenly dumped the contents into the pit. Ugh! The skinny monkey had already vomited twice, now crouching on the ground, dry heaving, unable to bring anything up. Boss, when we were robbing before, we at least still had some semblance of humanity. The skinny monkey's voice was hoarse. Now it's great. Every day we carry dung and dump dung. I've never been this dirty in my life. Scarface kicked him in the backside. Shut up. Why are you opening your mouth so wide? Are you afraid of breathing in too much? The skinny monkey quickly closed his mouth, dry heaving again, his face turning green with nausea. The other robbers also looked sickly, with some even stuffing hay into their nostrils, tightly closing their mouths, afraid to breathe deeply. Scarface slammed the empty bucket down, cursing, Damn it! I've been a robber for 12 years. What dirty work haven't I done? Yet I ended up stuck in this mess. Boss, what exactly does the Lord want to do? The skinny monkey trembled as he lifted the bucket, confusion written all over his face. Collecting so much of this stuff, does he have some special hobby? Mind your own business. Scarface glared at him, his tone fierce yet helpless. If you don't want to die, get to work. Not far away, Drake crossed his arms, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes filled with disdain. Seeing Linne approach, he immediately stepped forward to salute. Young master. Linne nodded, his gaze sweeping over the pit. Barrow hurriedly ran over, pinching his nose. Young master, the first batch of materials is being delivered according to the list, and the wood ash and crushed straw are mixed in proportion. He hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, I truly cannot understand, why are we collecting that stuff from the entire town? I secretly think that nobles inevitably have their peculiarities, but for this young master to enjoy collecting such things is indeed a bit too outrageous. Linne, of course, was unaware that Barrow had already categorized him as a fecophilic noble. He pointed to the pit. This stuff, if left to ferment for 2 to 3 months, becomes excellent fertilizer. Fertilizer? Barrow's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Linne explained, the fields in the town are too barren. After this stuff ferments and is applied to the crops, it can increase the yield by 20 to 30%. Oh goddess of harvest, young master, you actually want to pour this filthy stuff on a food? Barrow was evil. Linne looked at his astonished expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Barrow, don't be so surprised. This is not filthy stuff. It's a treasure that can make the fields fertile. Barrow still found it hard to believe, scratching his head as he asked, Young master, can this really work? What if the crops die from the smell? Linne patted his shoulder, speaking with certainty. Follow my instructions, and it will absolutely not go wrong. You have also seen the recent changes in the village. As long as you follow me, it will only get better and better. This little matter is nothing. Vero carefully reflected on the recent changes, each matter having its own logic and effectiveness. He couldn't help but nod, speaking sincerely. I understand now that everything the Master does has deep meaning. I completely trust the Master and will definitely keep a close eye on your instructions. Linne instructed. That's right, remember to stir it every 7 days. Don't be lazy, or it won't ferment well and will be useless. Yes, Vero quickly replied. In the distance, Scarface heard Linne's voice and hurriedly quickened the pace of Linne stood upwind, watching the robbers' miserable expressions. Managing 3 meals and doing the dirtiest work without having to pay them wages, these people truly were worth their weight in gold. After Scarface finished dumping the bucket, he kicked the skinny monkey. What are you staring at? There are still 8 buckets. Hurry up and carry them. The skinny monkey wailed in despair as he hoisted the wooden bucket and trudged forward. Sylvia stood a few steps away, her sleeves tightly covering her, with only her eyes peeking out, warily watching the pit. Her tail pressed tightly against her leg, fearing that she'd get dirty, wishing she could turn and run away immediately. Linne walked over smiling and said, Let's go, we've seen enough, it's time to head back. Sylvia immediately nodded, turning to leave, moving faster than usual. As the two walked back, they had just exited the range of the compost pit when the air returned to normal. Sylvia lowered her sleeves, taking deep breaths of fresh air, quietly praying, Master, will we come here again in the future? I never want to smell this odor again. Not really necessary. Linne ruffled her head. Today was just to check the situation. There's no need to come here specifically in the future. Sylvia sighed in relief, her tail wagging joyfully. Thankfully, they wouldn't have to come back to this terrifying. Emerging from the compost cellar, the air at last grew fresh once more. Linne led Sylvie onward, arriving at the farmlands encircling the town. The newly tilled soil gleamed a deep, rich brown. Dozens of townsfolk labored barefoot in the fields. Though their tools remained crude, splintered wooden sticks, and chipped hoes, every face shone with quiet joy. The Lord had waived this year's autumn tax, a blessing so extraordinary it had once seemed utterly unimaginable. A few sharp-eyed farmers spotted Linne and immediately paused their work, bowing deeply with solemn reverence. Linne waved, gently gesturing for them to continue, without ceremony. Sylvie stood poised atop the earthen ridge, hands clasped behind her back, her ice-blue hair stirred softly by the breeze. Master, Sylvie murmured, swallowing hard, her voice brimming with wistful hope. When these fields yield their harvest, shall we not reap an abundant bounty next year? In theory, yes, Linne nodded. Then, will there be endless white bread? Her dragon tail, coiled behind her, began swaying restlessly from side to side, her mind already conjuring mountains of golden loaves. Hearing such undignified longing, Linne's lips twitched involuntarily. Don't you ever grow weary of eating bread every day? He sighed, his tone heavy with resigned exasperation. As a modern man rooted in authentic Huaxia cuisine, Linne had long harbored deep grievances against this world's culinary culture. Martha's cooking was without question the finest in Frostfall Town. Yet the problem lay in its staggering paucity of technique. Only 3 methods repeated ad infinitum: boiling in plain water, roasting over roaring flames, and baking loaves in stone ovens. Breakfast was warm milk with white bread, lunch roasted meat steaks with white bread, dinner stewed meat soup with white bread. Not a single stir-fry in sight. How could I ever tire of it? Sylvie whirled around, staring at him in utter disbelief. Aunt Martha's meals are the most delicious in all the world. I'd never grow weary, even if I ate them for my entire life. Watching the girl argue with such earnest fervor, Linne couldn't resist reaching out to gently pinch her puffed-up cheeks. A provincial little thing, he chuckled softly. Since I happen to have time today, let me show you what true gastronomy truly means. Sylvie blinked, her eyes instantly alight with wonder. You're going to cook yourself, Master? Come, back to the manor. She followed, half skeptical, still muttering under her breath. Could it possibly surpass Aunt Martha's roasted steaks? I don't believe it. In the manor's rear kitchen, silence reigned. The hearth held only faint smoldering embers, glowing dimly crimson. Linne rolled up his sleeves and began rummaging through the pantry shelves, retrieving 2 slabs of raw beef hung to air-dry, a basket of dirt-speckled onions, and several plump ruby-red tomatoes. The ingredients were passable, but the staple posed a dilemma. Linne frowned deeply at the sacks of wheat and rye, his brow furrowing into a sharp mountain character. What he craved was rice, grains distinct and tender, soft, yet fragrant, sweetly aromatic. Alas, this remote northern town cultivated no rice at all. Linne summoned his system interface. Dual cultivation points, 320. Last night's dual cultivation with Sylvie had replenished his reserves considerably. He opened the system shop and scrolled swiftly through the miscellaneous category. A line of golden text caught his eye. Spirit rice grown in immortal cultivation fields infused with trace amounts of pure spiritual energy. Long-term consumption fortifies the foundation and refines one's constitution. Price, 50 dual cultivation points per gene. 50 points per gene. Normally Linne would have cursed the system as a shameless profiteer. But now captivated by that tantalizing description, his Huaxiao palate decisively overruled reason. Purchase 1 gene. He whispered inwardly. A flash of white light, and a finely woven cloth pouch materialized in his palm. Inside lay a generous measure of translucent, glistening rice grains. Each grain was plump and flawless, exuding a delicate, ethereal fragrance, and faintly shimmering with a silvery luminescence upon its surface. What is this? Sylvie leaned in, curiously peering intently into the pouch. A rare treasure, Linne smiled. One day I'll need to procure rice seeds and cultivate them here, but for now daily consumption is simply unsustainable. Linne fetched a wooden basin, poured the spirit rice inside, added water, and transferred it into an iron cauldron. He covered it with a wooden lid and stoked the fire with fresh logs until flames roared high. Next came food preparation. He picked up a cleaver and honed its edge twice against the whetstone. His wrist flicked, blades blurred across the chopping block in swift rhythmic arcs. Thud 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 thud. A crisp, lively rhythm filled the kitchen as onions were peeled and minced into fine, even strands. Beef was sliced thinly against the grain. Linne added oil, coarse salt, and a splash of unfamiliar fruit wine, then massaged the marinade evenly into the meat with his fingers. Tomatoes were cut into uniform wedge-shaped chunks. Finally Linne selected 4 eggs from the basket, cracked them deftly into a bowl with one hand, and whisked them rapidly until frothy and pale. The water in the cauldron reached a vigorous boil. The spirit rice's extraordinary aroma seeped from beneath the lid. It was a pristine, elemental grain scent laced with the ineffable clarity of the immortal cultivation realms. Merely inhaling it sent waves of deep relaxation rippling through the body, as if every pore had unfurled in bliss. Sylvie's nostrils flared sharply. Her eyes widened to perfect luminous circles. So fragrant. Instinctively she stepped forward, her tail whipping wildly behind her, slicing the air with audible crackling snaps. Patience, it's only the staple. The dishes haven't even begun. Linne placed a second shallow iron pan over the fire, originally intended for searing steaks, now pressed into service as a wok. He heated the pan over fierce flame, then poured in a ladleful of rapeseed oil. Its temperature soared, instantly shimmering with a faint bluish haze. Linne tipped the bowl. Golden egg liquid cascaded into the pan. SSSSS. Contact with scorching oil released an explosive wave of caramelized egg fragrance, rich, savory, intoxicating, flooding the entire kitchen. With a wooden spatula Linne swiftly scrambled the eggs, then lifted them out and set them aside. Next he added the tomato chunks. Intense heat coaxed forth their juices, bubbling crimson in the pan's base. He sprinkled in granulated sugar, its sweetness dissolving seamlessly, tempering the tomato's tartness into a bold, vibrant balance of sour and sweet. He returned the scrambled eggs to the pan, tossing everything together until each golden morsel glistened in glossy scarlet sauce. Plated and served, the dish glowed with vivid contrast, sunlit gold against ripe crimson. Sylvie had already leaned halfway over the counter, fingers gripping the wooden edge tightly, her gaze locked unblinkingly on the plate of tomato and egg stir-fry. She stretched out a hand to snatch a piece. Snap! Linne slapped her knuckles lightly. No washing. She snatched her hand back, rubbing it sulkily, but her eyes never left the plate. Master, what kind of sorcery is this? Why does it smell so divine? This is cooking, not sorcery, Linne retorted, tapping her forehead with gentle admonishment. He rinsed and reheated the wok, then poured in fresh oil. This time his movements were even swifter. Onion strands hit the pan first, releasing a pungent, aromatic sizzle. Then the marinated beef slices followed. SSSSS. Under blistering heat, the beef darkened rapidly, its deep umami mingling perfectly with the onion's caramelized sweetness. Smoky, fatty richness fused with savory depth, striking the soul like a physical blow. Sylvie's mouth hung agape, her gaze glazed and vacant, drool trickling unnoticed from the corner of her lips. Time to serve. With a graceful flick of his wrist, Linne slid the stir-fried beef and onions onto a waiting plate. The beef was tender, the onions delicately charred, the sauce thick and glistening. Linne lifted the lid from the simmering rice pot, and a dense opalescent cloud billowed upward, nearly visible to the naked eye. Inside, the spirit rice had fully absorbed the steam, each grain plump, translucent, radiant with inner light. He scooped 2 generous bowls of rice and carried both steaming dishes to the wooden table at the kitchen center. There, we may begin. On the other side, Martha's loud voice echoed from the edge of the square. It's time to eat. Form a line. She and Millie pushed a wooden cart over which was carrying 2 large barrels. A steaming aroma instantly wafted through the air, causing the members of the guard, who were training, to swallow hard in unison. Today's lunch consisted of black bread and meat soup. Though it was called black bread, it was far superior to the hard rations that ordinary commoners would eat. This was baked from pure rye flour containing not a hint of bran or rice husks. The meat soup was rich and hearty, topped with a thick layer of grease simmering with large chunks of beast meat and wild vegetables. Occasionally Linne would have some white bread baked for them to enhance their meals. This level of treatment was truly unique among the common guards in the entire northern province. "Martha, did you add pepper to the meat soup today? It smells so good I can hardly control my drooling." A young soldier at the front of the line craned his neck to peek into the pot, his tone filled with flattery. Martha raised her hand and struck his bowl with a metal ladle, producing a crisp sound. "Less chatter. When it's your turn, you'll get served. If you dare lean your eyes closer to the pot again, be careful, I might push your head in for a good drink." The soldier chuckled nervously and quickly withdrew his neck, standing obediently. Millie was responsible for distributing the black bread on the other side. This was her first time witnessing such a scene since arriving in Frostfall Town, and she was so nervous that she fumbled. When she tried to hand over the second piece, she lost her grip, and with a thud it fell onto a soldier's breastplate, bouncing away and rolling for a couple of rounds. "Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Millie quickly bent down to pick it up, her little face. The soldier promptly bent down to help her retrieve the fallen bread, casually brushing off the dust, and jokingly saying, "It's fine, fine. This bread seems full of energy, it even jumped onto me." Nearby a few people chuckled softly. Millie kept her head down, quickly continuing to distribute the bread, her ears burning bright red. Marcus stood in the middle of the line, receiving his share of meat, soup, and bread. He instinctively scanned the square, looking for Gray to find a spot to eat. Just as he glanced around, he saw Gray finishing his soup, grabbing bread, and darting towards the east side of the town. Marcus immediately reacted. That kid seems to have struck up a conversation with the daughter of the widow from the east side of town, always finding various excuses to loiter near her door. "Gray!" Marcus shouted towards the direction Gray had disappeared. "If you trick that girl, you'll be the first to be." In the distance, Gray's retort could be faintly heard, "Get lost." Laughter erupted among those nearby. Marcus also grinned, holding his bowl as he found a quiet corner to sit. He broke off a piece of bread, dipped it into the steaming meat soup, and slowly chewed, feeling a surge of emotions within him. He had been in Frostfall Town for some time now. Back when he was in the Baron's Manor, he ate coarse bread mixed with sawdust, and if he could drink even a sip of meat soup, it would be considered great luck. Now things were better. He had bread and meat soup every day. His wages were paid monthly, and the townspeople greeted him politely with Lord Marcus when they saw him. He never had grand ambitions in his life. He used to just want to scrape by, but now it was different. Following Lord Linne working diligently, he aimed to make Frostfall Town better and better so that the townsfolk could eat white bread and drink hot meat soup without fear. Marcus quickly finished his meal, rummaging through the leather pouch at his waist to pull out a small glass vial. This was the magic potion Lord Linne had given him yesterday, and he had heard that such a vial could be worth a gold coin outside. He uncorked the vial and tilted his head to gulp it down. The potion was icy cold as it slid down his throat, suddenly turning into a wave of warmth in his chest, surging wildly through his limbs. A creaking sound echoed from his bones, as if something was pushing outward. His muscles tightened in waves, and as he clenched and relaxed his fingers, his joints felt hot. The distant laughter of soldiers and the rustling of the wind through the leaves filled his ears clearly. Marcus looked down at his palm and clenched his fist. He could distinctly feel that the power within his hand was stronger than before. I broke through. Marcus murmured to himself, disbelief filling his voice, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The guards in the square had finished eating and drinking, each dispersing to rest. Martha and Millie began to tidy up the remnants. These kids really cleaned their plates today, not leaving a trace of meat scraps in the pot. As Martha lifted the 2 empty wooden barrels onto the cart, she wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel draped over her shoulder. Millie was still feeling regret over the bread incident, mumbling softly, "Martha, was I too clumsy just now? If it weren't for that nice big brother, I would definitely have been scolded." "Stop overthinking it." Martha patted the little girl's back. "It's normal to be like this on your first day of work. Just look at how life is in the town now and think about the past. As long as we work diligently, no one will deliberately make things difficult for you." Millie nodded vigorously. "Yes. He'll work hard. Let's hurry back to the manor. Lord Linne and Lady Sylphia haven't had lunch, yet we shouldn't keep them waiting too long." The two pushed the wooden cart along the stone path towards the Lord's manor. Just as they reached the outer wall of the manor, an incredibly dominant and unfamiliar aroma wafted through the breeze. Martha sniffed the air and suddenly stopped in her tracks. "What is that smell, eh?" Millie caught a whiff as well, and her stomach audibly grumbled. "Who is cooking?" Martha furrowed her brow, quickening her pace unconsciously. The two pushed the cart around the front hall and directly arrived at the small courtyard outside the kitchen. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Martha froze. Sylphia was slumped in a wooden chair in the yard. The intricately crafted deep blue velvet gown she wore was now tightly stretched around her waist. The once flat abdomen now bulged into a round curve. The silver-haired girl lounged back without a trace of noble demeanor, cradling her belly with both hands and occasionally rubbing it with satisfaction. The dragon's tail behind her hung limply on the ground, occasionally tapping the stone slabs with a lazy motion, embodying a sense of satisfaction from overindulgence. "Lady Sylphia." Martha was startled and hurried over. "What have you eaten? How did your belly get so big?" Sylphia, hearing the voice, let out a loud, satisfied belch. "Burp. Aunt Martha, you're back." She rubbed her belly, her tone filled with reminiscence. "I was eating. Eating that. Rice. And tomato scrambled eggs, and something beef." "Rice?" Martha was confused. Where in Frostfall Town could they find such things? "It's stir-fried beef with onions." Linne emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of rice. "My lord." Martha's face turned pale with fright. She hurriedly approached and bowed, her face filled with panic. "How could you personally enter the kitchen? This is a serious dereliction of duty on my part. I will prepare lunch for you right away." In this world, noble lords had servants bring them even a sip of water. Kitchens were considered filthy places to them. The lord cooking. This was utterly absurd. If word got out, this cook would undoubtedly be executed. Millie, witnessing this, quickly knelt down, as well, her pale face trembling all over. "All right, don't be nervous." Linne swallowed the food in his mouth and casually waved his hand. "I just suddenly felt like cooking for a change." "You two came back at the perfect time. There's still some in the pot. Go serve yourselves and have a taste." "How can that be?" Martha shook her head repeatedly. "How could I eat food prepared by you, my lord?" "Less chatter, consider it a command." Linne scooped another mouthful of rice and mumbled, "Hurry up, or it'll get cold." Martha and Millie exchanged glances and nodded, heading toward the kitchen. As soon as she stepped over the threshold of the kitchen, the aroma rushed at her like a tangible force. Especially the fragrant scent of the spiritual rice emanating from the iron pot, mixed with a hint of spiritual energy, invigorated the two, instantly dissipating the fatigue from their earlier work. Martha lifted the wooden lid, gazing at the distinctly individual grains of white rice, and scooped 2 small bowls with a wooden spoon. She also added some leftover tomato scrambled eggs and beef with onions to a nearby plate. The two of them carried their bowls into the courtyard. Millie looked at the unfamiliar food in her bowl and imitated Linne's earlier actions, using her spoon to take a bite of the rice mixed with tomato sauce. As soon as her tongue made contact, Millie's eyes widened in surprise. The sweet and sour taste of the tomato wrapped around the fragrant eggs, while the rich broth tightly enveloped the soft and chewy grains of rice. With just a slight chew, the inherent sweetness and ethereal aroma of the spiritual rice exploded on her taste buds. There was no need to struggle to swallow. The deliciousness slid down her throat into her stomach. "This?" Millie was stunned, and then her spoon seemed to lose control as she quickly shoved it into her mouth, unable to stop. Martha also took a piece of beef with onions into her mouth. "So delicious," she murmured, her eyes starting to glisten. Having cooked all her life, she always thought her skills in roasting meat and making soup were quite good in Frostfall Town. But after tasting this, she felt that the dishes she had made before were practically no better than pig food. The two of them no longer cared about manners or appearances, standing in the courtyard and quickly finishing the food in their bowls. Even the last bit of red tomato sauce remaining at the bottom of the plate was scraped clean by Martha with her wooden spoon, reluctantly swallowing it down with the last spoonful of rice. "See, I told you it was delicious." Sylphia proudly waved her tail nearby, looking as if she was the one who prepared the meal. "I ate 3 whole bowls. If it weren't for my skirt being too tight, I could have eaten 2 more. Martha set down her empty bowl and knelt on one knee with a thud. "My lord." Linne, who was drinking water to clear his mouth, was startled by her sudden action. "What are you doing?" "It's just a meal, no need for such formalities, right? Your culinary skills are truly a miracle bestowed by the god of gastronomy." Martha's face flushed red, her voice trembling with excitement. "I beseech you to teach me this cooking method." Linne smiled. He had been waiting for this sentence. Cooking every day was impossible for him. After all, he was the lord. How could he spend all his time in the kitchen? Cultivating a local cook was his fundamental goal. This staple food, Linne looked at the empty iron pot, is called rice. It is made from rice obtained through a special channel. This ingredient cannot be made without materials. Of course, with 50 dual cultivation points for a pound of spiritual rice, he currently only had a little over 300 points. A few meals would bankrupt him. However, the cooking methods for the dishes are not difficult, Linne continued. They'll write you a few simple recipes later, and you can practice them slowly. Although the seasonings are a bit lacking, using coarse salt and fruit wine can manage to get by. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely learn diligently and will not disappoint your culinary skills. Martha nodded excitedly, as if she had received a sacred mission. Linne nodded in satisfaction. This way, changing flavors occasionally would prevent them from eating stews every day. However, the staple food remained a major problem. He looked over the courtyard wall at the farmland that was being cultivated outside the town. In the spring, he needed to find a way to obtain rice seeds. After that long-awaited Chinese lunch, Linne returned to his study with great satisfaction. On the desk lay a yellowed sheepskin map, its edges somewhat worn. This was a detailed topographical map of Frostfall Town and its surrounding areas. Linne picked up a charcoal pencil and casually sketched a few lines on the map. With Frostfall Town as the center, a circle representing safety had already been drawn around it. Thanks to the recent efforts of the guards, the wandering undead near the town had been mostly cleared. Especially towards the east, Drake had led his men to push through, firmly advancing the safety line to the edge of the territory. While safety had been temporarily secured, another deadly issue stood before Linne. Poor. Really too poor. Frostfall Town was currently producing nothing. Now the entire town of several hundred residents relied solely on Linne to sustain their daily needs. Even though there was a system shop, he was not an unfeeling teaching machine. He couldn't truly expect to rely on Sylphia learning in the house every day to sustain the entire town with those few dual cultivation points, right? That was simply not aligned with a sustainable development strategy. I can't keep being a money-dispensing fool. The territory must have its own GDP. Linne stared at the map, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. As an experienced gamer with the meticulous thinking of a Blue Star engineer, Linne understood where the key to breaking the deadlock lay. Without agriculture and industry, they had to rely on resources. His gaze moved up from Frostfall Town, finally resting on the marked peak in the north. There was an abandoned magic crystal mine there. Magic crystals were the advanced energy source of this world, whether for the operation of magic arrays, forging enchantments, or the luxurious enjoyment of nobles, they could not be separated from this substance. As long as they could take control of this mine, Frostfall Town would have a money-printing machine providing a stable economic source. However, the reason for the mine's abandonment was quite simple. It was overrun with numerous undead. What are undead? They block my path to wealth. Even gods would get a slap from me. Linne scoffed heavily, crossing out the location of the magic crystal mine with his charcoal pencil. Sylphia, Linne called out towards the door. The door swung open and the silver-haired girl leaned halfway in. Master, what do you need? Go to the plaza and inform Marcus and Gray. The guards will set out tomorrow, targeting the magic crystal mine to the north. Let them rest well today. The undead they will face tomorrow are not the scattered soldiers at the town's periphery. Sylphia's eyes instantly brightened. Her originally lazy tail snapped straight, making a crisp whooshing sound in the air. Yay, we can fight the undead again. She excitedly bounced on the spot, turned, and dashed out a gust of wind as she rushed out of the study. Linne watched her spirited figure with a smile, shaking his head. This girl's inherent combative nature was impossible. In the plaza, the soldiers of the guard were lounging in groups under the shade of trees, relaxing. Marcus had just broken through to the first level, feeling as if he had endless strength. He was wielding a training wooden sword, practicing with a few veteran soldiers. Bang! The wooden swords clashed, producing a dull sound. The veteran across from him was shaking, his hands numb from the impact, as he stepped back several paces, sitting on the ground with a grimace, waving his hands. No more, no more. Marcus, did you take some sort of medicine? How did your strength suddenly increase so much? Marcus chuckled and casually spun his sword. He now felt an intense itch in his hands, eager to find some tough opponents to practice against. Everyone stay still. A crisp, commanding shout came from the edge of the plaza. Sylphia, lifting her skirt, dashed into the plaza, her silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. The members of the guard immediately straightened up. They all knew that this stunning girl who followed the lord around was not a delicate vase, but a fierce character who could easily take the heads off undead with her bare hands. Lady Sylphia, what are your orders? Marcus hurried to meet her. The master said. Sylphia placed her hands on her hips and announced loudly, tomorrow the entire guard will be mobilized. The target is the magic crystal mine to the north. Make sure to sharpen your weapons today, or we will be facing tough battles tomorrow. The plaza fell silent for a moment. The magic crystal mine area was notoriously a death zone, but the silence lasted less than 2 seconds. All right. Marcus slapped his thigh. Brothers, did you hear that? The Lord has given orders. We will attack the magic crystal mine tomorrow. Everyone go sharpen your blades. If anyone drags their feet tomorrow, they'll be the first to deal with them. The surrounding soldiers were also affected by this emotion, responding loudly and turning to grab their sharp. In the early morning, the members of the guard had already assembled. Marcus strode up to Linne and knelt on one knee, his face unable to hide his overwhelming joy. My lord, I have made a breakthrough. First rank. He looked completely different, his already sturdy physique, now even more muscular, and even his breathing had become long and steady. Linne nodded in satisfaction and extended his hand to help him up. This bottle of magical potion was not wasted. After so many years serving as guards at the Baron's mansion, Marcus and Gray had accumulated enough magical energy just to step away from the threshold of the first rank. Unfortunately, Gray had a bit of bad luck and could not break through all at once, still stuck in place. Linne walked over and patted Gray on the shoulder. Don't look so glum. Don't you understand that hard work pays off? If it didn't work this time, try again next time. Gray nodded gloomily, clenching his fists. He then turned his gaze to the soldiers of the guard who were watching eagerly and raised his voice. Don't just stand. Linne knocked on the edge of a nearby wooden crate filled with supplies. Listen well. In Frostfall Town, as long as you dare to fight hard and can achieve meritorious deeds, Linne Winston will not treat you poorly with magical potions, quality weapons, and even spellbooks. Loyalty to the Lord until death. Marcus led the shout. Loyalty to the Lord until death. The soldiers of the guard roared, their instinctive fear of the magical crystal mine completely burned away by their fervor for the magical potions. Each one rubbed their fists together, eager to find a nest of the undead and slay their way in and out. Once Linne let them shout enough, he pulled out a stack of parchment scrolls from his pocket and handed them to Marcus. These are the Holy Light Scrolls purchased in Hot Spring City. Distribute them according to head count. Linne instructed. When you encounter tough enemies, don't hesitate to use them. Remember, as long as you're alive you can spend money, but if you die you lose everything. The scrolls were distributed, and the soldiers held them in their hands. This was a life-saving trump card. Usually they wouldn't have the chance to touch such high-level magical items. Tarn cradled one in his hands, stuffing it into the inner layer of his leather armor, patting his chest with a grin, looking like a complete fool. Leaving 2 men to guard the town entrance, the main force officially packed up. Linne mounted his horse with Sylphia walking beside him. The guard spread out in a fan shape ahead, while Linne leisurely rode at the back of the formation. Once they left the safe zone of Frostfall Town, the surrounding scenery became desolate. Dead trees leaned at odd angles, and the air was filled with a putrid stench. The rural dirt road was bumpy, and Linne sat on the saddle, frowning from the jolts. This broken road must be repaired with asphalt once we have the money. Linne complained while rubbing his waist. Sylphia walked briskly beside him, turned her head at the words, and made a face. The master is so spoiled, even riding a horse feels tiring. What do you know? This is called enjoying life. Linne rolled his eyes. Ahead, the vanguard had already engaged with a few wandering undead. To the left, shield up. Marcus' voice rang out ahead. 3 wandering skeletons staggered out from the dead forest, and before they could raise their rusty iron swords, Tarn and Cole had already raised their tower shields and crashed into them fiercely. Bang! The sound of bone shattering was crisp and pleasant. The hammer wielders behind followed up accurately, smashing the skulls of the skeletons. The team continued to advance. Not long after, the ground suddenly opened up a large hole, and a first-rank skeleton roared as it lunged at the nearest soldier. Looking for death, Marcus shouted angrily, drawing his long sword and sliding forward. The blade cut upward with the sound of wind. Shoo! The skeleton's head flew into the air. Marcus kicked the headless skeleton away, his movements clean and smooth. Linne sat on his horse, chewing on a piece of jerky, watching with great interest. These people were becoming increasingly synchronized. Master, these small fry are too dull. Sylphia kicked a fragment of bone aside, pouting in complaint. Not even enough to warm me up. Don't rush, there will be a time for you to exert yourself. Linne stuffed the last piece of jerky into his mouth. As noon approached, the sun rose overhead. At the end of his sight, the undulating silhouette of the mountains appeared. That was the location of the abandoned magical crystal mine. The team stopped to rest on a sheltered slope at the foot of the mountain, nibbling on dry rations to replenish their strength. Marcus ran back from the front, beads of sweat on his forehead. Young master, I've scouted ahead. Marcus reported in a low voice. If you go up 500 meters, there's an entrance to an abandoned mine. A group of undead is wandering around the perimeter, numbering about 15. From a rough glance, over half of them are first-rank skeleton warriors. He swallowed, continuing. Those guys are tightly packed, supporting each other and faintly forming a defensive circle, which is difficult to deal with. I didn't let the brothers engage. I withdrew to wait for your orders. Linne clapped the crumbs of dry rations from his hands, giving him a nod of approval. Well done. Avoiding a heated clash with unclear enemies is what real warfare is about. Maintain this cautious habit for me. Let's go take a look. Linne dismounted, tossing the reins to a soldier beside him, and waved Sylphia over. The two followed Marcus and crept to a thicket near the mine. Pushing aside the thorny branches, the scene ahead came into view. The mine entrance was large enough to accommodate a horse-drawn carriage, descending darkly into the depths obscured from sight. On the open ground around, more than 10 undead wandered aimlessly. Just as Marcus had said, the bones of these undead were sturdier than ordinary skeletons, with a faint gray glow on the surface, clearly indicating they were first-rank undead. Linne stroked his chin, his thoughts turning. In this desolate wilderness, it was abnormal for low-level undead to cluster together. Moreover, more than half were first-rank. That was even more unusual. Headless skeletons could not possibly gather spontaneously to stand guard. Was it the magical leak from the crystal mine that caused the undead to mutate and gather? Or were they protecting something? Linne did not delve deeper. Whatever the reason, they would find out once they entered. Sylphia. Linne turned his head and issued the command, swift battle, swift resolution. Sylphia could no longer contain her excitement. Her dragon tail swept back and forth restlessly, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground. Upon hearing the command, she sprang forward, kicking off the ground, and sending a flurry of rocks flying. Brothers, follow me. Marcus drew his longsword, shouting loudly as he led the guard out of the thicket. The battle was without suspense. Sylphia charged at the front, smashing a first-rank skeleton's ribcage with a punch. The hard bones were no different from paper beneath her fists. Immediately following, her dragon tail swept horizontally, snapping the spines of two skeletons beside her, sending their upper bodies flying far away. She nimbly wove through the pile of undead, alternating between punches and kicks with the sound of bones shattering accompanying each strike. Marcus was equally unyielding. With his increased strength after leveling up, he swung his sword with both hands in a horizontal sweep, cleaving two ordinary skeletons in half. The members of the guard formed into formation, clearing out the remaining fish that slipped through the net. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 10 undead were wiped out, with shattered bones scattered all over the ground. Sylphia stomped on the skull of the last skeleton, brushed the bone dust off her hands, and jogged back to Linne's side. Master, the outside is all cleared. She looked up with a proud expression. Linne stepped out of the thicket and approached the mine entrance. The entrance was large enough to accommodate 2 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Inside, it was unfathomably deep, resembling the gaping maw of a giant beast. Standing at the entrance, one could feel a chilling wind blowing out from within, carrying a strong stench of decay, along with an extremely faint yet unsettling energy fluctuation. However, Sylphia halted, staring into the dark depths of the cave, her petite nostrils flaring twice. Master. She retracted her playful expression, lowering her voice. There's something inside this cave. What is it? Linne followed her gaze. I can't say. She wrinkled. My whole body feels like it wants to stand on, and it's very uncomfortable. Tane, usually the most daring among them, leaned forward with his neck stretched towards the cave entrance. This smell is really strong. He mumbled, suddenly falling silent. Tane's gaze turned blank, and the Ta shield he held fell to the ground with a loud clang. Ignoring everything, he stepped forward, walking straight into the dark mine. Tane, what are you doing? Drake sensed something was wrong, and quickly stepped forward to grab Tane's shoulder. Cole also hurried to assist, grabbing Tane's arm. However, as soon as their hands touched Tane, their bodies stiffened. Immediately, both Drake and Cole lost focus, not only failing to pull Tane back, but also following him mechanically into the depths of the cave. Young master, they've been possessed. Gray watched in horror from behind, drawing his sword and wanting to charge forward, but he forced himself to stop, not daring to get any closer. Linne frowned. This cave was indeed strange. Sylvia, bring them back, Linne ordered decisively. Leave it to me. Sylvia flashed forward, transforming into a shadow as she rushed towards the cave entrance. She didn't care about whether they were possessed or not. She charged in, grabbing Drake by the nape of his neck with one hand and clutching Cole's leather armor with the other, while her dragon tail wrapped around Tane's waist tightly. Let's go, Sylvia shouted, exerting force with her feet, yanking the 3 big men out of the cave like pulling radishes and casually tossing them onto the empty ground by Linne. Ouch! The 3 of them fell in a heap, jolting awake as if from a dream. Tane's face was pale as he sat on the ground, gasping heavily. What just happened? Drake rubbed the back of his head, looking at Linne in terror. My lord, I think I heard someone calling my name. The voice was very gentle, and then my mind went completely blank. Cole nodded repeatedly beside him, his teeth chattering. Yes, I heard it too. That voice said there were gold coins and white bread inside. I just couldn't control my legs. Linne turned to Sylvia. Did you hear it? I did. Sylvia flicked her tail dismissively, looking unconcerned. There was a strange voice buzzing in my ear. It was so annoying, but I didn't feel any effect. Linne stroked his chin. It seemed there was some sort of mental induction magic in this cave, or it was emitting hallucinatory waves, but it was ineffective against someone as strong as Sylvia. At least a first-tier Sylvia could completely ignore it. All guards remain on standby, Linne indecisively ordered. Fall back 50 meters and maintain a defensive formation. No one is allowed to approach the cave entrance without my command. Bringing this group inside would only lead to disaster, and he would have to play babysitter. My lord, are you going in personally? Marcus panicked, stepping in front of Linne. By the goddess, there must be malevolent spirits at work in there. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. Linne waved his hand dismissively. You all stay outside and ensure no riffraff escapes. After giving his instructions, Linne turned to Sylvia. Let's go and see who is causing trouble inside. As soon as they stepped into the mine, an extremely cold aura surged up. Linne also heard that voice. It was a faint whisper, as if countless people were simultaneously murmuring in his ear, trying to burrow into his mind. However, the pure yang energy within Linne and only stirred slightly, and the whisper dissipated like snow under a blazing sun, vanishing without a trace. The interior of the cave was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The walls bore clear signs of mining, and scattered on the ground were some abandoned mine carts and rusty pickaxes. Linne kicked a rusty pickaxe on the ground, and it instantly crumbled into a pile of dark red rust. It's been abandoned for quite a while. Linne surveyed the area. Scattered purple crystals were embedded in the crevices of the stones, emitting a faint magical glow in the darkness. This vein had considerable reserves, as long as they cleared out the filth inside, the first pot of gold for Luoshuang town would be assured. Whoosh! Suddenly a sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed in the darkness. A bone arrow tainted with grayish-black death energy shot out from the shadows, aimed directly at Linne's face. Smack! Sylvia raised her hand, casually waving it, and directly turned that bone arrow into powder. Following that, heavy footsteps echoed from the darkness ahead. Two massive skeletons wielding rusty double-head axes emerged. Their bones had an eerie grayish-brown hue. Behind them stood a skeleton archer gripping a skeletal longbow. All were first-tier undead. Dare to ambush my master. You seek death. Sylvia snorted coldly, her right hand curling into a fist. The temperature in the air plummeted as her bracelet transformed into countless ice-blue specks of light, converging in her palm to instantly form a frosty dragon spear. With her legs slightly bent, she launched forward like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was astonishing. By the time the axe-wielding skeletons raised their weapons, Sylvia was already in front of them. Frost Piercer. The dragon spear transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, piercing through the first skeleton's ribcage, and with unyielding momentum accurately stabbed into the eye socket of the second skeleton. Finally, with a thud, it pinned the archer skeleton hiding behind to the spear tip. In one strike she impaled three. The extreme cold of the frost energy erupted, instantly freezing all three first-tier skeletons into ice sculptures. Sylvia flicked her wrist, swinging the dragon spear. Bang! The three ice sculptures smashed against the rock wall, shattering into a shower of ice shards and bone dust, even extinguishing their soul flames completely. Well done, Linne applauded from behind. This bodyguard was truly impressive. Not only could she warm his bed, but she was also a delight to watch in battle. However, the commotion had clearly alerted other entities deep within the cave. The sound of bones grinding came from all directions. In front of the passage, several pairs of ghostly green soul flames appeared, and their numbers kept increasing. Master, leave it to me. Sylvia licked her lips, excitedly charging into the crowd of skeletons with the dragon spear in hand. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Sylvia needed no fancy techniques. With absolute strength and speed, she crushed them, her ice dragon spear like the scythe of death. With one thrust, she shattered a skull. As the spear tip swept past, a line of skeletons fell. Linne followed leisurely behind. He didn't even draw his sword. He was simply a ruthless item collector. Every time Sylvia shattered a skeleton, Linne would kneel down to search. Thus one dismantled bones in the front, while the other scavenged behind, pushing through smoothly, allowing Linne to experience the thrill of being a powerful presence leading a dungeon dive. After about half an hour, the passage ahead opened up. The two arrived at the depths of the mine. Here was a massive underground plaza that had been hollowed out large enough to fit half a football field. The ceiling was embedded with several natural magic crystals, emitting blue light, illuminating the scene below. Upon seeing the scene before him, Linne's earlier ease vanished instantly, his brow knitting into a tight frown. The ground of the plaza was covered in stark, white skeletal remains. These bones were different from the undead outside, still smeared with dried flesh and tattered clothing. The sight of death was extremely tragic, with piles forming small hills scattered about. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. Master, over there. Sylvia tightened her grip on the dragon spear, pointing to the center of the plaza. In the middle of the bone pile, there was a cleared area. On the ground, a complex, circular magic array was drawn in dark red blood. In the very center of the magic array knelt a skeleton dressed in tattered white robes. The skeleton's posture was extremely bizarre. It was pierced through the chest by a black long spear from its back, firmly nailed to the ground. Yet its hands were raised high, its head tilted back, as if fervently welcoming the descent of some entity. Linne narrowed his eyes and summoned the system panel. His gaze locked onto the magic array. Soon a line of golden text appeared in his retina. Target undead summoning magic array, first tier status, operating description, created by an evil necromancer using the souls and blood of hundreds of commoners. Using the corpse of the white-robed priest as the focal point, it possesses the ability to generate first to second tier undead and lure living beings. Linne's expression turned utterly cold. No wonder there were endless undead in this abandoned mine. Someone had set up an automatic factory here. At that moment, the white-robed skeleton nailed to the focal point suddenly twitched its raised arms strangely. Two deep purple soul flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets. Linne fixed his gaze on the two clusters of eerie purple soul flames at the center of the formation, and from the corner of his eye he noticed the system panel information popping up. Target Skeleton Mage, 2nd tier status, awakening identity, former priest of the Radiant Church. In pursuit of immortality, he willingly sacrificed over 100 civilians to establish a summoning formation. After years of nourishing by death magic, he has transformed into a 2nd tier undead. What a fine fellow, occultist cloaked in the guise of a divine figure. Linne swiftly drew the low-grade flying sword from his waist. Time to take advantage of your weakness. The pure yang energy within him surged violently, flowing through his meridians into the sword, aimed directly at the cervical vertebra of the skeleton mage. Buzz, just half an inch away from the bone, a layer of gray-black bony shield materialized out of thin air. The pure yang energy and the death aura collided violently, producing a piercing, corrosive sound. The recoil traveled back through the sword hilt, causing Linne's wrist to go numb, but he managed to step back 3 paces and stabilize his stance. At the center of the formation, the white-robed skeleton came fully to life. Its hollow eye sockets turned toward Linne, emitting a sound like grinding, the breath of the living. Who are you? Linne's eyes flickered, the killing intent on his face instantly retracted, replaced by a solemn expression. He hid the sword behind him and shouted loudly, "We are people of the Holy Empire. Passing by, we saw you nailed here and wanted to help you break the chains." The purple flames in the skeleton mage's eye sockets flickered twice, seemingly assessing the truth of Linne's words. It then sighed deeply. "So you are warriors of the Holy Empire. I was a priest of the Radiant Church, and in order to stop the evil necromancer, I sacrificed myself to suppress this formation with my body. Unfortunately, my magic power ran out, and I became this howlful of half-dead apparition." Linne rolled his eyes internally. This old fellow can really act. If it weren't for the system revealing everything, it would be easy to be deceived just by looking at this tragic appearance. With such acting skills, he could easily win an Oscar back on Earth. The skeleton mage continued the performance. "This formation is too solid. I cannot destroy it alone. Young man, quickly come and help me pull out this black spear, and together we can break this damned formation." "No problem, senior. For the glory of the Empire." Linne pounded his chest with righteousness and strode toward the center of the formation. Sylvia stood beside him, holding the frost dragon spear, her beautiful face filled with great confusion. She glanced at the eerie skeleton at the center of the formation, and then at Linne's smiling face. The current situation completely exceeded her understanding. With a warm-hearted demeanor, Linne marched toward the center of the formation. Incoming. "Hold on, senior, I'll help you out right away." Both had ulterior motives, getting closer and closer. The skeleton mage watched Linne approach unguarded, its drooping bony claws quietly gathering a dense mass of black death aura, waiting for Linne to enter the attack range to pierce his heart in one strike. Linne's smile grew brighter, but his right hand, hidden behind his back, tightly gripped the sword hilt, the pure yang energy already compressed to its limit. 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step. Just as Linne reached out, pretending to grasp the black spear, both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. "Die!" The skeleton mage let out a sharp scream, its claws charged with 2nd-tier death aura viciously clawing toward Linne's chest. "Go to hell." Linne cursed loudly. The flying sword hidden behind him struck upward towards the skeleton's chin with a blinding crimson light. Boom! The scorching pure yang energy collided with the frigid death aura in midair, producing a tremendous explosion. The shockwave blasted Linne backwards, who flipped in the air and landed steadily. The skeleton mage wasn't spared either. Its shield was split open with a massive crack, and the pure yang energy charred its body, emitting a foul-smelling white smoke. "Old rascal, you act rather convincingly." Linne shook his aching wrist and spat. The purple flames in the skeleton mage's eye sockets danced furiously, its voice filled with anger. "What power are you using? This is definitely not the power of the Radiant God. What does it matter to you?" Linne couldn't be bothered to argue. The skeleton mage was thoroughly enraged. It threw back its head and let out a piercing shriek. The piles of bones surrounding the underground square began to roll violently. More than 10 towering skeleton warriors crawled out from the heaps of bones, wielding rusty battle axes and longswords, surrounding Linne and Sylvia. Sylvia stood frozen in place, her eyes darting around. Just moments ago, they were Empire warriors and senior. How did they suddenly turn on each other and start cursing? This twist was too abrupt, causing her already limited brain capacity to short-circuit. "What are you dawdling for? Get to work," Linne shouted at her. Sylvia suddenly understood. "Who cares about logic? It's time to fight." "Master." Leave these bony frames. Sylvia excitedly shouted, her form transformed into a blue blur, crashing directly into the crowd of skeletons. The frost dragon spear swept out, creating a deep blue mist of ice. The two skeleton warriors at the front didn't even manage to block before being smashed into a pile of icy shards along with their weapons. Linne ignored those minions, his eyes locked on the skeleton mage at the center of the formation. He noticed a detail. Just moments ago, no matter how great the impact, the lower half of the skeleton mage remained firmly pinned around the black spear, not moving even a fraction. Its source of power must be that blood-drawn magic circle beneath its feet. "Sylvia," Linne shouted, "don't worry about the minions. Smash that old bone's face. Break its shield for me." "Okay," Sylvia shouted in response, kicking away the blocking skeleton and leaping into the air. She raised the frost dragon spear high, the tip condensing a blinding ice-blue light, and with the momentum of a mountain crashing down, she brought it down onto the skeleton mage's head. The skeleton mage was startled, hurriedly mobilizing all its death aura to reinforce the bony shield atop its head. Bang! The dragon's spear collided with the shield, producing an ear-splitting roar. A visible wave of energy rippled out, toppling nearby skeleton warriors to the ground. The surface of the shield was covered in dense cracks, but it held firm without shattering. The defense of a second-tier mage is indeed no trivial matter. But this was exactly the effect Linne and while the skeleton mage's attention was entirely focused on Sylvia above, Linne had already circled around to the side of the magic circle like a nimble cat. He did not attack the mage, but crouched down, pressing his hands directly onto the dark red patterns of the formation. "Break for me," Linne growled, unleashing the pure yang energy within him without reservation. The domineering pure yang energy surged madly along the patterns of the formation. The array made of sinister death aura and blood reacted, as if encountering strong acid, instantly sizzling and producing thick, foul-smelling black smoke. The magic circle, which had originally flickered with eerie red light, dimmed at a visible rate. "No, what are you doing?" The skeleton mage let out a terrified wail. As the formation was destroyed, the death magic within it rapidly diminished like a punctured balloon. The sturdy bony shield also began to lose its luster. "Shatter!" Sylvia, keenly seizing the opportunity, exerted force at her waist, driving the dragon's spear down once more. With a crisp crack, it shattered. The shield burst apart. The frost dragon spear pierced straight through, hitting the skeleton mage's cervical vertebra. The immense force sent its entire upper body flying, crashing against a distant rock wall, shattering into a pile of scattered bones. The two clusters of eerie purple soul flames rolled out from the skull, struggling on the ground to reassemble. Linne stepped forward, raised his foot, and stomped down with the pure yang energy enveloping his shoe. Squish! The soul flames were extinguished, completely dissipating into wisps of blue smoke in the air. With the death of the skeleton mage, all the skeleton warriors still entangled, with Sylvia instantly lost control, collapsing into piles of shattered bones. The entire underground square finally fell silent. "Phew. Done." Linne brushed off the dust from his hands. "The battle has come to an end." Linne sheathed his flying sword at his waist, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and let out a long breath. Sylvia leaned on her frost dragon spear with one hand, sweat beading on her forehead. That series of intense outputs was no easy feat for her either. "Let's take a break," Linne called out, stepping towards the pile of shattered bones. Linne crouched down and began rummaging through a pile of grayish-white bone fragments. Soon a crystal glowing with a ghostly purple light was unearthed. As soon as his fingertip touched it, the system notification followed. Item acquired: second order undead magic core. Description: a high-level energy core infused with rich death magic, usable for alchemy and enchanting. Linne weighed the magic core in his hand and tucked it into his bosom. This was a profitable haul. Just this second order magic core could fetch a good amount of gold coins. He stood up and shifted his gaze to the center of the square. The summoning array drawn in blood had been completely destroyed by pure yang energy. However, at the very center of the array, the black spear that had pinned the skeletal mage to the ground still stood firmly embedded in the rock. Linne walked over and grasped the spear's shaft. Raised. The spear was pulled out from the rock. It was lighter than he had imagined, yet its texture was extremely sturdy, emanating a sharpness at the tip unlike any mundane iron. Item acquired: skeletal long spear. Quality: rare attributes, armor piercing 20 traits, possesses a faint necrotic erosion effect, hindering the healing of wounds upon impact. A rare piece of equipment. Linne set his fingers gliding over the spear blade, feeling the chill that emanated from it. In the Erdelan continent, weapons are classified from low to high, as ordinary, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and artifact. The guards of Frostfall Town were all equipped with ordinary iron gear, and they couldn't even find a single fine-quality weapon. This rare long spear was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Putting away the long spear, Linne surveyed the vast underground square. Although the magical array had been destroyed, the oppressive feelings still lingered. He walked to the edge of the square and looked at the mountain of civilian corpses, his mood gradually growing heavier. Master. Sylphia approached, tilting her head. Why aren't you happy after winning? Isn't this spear good? Linne shook his head casually, sticking the skeletal long spear into the ground nearby, sighing. The spear is indeed good. However, the depths of the northern realm are deeper than I imagined. Huh. Sylphia blinked, looking perplexed. What does it mean that a small territory like Frostfall hides a summoning array that can automatically generate undead? Linne's tone was grave. Sylphia pondered for 3 seconds and tentatively asked, does it mean we will have to fight a lot of undead? Linne was amused by her unique line of thought. Is there anything else in your head besides fighting and eating? Linne chuckled, reaching out to ruffle her silver hair. The feel was smooth, like petting a large feline. Stop that, my hair will get messy, Sylphia grumbled in dissatisfaction, yet did not pull away. What I mean is such a large-scale array is definitely not a natural formation. Linne retracted his hand, his gaze growing cold. Someone is secretly orchestrating all of this. Since there is a first-order array here, what about other places? Given the current frequency of undead disturbances in the northern realm, there is surely more than just this one. Perhaps in deeper locations there are even second-order or third-order summoning arrays. This is a premeditated invasion or some grand sacrificial ritual. Sylphia blinked as if she understood. Then we just need to become stronger, right? If Master teaches me more knowledge, I can break through to the second order or even the third order. Then I can smash any array. Cough, cough. Linne nearly choked on his own saliva. Don't say such things outside, it can easily lead to misunderstandings. Here, Linne casually handed the skeletal long spear to Sylphia. A rare piece of equipment, keep it for self-defense. Sylphia took half a step back in disdain, her hands behind her back. I don't want it. This thing is so dusty and ugly. Plus I already have the dragon spear. This bone contraption feels dirty. That's valid. The dragon's taste has always leaned towards shiny gold and gemstones, and such an underworld-themed weapon indeed does not match her taste. Alright then, Linne didn't press the issue, weighing the long spear in his hand. Then he'll give it to Marcus. This kid just broke through to the first order and is in need of a suitable weapon. Linne put the spear away. Let's go call them in to get to work. Linne and Sylphia exited the underground square, retracing their steps. Outside the cave entrance, Marcus was on high alert with the guards. Several soldiers nervously gripped their shields, palms sweaty. Upon seeing Linne and Sylphia emerge unscathed, Marcus breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly stepped forward. My lord, what was the situation inside? We just heard a huge commotion. All taken care of. Linne waved his hand, pointing to the passage behind him. Leave 2 to guard the entrance, and the rest follow me inside. Marcus perked up, waving his hand. You 2 stay here, the rest follow me. A group of people followed Linne into the depths of the mine. When they arrived at the enormous underground square, everyone gasped. The ground was littered with shattered bones piled high, and the rock walls were riddled with deep pits and traces of frost from the battle. By the goddess. Terran swallowed his hand, gripping the tower's shield, trembling. Marcus felt a chill run down his spine, clearly sensing how terrifying the residual magical energy was here. Take this. Linne tossed the skeletal long spear to Marcus. He fumbled to catch it, and the moment it landed in his hands, he immediately sensed the weapon's extraordinary nature. A rare-level weapon. Linne casually dropped a bombshell. Train well, and don't waste this spear. In the future, when facing tough foes, you'll need to stand in front. Marcus was dumbfounded. Rare level. A fine-quality iron sword could cause mercenaries to fight over it, while rare-level weapons were heirlooms only suitable for barons or even viscounts and above. I vow to serve you until death, my lord. Marcus exclaimed, excitement making him kneel, his hands trembling around the long spear. The other guards looked at the spear in Marcus' hands, their eyes filled with uncontainable fervor and envy. All right, enough kneeling, get up and get to work. Linne pointed to the scattered purple crystals embedded in the rock walls. Do you see those magic crystals? Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. Break them all and take them with us. Yes. The guards immediately dispersed. But soon problems arose. My lord, we can't break them. Terran ran back with a grimace to report. Linne approached and frowned. The tools in this abandoned mine had long rusted to pieces and crumbled upon contact. The soldiers could only use their iron swords or the edges of their shields to strike the rocks. However, the rock accompanied by the magic crystals was extremely hard, and after several strikes not many stones had fallen, while the iron swords had chipped quite a few edges. This efficiency is too low. Linne shook his head. At this rate, they wouldn't collect even a few pounds of magic crystals before nightfall. If all their weapons were destroyed, and they encountered wandering undead on the way back, they couldn't just bite them. Forget it, let's have everyone stop. Linne indecisively gave up. No tools meant no tools, of forcing it would only lead to losses. Better to go back first, purchase a batch of professional mining tools in Hot Spring City, and come back. The undead here had already been cleared out, and the mines weren't going anywhere. Wait. Just as Linne was preparing to give the order to retreat, Sylphia suddenly approached. She stared at the purple magic crystals on the rock wall, then looked at Linne, in her eyes sparkling. Master, do you really want these shiny stones? Of course they are money, Linne sighed. This is all money. With money we can buy good things, and ensure the people in the town have enough to eat. Then with money can we buy more delicious food. Sylphia's focus was always so pure. Linne paused, then smiled. Yes. As long as we have money, whatever grilled ribs or whole roasted lamb you want, I'll have Marcia make it for you. Leave it to me. Sylphia cheered, her dragon tail behind her excitedly, making slapping sounds. She strode up to a rock wall embedded with numerous magic crystals. Suddenly, the originally fair and slender hands of Sylphia were covered with a layer of fine, silver-blue scales. Her nails instantly elongated, transforming into 10 razor-sharp dragon claws. Partial transformation. Huh. Sylphia let out a delicate shout. Her hands became a blur as they pierced directly into the hard rock wall. Screech. The ear-piercing sound of friction echoed throughout the underground square. In the terrified gazes of the guards, the rock that could even break iron swords appeared as soft as tofu before Sylphia's dragon claws. With each grab, she created a hole. Amidst the flying stone chips, fist-sized pure magic crystals were effortlessly dug out and tossed to the ground. Drake's eyes were about to pop out. What are you staring at? Hurry up and collect them. Linne was the first to react, kicking Drake in the rear. The guards finally snapped out of their daze, quickly pulling out their bags and frantically following Sylphia to collect. Sylphia was getting into it, her hands alternating in a frenzy like a tireless humanoid shield machine. Well done. Linne praised loudly from the back. When we return, I'll add 2 roasted lamb legs for you. Yage. Hearing about the extra meal, Sylphia worked even harder, even using her dragon tail, smashing down large sections of the rock wall, causing magic crystals to rain down. In less than half an hour, the bottom layer of the square's rock wall had been scraped down to a thin layer. All right, that's enough, or we can't carry any more. Marcus shouted, drenched in sweat. Each guard's bag was filled to the brim, weighed down by magic crystals that made it hard for them to stand upright. A rough estimate suggested they had gathered at least several hundred pounds of high-quality magic crystals. Sylphia then reluctantly stopped. The scales receded and her hands returned to their fair and delicate appearance. She dusted off the stone powder from her hands and ran up to Linne, looking up at him with a pleading expression for praise. Well done, you will be credited with the success. Linne smiled, pinching her cheek gently. Everyone take your things and head back to the city. Linne waved his hand. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the afterglow painted the withered grass of the wasteland in hues of orangerd. The outline of Luoshuang town slowly came into view at the edge of sight. Linne rode on horseback with 2 heavy burlap sacks hanging beside the saddle filled to the brim with pure magic crystals. This journey to the abandoned mine had yielded far more than expected. With these magic crystals, getting through this winter in Luoshuang town would be no problem. Just a few hundred meters from the town gate, the relaxed expression on Linne's face suddenly faded. His brows furrowed. A crowd had gathered at the town gate. 2 wooden carts laden with goods were stuck in the muddy ground. 7 or 8 men clad in leather armor stood by the carts, loudly arguing with the guards stationed at the gate. Is this how your lord teaches you to treat guests? We've traveled a long way to bring food and cloth, and you won't even let us in, spat a middle-aged man in a leather vest, his belly protruding. With his hands on his hips, he carried himself with an air of arrogance. The 2 guards at the gate were Luke and Sam. Both gripped their iron swords tightly, standing shoulder to shoulder in front of the wooden barricade, refusing to budge. The Lord has decreed no outsiders are allowed inside while the guards are away. Luke replied loudly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he tightened his grip on the sword. The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh. Outsiders. We are from the Golden Wheat Spike Merchant Association. Who in this area doesn't know our association's name? You poor folks in Luoshuang town can't even afford a meal, and we've come to deliver supplies out of kindness, yet you're putting on airs. Marcus bellowed, striding forward with his skeletal spear in hand. The heavy footsteps startled the crowd gathered at the town gate. The middle-aged man turned his head, seeing the fully armed guards and Linne on horseback. A fleeting hint of panic crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a look of anger and frustration. Linne pulled the reins, and the horse snorted, stopping about 10 paces in front of the merchant convoy. My lord. Luke and Sam relaxed their tense bodies at the sight of Linne, quickly sheathing their swords and bowing. Well done. Linne nodded slightly, then looked down from his higher position at the middle-aged man. What kind of place was Luoshuang town? A desolate backwater where even birds wouldn't defecate. A legitimate merchant convoy bypassing the lucrative baronial territory to come to Luoshuang town to offer warmth. Linne sneered inwardly. Something was amiss. He sat upright in the saddle, discreetly calling up the system. His gaze swept over the middle-aged man, as well as the so-called guards behind him, who had their heads lowered yet their hands firmly resting on their sword hilts. Golden letters appeared on his retina. Name Hoyer remarks, traveling merchant smuggler. Name One-Eyed remarks, member of the Greyhound Bandit Group. Target Baldy, identity member of the Greyhound Bandit Group. Linne's lips curled slightly. The Greyhound Bandit Group was quick to act. They had just captured a few of their lackeys and immediately sent spies to infiltrate the merchant convoy to scout the situation. So this is the new lord of Luoxuang town, is it? Hoyer, seeing that Linne was silent, brazenly approached, forcing a flattering smile on his face. My lord, please judge for us. Our association kindly brought supplies, yet your subordinates turned us away at the gate. It's freezing out here and my brothers have been outside for half an hour. Linne ignored his complaints, his gaze sweeping over the 2 wooden carts. They were covered with tarps, revealing several sacks filled with inferior black rye. Luoxuang town can't even squeeze out a copper coin. Linne's voice was calm. What are you trying to sell? Hoyer rubbed his hands together. My lord is joking. We heard that Luoxuang town has a new lord, and we thought that with a new official in charge there would be a need to procure some supplies. Even if there are no gold coins, we can trade furs or ores, right? As he spoke, his gaze subtly shifted past Linne and landing on the sacks that the guards were carrying. Not just him, but those few spies disguised as guards were also eyeing the heavy sacks. What are you looking at? Sylvie suddenly sprang out from behind Linne. She crossed her arms and glared fiercely at the merchants. The pressure from her presence was unleashed without reservation. Hoyer felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing into the mud. The faces of the spies also turned pale as they instinctively took 2 steps back, their hands trembling around their swords. Linne sat on his horse, observing everyone's reactions. Luoxuang town does not require the supplies from the golden wheat spike. He interrupted Hoyer, pulling on the reins to turn his horse's head. You may leave. The other party did not attack nor reveal their identity as bandits. It was still unclear where the Greyhound Bandit Group's base was. It was better to let the line out to catch a bigger fish. Hoyer's expression changed. He was originally paid by the Bandit Group to provide cover, and with Linne's guards now revealed, their objective had already been achieved. Staying here to face that terrifying silver-haired girl and these bloodthirsty soldiers would be sheer folly. Since my lord does not fancy our goods, we shall not disturb you further. Hoyer quickly found an excuse, turning to wave at his men. Let's go. Turn around. The merchant guards felt as if a weight had been lifted and hurriedly pulled on their reins. The 2 wooden carts struggled to turn around in the muck, heading back toward the wilderness from whence they came. The bandit group spies brought up the rear, frequently glancing back, their eyes fixed on the sacks filled with magic crystals. Linne watched the merchant convoy receding into the distance, his gaze turning completely cold. My lord, are we just letting them go like that? Marcus approached the horse, lowering his voice. The stances and gazes of those guards were off. They had calluses from holding knives. They are definitely not regular merchants. You noticed that? Linne dismounted, tossing the reins to a nearby soldier. Should I take a few brothers to chase them down and deal with them in that hollow over there? Marcus made a slicing motion across his neck. With the rare spear in hand, he felt a surge of confidence. No need. Linne waved his hand. They're just a few scouting rats. Killing them will only alert those behind. Linne walked up to Luke and Sam. The 2 guards straightened up immediately. You did well today. Linne patted their shoulders. Following orders is how a soldier should be. Marcus, go back and take 2 silver coins from the account to reward them. Thank you, my lord. Luke and Sam's faces flushed with excitement. Enter the town. Linne waved his hand. The convoy passed through the dilapidated town gate and headed toward the lord's manor. Linne walked in the middle of the convoy, rapidly calculating his next plan in his mind. Luoxuang town currently had only 10 guards in total. The over 100 pounds of magic crystals mined from the abandoned mine was a fortune that would make a baron envious. A child carrying a gold brick through a bustling market would undoubtedly attract a pack of wolves. The Greyhound Bandit Group had already begun to take action. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Expansion was necessary. Marcus, Linne suddenly spoke. My lord, you commanded. Marcus immediately stepped forward. Move all these magic crystals into the basement of the lord's manor. You'll personally guard them, and no one is allowed near them. Linne halted, looking into Marcus' eyes. Tomorrow morning, take a few clever brothers, select a few of the best quality magic crystals, and ride quickly to Hot Spring City. Marcus' expression became serious. Is my lord procuring supplies? Yes, Linne nodded. Food, cloth, and salt. Most importantly, procure a large quantity of weapons and armor. Tower shields, long spears, and powerful crossbows. Get as many as you can. Understood. Marcus nodded vigorously. And Linne's gaze shifted towards the dilapidated, thatched houses at the center of the town. Post a notice. The Luoxuang Town Guard will begin recruitment starting tomorrow. As long as they are strong and courageous enough to wield a blade, they are all welcome. The Greyhound bandit group thinks they can come to rob us. Linne scoffed. Let them see the strength of the Luoxuang territory. On the outskirts of the town, the barren land was howling with the cold wind. A sheltered slope lies several miles away from Luoxuang town. A merchant caravan had stopped here, and the campfire crackled with warmth. The one-eyed man sat beside the fire holding a branch and poking at the flames. His expression was somber. Deputy Captain, are we really leaving like this? The bald man leaned closer, handing over a wine pouch. There must be something valuable in that town. I saw those people carrying heavy sacks. They might be filled with grain. The one-eyed man took the wine pouch and took a swig, wiping his mouth. You know nothing. That lord is not simple. His 10 or so subordinates all have a scent of blood about them. Moreover, the leading knight wielded a weapon radiating with magical energy not to be trifled with. The bald man's eyes lit up at the mention of a magical weapon. Then we must steal it. Steal? With what? The one-eyed man kicked the bald man's leg. Just as few. Are we going to charge in and deliver our heads? The bald man rubbed his leg, not daring to speak. Luoxuang town is tougher than we thought. The one-eyed man gazed at the flickering flames and sneered. However, the harder the bone, the more fragrant the marrow inside. Send someone back to inform the captain. Report the situation here honestly. Tell the captain that there is a fat sheep in Luoxuang town. He should bring a large force over. When the captain arrives with his men, I want to see if that pretty-faced lord can still act tough. The one-eyed man broke the branch in his hands and tossed it into the fire. The flames leaped high, illuminating his face filled with greed and murderous intent. A storm was quietly brewing outside Luoxuang town. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Linne was training with Zirwaya, making a push towards the third level of chi refining. The air in the room was thick with a blend of potent hormones and spiritual energy. Linne closed his eyes tightly as the yin-yang harmony technique surged within him. Linne guided the raging pure yang energy within him, launching fierce assaults on the gate to the third level of chi refining. Time and again. Boom. An invisible roar erupted inside him. Each impact was accompanied by an overwhelming ecstasy. Beside him, Zirwaya's silver hair was soaked with sweat, sticking messily to her flushed cheeks. This silver-haired dragon maiden, who could tear skeletons apart during the day, now resembled a fish out of water, gasping for air, tears welling up in her eyes. Master, I can't take it anymore. Zirwaya's voice was laced with a sob, her once proud dragon tail now limp and hanging over the edge of the bed, occasionally twitching weakly. The dragon race was indeed robust, but before the SS class Pure Yang sacred body, they still fell apart, utterly losing their composure. The Pure Yang power was compressed to its limits. Linne suddenly exerted force, gathering all his strength into a sharp sword and stabbing fiercely at the crack. Break. However, just as the power was about to shatter the barrier, a sense of emptiness surged unexpectedly. Linne let out a muffled grunt, ultimately unable to hold steady, and the Pure Yang power was completely released. The raging power flowed through the connected meridians, nourishing Zirwaya's withered pathways, but the aura within Linne receded like a tide, returning to calm. Cultivation level chi refining, second layer progress, 99. Linne lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Just one step away. Unfortunately, the little maid had reached her limit. Linne turned his head to see Zirwaya completely passed out, a satisfied flush on her cheeks and drool at the corner of her mouth, clearly having had her fill. This defeated appearance was a stark contrast to the ferocious figure that slaughtered mercilessly in the mine during the day. Linne chuckled and decided to let her be. He pulled over a thick cashmere blanket from the side and wrapped her up snugly. Then he got out of bed, casually donned a robe, and stepped out of the bedroom. The night was deep, and the study in the Lord's manor glowed with the dim light of candles. Linne walked to the large desk and sat down casually, pulling a hefty tome of parchment from the bookshelf, the Chronicles of the Empire. The original owner, that unfortunate soul, had never been favored in the family since childhood. Every day his mind was occupied with how to survive under the oppression of his siblings, leaving him pitifully ignorant of the world, knowledge scarcely exceeding that of a street vendor. To establish a foothold in this broken place of the North, it was not enough to rely solely on fists and the system. One must also understand the broader context. The fastest way to gain knowledge was to read. Linne opened the yellowed front page. The book records that the first emperor of the Holy Empire was originally an ordinary tribal leader. In a battle to repel an invasion by the Beastmen, he received divine enlightenment from the God of Light and was bestowed with immense sacred power. With this power, the founding emperor swept through his enemies and established the present-day Griffin Holy Empire. The book employs extremely exaggerated language to depict the greatness and benevolence of the God of Light. Linne leaned back in his chair and curled his lip. History is often a little girl that can be dressed up as one pleases with the choice of attire, depending entirely on the victor's whims. This is true for Blue Star, and the same applies to the Ireland continent. A few days ago in the mine, that priest of the Church of Light, who sacrificed himself to become a skeletal mage, showed no sign of the benevolence of the god of light at all. However, one thing mentioned in the book caught Linne's keen interest. The Empire's iconic combat force, which is also the absolute cornerstone of royal rule, the 8th-tier divine beast, the Holy Light Griffin. It is said that the founding emperor rode it hovering over the enemy's royal city for 3 days and nights. The terrifying pressure caused the entire city's garrison to lose their courage, and they didn't dare to shoot a single arrow, immediately surrendering. 8th tier. Linne lightly tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. 8th tier is a level of existence akin to strategic nuclear weapons. No wonder the Church of Light and the royal family hold such a transcendent position in this country, wielding absolute authority. With such a devastating weapon to uphold their dominance, who would dare to defy them? Linne flipped back through the pages. Subsequently, the Holy Empire erupted into continuous wars with multiple neighboring countries and races. Until a little over 100 years ago, the wars led to a massive amount of deaths, giving rise to terrifying undead disasters. They were tireless, unafraid of death spreading like a plague. The protracted wars completely drained the Empire's national strength. To preserve their heartland, the Imperial High Command made an extremely cold-blooded decision. They abandoned the entire northern region. The Empire established a magnificent defense line in the south, directly severing all connections with the northern region, treating this vast land as a natural barrier against the undead. Luoshang town is located right in the center of the northern region. What a bunch of pragmatic politicians! Linne closed the book. They treat the northern region as a discarded pawn, allowing the people here to fend for themselves. Such actions are very much in line with the style of those high-ranking figures. This is merely a dead zone treated as a quarantine area by the Empire's upper echelons. But what concerns Linne more is the cause of this undead disaster. The book states that it was due to an excess of dead bodies giving rise to the undead. Linne sneered, recalling the summoning array drawn with the blood of hundreds of civilians in the abandoned mine. That array could automatically generate undead every day. What if the entire northern region is buried beneath hundreds or thousands of such arrays? This so-called natural disaster is fundamentally a meticulously planned man-made disaster. Someone is utilizing the ancient battlefield from 100 years ago to continuously manufacture undead armies. Who could it be? The necromancers? Or that Church of Light, which espouses virtue and morality? Linne threw the book onto the table. Forget it, no matter who is behind it. It's not something a small lord like him can manage. The most urgent task at hand is to ensure Luoshang town survives until tomorrow. In the following days, the outskirts of Luoshang town echoed with the sound of bones cracking every day. Linne led the guards in a sweeping operation centered around the magic crystal mine. With the backing of the first-tier combat power Sylphia and the rare-grade skeletal spear in Marcus' hand, the scattered undead posed no threat at all. After 3 days, the area around the mine was cleared, and within 5 days they reached the edge of the territory. With the surrounding undead eradicated, Linne immediately sent all the able-bodied men in the town to repair the roads. Weeds were uprooted and rubble filled the pits. A 2-meter-wide dirt road stretched straight from the town gate to the mine entrance. Moreover, the supplies Marcus brought back from Hot Spring City gave the guards a qualitative leap in combat power. After selling a portion of the magic crystals, Marcus exchanged for 2 full carts of refined steel weapons and leather armor. When Ton and Cole received the half-a-man-high heavy steel tower shield, they eagerly touched it with both hands and spun around 3 times in excitement in the courtyard. Luke and Sam strapped on military crossbows, taking a test shot that drove the bolt directly into a wooden stake 30 paces away, penetrating nearly halfway. With equipment and confidence, Linne decisively issued an order to expand the military. Once the notice was posted, the whole Luoshang town erupted in excitement. If this had been half a month ago, the townsfolk would have run away faster than rabbits at the mention of fighting the undead. But now it was different. Over the past few days, the guards had been enjoying bread with roasted meat every day, and even their families could share in the meat soup. Following the Lord not only meant survival, but also meant eating meat. The registration area was overwhelmed with the number of applicants exceeding 10 times that of the last recruitment. Linne entrusted the selection task to Marcus and Gray. He set the standards extremely high according to his principle of better to lack than to have too many. Those who were not physically strong enough were rejected. Those who hesitated and did not dare to fight were also rejected. After a whole day of careful selection, they finally picked out 12 of the strongest men to fill the vacancies in the guards. With military affairs settled, Linne turned his attention to the farmland. The hundreds of acres of land cleared from the wilderness had all been sown with winter wheat. For this batch of crops, Linne specially convened a town meeting in the square. The townsfolk, wrapped in tattered winter clothes, gathered in a dense crowd, whispering to one another. In the center of the square stood a dozen large wooden barrels. As soon as the lids were lifted, a rich aroma instantly swept across the venue. The townsfolk in the front row collectively stepped back 3 paces, covering their noses with fearful expressions. Linne stood on the high platform looking down at the dense crowd and announced loudly, "The winter wheat has already been sown. To ensure next year's harvest, I have prepared a batch of high-quality fertilizer. The reason I called everyone here today is to teach you how to apply fertilizer to the fields." The crowd fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into buzzing discussions. "Fertilizer? What is that? I don't know, but this smell is too strong." Linne pointed at the barrels. "In simple terms, it is to evenly sprinkle these specially fermented substances over your wheat fields. It can make the soil fertile, allowing the wheat to grow taller and produce larger ears." At this, the crowd erupted in chaos. In a corner, the scar-faced man and the thin monkey were utterly stunned. The thin monkey widened his eyes, dropping the wooden stick in his hand. "Big brother, is he really going to pour manure on the crops?" The scar-faced man also looked dazed. "If we water the ground with this stuff, will the wheat even be edible? This lord is not just eccentric, he is insane." So all our hard work over the past 10 days was to waste food. Not only the slaves, but the townsfolk reacted even more intensely. An old farmer with a wrinkled face pushed through the crowd with a cane, shaking with anger. "My lord, this..." Linne looked down at him. "What cannot be done? I have farmed for 40 years and have never heard that burying dung in the fields can produce good crops. It will invoke divine retribution. Yes, this is blasphemy. The goddess will bring disaster and the wheat will rot in the ground. We just need to pray devoutly to the goddess, and she will grant us a bountiful... It will invoke divine retribution. Yes, this is blasphemy. The goddess will bring disaster, and the wheat will rot in the ground. We just need to pray devoutly to the goddess, and she will grant us a bountiful harvest. How can we use manure to defile the land?" The townsfolk protested, each voicing their objections. In this world, the belief in deities is deeply rooted, especially in the eyes of the starving lower-class peasants. The gods are their only spiritual support. Linne stood on the platform, observing the furious crowd below, feeling speechless. Praying. If prayers were effective, would the people of Luoxuang town be so starved and unable to afford a complete set of clothes? However, Linne was too lazy to debate the significance of theology with them. "Everyone be quiet." Linne channeled a trace of pure yang energy within him, and his voice boomed across the square. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down, looking up at the Lord on the high platform with reverence. "Since you think this is blasphemy, I will not force it." Linne scanned the crowd. "These fertilizers are available for voluntary collection. If you do not wish to use them, then continue with your old method. Go to the fields and pray every day." However, Linne's tone shifted. "For those willing to use the fertilizer, you may come forward to collect it now." The crowd looked at each other, no one daring to move. Pouring manure in the fields challenged their cognitive boundaries too much. What if they truly angered the goddess of harvest, leading their entire families to starve next year? Just as the situation fell into a stalemate, a clear female voice rang out. "I believe in the Lord." The crowd turned to see Mary, Drake's wife, striding out from the crowd. "Our family can eat full meals now thanks to the Lord." Mary placed her hands on her hips and said loudly, "If the Lord says this will help the wheat grow well, then it definitely will." With someone taking the lead, 7 or 8 households gradually stepped out of the crowd. All were family members. Their logic was simple. Their men earned so much money in the guards every month. Since the Lord had spoken, no matter how absurd it was, they had to support it, pinching their noses if necessary. Linne nodded in satisfaction. With the previously purchased fertile scroll, he prepared to experiment with an acre. This time he had just the right setup for 3 control groups: the magical enhancement group, the scientific compost group, and the faith blank group. 3 months later, when the winter wheat sprouts, the data will teach these medieval natives a lesson. Once the wheat grows, we shall see whose land yields the best harvest. Meeting adjourned. Barlow, take people to collect the fertilizer. The townsfolk dispersed, whispering among themselves. Most looked at the guards' family members carrying the wooden barrels with expressions as if they were looking at lunatics. This is a crime. Such a good piece of land is ruined just like that. The old farmer shook his head repeatedly. Goddess of harvest, please grant the Lord a bountiful harvest. Linne stood on the high platform listening to the cold jeers drifting in with the wind, completely unfazed. The sound of hurried hooves echoed through the cold wind from the end of the desolate plain, breaking the commotion of Luoxuang town. Linne stood atop the platform, and just as he finished speaking, Luke rushed over from the town gate, panting heavily. My lord, something's happening. A group of people has arrived outside the town, and they don't seem friendly. Linne raised an eyebrow. Considering the time, it had been about 10 days since the scouts were sent away, and indeed the main force of the Greyhound robbery group should have arrived. Guard squad assemble. Follow me to the town entrance. Linne leaped down from the platform. Marcus waved his hand, and the newly recruited 20 or so guards quickly lined up wielding their brand new weapons as they followed Linne in. The townspeople exchanged glances, daring to follow from a distance to watch the excitement. Upon arriving at the town gate, they saw over 30 figures standing ominously outside the dilapidated wooden fence. At the forefront were 3 burly men riding shabby horses. The man in the middle held a wide-bladed machete, his gaze fierce. To his left was a tall, thin man wearing a bone necklace, and to his right was a stocky man with a face full of rough skin. Linne stood behind the fence, his eyes sweeping over the 3 men as a system panel suddenly popped up. Named Gear rank, first-level warrior, remarks leader of the Greyhound robbery group. The thin man on the left was called Huiya, and the stocky man on the right was called Huizhua, both of whom were first level. 3 first levels, over 30 henchmen. Linne felt amused. They were currently in need of manpower to mine the magic crystal stones. Listen up inside. Gear shouted from his horse, his voice booming like thunder. I am Gear, the leader of the Greyhound robbery group. Those who know what's good for them hand over all the food, magic crystal stones, and valuables from the town. If you do, I might spare your lives. Upon hearing the name of the Greyhound robbery group, the townspeople behind instantly turned pale, a wave of panic spreading through the crowd. The Greyhound robbery group. They are the beasts that eat people without spitting out the bones. It's over. These guys are infamous in the northern border wasteland for their ruthless killings and plundering. We're doomed. Panic quickly spread among the crowd. Just as Linne was about to speak, 2 heads dressed in coarse clothes suddenly poked through the gaps in the fence. It was the Scarface and the Thin Monkey. Since being captured, these 2 had been doing hard labor in the town, but because they could eat black bread and meat soup every day, they had visibly plumped up, looking healthier than when they were bandits. Boss. It's really the boss. The Thin Monkey waved his hands excitedly. Scarface shouted loudly, Boss, don't fight. It's not worth it. It's a dead end. Gear was taken aback, looking at his 2 familiar subordinates, momentarily at a loss. Boss, let me explain. Scarface earnestly advised. Our lord is kind-hearted. As long as you work hard, you'll have plenty to eat every day. There's meat too. If you perform well, you can even become free men and earn wages. That's much better than us drinking the northwest wind in the wasteland. Boss, why not surrender with your brothers? The mine is short on hands. The Thin Monkey nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, yes, yes. Just yesterday I got a piece of meat, and the taste was incredible. The entire scene fell into silence. Gear's face turned beet red, veins bulging on his forehead. As the leader of the Greyhound robbery group, he had come to slaughter the town and establish his power, yet now his former underlings were advising him to go mine. It was a severe humiliation. You pathetic fools. I'll slaughter you. Gear roared, swinging his machete down forcefully. With the first level of fighting spirit unleashed, a crescent-shaped light yellow blade of energy tore through the air, heading straight for Scarface and the Thin Monkey's necks. Scarface let out a terrified scream and fell onto the muddy ground. Just as the blade was about to strike the fence, a crystalline dragon claw suddenly extended from thin air. Crack! The energy slash shattered into light points in the air. Sylvia had already transformed into a dragon, tilting her head and staring at Gear as if looking at a piece of roasted meat. Scarface crawled back into the town, trembling behind Marcus, no longer daring to make a sound. Gear's eyelids twitched. To shatter fighting spirit barehanded. What kind of monster is this silver-haired girl? Your subordinates are quite sincere, why not consider it? Linne crossed his arms, his tone mocking. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Gear gritted his teeth and shouted, Brothers, charge in and kill. Kill all the men and take the women. All the food belongs to us. Kill. Over 30 robbers raised their weapons and charged towards the wooden fence with a roar. Open the door, welcome our guests. Linne ordered calmly. Boom. The heavy wooden door was pulled open. There was no need for the guard squad to charge. Sylvia had already burst out like a cannonball. In midair, the silver bracelet on her wrist shone brightly, instantly transforming into a frost dragon spear over a meter long. Die. Hui, seeing a young girl charge out alone, grinned maliciously as he urged his shabby horse forward, raising his spear to meet her. The fighting spirit of a first-level knight surged into the spear tip, exuding ferocity. Sylvia gripped the dragon spear with both hands, using her waist to exert force, swinging it like a baseball bat, and brought it crashing down. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Hui, along with his horse, was sent flying by this terrifying force. He traced a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily into the crowd of robbers charging behind, toppling 7 or 8 of them, their cries of broken bones and twisted limbs filling the air. Though he wasn't mortally wounded, Hui was dazed by the blow and took a long time to get back up. Gear and Huizhua gasped in shock. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Everyone charged together. Gear roared, dismounting. He and Huizhua unleashed their earthy yellow fighting spirit, brandishing their weapons as they lunged at Sylvia. Sylvia excitedly shook her dragon spear, creating several frosty blossoms directly confronting the two leaders. The spear blade clashed with sword and knife sparks flying as the frost aura rapidly spread, slowing down Dogear and his companions' movements. Just as the two leaders were entangled in battle, Marcus led the guard squad out of the town gate. Kill. Marcus immediately set his sights on Huiya, who had just crawled up from the ground. He brandished his skeletal spear, striding forward, looking for death. Huiya spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, grabbing an iron sword to confront him. The two weapons clashed heavily. Huiya thought that with his first-level strength, he could easily overpower the head of the Luoshuang town guards. But in that moment of engagement, his expression changed dramatically. The force coming from the skeletal spear was not only equal to his, but the spear tip also exuded a strange sharpness. Swish! The high-quality iron sword was directly nicked by the skeletal spear. Marcus twisted his wrist, and the spear lunged like a venomous snake, scraping along the sword blade before piercing through Huiya's shoulder with a puff. Skeletal spear trait activated healing obstruction. Huiya let out a wail and retreated repeatedly. To his horror, he discovered a trace of black-gray death energy swirling around his wound, impeding its healing. What the hell is this thing? Huiya was completely panicked. Marcus did not give him a chance to breathe, and the spear danced with deadly precision. With the support of a rare-level weapon, he dominated Huiya in their first-level clash. Meanwhile, the guard squad members also collided with the bandit henchmen. It was a one-sided slaughter without suspense. Tan and Cole, the two orcs, held half-human tall steel tower shields at the front. The robbers' iron knives struck the shields, leaving only faint white marks. With a clash, the robbers were sent tumbling. In the back, Luke and Sam steadied military crossbows, calmly pulling the triggers. The sturdy bolts shot out from close range, directly penetrating the robbers' pitiful leather armor. One arrow. The newly recruited 12 strong men were eager to show off, wielding their steel-long swords and reaping the lives of the robbers as if they were cutting vegetables. In just one encounter, more than half of the 30 robbers fell. The remaining ones were scared out of their wits, dropping their weapons and turning to flee. Puff! Marcus seized the opening and thrust his spear through Huiya's throat. Huiya's eyes widened, clutching his neck as he fell into a pool of blood, twitching a few times before going still. On the other side, Dogear and Huizhua found themselves in an even more desperate situation. Sylvia was not fighting as she was playing. The frost dragon spear in her hand felt weightless, yet each strike carried immense power. Dogear's palms had long been shattered, and his machete was covered in nicks. Catching sight of Huiya's death and his subordinates' retreat, Dogear's heart sank completely. He had kicked an iron plate. This Luoshuang town was not a fat sheep, but a man-eating monster. Captain, I can't hold on any longer. Huizhua shouted, his left arm affected by the frost, causing his movements to slow down. Don't panic. He'll hold her off. Dogear roared, his fighting spirit exploding to its peak, seemingly ready to fight to the death. Huizhua felt a surge of joy, preparing to cooperate with the captain for a counterattack. At that moment, Dogear suddenly grabbed the back of Huizhua's collar, using all his strength to shove him towards the spear tip that Sylvia had thrust forward. Captain, you! Huizhua's desperate scream was abruptly cut off. The frost dragon spear penetrated his chest, without any obstruction, pinning him to the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, Dogear quickly retreated, pulling out a parchment scroll from his bosom and crushing it. Luoshuang town. He'll remember this debt. The scroll erupted with blinding white light, enveloping Dogear completely. The space began to twist. Sylvia withdrew her dragon spear, wanting to pursue, but as the white light flashed, Dogear had already vanished, leaving only the lingering magical fluctuations in the air. A magical item. Linne walked to the front lines, narrowing his eyes at the spot where Dogear had disappeared. He hadn't expected that a mere bandit leader would possess such a high-level life-saving item. My lord. Marcus approached with his bloodstained spear, his tone excited. We captured the remaining 15 survivors. Linne turned to look at the robbers kneeling in the mud, trembling like quails, and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Take them all to the mine and tell Barlow to put the heaviest shackles on them. Linne patted Marcus on the shoulder. The construction of Luoshuang town has gained another batch of cheap fuel. The night was thick with darkness. Inside the lord's main bedroom, the temperature was unusually high. Linne sat cross-legged on the large velvet bed. Zerwia straddled the bed. The two of them were skin to skin. The yin-yang harmony technique was running wildly. The pure yang energy formed a perfect closed loop within their bodies. After a day of one-sided slaughter, the blood and chi within Linne were extremely vigorous. He guided the massive pure yang energy, gathering it in his dantian. Zerwia was flushed all over, her silver hair soaked in sweat, breathing heavily, her dragon horns. Master! Master! Zerwia's voice trembled as her hands clutched Linne's shoulders tightly. The spiritual energy is too strong, my meridians can barely withstand it. The dominance of the pure yang sacred body was fully revealed at this moment. The raging spiritual energy surged wave after wave, violently striking against the barrier of the third level of chi refinement. Once, twice, thrice, Zerwia's dragon tail instinctively thrashed against the sheets. Her proud dragon physique was gradually overwhelmed by the onslaught of pure yang energy, finally accompanied by a muffled rumble from within Linne, and the barrier shattered. Third level of chi refinement. The spiritual energy in the dantian instantly doubled, filling his limbs and bones with power. Every pore in his body opened up, every muscle screamed with delight. The residual waves of violent spiritual energy surged into Zerwia's body through their connected meridians. Zerwia lay limply against Linne's chest, digesting the powerful pure yang energy. Linne looked at the dragon girl in his arms. The fierceness she displayed earlier with her frost dragon spear against the first-tier knight had completely vanished. The dragon physique is nothing extraordinary, Linne said, pulling the cashmere blanket over her tightly. He summoned the system panel. A pale blue light screen appeared on his retina. Host Linne Winston Physique SSS level Pure Yang Sacred Body Cultivation 3rd level of Chi Refinement Techniques Yin Yang Harmony Technique Pure Yang Sword Technique Dual Cultivation Points 2280. After more than 10 days of day and night training with Zerwia, he finally accumulated this substantial amount. Linne opened the system shop. Skipping over the pills and magic tools, he slid straight to the bottom, stopping at the Technique Secrets section. A tome radiating with dark golden light floated quietly on the interface. 9 turns Pure Yang Body. Price 2,000 dual cultivation points. Linne clicked on the details. 9 turns Pure Yang Body. First layer, an unparalleled method for body cultivation specifically designed for the Pure Yang sacred body. It refines skin, flesh, bones, organs, and marrow with Pure Yang energy. With each turn, the body undergoes a qualitative change. Completing the 9 turns creates an indestructible Pure Yang physique. Immune to all methods, reborn from a drop of blood. He had coveted this technique for a long time. Although the Pure Yang sacred body was impressive, the Yin Yang harmony technique leaned more towards internal cultivation and spiritual energy accumulation, while the Pure Yang sword technique was a means of offense. He had always lacked a true melee body refinement technique that could leverage the advantages of the sacred body. Purchase. Linne indecisively issued the command. Ding. 2,000 dual cultivation points deducted. Exchange successful. The dual cultivation points on the panel instantly shrank to 180, erasing the hard-earned accumulation of over 10 days in a second. A blinding golden light shot out from the light screen, directly piercing into Linne's brow. Countless golden figures practiced various complex and esoteric movements in his sea of consciousness, imprinting the unique routes of spiritual energy operation deeply into his memory. After a full quarter of an hour, Linne opened his eyes. Unlike the gentle nature of the Yin Yang harmony technique, this technique exuded an exceptionally domineering intensity. Linne closed his eyes, and following the operation route of the technique, guided the pure yang energy within his body to begin cleansing his bones. The sensation was not pleasant. The scorching spiritual energy poured into his marrow, slowly burning, grinding, and then reshaping his bones inch by inch. Linne gritted his teeth, enduring the heat, repeatedly circulating his energy. As the technique ran, a faint golden glow emerged from his skin, and his already well-proportioned physique appeared even more toned, with muscle lines tightening, each one brimming with explosive power. This state lasted the entire second half of the night. When the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the window, Linne opened his eyes. He tried to clench his fist, and his knuckles made a series of crisp cracks. Although there was still a long way to go before entering the first turn, the potential of the Pure Yang sacred body had already been preliminarily developed. In terms of physical strength alone, he felt he could now punch a bull to death. Zerwia murmured beside him, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. Her messy silver hair was sticking up, and she drowsily looked at Linne, and her nose suddenly twitching as she leaned into Linne's shoulder and sniffed hard. Master, you seem to have changed. Zerwia's eyes revealed a pure longing, her throat involuntarily moving. It feels tastier. Linne flicked her forehead with irritation. That's the Pure Yang energy, increasing, not for you to eat. Zerwia covered her forehead, letting out a slightly wronged sound, then quickly jumped off the bed to help Linne get dressed. After dressing properly, Linne pushed open the door and walked out of the Lord's mansion. The Frostfall town was already bustling in the early morning. As he reached the street corner, he saw Marcus leading several guards escorting a group of dejected prisoners out of town. A line of over 10 captured robbers was shackled with iron chains, holding shiny new pickaxes. Clearly they hadn't slept well last night, each with dark circles under their eyes. My lord. Marcus hurried over to salute when he saw Linne. Linne glanced at the pickaxes, furrowing his brow. Where did these come from? I remember there weren't many usable pickaxes left in town, Marcus replied, They were sent over from Uncle Orange. Marcus pointed to the tools in the prisoner's hands. Yesterday afternoon, that brat Aaron sent over 30 of them, saying they were just forged by the blacksmith shop, perfect for these guys to work with. 30. Linne was somewhat surprised. So many. Did Oren's random forging talent solve this? Although Oren's craftsmanship was decent, the properties of the items he forged were extremely unstable due to that talent. I don't know about that. Marcus scratched his head, but I saw that the quality of those pickaxes was pretty good, so I just used them first. Linne nodded, saying, okay, take them to the mine. Tell Barlow that if these guys dare to slack off, cut off their rations directly. Marcus straightened his back. Yes, my lord. Then he turned and shouted, continuing to escort the prisoners out of town. After Marcus walked far away, Linne turned with Zerwia and headed toward the blacksmith shop. Before even stepping inside, rhythmic sounds of hammering echoed from within. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was steady and powerful, exuding an inexplicable industrial rhythm. Linne entered the shop. A wave of heat mixed with the scent of rust hit him. He saw Aaron bare-chested, gripping a heavy hammer tightly, sweating profusely as he worked at the anvil. The boy had been eating well lately, and with daily forging, the once frail body had developed a layer of solid muscle. Meanwhile, Owen sat on a low stool nearby, frowning as he focused intently on Aaron's movements. From time to time, he would strike the nearby anvil loudly, correcting Aaron's angle and point of impact. Zerwia, following behind Linne, clearly disliked the sweltering environment and took a step back toward the door. Master, what brings you here? Aaron, quick to notice Linne's arrival, hastily stopped his work, wiping the sweat from his face with a rag. I just ran into Marcus. He brought over a batch of prisoners holding more than a dozen new iron picks, claiming you provided them. Owen interjected. My lord, those picks were all forged by Aaron. This kid has made rapid progress lately, so I had him mass-produce the iron picks and hoes needed for the mining area, and the quality is quite impressive. Linne walked straight to the anvil and picked up a freshly forged iron pick from the rack. Item: iron pick. Quality: excellent. Description: a sturdy and durable tool. Linne flicked the pick blade with his finger, producing a crisp hum. Linne looked at Owen. Did Aaron forge all of these? Owen replied, his tone laced with pride and a hint of disbelief. Yes, this kid indeed has a talent for blacksmithing. Master, you flatter me. Aaron, a bit embarrassed, lowered his head and scratched the back of his neck. What I produce is still far from your craftsmanship. I still lack the strength and control over the fire. All right, enough with the modesty here. Owen waved his hand, pointing to the furnace behind the shop, looking at Linne. My lord, thanks to the plans you drew for the bellows and that carbonizing method you mentioned, the furnace temperature is now significantly higher and the impurities in the iron have been greatly reduced. The items we forge now can basically reach excellent quality. Linne glanced at the neatly arranged excellent tools on the shelf, nodding in satisfaction. The smelting technology in this world was too crude, but with a touch of modern industrial theory, the output and quality could experience a qualitative leap. How's the efficiency now? Linne asked. Aaron can produce 3 to 4 tools a day, but if it's weapons that require precision, the speed will be a bit slower. As Owen spoke, he stood up from the stool and walked to the back of the shop. He retrieved an item from a wooden frame covered with a heavy canvas and approached Linne, presenting it with both hands. However, I haven't been idle either. Just the night before last, I struck lucky and forged a rare-grade iron tool for the first time. The glint of fervor sparkled in the dwarf's eyes. Linne took the item in hand. It felt extremely heavy. It was a hoe. The handle was made of top-quality hardwood, and its surface was polished to a smooth finish. The hoe part gleamed with an unusual dark blue metallic luster. Linne activated the system to item: Pioneer's Hoe. Quality: rare. Attribute: strength 5. Trait: soil shatter. A slight shockwave is generated upon the hoe's impact with the ground, breaking soil clumps into fine dust without the need for additional tilling. This is indeed quite impressive. Linne weighed it in his hands. With a strength boost of 5, if this were used in battle, it could probably cleave a person's head as easily as splitting a clod of earth. Owen's face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly coughed twice. I was originally aiming to forge a battle axe, but unfortunately it ended up like this. If it were a weapon, it would have been perfect. No, the hoe was excellent as well. Linne looked out at the field that was bustling with land reclamation. For Frostfall Town right now, a tool that can improve farming efficiency is far more valuable than a killing axe. Although the outskirts of Frostfall Town had been cleared of the undead due to years of neglect and the harsh northern climate, the soil had become extremely hard. Ordinary farming tools made it very laborious to work, and townsfolk often had to apply their entire body weight to the hoe just to barely dig a shallow pit. With this Pioneer's Hoe, the accompanying soil shatter shockwave trait would practically make it a human-powered tilling. Finding a robust person like Ton or Cole to wield this hoe for a day in the fields would undoubtedly multiply the efficiency of land reclamation. Oh, and Aaron, you both have done well. Linne withdrew his gaze and focused on the two of them. Aaron, continue to maintain your current output, and prioritize the tools needed for the farmland and mining area. Owen, keep drawing lots, and try to produce more rare-grade iron tools. Yes, my lord. The two responded. Linne, satisfied, turned and walked out holding the rare hoe. Sylvia hurried to catch up as they exited the blacksmith shop. The cold air outside instantly drove away the heat from their bodies. Linne planned to head straight to the farmland to personally test the shockwave effect of this rare hoe. In the backyard of the lord's mansion by the well, Millie wrung out the coarse linen garment in her hands and hung it on. The kitchen door swung open and Martha came out carrying a large wooden basin, calling out loudly. The basin was filled with boiling meat soup floating with several chunks of rich fatty meat alongside a basket of soft, freshly baked black bread. Millie swallowed hard, picked up a piece of bread, tore off a small chunk, and dipped it in the soup before stuffing it into her mouth. It was delicious. Millie had been in Frostfall Town for more than 10 days now. For her, this place was paradise. No hunger, no fear. Every day helping Martha in the kitchen washing clothes and assisting with tasks brought her enough food. Back in the slums, people would smash each other's heads with stones over a half piece of moldy black bread. But here the Lord actually allowed everyone who worked to eat their fill. Eat more, look how thin you are, like a firewood. Martha scooped a large ladle of meat soup into Millie's bowl. The Lord said the Lord's mansion does not support idlers, nor does it let those who work starve. You need to be full to have the strength to work. Thank you, Aunt Martha. Millie held the bowl and ate earnestly, not willing to waste even a drop of soup. After breakfast, Martha went to clean the front yard. Millie took the opportunity to slip along the wall towards the blacksmith shop. Before she got close, she heard the ringing sound of iron being struck from inside. Millie hid outside the door, peeking in with half her head. Her brother Aaron was swinging a large hammer bear chair. He had become much sturdier than a half-month ago. The ribcage that had been so bony now had a layer of firm flesh, and his hammering movements were crisp and efficient. The grumpy old dwarf Oren sat beside him, still cursing, but his eyes clearly showed satisfaction. Her brother was now an apprentice blacksmith, earning wages every day. He said all of this was given by the master. Millie leaned against the cold wall. The image of the young man with black hair and eyes floated in her mind. He wore a neat long robe, standing on a high platform, his voice not loud, but enough to quiet everyone. He had slain the undead with a single sword and brought new life to the desolate Frostfall town. He was a lofty noble, the lord who ruled over everything. He was also the savior who pulled the siblings out of. Millie's cheeks flushed slightly. She remembered that day in the hall when the lord looked down at her, his gaze calm, devoid of the disgusting lewdness typical of nobles, instead radiating a reassuring steadiness. Suddenly a bold thought popped into Millie's mind. What if she could marry the lord? Oh dear, Millie, what are you thinking? Millie was startled by her own thoughts and hurriedly covered her flushed cheeks with both hands. How embarrassing. What am I? Just a wild girl who can't even read. Next to the lord, there was also the stunningly beautiful, graceful, and capable Sylvia. With her fragile, undeveloped figure plain and unremarkable, how could the lord possibly notice her? Millie felt a bit discouraged, lowering her head instinctively to look at her chest. Beneath her clothes, it was completely flat without a hint of curve. Compared to Sylvia's ample and graceful figure, she felt utterly ordinary and shabby, unworthy of the dazzling and noble lord. No, she shouldn't think like that. Millie shook her head. Even if she couldn't marry the lord, she wanted to become some. The lord needed hands right now. Her brother could help him by blacksmithing, but what could she do besides washing clothes and cooking? What if she could become a professional? If she could possess first-tier strength, could she join the guard or help the lord with more tasks? Millie gritted her teeth and turned to run back to her room. She shut the door tightly, took out a bottle of magical potion from the box. The master said that breaking through to the first tier could cure her illness. Millie, keep going. You can definitely do it. As long as you reach the first tier, you can help the master. Millie encouraged herself, pulled out the cork, and tilted her head to gulp down the entire potion. The potion slid down her throat. At first it felt just like usual, a warm flow spreading in her stomach. But then this warmth did not dissipate gently as before, it suddenly constricted and then exploded. Ugh! Millie clutched her stomach, her body curling up. A scorching heat surged through her limbs and bones like countless red-hot needles piercing through her very being, leaving her feeling both swollen and numb. She bit her lip tightly, refusing to let out a single cry of pain, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. The pain was fierce but fleeting. Soon the burning sensation receded. In its place was an unprecedented clarity. Millie opened her eyes in confusion, only to discover that the world before her had changed. Tiny specks of light floated in the air, blue, red, and green, visibly drifting around the room. The wind that seeped in through the gap of the storeroom door was no longer just cold. She could even feel the trajectory of the wind's flow. She looked down at the empty glass bottle in her hand. There was still a tiny bit of potion residue at the bottom of the bottle, but to Millie now, that little potion emitted a unique aura. She could clearly discern the magical structure contained within the potion and instinctively understood the principles behind its formulation. This is Millie reached out her hand, trying to touch the blue specks of light in the air. The specks obediently gathered at her fingertips, bringing a refreshing sensation. Magic. She sensed the magic. Not only that, but she felt her body was as light as a feather and her hearing had become exceptionally acute. She could even hear the sound of Martha sweeping the floor from dozens of steps away. She had broken through. She had crossed the threshold of the first tier. Ecstasy overwhelmed Millie in an instant. Millie sprang up from the ground, pushed open the door, and rushed outside. Ouch! What are you rushing around for, girl? Martha, holding a broom, was startled by Millie's sudden appearance. Aunt Martha, I'm going to find the Lord. Millie ran out without looking back, her voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Looking for the Lord. He seems to have gone to the fields. Martha shouted from behind. Got it. Millie's feet took flight, running twice as fast as before. The wind rushed into her collar, chilly, yet her entire body was aflame. Millie sprinted wildly along the earthen ridge, her pace astonishingly swift. Within mere breaths, she had already dashed to Linne's side. My lord. She braced herself with hands on her knees, gasping deeply, her chest heaving violently. My lord. I've broken through. Millie lifted her face, her voice trembling with unrestrained elation. Linne, who had been testing the pioneer's hoe in the field, lit up instantly at her words. At last, the girl had ascended. No wonder, given the potent magic elixirs he'd supplied her daily. He tossed the hoe to Baylor and silently summoned his system interface. Name Millie. Race human. Rank first-tier alchemist. Innate talents: alchemical intuition, A affinity with fire element, A affinity with wood element, C. Skills: herbal aroma physique, passive potion property perception, LV. 1. Status: exhilarated. Linne's gaze lingered for 2 seconds upon first-tier alchemist. In this world, transcendent beings manifested in myriad forms. Awakened professions included common vocations such as warriors, knights, and mages, like Marcus. Beyond these lay rare vocations, such as Sylvie's dragonblood warrior lineage. Rarest of all were production-oriented disciplines. And among them, alchemists stood supreme. Any individual capable of brewing a passable magic elixir would be venerated like a living ancestor by grand nobles and merchant guilds alike. All the more so given her ranked talents. Linne dismissed the interface and fixed his gaze upon Millie. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Instinctively, Millie hunched her shoulders and bowed her head, tension coiling tight within her. Linne bent low, his nose nearly brushing the nape of her neck. An exceedingly faint yet crystalline fragrance, earthy green alive, drifted into his nostrils. One deep inhale sharpened his mind, clearing fog from his thoughts. The herbal aroma physique truly lived up to its name. The Lord's warm, soft breath grazed her skin, carrying a subtle, teasing warmth. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, the hue deepening all the way to her ears. Her fingers twisted nervously at the coarse hem of her tunic. Her heart hammered so fiercely it threatened to leap from her throat. My lord, is he smelling me? Delightfully fragrant, Linne murmured, straightening. Like sweet. Sylvie appeared beside them without warning, leaning in to sniff Millie's other side, and even flicking her tongue across her lips. Startled by Sylvie's gaze, Millie instinctively shrank closer to Linne. Well done, he said, voice calm and measured. You have awakened the exceedingly rare vocation of alchemist. This is your worth. Millie jerked her head up, disbelief flooding her features. An alchemist? Me? How could that possibly be? Linne summoned the system shop. His eyes swept past the exorbitantly priced cultivation manuals, settling decisively upon the secondary vocations section. Basics of Alchemy Revised Edition, adapted expressly for worlds devoid of spiritual energy, substituting mana and magical flora for the spirit herbs of Xianxia realms, teaching foundational pharmacology and purification fusion techniques. Price: 200 dual cultivation points. Alchemists in this world employed crude methods, crushing, boiling, filtering ingredients, perhaps guiding fusion with a thread of mana, resulting in catastrophic loss of potency. By contrast, Xianxia alchemy demanded absolute purification, precise hierarchical formulation, sovereign minister assistant envoy, and fire control calibrated to the finest degree. Even this introductory manual, when intelligently adapted to local magical materials, would deliver nothing short of a paradigm-shattering revolution to this world's apothecary science. Linne glanced at his balance. Just enough points remained. Confirm purchase. Ding. 200 dual cultivation points deducted. Purchase successful. A thick ancient tome bound in weathered sheepskin materialized in Linne's hands. Its cover bore no script, only several arcane mana runes pulsing with quiet profundity. Linne extended the grimoire toward Millie. Take it. She scrubbed her palms vigorously against her tunic before accepting the tome with reverent, trembling hands, its surface humming faintly with latent mana. My lord, but I barely know my letters, Millie whispered, her fingers shaking. In this world, knowledge was a monopoly, rigidly enforced by nobles and mage towers. The common folk were largely illiterate. This book requires no literacy, Linne said, tapping her temple. Open it, and let your newly awakened mana perceive it. It will imprint its knowledge directly into your mind. Millie nodded, dazed, clutching the tome tightly to her chest. Linne turned to Baylor. Baylor. Yes, my lord. Prepare the detached courtyard east of the manor by nightfall. From this day forth it shall serve exclusively as Millie's alchemical laboratory. No one, not even a single soul, may approach without my explicit permission. Additionally, Linne continued, allocate a portion of all harvested herbs, magic crystals, and monster cores gathered in town to the eastern courtyard. Instruct Orn to halt all minor commissions at the forge and prioritize crafting a complete set of alchemical furnaces for Millie. The schematics are inside the book. Yes, my lord. Baylor barked his reply. Millie held the heavy tome to her chest, tears shimmering unshed in her eyes. Enough tears, Linne said, ruffling her hair lightly. Frostfall Town shelters no idlers. I have granted you the finest resources. Now deliver results worthy of them. Millie will never disappoint you, my lord. She wiped her eyes fiercely, her voice resolute and unwavering. Linne nodded, satisfied. With an alchemist now in residence, Frostfall could produce its own magic elixirs, enabling more citizens to ascend to the first tier. Linne entrusted the manor's administration to Marcus and Baylor. He departed Frostfall Town with Sylvie, heading northward. They traversed vast stretches of blighted coniferous forest until the land flattened. Ahead loomed a shattered boundary stone bearing the crest of the Dawnstar Dominion. A century ago this had been the North's most prosperous duchy, its territory spanning dozens of times Frostfall's expanse, fertile plains, rich mineral veins, and a teeming populace. Records state that when the undead cataclysm erupted, Duke Dawnstar, lord of this land, remained preoccupied with decadent pleasures, dismissing border threats as trivial distractions. Dawnstar's defenses collapsed swiftly. The undead legions surged southward, nearly devouring the entire north in their wake. Only at the brink of annihilation did the Empire deploy the primordial artifact Dawn's First Light, halting the undead tide just short of total conquest. The good news: Golden Ear City, the capital of Dawnstar, lay less than 100 kilometers from Frostfall. At their pace they could reach its outer walls in half a day. The bad news: undead density here rivaled the sardine can, bursting at the seams. A pall of ashen gray mist clung to the towering city walls. The gate lay splintered into massive timber, shards skewered crookedly into the moat. Linne entered Golden Ear City through a side entrance. Grr! No sooner had he crossed the threshold than a black shape lunged from the ruins beside him, straight for his face. This was no ordinary white-boned skeleton, but rather a monster whose entire body oozed black pus, with its flesh and skin highly decayed. Sharp black claws still clung to fragments of flesh, exuding a nauseating aura of death. The corpse. Linne did not draw the long sword at his waist. Instead, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his right leg. As the 9 turns Pure Yang body technique operated, the Pure Yang power within him surged into his right arm like boiling magma. A faint golden glow instantly appeared on the surface of his skin. He punched forward. Bang! His fist struck hard against the corpse's chest. The violent Pure Yang power erupted in an instant, and the corpse, which even an ordinary iron sword could hardly penetrate, had its chest cavity blown open, creating a large hole. The black foul blood barely had time to splatter before being evaporated into a puff of white smoke by the domineering Pure Yang power. The corpse flew backward, crashing into the crumbling stone wall, convulsing a couple of times before going still. With the combination of Pure Yang power and the enhancement from the technique, Linne was practically a human-shaped piledriver. The sounds of battle attracted more undead. Sylphia flipped her wrist, and the silver bracelet transformed into a frost dragon spear over 1 meter long. She crashed into the mass of corpses like a cannonball, the spear's tip sweeping across her terrifying strength, directly breaking 3 first-tier elite skeletons in half. The frost air spread, freezing the shattered bones on the ground into icy fragments. The 2 pressed deeper into the center of the city. The further they went, the higher the level of the undead. First-tier skeleton warriors and corpses were everywhere, and occasionally, they could even see 1 or 2 skeleton knights riding bone horses. However, in the face of Linne's iron fists and Sylphia's brute strength, these were merely convenient targets. After killing for more than 2 hours, the 2 finally arrived at the center of the city. A magnificent building stood at the end of the square. The Duke's Mansion of Gold Spike City. As expected of a residence of a top noble in the Northern Territory, the entire fortress was made of massive granite blocks. Even after 100 years of wind and rain and the ravages of the undead, the outer walls remained sturdy, only covered with black vines of death energy. Huff! Linne crushed the last corpse's head underfoot, letting out a breath. The high-intensity close combat left him feeling hot all over as the spiritual energy of the 9 turns Pure Yang body surged wildly, Through his meridians, the tingling sensation of his bones being tempered was addictive. He looked up at the massive stone fortress, narrowing his eyes slightly. Sophia, what do you think about us taking this city down? Linne suddenly spoke. Sophia, who was wiping the blood off her dragon spear with a cloth, paused for a moment upon hearing this, tilting her head in question. Take it down? But it seems this is the territory of Duke Morningstar, which doesn't belong to our Frostfall territory. The Duke of Morningstar has been dead for 100 years. Linne reached out and patted the thick stone pillar at the entrance of the Duke's mansion. This place is now unclaimed. If I take it by force, then this city is mine. If the Empire thinks otherwise, let them send troops to reclaim it. He surveyed the wide streets and sturdy city walls around him. The dilapidated village, surrounded by a broken wooden fence in Frostfall Town, has too little development potential. Once the population increases in the future, they could directly move into Goldspike City, saving both the cost and materials for building a city. Sophia had no concept of territorial ownership. She cared only about one thing. That makes sense. Wherever the master lives, I will live there. As long as there is meat to eat every day, that's enough. Ambitious. Linne flicked her forehead. Of course, he also understood that this matter couldn't be rushed. There were at least tens of thousands of undead in Goldspike City. With their current Frostfall Town, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps, so they had to plan carefully. Let's go in and loot a bit. The residents of a great noble must be hiding something good. During the chaos of the city's fall, it was impossible for all valuables to be taken away. The two rushed into the Duke's mansion. The hall was in disarray, with a magnificent chandelier smashed to the ground and precious oil paintings long reduced to rags. Linne and Sophia, like two bandits, turned the Duke's mansion upside down. Finally, behind the main building in a hidden wine cellar, Linne discovered a secret door. He violently smashed open the heavy steel lock and pushed open the thick iron door. The light of the torch illuminated the interior space. The golden color instantly dazzled Linne's eyes. A treasure trove. Although it was evident that it had been hastily moved, most of the warehouse was empty. But in the corner there were still 5 or 6 large wooden chests piled up. The wooden boxes had long rotted and the contents had spilled all over, forming a small mountain. Gold coins. All of them were pure gold coins stamped with the imperial emblem. Among the pile of coins, high-level magic crystals and various dazzling gemstones were also scattered. We've struck it rich. Linne rushed over and directly grabbed a handful of gold coins. The heavy feel in his hands and the crisp sound of clinking were the most wonderful music in the world. A rough estimate showed that this pile of gold coins must have at least tens of thousands. With this money, he could even go to the Southern Merchant Guild to buy tons of refined wheat flour, sets of fine weapons, and even a large number of slaves. Master, so many shiny ones. Sophia cheered, diving directly into the pile of gold coins. The dragon race has a natural obsession with treasures. She rolled around in the pile of coins, excitedly wagging her dragon tail. How many meat steaks can this buy? After the ecstasy, the harsh reality felt like a cold bucket of water was poured over him. Linne looked at the towering pile of gold coins, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. How to take it away? Tens of thousands of gold coins plus gemstones weighed at least several tons. He had no high-level storage magical items, relying solely on him and Sophia to carry it by hand. How much could they take? With the undead swarming outside, it wasn't realistic to have Marcus bring a large force with carts to haul it. The presence of dozens of living people would definitely trigger a riot among the undead, drowning them on the way. Looking at a mountain of gold, he couldn't take away this feeling was more painful than being killed. Damn, Linne cursed inwardly. If he had known, he would have saved some dual cultivation points to exchange for a storage ring. That was a miscalculation. Let's take a little for now. Linne decisively took off his outer robe, tore it into sturdy strips of cloth, and made 2 simple bags. The two crouched down, specifically choosing the most valuable high-level magic crystals and gemstones to stuff into the bags, then each filled a few hundred gold coins. Any more would affect their movements during battle. By the time they finished packing and emerged from the underground treasury, the sky outside had completely darkened. Night in the Northern Territory was the time for the undead to revel. The outside was filled with echoes of roars, the temperature dropped sharply, and the chilling aura of death began to spread through the streets. Linne walked to the window to take a look. The undead in the streets moved like they were pumped with adrenaline, moving at least twice as fast as during the day, and the flames of soul fire in their eye sockets burned even brighter. It's too dangerous to act at night. The perception and strength of the undead are doubled. Linne decisively made a decision. We will stay here tonight. The top floor of the Duke's mansion had a relatively intact large study, with only a narrow staircase leading up, making it easy to defend. Linne pushed the heavy wooden bookshelf to block the door firmly. Sophia nimbly snuggled up to Linne, curling into his embrace like a clingy cat. She greedily inhaled the pure yang warmth emanating from Linne, comfortably narrowing her eyes. The night wind howled outside the window mixed with the eerie sound of bones grinding. Linne felt Sylphia's soft, warm body pressed against him, and the pure yang power within him began to stir again. After a day of slaying the undead, his vitality was frighteningly vigorous. Master. Sylphia raised her head, her silver hair brushing against Linne's chin, her gaze dreamy, her voice sweet enough to drip water. I'm hungry. Linne pinched Sylphia's chin, saying, there are no soundproofing formations here, you better hold back your voice. The first rays of sunlight in the morning pierced through the grayish-black death energy above Jinsui City, casting a glow on the dusty wooden floor. Linne opened his eyes. The pure yang power within him had become more solid after a night of circulation. The cultivation route of the 9 turns pure yang body automatically flowed through his meridians, subtly refining his flesh with each breath. He pushed aside the dragon tail wrapped around his waist. Sylvia smacked her lips and turned over, burying her face in the tattered blanket Linne had used as a cushion last night, continuing to sleep soundly. Linne stood up, stretching his limbs, the joints cracking like popping beans. Last night, to escape the violent undead, the two of them had hurried to the top floor, barricaded the door with a bookcase, and spent the night dealing with the situation in the open space behind the door. Now that the sky was fully bright, the outside roars had noticeably diminished, and the undead had reverted to their slow and dazed state during the day. Only then did Linne turn his head, taking a moment to observe the room they had turned into a temporary shelter. It was a giant study room covering an area of over 100 square meters. 3 walls were entirely occupied by towering rosewood bookshelves. Surprisingly, the preservation condition here was extremely good. Aside from the inevitable thick layer of dust, the books, scrolls, and parchments placed on the shelves had suffered almost no damage. Linne walked to the nearest bookshelf and casually pulled out a heavy hardbound book. Brushing off the dust from the cover revealed several large gilded characters, improvement of crops and soil analysis in the northern cold regions. He then pulled out another book beside it. Notes on the smelting of associated ores in the Morningstar territory and surrounding mineral veins. He continued to look down. Guide to elemental affinity testing. Linne's eyes brightened. When he saw the mountain of gold coins in the underground treasury last night, he thought that was immense wealth. But now, looking at the wall of books, he realized the true treasure was here. In this world, knowledge is a more valuable hard currency than gold. The great nobles and mage towers monopolized all the books and educational resources. Ordinary people couldn't even recognize letters, let alone grasp agricultural improvements, smelting techniques, and magical theories. A century ago, when the undead calamity broke out, Jinsui City fell far too quickly. Those fleeing nobles only thought about how to carry away as many boxes of gold and jewels as possible. Who would bother to haul these heavy, worthless books? The undead occupying this place were interested in living beings and slaughter, showing no appetite for the written word. By a twist of fate, the knowledge accumulated by the Duke of Morningstar for generations had been preserved intact. Linne shoved the book back onto the shelf. These books were enough for him to establish a complete technical reserve system for the territory. Especially for magical enlightenment, he no longer had to feel like a blind man groping an elephant. He continued deeper into the study. After rounding a massive golden Nanma desk, Linne's footsteps came to a halt. On the main wall behind the desk hung an extremely large parchment scroll. The scroll measured over 3 meters in both length and width, nearly covering the entire wall. Linne stepped forward, carefully wiping away a layer of dust from the surface with his sleeve. An incredibly intricate and detailed map unfolded before his eyes. The map's surface was coated with a thick layer of moisture-proof wax, remaining vividly colored even after 100 years. This was not a rough hand-drawn map, with just a few city icons and crooked paths. It was a genuine military and resource holographic map. At the center of the map was Jinsui City, surrounded by the entire Morningstar territory in a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Linne's gaze quickly swept across the map. The distribution of forest vegetation, main roads, and hidden paths were all clearly marked with different colored inks. What made his breath quicken were the special markers on the map. About 50 kilometers northwest of Luoshuang town, a black pickaxe icon was drawn, annotated with small text: black iron, with a small amount of secret silver, moderate mining difficulty, extremely rich reserves. On a plain east of Jinsui City, several blue wavy lines were drawn, annotated: underground river convergence point, soil is extremely fertile, a large magical herb plantation under construction. It even detailed which mountain produced a certain special hardwood, and which river had annual migrations of specific magical fish. The Duke of Morningstar was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. To have conducted such granular territory surveys, even understanding the underground water systems and unexploited associated minerals, was not something a noble who merely sipped afternoon tea in a castle could achieve. This required an enormous amount of manpower and resources as well as the Lord's exceptionally far-sighted strategic vision. Unfortunately, he did not survive the undead calamity. Linne reached out to touch the rough surface of the parchment. This map was worth more than those tens of thousands of gold coins. Gold coins could only buy ready-made resources, whereas this map was the resource radar for the entire northern region. With it, the expansion and resource development of Luoxuan town would completely open up a god's eye perspective. I must take it. Linne immediately made the decision. But he soon discovered a fatal problem. The map was too large, and after a century of oxidation, though protected by beeswax, it could easily shatter into a pile of debris with the slightest pressure. As for those thousands of books, they weighed several tons. Linne stood still, rhythmically tapping his fingers against his thigh. Since he couldn't take them, he could only protect them in place. He would turn this duke's mansion into the first forward base of Luoxuan town. Linne decisively summoned the system panel, directly opening the shop and entering the conditions in the search box. Soon a list of items popped up. Linne's gaze locked onto a particular formation manual among them. Evil Banishment Formation Modified Version. Price 200 dual cultivation points. Details: using spirit stones or magic crystals as the formation I once set up. It can emit an aura that repels undead, causing them to avoid the area but cannot cause any harm. Linne glanced at the balance that had just increased last night. Just enough to use. Exchange. Ding. Deducting 200 dual cultivation points. Exchange successful. A wealth of formation knowledge instantly flooded into his mind. Node arrangements, magic circuit drawings, and activation methods were clearly imprinted in Linne's memory. As long as he used the few high-level magic crystals he had obtained from the underground treasury as the formation this formation would be enough to cover the entire duke's mansion. The formation could isolate its aura, preventing the outside undead from actively pushing in. But first, all the existing undead in the duke's mansion had to be cleared out. Linne turned around and walked over to Sylvia, who was still fast asleep, pinching her dragon horn and shaking it gently. Master, is it time to eat? Sylvia groggily opened her eyes, instinctively wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Time to get to work. Linne pulled her up from the ground. Dismantle all the skeletons in this building, and I'll personally grill you some meat tonight. You'll be full. Linne promised. Sylvia's eyes instantly lit up, the drowsiness vanishing. Hearing that Linne would personally grill the meat, she instantly transformed into her dragon form, her wrist flicking as the ice frost dragon spear appeared in her hand. All dismantled, right? Sylvia licked her lips, her dragon tail excitedly thumping against the wooden floor. Leave it to me. Linne. He walked to the door and moved the bookcase aside. Creak. Linne grasped the doorknob and yanked open the large door. Just as he was about to issue the clearing order, his voice caught in his throat. At the narrow staircase, there were no ordinary rotting corpses and skeletons wandering about like last night. Instead, a massive figure clad in tattered silver armor, standing nearly 2 meters tall, confronted them. It dragged a rusty greatsword behind it, and 2 ghostly green flames burned in the helmet's crevices, fiercely staring at the two within the door. At the narrow staircase entrance, a chilling aura of death descended abruptly. A massive figure 2 meters tall blocked all possible escape routes. Linne's pupils contracted, and the pure yang power within him surged, wildly golden light flickering beneath his skin. He quickly recited a mantra in his mind. System check attributes. Name Moku Tual. Gender male. Race undead. Rank tier 3 undead knight. Talent unyielding will be undead body C. Skills skeleton warhorse summon LV. 1 death charge LV. 1 armor break strike LV. 1 inch. Remarks: former captain of the Morning Star Duchy Guard awakened his memories uncontrollably due to unyielding will talent no malice. Tier 3. Linne cursed inwardly. Fighting 2 tiers above. What kind of joke is that? His current pure yang power could at most contend with a low-level tier 2 monster. Facing a tier 3, a single strike could turn him and his bones into firewood. Zirwaya also sensed the threat, her frost dragon lance brimming with cold energy, ready to pounce at any moment. Linne swiftly grabbed Zirwaya's wrist, preparing to flee. Although the panel indicated no malice, Linne wasn't willing to gamble his life. Before he could act, the undead knight spoke up. Living person, who are you? The voice was hoarse and dry. Linne came to a sudden halt. It could talk. He stared at the flickering green soul fire in the helmet's crevice, having encountered communicative undead before. Last time in the magic crystal mine, he vividly remembered the skeleton mage. Why are you here? Moku Tuwa took a step forward, his heavy iron boots creaking ominously on the wooden floor. Linne positioned Zirwaya behind him, his mind racing. I am the lord of the Frostfall territory, he spoke steadily, choosing the least error-prone reason. I came here to pay homage to the former glory of the Morning Star Duke. Linne's taut nerves relaxed slightly, but the spiritual energy within him remained unceasing. The soul fire within the helmet flickered twice, seemingly searching for that long-lost memory. Frostfall territory. Mo-ku Tuo repeated. Oh, his raspy voice elongated the tone. That small rundown territory behind Ha. Linne twitched at the corners of his mouth. This skeletal figure spoke so unpleasantly. Although Frostfall Town was indeed poor, was it polite to directly point out the current lord's shortcomings? Linne grumbled inwardly, but maintained a calm facade, nodding along. Yes, Frostfall territory is indeed a small place. Mo-ku Tuo looked into Linne's fearless eyes, then glanced at Zirwaya, who was fiercely glaring at him, while standing protectively behind Linne. The soul fire in his eye sockets dimmed slightly. There's no need to be tense. Mo-ku Tuo raised his right hand, casually tossing the heavy greatsword aside. With a loud crash, that 100-pound greatsword was thrown into the corner, shaking the floor. Mo-ku Tuo stepped forward, sitting cross-legged on the dust-covered floor. The heavy silver armor clanked against each other, producing a dull metallic sound. I won't harm you, though I haven't seen a living person in a long time. Mo-ku Tuo pointed to the empty space before him. Come sit down. Tell me about the current situation in the northern border of the empire. Linne stared at the discarded greatsword, confirming that the other had indeed disarmed. He patted Zirwaya's hand, signaling her to put away her weapon. Reluctantly, Zirwaya dispersed her frost dragon lance, but remained close to Linne, glaring at Mo-ku Tuo. Linne sat down 2 meters in front of Mo-ku Tuo. The northern border is now a wasteland, he disclosed without concealment, directly stating the current situation. The undead are rampant. The rear areas have completely fallen, turning into a dead zone. Although there are still living people in the front, undead frequently appear. The Central Empire gave up on this place long ago, withdrawing troops and cutting off supplies. Mo-ku Tuo's soul fire leaped violently in his eye sockets, his hands gripping the floor tightly. Linne continued. According to the Empire's historical records, when the undead disaster broke out 100 years ago, the Morningstar Duke, indulging in pleasure, saw the defenses collapse in an instant. To save the situation, the Empire utilized the ancient artifact Dawn's First Light, barely preserving the central region, but the northern border was sacrificed as a result. As soon as the words left his mouth, a terrifying aura of death erupted explosively from Mo-ku Tuo. Bullshit. The entire Duke's manor shook violently. Zirwaya instantly spread her arms in front of Linne, in a blue aura forming a barrier to block the shock. Mo-ku Tuo completely ignored their defensive actions. He abruptly stood up, 2 flames of the soul burning fiercely, almost overflowing from his eye sockets. Indulging in pleasure. Defense collapse. That bitch is blaming the Lord for everything. Mo-ku Tuo's breath surged violently. Linne coldly watched the rampaging undead knight without interrupting. It took 5 full minutes for Mo-ku Tuo to calm down. He knelt on one knee in the ruins, his tall frame trembling violently. When the undead disaster broke out, the Morningstar Duke led a heavy force to defend Jinsui City. Mo-ku Tuo's voice was filled with endless sorrow and anger. We fiercely held the main force of the undead on this land. The Duke asked for assistance from the central region every day. The Empress promised that the royal knights would arrive within half a month. Mo-ku Tuo raised his head, staring directly at Linne. We fought until the last man. The moat of Jinsui City was filled with the bodies of our brothers. Yet reinforcements never arrived. The Empress abandoned the Morningstar Duke. She utilized Dawn's First Light, but she placed the core of the artifact at the central defense line. The radiance of the artifact weakens the further it goes, failing to reach the northern province. Mo-ku Tuo tightened his grip on the sword hilt, the joints cracking ominously. In the final moments, to prevent the undead army from completely engulfing the northern border, the Morningstar Duke, as a Tier 6 mage, unleashed forbidden magic outside the city, perishing alongside the commanding undead mage. Linne fell silent. It seemed the Empress had manipulated the historical narrative, turning a hero who died in battle into a pleasure-seeking waste. In this way, the Empire's selfish act of utilizing the artifact to save the central region became a grand achievement of turning the tide. Distorting right and wrong, they played it beautifully. Linne's mind raced. The Central Empire was not to be trusted. This confirmed his previous suspicions. For Frostfall Town to develop, it absolutely could not rely on the Empire's aid, and even had to guard against the central region's underhanded moves. What is your current situation? Linne shifted the topic, bringing the focus back to reality. Mo-ku Tuo slowly stood, reinserting the great sword onto his back. I don't know. He looked down at his hands. Recently, some images suddenly flashed through my mind. Then I broke free from that dull control and awakened my memories from before my death. Since you've awakened, why not leave here? Linne asked. Leave? Where to? In this ghostly form, will the living accept me? Mo-ku Tuo laughed self-deprecatingly, then his tone grew serious. Moreover, I've tried to cleanse the undead in the city. I want to reclaim the Duke's territory. Failed. Can't kill them all. Mo-ku Tuo pointed outside the window. There's something strange in this city. Beneath the central square there's a massive formation. The undead I kill will crawl out from that formation again in a few days. Linne furrowed his brows. Infinite resurrection. This violated the law of conservation of energy unless there was an extremely vast source of magic power supporting that formation. Just destroy the formation, right? Zirwaya chimed in from behind Linne. Mo glanced at her and shook his head. I've tried. But as soon as I get within 200 meters of that formation, a terrifying voice invades my mind, forcibly stripping away my sanity and turning me back into a puppet that only knows slaughter. I barely managed to escape. Mo paused, his tone turning extremely serious. Not only that, in this city, I am not the only Tier 3. Mo walked to the window, pointing towards the area shrouded in gray-black death aura deep within the city. Besides me, there are other Tier 3 undead in this city. They have not awakened their memories and are completely under the control of that formation. A puppet controlled by a formation. Linne keenly grasped the crux. Without the rationality of a monster, no matter how high the level, it is merely a high tribute sandbag. As long as the mechanism is understood, there are plenty of ways to kite it to death. Linne looked at the tall, undead knight before him, his mind racing. An indigenous being with memories from their past life, familiar with the terrain of Jinsui City and harboring animosity towards the existing undead. This is simply the perfect insider. Mokto. Linne changed from a cross-legged position to a more formal sitting posture. Since you dislike those undead occupying your homeland, why don't we make a deal? You want to drive the undead out of Jinsui City? Linne asked directly as the soul fire within Mokto's helmet flickered. I dream of it. Mokto's voice was dry, but as long as that formation isn't destroyed, the undead in the city will never cease. Furthermore, relying solely on myself, I cannot handle so many third-tier beings. I will help you. Linne pointed to himself, then to the side where Sylphia stood. Frostfall territory needs to expand and Jinsui City has the resources and walls I urgently need. You need someone to help you clear out these nuisances, and our goals are perfectly aligned. Mokto fell silent, assessing Linne. This young lord indeed possessed a peculiar power, the golden light, instinctively causing this undead. However, to say that these two could flatten Jinsui City was akin to dreaming. With your current strength, you wouldn't even reach the edge of the square in the city center. Mokto stated bluntly. Just because it is impossible now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. I am not planning to nest in that broken wooden fence for the rest of my life, since I dared to take over the mess in Frostfall Town. Linne stood up and walked before Mokto. Give me some time. Linne raised a finger. I will elevate the strength of Frostfall territory and establish a secure passage from Frostfall Town to Jinsui City. At that time, I will bring a fully armed guard to directly flatten that cursed square formation. Mokto looked up, meeting Linne's gaze. In those eyes there was no arrogance or greed typical of nobles, only absolute rationality and confidence. What do you need me to do? Mokto asked. His heart stirred. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he was willing to take the gamble. Intelligence. Linne snapped his fingers. You can move freely in the city. I want you to ascertain the specific locations, patrol routes, and general capabilities and combat habits of all third-tier undead during this time. Knowing oneself and the enemy enables one to win every battle. Mokto stood up, his massive palm striking against the silver armor on his chest, producing a dull thud. Leave it to me. I know every street of this city like the back of my hand. Very well. Linne nodded in satisfaction. There are many books and materials in this Duke's mansion that are crucial for me. I will set up a formation here to prevent the lower-tier undead outside from causing destruction. However, I cannot guarantee it will fully block higher-tier undead, so I will need you to keep an eye on this as well. No problem. Mokto readily agreed. As long as I don't approach the central square, no one in the city can surpass my sword. Refreshing. In about a month, I will return to discuss intelligence with you. Linne turned to the eager Sylphia. Let's go down. Time to work. Sylphia cheered, her dragon tail swishing as she dashed down the stairs. Linne and Mokto followed behind. Just when they reached the 3rd floor, a dozen rotting corpses wandering in the corridor caught the scent of the living and lunged at them with a roar. For the barbecue. Sylphia let out a crisp cry, the frost dragon spear instantly forming in her hand. She didn't need any fancy martial skills, relying entirely on her terrifying physical strength and draconic instincts. With a sweeping motion, she smashed the 4 corpses in the front in half, the black, filthy blood freezing into ice shards before it even hit the ground. Following that, she charged like a tyrannosaurus into a flock of sheep, thrusting her spear repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Each thrust accurately pierced through an undead skull. The sound of shattered bones echoed through the empty corridor. Mokto and Linne quickly joined the fray. The trio pushed downward from the top floor. In less than half an hour, the undead within the entire Duke's mansion were completely cleared out. Linne walked to the center of the hall on the 1st floor. He pulled out 4 high-grade magic crystals, each the size of a fist from the bag he had packed the night before. The knowledge of the evil-repelling formation modified version he had exchanged for last night vividly surfaced in his mind. Linne squatted down, pure yang energy gathering at his fingertips. Using the center of the hall as a starting point, he swiftly traced lines on the hard granite floor. The domineering spiritual energy carved half-inch deep grooves into the stone. East, south, west, north. Each direction marked a complex magical node, then connected them with formation patterns to form a perfect closed loop. Linne pressed the 4 high-grade magic crystals into the 4 nodes. Buzz! The moment the last magic crystal was embedded, the entire formation suddenly lit up with a faint white glow. The white light swiftly traveled along the grooves in the ground, then vanished underground. A special wave of energy filled the air. It felt like the domain pressure of some high-tier undead, yet it lacked any actual aggression. Any low-tier undead approaching this range would be repelled by this sense of oppression. Linne brushed the stone dust off his hands and stood up, looking at Mokto standing outside the door. "How does it feel?" Linne asked. Mokto tried to step inside. His massive body paused slightly, and the soul fire in his helmet flickered. "It's a bit nauseating," Mokto answered honestly. "While I won't be harmed, I instinctively reject it. I wouldn't want to step into this range unless absolutely necessary." "That's exactly right." Linne was very pleased. Even Mokto, a third-tier being, felt discomfort. Those lower-tier undead outside would definitely perceive the Duke's mansion as a forbidden zone. With this formation's protection, the precious books upstairs, and that map would be completely safe. "All right," Linne turned, lifting the 2 heavy bags filled with gold coins and gems, shaking them on his shoulder. "See you in a month." Mokto stood on the steps, his right fist pressed against his chest, performing an ancient knightly salute. "For Jinsui City. For Frostfall territory," Linne replied. He and Sylphia left through the side door of the Duke's mansion. It was already morning, and the undead outside moved sluggishly. The two avoided the densely populated main streets of the undead and retraced their steps, climbing over the crumbling city walls of Jinsui City. Only after they had completely distanced themselves from the area shrouded in gray-black death did Linne let out a long breath. This trip to Jinsui City not only secured startup funds, but also uncovered a treasure trove of knowledge, and he even acquired a third-tier insider. As long as developments proceed step by step, turning Jinsui City into his own backyard is merely a matter of time. "Master, can he really be trusted?" Sylphia asked. "He can be trusted. He will be our most crucial support in reclaiming Jinsui City." Linne felt quite pleased. The two quickened their pace, racing south across the flat wasteland. With their current stamina, half a day's journey was hardly a burden. They soon returned to Frostfall Town. As soon as he passed through the main gate, Barlow hurried over, running towards him. "My lord, you have finally returned." Barlow wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking at a rapid pace. "The food supplies are nearly depleted. With so many mouths to feed in the whole town at the current rate of consumption, we won't last more than 10 days. Should we exchange some magic crystals for food in Hot Spring City?" Linne placed the bag on the ground. "No need." Barlow was taken aback. "No need. My lord, this is no laughing matter. If we don't replenish the food." Linne bent down to untie the knot of the bag, opening the mouth of the sack. Golden light spilled out from the bag. Barlow's mouth fell open. The bag was filled with gold coins, and nestled among them were several richly colored gemstones reflecting dazzling light in the sunlight. Sylphia also set her bag down and dusted off her hands. 2 bags. Barlow's eyes nearly popped. "My God." Barlow squatted down, trembling, as he picked up a gold coin from the bag, flipping it over and over 3 times before bringing it to his mouth to bite. "It's real. All real. My lord, where did you get this?" "Get? What do you mean, get? Can the lord's affairs be called getting?" Linne brushed the dust off his hands, found it on the ground. Barlow looked up at him, his expression clearly saying, "Do you think him a 3-year-old? Strictly speaking, it was indeed found on the ground. They had been on the floor of the Duke's underground treasury, stuffing coins into the bag one by one with Sylphia. So there was no mistake. Found it on the ground. Barlow swallowed hard, his eyes shining. "Whose ground?" "My lord, tell me so that I can go and find some too." "Jinsui City." Barlow's face instantly fell. "Jinsui City? Which Jinsui City? The one under Morning Star's domain?" "Yes." He looked down at the shiny coins in his hand, then looked up at Linne's calm expression. The turmoil on his face was, "Gold is truly fragrant, but a life is also truly precious." "Forget it." Barlow carefully placed the gold coins back in the bag, stood up, dusted off the dirt on his knees, and mumbled, "It's better if you go collect them. I won't join this excitement." "Stop talking nonsense." Linne kicked the bag. "Call 2 people over to move this to the storeroom. First count and record the gold coins, and store the gemstones and magic crystals separately. Make a list for the food, and in a couple of days I will arrange for someone to go to Hot Spring City to purchase supplies. Fine flour, salted meat, salt, sugar, buy as much as possible." Linne counted on his fingers. Also see if there are bulk cotton cloth and leather. Winter is coming soon, and the townspeople can't be wearing tattered sacks to get through the cold. Barlow nodded vigorously, his anxiety swept away. In its place was a joy akin to a peasant singing after their fortunes changed. He shouted at two soldiers not far away. What are you standing around for? Come over and move the stuff. Be careful, there are gold coins inside. If you lose even one, I'll flay you alive. Two soldiers ran over, each carrying a bag, grimacing under the weight. Barlow followed behind, muttering to himself. One could faintly hear phrases like, found it on the ground, and how come I can't find any, and I also want to pick up gold coins, the voices fading into the distance. Linne shook his head as he watched Barlow's retreating figure. He then turned to Sylvia beside him. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Go to the kitchen and ask Marcia to roast a few tender lamb legs and prepare some bread and fruit wine. All right. Sylvia cheerfully dashed towards the kitchen, chanting, roast lamb legs, roast lamb legs. Back in the Lord's study, Linne pulled out a blank piece of parchment from under the table and took out a feather pen. He closed his eyes, the image of the giant map in the Duke's study appearing in his mind. The feather pen moved quickly across the parchment. He marked a circle at the location of Frostfall Town and drew a square around Jeansway City. The distance between the 2 points was about 100 kilometers, and he traced out the optimal route with a thick line. He then marked several key nodes along the route using crosses to indicate the positions where he and Sylvia had encountered the undead on their way. As the pen lifted from the paper, Linne set it down and flexed his wrist. Just then a fuzzy little head poked through the crack of the half-open door of the study. It was Millie. Come in. Linne set down the feather pen. Millie pushed open the door, trotted over to the desk. She pulled out a transparent glass vial from her apron pocket and handed it over with both hands. The vial contained a light blue liquid, emitting a soft glow as it swayed gently. Master. Millie's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I used the magic crystals you gave me following the recipe in that beginner's alchemy guide. I tried brewing it. This is the simplest magic essence, what do you think? Linne raised an eyebrow. He took the glass vial and casually summoned the system panel. Item magic essence effect instantly replenishes a large amount of magic power containing pure energy. Long-term use can cleanse muscles and marrow, significantly increasing the success rate of breakthroughs. Note, although the technique is crude, the efficacy is 10 times that of ordinary magic potions. 10 times. And it can increase the chance of breakthroughs. Linne stared at the glass vial in his hand, his expression changing. If this item were sent to the auction house in Hot Spring City, it would definitely cause a stir among the alchemists. Not bad. Linne pulled out the cork and a fresh wave of energy surged forth. Sylvia. Linne called out towards the door. Coming. Accompanied by a smacking sound, Sylvia rushed into the study with half a piece of jerky in hand. Linne handed over the glass vial. Drink this. Sylvia didn't even look, tilting her head back to gulp down the entire vial of light blue liquid, even sticking out her tongue to lick the mouth of the bottle. How does it feel? Linne asked. A bit sweet, like juice. Sylvia burped and rubbed her stomach. I feel warm all over. The fighting spirit within her seems to have become more active, and her magic pool has also grown a little. The fact that Sylvia could distinctly feel the increase in magic power indicated that the potion's efficacy was indeed exceptional. Linne turned to look at Millie, his eyes burning with eagerness. How many bottles of this have you brewed in total? Millie was startled by Linne's gaze, twisting her fingers nervously, unable to speak for a long time. What's wrong? Just this one bottle. Linne softened his tone. It's fine, it's normal for the first brew to have a high failure rate. The materials are sufficient, so take your time practicing. No, that's not it. Millie shook her head rapidly, her eyes turning red with anxiety. I brewed a whole barrel. The study fell silent for 2 seconds. Linne doubted he had misheard. How much? 1 barrel. Millie lowered her head, her voice choked with tears. Did I use too many magic crystals and waste the materials of the territory? I'm sorry, Master, I'll make up for it right away. Waste? Linne suddenly stood up, grabbing Millie's wrist. Millie shut her eyes in fear. Linne pulled her to stand before him, placing both hands on her shoulders. Millie, listen carefully. You are not wasting materials. You are the invaluable treasure of Frostfall Town. With just a few magic crystals and a pile of cheap herbs, you have directly mass-produced a top-tier elixir with 10 times the efficacy. This is not alchemy. This is simply a relentless production machine. Millie was stunned, her cheeks turning bright red in an instant. As long as the master is happy. She lowered her head, almost burying it into her chest. Linne turned to Sylvia, who was still munching on the jerky. Stop eating. Go to the eastern courtyard and move the barrel of essence that Millie mentioned to the square. In the square of Luoshwang Town, 20 guards had just gathered. Marcus stood at the front of the line holding a roster and shouting out today's patrol and expansion tasks. Marcus, hold on a moment. Linne strode to the center of the square. Sylvia held a large wooden barrel nearly her height and set it down steadily. As the lid of the barrel was lifted, a rich wave of magical energy instantly spread across the square. The guards all sniffed in unison. Everyone grab a bowl. Linne pointed at the barrel. Line up, 1 bowl per person. Marcus leaned in to take a peek inside, his eyes nearly popping out. The light blue liquid filled the barrel, shimmering with fluorescence. Sir, is this a mana potion? So much. Marcus stumbled over his words. Mana potions on the market are sold by the bottle. Is our lord really using a barrel? Stop the nonsense, drink first. Linne kicked Marcus. The line formed quickly. Marcus was the first to fill a huge bowl, and with his eyes closed gulped it down. Following him, Grayton Coldrake. All the guards stepped forward in turn and drank it down. Don't just stand there, sit down where you are, and circulate your chi to digest the potion's power. Linne commanded sternly. The 20 men promptly sat cross-legged. In less than 5 minutes a sudden change occurred. Gray, sitting in the front row, trembled as a faint red glow emerged from his skin. The surrounding air emitted subtle explosive sounds. I've broken through. Gray suddenly opened his eyes, overjoyed, and clenched his fists. A first-tier warrior. Before Gray could express his thanks, 2 deep growls came from beside him. The Minotaur's Ton and Cole's muscles bulged, their thick arms straining with visible veins, and the glow of their chi intensified. Next, Drake's aura also surged dramatically. Breakthroughs lit up one after another in the crowd. Out of the 20 guards, 8 broke through to the first tier on the spot. The remaining 12, although they did not directly break through, had a significantly stronger aura, just a thin veil away from the first tier. I swear loyalty to the Lord. Gray knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. The others echoed, I swear loyalty to the Lord. All 20 guards knelt on one knee simultaneously, their fervent gazes fixed on Linne, who stood at the front. Linne looked at this nascent squad with a satisfied smile. Don't be discouraged if you haven't broken through. Linne pointed at the still half-full barrel. This stuff, 1 bowl, every day from now on. Even a pig I can turn into a first-tier magical beast. The guards breathed heavily, their eyes glinting with excitement. Seizing the high spirits, Linne rolled up his sleeves and pulled out the freshly drawn map, spreading it on an empty wooden box nearby. Marcus, Gray, come here. Linne waved. The 2 immediately stepped forward and looked down at the map. A thick black line wound from Luoshwang Town, pointing directly to a box marked in the north. Sir, what is this? Marcus pointed at the box, his voice hesitant. Jinsui City. Linne tapped the box with his finger, knocking heavily, twice the old capital of Duke Morningstar. Upon hearing this, several guards nearby who were eavesdropping gasped. What kind of place is Jinsui City? An absolute forbidden zone for the northern people. For a century, it has been a nest of the undead, where living people enter and leave nothing but bones behind. Gray swallowed hard and looked up at Linne. Sir, your intention with this line is to break through it. Linne swept his gaze across the crowd, flattened the road from Luoshwang Town to Jinsui City for me. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Linne sneered, what? You just drank my potion, broke through to the first tier, and you're already afraid. Not afraid. Gray straightened his back, suddenly his face flushed. Wherever the Lord points, we will attack. Even if the Lord sends us to charge at the undead army, we will never back down. Nonsense. Linne scolded mercilessly. I spent so many resources to raise you up, only for you to die? He leaned on the edge of the wooden box, looking at this group of newly empowered rough men. Look at where you're living. Linne pointed at the dilapidated thatched houses and drafty mud walls surrounding the square. The north wind blew, causing the roofs of the thatched houses to make a burdensome rustling sound. Winter is coming soon. The harsh winter in the north will freeze those mud houses into ice cellars. Do you want your wives and children to freeze in such broken houses? Do you want to see the elderly in the town unable to survive the winter nights, frozen stiff in their beds? The guards fell silent, many clenching their fists. In Luoshwang Town, dying in winter is common. Many freeze or starve to death. What's in Jinsui City? Linne raised his voice. There are ready-made 15-meter-high city walls, countless timber and iron mines, and most importantly, there are rows of stone houses. Sturdy, spacious, and windproof. Linne stood up straight, his tone highly motivating. As long as we take Jinsui City, you can choose the stone houses inside. Whoever contributes more will get the largest villa with a yard. No more squeezing in mud houses, worrying and suffering from the cold. Do you understand? What honor, what faith for these guards from humble origins. Nothing is more practical than a stone house that can shield them from wind and rain. Moreover, they now have strength. The feeling of chi circulating in their bodies gave them confidence. Let's do it. Ton thumped his chest, his rough horns gleaming in the sunlight. Sir, how do you want us to attack? Yes, let's take down those bone frames. Grab the houses. The guards were fired up, gripping their spears tightly, making them creak. Linne raised his hand to quiet the noise. I've already marked the route. Linne pointed at several crosses on the map. Jinsui City cannot be captured in a day. For now, we will clear the undead on the road. Following this line, clean up the wandering undead along the way and advance 10 kilometers. Marcus, you will lead the formation. Grayton, you who broke through to the first tier, will lead the front. Remember steady, and steady, do not be reckless. Crush any solitary undead directly, and pull back if you encounter groups. Yes, Marcus shouted back, turning to the squad and bellowing all hands. Check your weapons and equipment. The sound of clanging weapons echoed. Also, Linne turned to glance at the direction of the manor. Linne looked at Sylphia, who was daydreaming while staring at the kitchen. Huh. Sylphia snapped back to reality, her dragon horns wobbling. You go too. Linne pointed at Marcus and the others. If you encounter large groups or high-level undead that you feel you can't handle, retreat with them, understood? Don't act recklessly. Linne didn't want this hard-earned group to fall in the wilderness on their first day out. Sylphia blinked, raising a finger then. Can I eat a roasted leg of lamb while going? Martha just finished roast. Linne twitched his mouth. Seeing her greedy look, he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Go on, take your leg of lamb. Yay. Sylphia cheered, darting towards the kitchen. Minutes later, the squad set out. Marcus howled as he burst through the Sylphia, one hand holding the frost dragon spear and the other lifting the roasted leg of lamb, walked at the front of the squad, her mouth dripping with grease. The scene exuded a strange harmony. Linne stood in the square watching the departing figures of the team until they vanished from sight before turning to walk towards the Lord's mansion. The hidden dangers outside were being dealt with. He must seize the time to enhance his strength. The intelligence provided by Mokto was clear. There was more than one third-tier undead in Jinsui City. To truly take that city, his current cultivation was far from sufficient. Passing through the corridor and passing by the storeroom, Barrow was busy counting gold coins with two others, the abacus clicking rapidly. Count carefully, and tomorrow take people to Hot Spring City to bring back the supplies, Linne instructed before heading straight back to his bedroom. He locked the door behind him. Linne walked to the bedside, removed his jacket, and sat cross-legged. The operation technique of the 9 turns Pure Yang body surfaced in his mind. Linne formed a peculiar seal with his hands and placed it at his dantian. His consciousness sank down, mobilizing a trace of golden Pure Yang power within his body. The Pure Yang power rose from his dantian, beginning to circulate along specific meridian pathways. At first, the Pure Yang power was as thin as a hair, flowing smoothly. However, as the technique was activated, the ambient energy was forcibly drawn into his body, transforming into Pure Yang Qi. The hair-thin Pure Yang power rapidly expanded, becoming a scorching airflow. This airflow was extremely hot, scorching the meridians it passed through. Linne gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing tightly. Fine beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. Before they could drip onto his clothes, they evaporated into white mist due to the high temperature radiating from his body. The Pure Yang power rampaged through his meridians, continuously widening the originally narrow passages. The muscle fibers became more resilient under the cleansing of the Pure Yang power, and the density of his bones gradually increased. The core of the first layer of the 9 turns Pure Yang body lies in cleansing the bones and marrow, transforming the mortal body into a vessel capable of containing immense Pure Yang power. Time passed second by second. The temperature in the bedroom rose increasingly high, causing the air to slightly distort due to the heat. Linne's skin began to radiate a faint golden-red glow, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his body. Break! Linne silently shouted in his heart, focusing all his spirit to guide the now more than doubled Pure Yang power, forcefully cleansing his bones and flesh. Boom! A dull rumble echoed from within his body. In that instant, his entire skeleton felt as if it had been tempered 1,000 times, and the originally violent Pure Yang power thoroughly merged into his limbs and bones, transforming into an unending source of physical strength. Linne suddenly opened his eyes, a golden light flashing beneath them. He exhaled, clenching his fists. Feeling the abundant Pure Yang Qi and blood coursing through his body, along with his formidable physical defense, a smile crept onto his lips. The first layer of the 9 turns Pure Yang body entry level. With his current powerful physique alone, he could withstand a first-tier warrior's full-force cleave without sustaining any damage. If he were to encounter a third-tier undead knight like Mokto again, even without relying on formations and Sylvia, he could confidently engage in a few rounds without falling into disadvantage, relying solely on this Pure Yang power and physical strength. Linne summoned the system panel, preparing to check his specific attributes now. Name: Linne Windstar Cultivation, third layer of Qi refinement techniques, Yin Yang Harmony technique, Pure Yang Sword technique. 9 turns Pure Yang body, first layer entry level. Linne closed the panel, stood up, and stretched his bones, cracking crisply. He walked to the window and pushed it open. A cold wind mixed with ice shards rushed into the bedroom, causing the parchment on the table to rattle. The cold wave has arrived early, Linne frowned. The winters in the northern region were never a joke. Once the temperature dropped, the puddles from yesterday could freeze into lethal ice spikes today. Linne put on his coat and strode out of the room. Someone go summon Mayor Aubrey. 10 minutes later, Aubrey rushed into the hall panting. The old mayor shivered from the cold, his nose red with a few snowflakes stuck in his beard. "My lord, you called for me." Aubrey bowed respectfully. "It's snowing outside." Linne pointed to the door. "Go to the storeroom, find Barrow for the keys. Bring out all the old cotton clothes, furs, and surplus bedding stored inside, and distribute them to the townsfolk according to the head count." Aubrey was stunned, his murky eyes suddenly glistening with tears. "My lord, how can we do that? Those are the reserves of the lord's manor." "Stop talking back." Linne interrupted him. "If the people freeze to death, who will work for me? Tomorrow Barrow will take people to Hot Spring City to procure a large amount of supplies, and new warm clothing will arrive then. Praise your mercy." Aubrey trembled as he knelt and knocked his head, wiping his tears as he rushed to the storeroom. Just as he sent Aubrey off, a commotion came from outside the main door. Marcus strode into the lord's manor with 20 guards, each smeared with blackened blood, yet their spirits were extremely high. "My lord, we have fulfilled our duty." Marcus knelt on one knee, his voice booming. "The wandering undead 5 kilometers north have been cleared completely. Not a single brother was lightly injured." Linne glanced at this group of rugged men, satisfied with a nod. First-tier warriors slaughtering those mindless low-tier corpses. As long as they weren't surrounded, it was purely a one-sided massacre. "Well done. Go to the kitchen and get some meat soup, then take a rest." The guards dispersed joyfully. Sylvia was the last to walk in. "Did you encounter any trouble?" Linne asked habitually. "Except for a few troublesome second-tier skeleton warriors, the rest were shattered by my spear with a sweep." Sylvia pouted, then suddenly grabbed Linne's wrist, pulling him towards the bedroom. "Master, hurry up. It's broad daylight." Linne stumbled slightly as she yanked him with her incredible strength. Sylvia locked the bedroom door behind her skillfully, pushed Linne onto the bed, and sat down on top of him. "During the fight today, I felt my magic pool was nearly full. As long as the magic pool is completely filled, I can break through to the second tier." She leaned down, her nose almost touching Linne's, her breath carrying a faint fragrance. "Self-cultivation is too slow. Cultivating together with the master fills the magic pool the fastest. Hurry, I want to break through." Linne's mouth twitched. This dragon girl was frighteningly straightforward in her desire to become stronger. However, he did not refuse. With his SS-level Pure Yang sacred body, their dual cultivation efficiency reached an astonishing 1,000. Not only would Sylvia gain immense magical power, but he would also benefit from spiritual energy. "All right then, let's do it." Linne rolled over to take the initiative, and the Pure Yang power erupted instantly. The golden halo and ice blue magic intertwined in the bedroom. For 2 full hours, the wooden bed sang joyfully. When everything calmed down, Sylvia lay on Linne's chest like a puddle of soft mud, panting heavily. The magic pool within her had expanded by a whole circle compared to before, with ice blue magic mingling with the milk gold Pure Yang power overflowing from her meridians. "So full," Sylvia mumbled. Linne sensed her breath. Although her magical power had surged, she was still a tiny bit away from the critical point needed to break through to the second tier. The foundation of the dragon race was too deep, the energy required for a breakthrough was astronomical, and even with a 1,000 boost, it couldn't be filled in just 1 or 2 times. "Don't rush, take it slow." Linne rubbed her dragon horn. The next morning, the snow had stopped, leaving a thin layer of white frost on the ground. In front of the lord's mansion, 5 horse-drawn carriages were lined up in a row. Barrow, bundled in a thick cotton coat, was inspecting the axles and reins of each carriage. 5 fully armed guards with long swords hanging at their waists stood ready. "Stay alert," Barrow shouted loudly. "Once we reach Hot Spring City, keep your eyes wide open. If anyone dares to make a move against us, draw your swords immediately." "Yes," the guards responded in unison. Meanwhile, Sylvia was full of energy as she carried her frost dragon spear, leading the remaining 15 guards to continue advancing north, clearing the path to Goldier City. Once the main force had left, the lord's mansion fell into complete silence. In the study, Linne sat cross-legged on the chair, summoning the system panel. After the dual cultivation replenishment, his spiritual power flowed smoothly through his meridians, firmly stabilizing at the peak of the 3rd tier of chi refinement. He opened the shop, intending to look for some useful gadgets. His gaze swept over the dazzling array of products, eventually stopping on an auxiliary spell. Spell Kite Vision. Price 100 dual cultivation points. Description: attach a strand of divine sense to a kite and release it. Once the kite ascends, the caster can close their eyes and share its vision with the range and height proportional and a maximum control distance of 10 kilometers. Linne's eyes lit up. Wasn't this just a personal flying drone? He happened to be in need of a reconnaissance method. He decisively exchanged for it, deducting 100 dual cultivation points. A wealth of knowledge about detaching and attaching divine sense surged into his mind. Linne closed his eyes to digest it for a few minutes, and when he opened them again, he had completely mastered the spell. However, a question arose. Do I really have to make a kite? He couldn't help but grumble. Why not try folding a paper airplane instead? He casually grabbed a blank piece of parchment from the table, swiftly folding it into a pointed-winged modern paper. Let's give it a try. Linne brought his fingers together, tapping his forehead as he extracted a strand of divine sense. A faint glow appeared at his fingertip as he pressed it against the nose of the paper airplane. Go! Linne forcefully threw the paper airplane out the window. At the same time, he closed his eyes, instantly shifting his mind to the paper airplane. His vision wobbled for a moment, then suddenly became clear. The paper airplane did not fall like ordinary paper, but under the control of divine sense defied aerodynamics, skillfully pulling up at a steep angle, soaring towards the clouds. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. The field of vision continued to expand, encompassing the entire Frostfall town. From high above, the dilapidated thatched cottages resembled gray mushrooms scattered across the frost-covered ground. He maneuvered the paper airplane to glide eastward. Below were freshly cultivated farmlands. The winter wheat had already been sown, and several townsfolk dressed in old cotton coats were kneeling on the ridge, hands clasped, murmuring prayers to the sky. Linne lowered the paper airplane slightly to hear their voices more clearly. Great goddess of harvest, please bless this land so that we may have a good harvest next year. Linne rolled his eyes inwardly. Did the goddess of harvest send you gold coins? Did she send you cotton clothes? Instead of praying to the Lord, you're worshipping that elusive deity. What superstitious nonsense. The paper airplane continued flying forward, sweeping past the central well of the town. Several women were washing clothes while chatting. Have you heard? The Lord distributed all the cotton clothes from the storeroom yesterday. My husband received a set of quilts yesterday and was so moved he knelt at home to give thanks. This Lord is different from those blood-sucking nobles of the past. Yes, I heard the Lord gave the guards divine medicine. Several of them even broke through to the first tier. My son also wants to sign up for the guard, but unfortunately Captain Marcus said he was too skinny to join. The plump woman sighed. If only he would eat a couple more hearty meals, he would be stronger. Following the Lord, our future days will undoubtedly be hopeful. Listening to the townsfolk's gossip, Linne was satisfied and raised the paper airplane higher, flying towards the back courtyard of the Lord's mansion. In the back courtyard, a strong scent of herbs wafted through the air. Millie was standing in front of a half-human tall alchemy furnace, controlling the fire magic with both hands. The flames licked at the bottom of the furnace as the little girl focused intently on the heat. Linne maneuvered the paper airplane to circle above Millie's head twice, but she remained oblivious, still concentrating on her work. Perfect. Linne gave a high evaluation of this drone. The paper airplane ascended again, preparing to check the defensive structures outside the town. Just as it flew over a cluster of low thatched cottages, a sudden commotion erupted below. Look, what is that bird in the sky? It has no feathers. What a strange bird. A few dirty little children were standing on the dirt wall, pointing at the paper airplane. One of the snot-nosed little chubby ones pulled out a makeshift slingshot from his pocket and picked up a stone. Watch me knock it down and roast it. Linne observed the stone through the paper airplane's vision, sneering inwardly. With that shabby slingshot, it would be a miracle if he could hit anything. Whoosh! The stone whistled through the air. What the yay? Linne watched in disbelief as the stone grew larger in his field of vision, accurately striking the left wing of the paper airplane. Bang! The fragile paper airplane instantly lost its balance, spinning in the air as it plummeted. With divine sense attached, Linne immediately felt a wave of dizziness. His vision shook violently. Bang! The paper airplane plunged into a pile of snow. In the study, Linne suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp pain shooting through his brain. He lost his balance, and both he and the chair toppled to the ground. Hiss! Linne rubbed his temples, inhaling sharply. His divine sense was forcibly interrupted. Although there was no substantial harm, the dizziness was extremely unpleasant. He never expected that while using a spell provided by the system for aerial reconnaissance, he would be shot down by a few little rascals from his own territory. Those little brats. Linne gritted his teeth as he got up from the ground. He immediately severed the connection of that strand of divine sense. The dizziness gradually subsided and his vision refocused. Linne dusted off his clothes. Sitting back in his chair, he thought, kite vision is a good skill. But I must never fly too low in the future, especially not near those unruly little rascals. As evening approached, a clamor of wheels rolling echoed from outside Frostfall town. Linne had just returned to his senses from his training when he heard the commotion. He got up and walked to the window, just in time to see 5 horse-drawn carriages slowly entering the town. Something fell off. Linne raised an eyebrow. There were clearly 5 carriages, but the wheel tracks were shallow and the cargo in the carts was only covered by a thin layer. Given Barrow's penny-pinching nature, he would never return with so little after taking out a large number of gold coins. Indeed, as the convoy came to a halt in front of the Lord's manor, Barlow jumped down from the first carriage, tumbling and rushing into the hall. His thick cotton coat was askew and his face was filled with anxiety and indignation, completely lacking the spirited demeanor he had when departing in the morning. As soon as Barlow entered, he shouted, his voice trembling, "Something has happened. Take your time. The sky isn't falling," Linne said, stepping out of the study, his expression calm as he looked at him. Gasping for breath, Barlow pointed at the carriages outside, spilling out his words, "Wanquan City. Those despicable merchants in Wanquan City. They have united against us. All the grocery stores, big or small, have raised the prices of the food they sell us tenfold. A bag of ordinary flour now costs us a silver coin. What difference does this make from robbery?" Linne's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "I reasoned with them, but they just said food is in short supply, buy it if you want." Barlow's face turned red with anger. "I had no choice but to exchange all the gold coins I brought for food, but I could only buy back this little at most. At most it will last the whole town for another half-month." Saying this, Barlow thudded to his knees, his face full of guilt. "My lord, it is my incompetence. Please punish. But if the food runs out, the people in the town will starve." "Get up, Linne," said, his voice not loud, but heavy. "Money can be earned again, but if people starve, then there will be nothing left. In that situation, being able to decisively exchange all the money for food was the best choice." Barlow looked up in confusion, not expecting to receive praise instead of punishment. He sniffed, his eyes a bit red, and continued, "Also, that Linne specifically found me and asked me to bring you a message." "Say it," he said. "As long as you are willing to hand over the magic crystal stone vein of our territory and sell all the extracted magic crystals to them at half the market price, their merchant association could consider restoring normal food supplies to Luoshuang town." Barlow's face was filled with anger. He also said, "Don't think about buying food from the towns further south. All the trade routes south of Wanquan City have already been blocked by them. They want us to make you think it over." After Barlow finished speaking, he nervously looked at Linne, fearing he might make an impulsive decision in anger. "That is a magic crystal stone vein. It is the hope for Luoshuang town's rise." After hearing this, Linne instead smiled. "Baron Sieve," he murmured softly. "Last time he used several high-level magic crystals to exchange for supplies, and it turned out he was indeed targeted. However, this was also within his expectations. Wanting to develop meant one could not hide forever. He just didn't expect that this Baron Sieve would show such a greedy side, not caring for any semblance of noble decorum, and not even bothering to put on a show, directly resorting to open robbery. This is a blatant scheme. He was certain that Luoshuang town was extremely reliant on external food supplies and confident that this new lord had an unstable foundation. As long as he choked them, he could force them to comply. "My lord, what should we do?" Barlow paced back and forth. "In half a month we will really run out of food. Are we really going to give up the vein?" "Give it up," Linne sneered. "Is there any reason to spit out the meat already in one's mouth?" He walked up to Barlow and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, you don't need to worry about this. Go and rest well. You've worked hard on this trip. I have my own ways to deal with the food issue." "But," Barlow wanted to go down. Linne waved his hand. Barlow looked at Linne's calm eyes, and for some reason his anxiety eased considerably. He opened his mouth, but in the end he swallowed his words, respectfully bowed, and retreated. The hall returned. Linne turned and walked back to the study, closing the door. Relying on others is ultimately unreliable. To avoid being choked, the only way is to be self-sufficient. He sat back in his chair and directly summoned the system shop. His gaze quickly swept through the list of products, soon locking onto 2 targets. Item: spiritual wheat seeds, 1 bag, price 100 dual cultivation points. Description: special wheat seeds, improved by spiritual energy, with a short growth cycle. When paired with a gathering spirit array, they can mature in just 7 days. The yield is 10 times that of ordinary wheat. Long-term consumption can slowly improve one's constitution. His gaze continued to move down. One-time mini gathering spirit array plate, 7 days. Price 300 dual cultivation points. Description: can set up a small gathering spirit formation within a specified area, slowly gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around it. Can significantly promote the growth of spiritual plants, shorten the maturation cycle, and enhance the quality of crops. Combining the spiritual wheat seeds with this gathering spirit array should allow the produced food mixed with the existing food to last for 2 months. The 2-month buffer is enough for him to resolve this problem. Linne glanced at his remaining 120 dual cultivation points. Still need 280 points. He stroked his chin and sighed. It seemed that he would have to work hard again tonight. Alas, for the development of the territory, this lord truly works tirelessly, not even able to find leisure at night. What a busy life. Just as Linne finished lamenting in his heart, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the lord's manor, growing louder, mixed with women's cries and men's shouts. "What is going on?" Linne frowned, just standing up when the door to the study was suddenly slammed open. Marcus rushed and, covered in blood, his face filled with panic and anger. "My lord, it's bad." "Slow down, Linne," steadied him. "What happened?" Marcus gasped for breath. We encountered a strong enemy while clearing out the undead. Oh, Lady Sylvia stayed behind to cover us. That thing is too strong, but we can't fight it at all. She told us to retreat first. He suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice trembling. It's all our fault for being useless. Don't blame yourself yet. Linne interrupted him, grabbing Marcus' shoulder. Leave it to me. Before he could finish speaking, Linne had already dead. System. Show Sylvia's panel. A translucent light point appeared in his vision, flickering in the northern direction. The system panel was fine, indicating that Sylvia was temporarily safe. Linne poured all his strength from the third level of chi refining into his legs, maximizing his speed. The wind howled past his ears, and the trees on either side flew by, becoming blurred green shadows. After about 10 minutes of frantic running, the sounds coming from the dense forest finally became clear. Clang, clang, clang. That was the harsh sound of weapons clashing. Linne did not dare to delay, and quickly passed through the last stretch of forest. Pushing aside the final branches, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. Zirwaya was locked in combat with more than a dozen skeletal warriors. One skeleton raised a bone blade to cleave. She flicked her wrist, and the dragon spear swept in a horizontal arc, striking precisely at the skeleton's waist. The skeleton's frame snapped on impact, its upper torso sent flying. More skeletons surged in from every direction. The dragon spear lunged, jabbed, swept, and smashed, each move deadly. The spear tip struck a skull, and the cranium burst. A horizontal sweep sent 3 skeletons hurtling aside, bones scattering. Yet the fight had become a grueling stalemate. At the edge of the clearing beneath a great tree stood a figure draped in a voluminous black robe. The black-robed figure waved a staff with relentless motion, chanting under their breath. Bone spear. The voice was indecipherable as male or female. 3 short spears formed from pallid bone out of nowhere and screamed toward the hollow of Zirwaya's back. Zirwaya was driving her spear through the chest of a skeleton when the whistling sound reached her. She had to abandon the pursuit, and with a clumsy roll avoided the incoming projectiles. The bone spears hammered into the ground where she had just stood, burying themselves half a foot deep. Grip of the departed. The black-robed figure cried as the staff cut through the air again. Pale skeletal hands burst up from the earth, clawing at Zirwaya's ankles. Startled, she slammed the dragon's spear into the ground. An icy chill erupted, freezing the bone hands into sculptures of ice, and she shattered them with a single kick. That brief hesitation was enough. 3 more skeletal warriors' blades raised, closed in. Zirwaya gritted her silver teeth. The dragon's spear became a whirl of light and shadow, parrying every strike. Just then Linne burst from the underbrush. Zirwaya caught sight of him from the corner of her eye. Her face brightened, and she could not hide her excitement. Master! She flicked the spear tip to force the skeletons back half a step and seized the chance to draw a breath. The black-robed figure noticed Linne as well, shrinking back behind the tree, clearly rattled. Linne wasted no words. He drew a flying sword and infused its blade with the pure yang power within him. A faint golden radiance spread along the sword's spine. In a flash, he plunged among the skeletons. The instant the pure yang touched them, the eerie flames in their eye sockets flickered and died, and their frames shattered into pieces. One stroke, one body broken. Another stroke, another collapse. Linne wove through the skeletal horde. With each fall of his golden blade, a frame crumbled to ruin. Fragments flew, and the unholy flames extinguished in succession. In less than 30 seconds, a dozen skeletons were reduced to heaps of shattered bone. Holy light. No, that's not right. What power is this? The black-robed figure had completely lost composure. The scene before him exceeded every expectation. He flailed his hands frantically, and 3 skeletons erupted from the ground to rush Linne, but Linne cleaved each one with a single stroke, shattering them instantly. The black-robed figure retreated in terror and summoned 2 more, but they too could not hold for 3 seconds. Linne gave no quarter. He planted his feet and shot forward like an arrow. 30 meters vanished in the blink of an eye. The flying sword pointed straight at the black-robed figure's throat. In blind panic, the figure stumbled backward, caught a root with a heel, and pitched backward, collapsing to the ground. The hood slipped aside. Purple hair spilled over the dry leaves, skin so pale it seemed translucent. A pair of light purple eyes brimmed with tears, wide with fear as they stared at Linne. Her skirt fanned open, revealing long, slender ivory legs. Straight and elegant, the skin fair and smooth. She was a girl, and an astonishingly beautiful one at that. The sword in Linne's hand froze in midair. His thoughts faltered for a heartbeat. He opened the system panel. Name YYN Airsight Race Human Rank 1 Strength Undead Mage Talent Child of Light S Status Sealed by a Curse Undead Affinity B Status Holy Light Corruption Cannot Awaken Light Talent Mana Depletion Panic Curse Holy Light Corruption Light Talent Eroded Turning Toward Darkness Purity 100 Meets Standards Note Former Princess of the Silver Moon Kingdom fled here after the HM. She doesn't look like a villain. Linne sheathed his sword, bent down, and picked up the staff from the ground, tossing it to Zirwaya, who had hurried over. Zirwaya took the staff and eyed Waiwayan warily. The sight of that terror in her eyes only intensified, and the girl drew back on trembling legs, instinctively pressing them together as she stammered, "You. What do you want? Don't come near me. I'm dangerous." Linne found her bluster both amusing and pitiable, but kept a stern expression as he asked, "Why did you?" At that question, Waiwayan paused for a moment. Then, "Wah." She burst into wrenching sobs that shook her whole body, gasping between cries. "They were the ones who attacked me first." Between hiccups and tears, she wailed her complaint, "I was only passing through. They saw me with skeletons and surged at me without reason. Why is it turned into me attacking them?" She wept like someone crushed by a grave injustice. "Linne." He slowly turned toward Zirwaya with a questioning look. Zirwaya's face flushed with embarrassment in an instant. She scratched her cheek, eyes darting, and mumbled, "Master." At the time, Makusi and the others saw her in a black robe with several skeletons, so Linne's expression shifted into something more complicated. It turned out his own people had struck first. A misunderstanding. He looked down at Waiwayan, who sobbed on the ground, shoulders shaking, and felt a headache coming on. "We're sorry. It was our fault." Waiwayan looked up at his outstretched hand, hesitated, then turned her face away and hauled herself to her feet, tottering as she stood. Is an apology enough?" She wiped her face, her voice still nasal with resentment. Linne quickly changed the subject. "Why are you here?" She fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. She had once been a princess of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Then a sudden undead calamity had razed everything she held dear. She barely escaped with her life and had wandered aimlessly ever since. Not long ago, she drifted into the domain of a corrupt baron. The baron, greedy and lecherous, had heard of her beauty and sent men after her. She fled westward and eventually hid in this wood. I only wanted a safe place to hide, but, she added, casting a wounded glance at Linne, and I didn't expect the people here to be so unreasonable. Hearing this, Linne felt a pang of sympathy. More than pity, however, it sparked curiosity. And steer talent that meets the system's criteria, she was absolutely worth keeping. He resolved not to let her go. "What do you intend to do next?" Waiwayan stared at the stone at her feet and replied, "I don't know." Where could she go? To the north lay the corrupt baron's lands. To the south there seemed to be no human domain willing to accept an undead mage. Linne looked at her bewildered, helpless expression and forced a benign smile. "Since you have nowhere to go, why not? Stay on my lands for now. Stay on your lands." She regarded Linne like a prickly hedgehog, every hair on guard. "What do you mean by that? Don't think that if you spare my life, they'll be grateful to you." Her tone was sharp and defensive, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her lack of confidence. Linne found her display neither angering nor offensive. If anything, it amused him. He crossed his arms and leaned against a tree, speaking at leisure. "What would I want? For your beauty? Or because you're penniless and can't even feed yourself?" Waiwayan's face flared crimson. You're talking nonsense. Who's penniless?" She snapped, though her stomach gave an untimely rumble audible in the quiet wood. Her blush deepened until she seemed to wish the earth would swallow her. Linne suppressed a smile, cleared his throat, and continued, "My domain is called Luoshuang Town. I'm short on hands right now. He cast the bait. If you stay and help me deal with the undead, I'll provide food and lodging. If that corrupt baron shows up, I'll handle him for you." "Handle him?" Waiwayan's eyes brightened for an instant, then dimmed. "Don't brag. That corrupt baron is a 3-rank lich. You can take him." "Of course, that's no problem." Linne's tone brimmed with confidence. Vivian looked at him with skepticism. This man before her was indeed different from anyone she had met before. Perhaps he really has a solution. After much hesitation, she finally bit her lip and made up her mind, though she still refused to yield verbally. I can temporarily agree to your request. But I will only stay temporarily, and whenever I decide to leave, you cannot stop me." "All right," Linne readily agreed. "As long as the hoe is swung, while there's no corner that can't be dug out, let's stay first and discuss later." And Vivian added, "You must return my staff to me." Linne glanced at Sylphia. Sylphia immediately understood, and though somewhat reluctant, she still handed over the staff. Vivian took the staff and held it tightly in her arms, finally, sighing in relief. "All right, since we've come to an agreement, let's go," Linne said. "It's getting dark. We need to hurry back to town," he said, turning to walk back. Sylphia quickly followed, not forgetting to throw a warning glance back at Vivian. Pouted and huffed, also following along. After a few steps, her pace slowed down. After days of fleeing and the recent depletion of her magic, her legs felt weak, and she wobbled with every step. After walking a distance, Linne noticed she had fallen far behind. Just as he was about to urge her, he saw Vivian trip and tumble forward. Linne took a few steps back, and before she hit the ground, he bent down and picked her up effortlessly. Vivian let out a startled cry. Her body suddenly lifted off the ground, and she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Linne's neck. What are you doing?" Put me down. If we dawdle it will be completely dark. Linne strode forward. Vivian opened her mouth to argue, but found that she truly could not even stand steadily. She bit her lip, turned her face to the side, and stopped struggling, but her ears were flushed red, almost dripping blood. If I remember this, you owe me twice. She mumbled softly, her voice almost carried away by the wind. Sylphia followed behind, her expression blank as she stared at Vivian's arms around her master's neck, her tail snapping against the nearby tree trunk, leaving a shallow crack. Linne felt the low pressure coming from behind him and twitched the corner of his mouth. Well, after returning, he would likely have to appease this one first. By the time Linne returned to Frostfall Town, the sky had completely darkened. Torches were lit at the town entrance, and Marcus Gray and Mayor Aubrey were anxiously waiting there. When they saw Linne and Sylphia appear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master, you're back. Marcus was the first to approach. When he saw Linne carrying a strange purple-haired girl, while Sylphia followed behind safely, he was momentarily stunned. Who is she? She is the necromancer you encountered, Linne said with a smile. Marcus and Gray's expressions instantly changed, and they instinctively gripped their weapons at their waists. It's a misunderstanding, I will explain later, Linne clarified. Anyway, she is now one of us in Frostfall Town. He then walked straight towards the Lord's mansion, while carrying Vivian. Marcus and Gray exchanged glances. They had fought a battle, and not only did they not become enemies, but they also brought the foe back. What kind of operation was this? However, Linne's authority had long been established, and even filled with doubt, Marcus immediately bowed and accepted. Yes, my lord. Linne carried Vivian straight through the crowd and entered the brightly lit Lord's mansion. The warm air rushed toward him, dispelling the chill on his body. Linne carried Vivian into the Lord's mansion and gently placed her on a chair. Martha came out from the kitchen upon hearing the noise. Martha, take her upstairs to tidy up a room and prepare some food, Linne instructed. Yes, young master. Vivian sat in the chair, awkwardly surveying her surroundings. The flames in the fireplace burned brightly, dispelling the cold air outside and gradually warming her icy body. She watched as Linne and others busied themselves in the room, feeling a bit dazed. Perhaps staying here truly was the right choice. Soon Martha brought over a steaming bowl of meat soup and freshly baked bread. Vivian had no idea how long it had been since she had eaten a proper meal, and disregarding any princess-like etiquette, she devoured the food voraciously. After finishing her meal, Martha led her to the guest room on the second floor. It was a clean and tidy room with a warm fire burning in the fireplace and a thick soft blanket spread across the bed. After the meal, Vivian sat on the edge of the bed, holding a bowl of warm milk that Martha had just brought, sipping it slowly. It was too comfortable. This was the most stable meal she had had during her time of wandering. Miss, you rest for now, and if you need anything, just call for me downstairs, Martha said softly. Vivian lowered her head and responded softly. Martha turned and closed the door behind her. The room was left with only Vivian. She finished the last sip of milk, placed the empty bowl on the table, and pushed open the wooden window. Outside was the panoramic view of Frostfall Town. The twinkling lights lit up in the night. Most of the townsfolk had returned home to rest, and the entire town appeared tranquil and harmonious. Vivian leaned on the windowsill, quietly watching with her lavender eyes reflecting the distant lights. In the hall downstairs, Linne had finished listening to Marcus' detailed report and confirmed that the guards only had minor injuries and no serious casualties, which put his mind at ease. My lord, about that necromancer. Marcus couldn't help but speak, concern etched on his face. I said it was a misunderstanding. Linne interrupted him. In that situation, it was understandable that you acted upon seeing the skeleton. However, she did not attack you first, she only retaliated passively. This matter ends here. You are not to mention it again, and you must not harbor any hostility towards her, understand? Yes. Seeing Linne's resolute attitude, Marcus did not dare to say more and bowed before retreating. At that moment, Sylphia approached with a cup of hot tea and gently placed it on the table beside Linne. She glanced upstairs and then leaned close to Linne's ear, whispering, Master, are you really going to keep that woman? Linne sensed her little emotions and smiled as he pinched her cheek. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Sylphia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pouted, murmuring softly, I'm not. I just feel she has an unclear background and is a necromancer. What if she has ulterior motives? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Linne gently ruffled Sylphia's head. I understand Vivian's situation. She is not a bad person, just a girl forced to desperation. Sylphia's tail wagged less vigorously, but she still pouted. But, Master, you just carried her. As she said the last part, her voice grew smaller and her head lowered. Linne looked at her like this, feeling soft-hearted, and pulled her closer, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Silly girl, I carried her only because her ankle was injured and she couldn't walk. I certainly couldn't just leave her in the woods to be fed to the undead, could I? He paused, gently tapping her nose with his fingertip, his eyes filled with warmth. From the beginning it was you who accompanied me, and it will always be you. That will not change. Sylphia nodded vigorously, burying her face in Linne's shoulder, rubbing against him a couple of times. Her tail couldn't help but perk up, swaying side to side. I believe in you, Master. I knew you had me in your heart. Looking at the reliance and joy in her eyes, Linne felt warmth in his heart. He no longer held back and reached out to scoop Sylphia up in his arms. Sylphia was caught off guard, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks instantly reddening, but her eyes were filled with shyness and joy as she gently rubbed against his chest, whispering, "Master." Linne looked down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Silly girl, you worked hard today." Saying this, he carried Sylphia straight to his room, gently placing her on the sofa. Sylphia's cheeks were flushed, her gaze dreamy. Linne no longer hesitated as pure yang energies slowly surged, intertwining with Sylphia's magic, officially commencing their dual cultivation. In the adjacent guest room, Vivian was already restless. At that moment, a strange sound faintly drifted in. She was first taken aback, then, unable to contain her curiosity, she tiptoed to the wall and gently pressed her ear against it. In no time, her cheeks flushed bright red. Vulgar. So vulgar. Vivian suddenly threw the blanket over her head, trying to block out those sounds. However, the sounds somehow carried a burning heat, penetrating through the wall, seeping through the gaps in the blanket, drilling into her body unrelentingly. Vivian bit her lip, curled up in the blanket. Her fingertips trembled slightly and uncontrollably. When Linne opened his eyes, the sky was just beginning to lighten. He opened the system panel. Name: Linne Winstar. Physique: Pure Yang Sacred Body SSS. Cultivation: Qi Refinement Level 4. Technique: Yin Yang Harmony Art S. Tao Partner: Sylphia. Physique: 20. Finally reached Qi Refinement Level 4. Linne clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual power in his dantian more robust than before. The exhilarating sensation from last night's cultivation still lingered in his meridians, making him feel so comfortable that he wanted to stretch. Sylphia was already awake, resting on his chest. Feeling his movement, she lifted her head, her eyes still a bit hazy. "Master, good morning." "Good morning." Sylphia nimbly rolled out of bed, took out clothes from the wardrobe, and naturally helped Linne get dressed. As she fastened the button at his collar, she stood on her toes and rubbed her chin against his jaw. Linne pinched the tip of her ear and said, "Let's go eat." When they went downstairs, Marcia had already set up breakfast. Vivian was sitting at the table, holding a bowl of rye porridge, taking small sips, and wearing noticeable dark circles under her eyes, looking quite listless. Linne sat down across from her, took the bread Sylphia handed him, took a bite, and looked up at Vivian. "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well?" Vivian's spoon paused. I'm not quite used to the new environment," she said, but in her heart, she was rolling her eyes. "It's all because of you." The noise from next door last night kept her tossing and turning in bed, covering her ears, and just as she was about to fall asleep, she was awakened by a muffled groan. Vivian tightened her grip on the spoon. Linne nodded. "You'll get used to it slowly." Sylphia sat down next to Linne, picking up her bowl of porridge, her gaze quietly drifting over the edge of the bowl to land on Vivian's face. She looked for 2 seconds, then casually withdrew her gaze. Vivian caught sight of this scene from the corner of her eye, her mouth twitching. How could she still look so energetic? After finishing breakfast, Linne stood up and walked outside. Sylphia immediately put down her bowl and followed him. As she passed by Vivian, she paused briefly, let out a soft hum, and walked away with her head held high. Vivian watched her retreating figure. Childish. In the courtyard of the Lord's mansion, Vivian shrank, her neck tightening the black cloak around her. The dark circles under her eyes stood out, especially against the backdrop of the snow, exuding a sense of resentment from lack of sleep. "We've arrived." Linne stopped in front of a desolate piece of land. This used to be the Lord's garden, but it has fallen into disrepair, overgrown with weeds, and now covered with a thin layer of frost. "What are we doing here?" Vivian yawned, her voice muffled. "So early in the morning, aren't you cold?" Linne ignored her and walked straight to the center of the open land. He grasped the hilt of his sword. Clang. A crisp sword sound rang out as the low-grade flying sword was drawn. The pure yang power of Qi Refinement Level 4 surged into the sword's body. The sword energy flickered, extending a half-meter-long golden edge from the tip of the sword. The high temperature spread, instantly melting the white frost beneath Linne's feet into water, which quickly evaporated. Linne flipped his wrist, bringing the long sword down. The golden sword energy sliced through the hard, frozen earth. The soil rolled and split apart, revealing the deep brown, moist earth beneath. Linne did not pause. He wielded the sword, moving at a steady pace across the open land. With each swing of the sword, a crescent-shaped golden sword energy sank into the ground. The soil was precisely cut, overturned, and shredded. The hard, frozen earth became soft under the scorching of the pure yang power. Vivian stood on the steps of the corridor, her mouth slightly agape. "Is that sword energy?" No low-level warrior's fighting spirit is violent and difficult to control, unable to achieve such precise energy release. Moreover, the intense heat contained within this energy was purer than high-level fire magic. What baffled her the most was that Linne was using this level of extraordinary power to till the ground. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. To use such a powerful sword energy for tilling. In less than 10 minutes, an entire acre of frozen soil was completely turned over. Linne looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Using a cultivator's spiritual power for farming was indeed efficient. He sheathed his sword, flipped his wrist, and took out the bag of spirit wheat seeds he had exchanged for last night from the system space. As the bag opened, a faint fragrance wafted out. Inside, the wheat seeds were plump, displaying a translucent jade color and even glimmered with a faint sheen on the surface. Linne brought his fingers together, wrapping the seeds in spiritual power, and with a casual wave the seeds scattered evenly like they had eyes, landing in the freshly tilled soil. A bag of spirit wheat seeds was quickly sown. Linne returned to the center of the field, reached into his robe again, and pulled out the disposable miniature gathering formation disc. The disc was palm-sized, neither metal nor would its surface engraved with intricate patterns. Linne placed the disc flat on the center of the field. He brought his fingers together and pointed at his forehead, extracting a trace of pure yang power and precisely injecting it into the groove at the center of the disc. Virum! A low rumble resonated through the air. The patterns on the surface of the disc instantly lit up with a ghostly blue glow. The light flowed along the patterns, eventually converging into a hemispherical light shield that rapidly expanded, completely enveloping the acre of land. Following this, the air around underwent a drastic change. A breeze suddenly picked up, and the lingering energy above Luoshuang town started to wildly converge towards the backyard. Vivian's expression changed completely. As a magic power user, she was very sensitive to the surrounding air. She distinctly sensed that the stray magic power in the air was gathering towards that piece of land at an allotment. The concentration was skyrocketing. 1 time, 2 times, 5 times. In just a few breaths, the energy concentration within that acre of land had already surpassed the highest level magic tower training room of the Silver Moon Kingdom. At the edge of the field, the water vapor that had melted due to the tilling under the nourishment of such a high concentration of energy transformed into wisps of white mist, slowly flowing close to the ground. The spirit wheat seeds that had just been sown began to slightly crack their shells upon contact with this mist, with faint green shoots peeking out. Vivian suddenly rushed forward 2 steps, stopping at the edge of the field. She stared intently at the palm-sized disc in the center of the field. No massive magic formation drawn out. No expensive magic crystal stones used as formation eyes. No lengthy and complicated spell incantations. Just this inconspicuous little disc casually placed on the ground triggered such a terrifying energy tide. This completely overturned her understanding of magic after more than a decade. What is that thing? Vivian pointed at the disc, her voice sharp with extreme shock. What high-level magical relic is that round disc? Or is it some lost ancient artifact? Linne brushed off the dirt from his hands as he walked out of the field. Gathering formation disc, he casually replied. Gathering? Magic formation? Vivian's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. Impossible. How could such a small magic formation possibly gather such immense magic power? Linne looked at her excited expression, shrugged to indicate he didn't know either. He couldn't exactly tell her this was something from the immortal cultivation realm, right? Sylphia stepped forward, handing Linne a clean towel. Master, you're making such a big commotion. What exactly are you doing? Sylphia curiously examined him. Farming. Linne took the towel and wiped his hands. Oh, Sylphia nodded, her tail gently swaying behind her. Though she didn't understand why farming required such a big fuss. You call this farming? Vivian's mouth twitched slightly, but Linne ignored her. The gathering formation had already been activated, and now all that was left was to wait for 7 days for this batch of spirit wheat to mature. The yield from an acre would be enough to solve the immediate problem. Let's go, Linne called to the 2. Let's go see the town center. After speaking, he walked out of the backyard first. Sylphia immediately followed. Vivian stood in place, looking at the field filled with rich magic power, then at Linne's distant figure. She gritted her teeth and quickly chased after them. Linne led Zirwaya and Waiwayan out of the Lord's mansion, heading towards the town square. He had just instructed Barlow to notify all the townsfolk who did not have urgent tasks to gather at the town center. As they approached the edge of the square, he sensed that something was off. Several townspeople who were moving logs halted their work, their eyes fixed on Waiwayan, filled with wariness and hostility. Is that her? Someone whispered. I heard she's the necromancer. Why did they bring a necromancer to our town? What does the Lord think? Could it be that we're to be fodder for the undead? Whispers spread through the crowd. A woman quickly hugged her child, shielding him from Waiwayan, as if she carried a contagious plague. Several burly men repairing the square's walls also stopped, gripping their hammers and picks, standing still and staring at Wai. Linne furrowed his brows. He anticipated a reaction, but not this intense. Wai lowered her head, her long eyelashes obscuring her emotions. She remained silent, having done nothing wrong, yet everyone looked at her, as if she were a sinner. "Silence," Linne called out. The murmurs in the square instantly died down, but the wariness on the townsfolk's faces did not diminish. Linne stepped onto the platform in the center of the square. "I know what you're afraid of," he said, scanning each face. Pausing for a moment, he softened his tone. "But I want to tell you Wai is not your enemy. She is here at my request, and will help us deal with the undead in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. "How can we trust a necromancer? What if she brings the undead here? We've only just begun to live in peace." "Exactly. Who knows if she might rise at night to harm us?" An elderly man pushed through the crowd, leaning on his cane. "My lord, don't forget she was the one who injured the guards yesterday." As soon as he said that, others around him chimed in. Yes, Drake lost a lot of blood. I was the one who bandaged Lord Marcus yesterday." Wai muttered softly. "Humph. They started the provocation first, they brought this upon themselves." Linne raised a hand to calm the crowd. "Let me finish speaking. The incident yesterday was indeed a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, you can ask Marcus and the others." Linne looked at the old man. "Moreover, if she had ill intentions, how many of you could escape?" The old man opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Linne's voice softened. "She is like you, someone driven to desperation by the undead. The Silver Moon Kingdom was destroyed by the undead, and she ended up here all alone, having harmed no one." Some in the crowd hung their heads in silence, while others secretly glanced at Wai, their hostility lessening, but their wariness still intact. Linne turned to Wai. "Wai, come here." Wai raised her head and huffed defiantly. "Why?" Linne looked at her. "If you want them to accept you, you need to show them your worth." Wai pouted. "Who wants their acceptance? I don't care." Though she said that, she obediently raised her staff. Instantly the atmosphere in the square grew tense, and several burly men instinctively tightened their grips. The tip of the staff glowed with a dark purple light, and a circular magic circle appeared on the ground. The townsfolk gasped and began to retreat, some already preparing to turn and run. In the next moment, a skeleton slowly rose from the magic circle. "It only listens to me, won't attack anyone, and won't do anything bad." She glanced at the wary townsfolk, her lips curling slightly. Linne nodded and motioned towards a pile of freshly chopped wood. "Go chop that wood." Wai waved her staff, and the skeleton walked over to the woodpile, picking up an axe. Crack! The axe fell, splitting the log in two. Crack, crack, crack. The movements were swift and decisive, faster than most of the burly men in town. A bold boy poked his head out from the crowd, eyes wide as he watched the skeleton move the wood, exclaiming, "Wow, look, it's really working." His mother quickly yanked him back, covering his mouth. Seizing the moment, Linne pointed to the crumbling earthen wall at the eastern end of the town. "Have it move stones and repair that wall over there." Wai nodded. The skeleton walked over, bent down to pick up a piece of rubble, and placed it neatly at the base of the wall, then returned for the next piece. Some began to whisper, "Hey, it can really work." A few children who had hidden behind their parents now felt emboldened, emerging from the crowd to circle around the skeleton. A little girl with 2 braids asked Wai, "Sister, what is its name?" Wai was taken aback. She had never thought about naming the skeleton. The little girl tilted her head, pondering. "It's so white, can we call it Little White?" A chubby little boy protested. "Why should it be called Little White? I think its bones are quite sturdy, but should be called Iron Egg." "Iron Egg sounds terrible. Little White is nice." "You sound terrible. Your whole family sounds terrible. Wow, you're insulting me." As the 2 children argued, and nearly came to blows, their respective adults pulled them back. The other children, however, were not arguing. One by one, they approached, chattering away as they named the skeleton. "Let's call it Big Bones." "How about Crackle? Because it sounds like it when it walks." "I think it should be called Strongman. Look how easily it moves those big stones." Wai stood there surrounded by a group of children, her purple eyes blinking in confusion, unsure of what to do. She looked to Linne for help. Linne leaned against the fence, arms crossed, a smile on his lips. Zirwaya stood behind him, glancing at the group of children, then at Wai's helpless expression, unable to contain her laughter. He dusted off his hands and addressed the gathered townsfolk. "All right, everyone disperse. Inform the others that from now on Wai is one of us in Luoshuang town. Oh, anyone who has objections to her has objections to me." The crowd slowly dispersed. As some walked away, they glanced back at the skeleton, moving the stones, their steps slowing, as if they wanted to take another look. On the way back to the town, Linne walked ahead. "Today Wei Weian officially joins Luoshuang town. To celebrate this, young master will personally cook a dessert for you all." Wei Weian looked at Linne, her face filled with suspicion. "You, a pampered noble lord, can make desserts?" Her tone was filled with disbelief. Sylvia immediately turned to retort, "The meals made by the master are delicious. The dessert will definitely be even better." Wei Weian rolled her eyes. You believe everything he says, is that really reliable? Sylvia was momentarily taken aback, her tail flicking in anger. Linne chuckled and continued walking forward. Well, see. Back at the Lord's manor, Linne headed straight into the kitchen. Sylvia called over Millie and Wei Weian to gather around the long table waiting. Sister Sylvia, will the master really make desserts? Millie leaned on the table sniffing. Of course. Sylvia sat up straight, a proud expression on her face. The master can do anything. Wei Weian leaned back against her chair, her nostrils flaring. The caramel aroma wafting from the kitchen grew stronger. She swallowed her saliva discreetly. Sylvia glanced at her, her tail swaying leisurely behind the chair. Moments later, the kitchen door opened. Linne and Marcia walked out, one after the other, each carrying a covered copper platter. Even from halfway across the dining room, the sweet scent of caramel and milk mixed together was overwhelming. Linne placed the platter on the table. Ta-da! He lifted the copper lid. Inside a ceramic bowl, the pudding appeared, milk white, its surface smooth, quivering slightly. The caramel at the bottom had melted into a layer of amber syrup, seeping out along the edges of the pudding, creating patterns of varying shades on the bowl's wall. The aroma of caramel, egg milk, and honey coalesced, drilling straight into the nostrils. Millie exclaimed, "Wow, how beautiful." Linne placed a bowl in front of each person, keeping one for himself. "Give it a try." Millie was the first to act, scooping a spoonful into her mouth. The pudding melted in her mouth, the milky flavor spreading on her tongue, followed by the sweetness and slight bitterness of the caramel. Sweet without being cloying, bitter without being astringent, a perfect blend, better than either alone. Millie's eyes widened instantly, her cheeks puffed out, her whole body frozen. 3 seconds later, she exclaimed, so delicious." Her voice rose an octave, tears brimming in her eyes. "I've never had anything this delicious before." Sylvia also scooped a spoonful. The moment it touched her tongue, her tail slammed against the chair, her ears flattening back. "Master, this is so good." Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, eagerly scooping a second spoonful. "It's even better than the rice from last time." Wei Weian held her bowl, twirling the spoon in her hand. She glanced at the exaggerated expressions of the two across from her and scoffed internally. Is it really that good? How much better could it be? She had eaten dishes from the Silver Moon Palace's royal kitchen. She scooped a small spoonful and put it in her mouth. The moment the pudding touched her tongue, Wei Weian's actions froze. The creamy texture and just right sweetness, the bitter aroma of caramel slowly being released under the creaminess. In her mind, she recalled the signature dessert of the head chef from the Silver Moon Palace, the black pepper apple tart. That dessert had once been her favorite, always ordered at her birthday banquets. But at this moment, the spoonful of pudding easily crushed that memory. Wei Weian scooped another spoonful, then a third, a fourth spoonful. By the time she came to her senses, the bowl was nearly empty. She looked up, meeting Linne's teasing gaze, her face flushing. "It's not bad, I guess." She pushed her bowl forward, turning her face away. "Just barely acceptable." Linne didn't call her out, merely chuckled. Sylvia hugged her bowl, scraping the last bits of caramel with her spoon, and without looking up remarked, "Wei Weian, your bowl is cleaner than mine." Wei Weian's ears turned red. "You saw wrong." Millie raised her hand. "You didn't, sister." Wei Weian definitely licked the bowl. "I did not." Wei Weian raised her voice. Linne leaned back against his chair, watching the lively scene at the table, feeling pleased. "From now on, you three will each receive a gold coin as monthly salary, and I will provide dessert once a week. I've already taught Marcia how to make it, so she can do it in the future. I don't want money." Sylvia immediately shook her head, her tail flicking rapidly. "Just give me delicious food. I love whatever the master gives." Millie chimed in, raising her hand. "Me too. Just food from the master is enough." Linne was about to say they should at least ask for some money. Wei Weian had already spoken up. "I want it." She brushed her scattered purple hair over her shoulders, speaking confidently. "1 gold coin a month. Do I need to buy clothes?" Linne then seriously assessed her. Indeed, since Wei Weian escaped, she had only been wearing a tattered black robe with the dress underneath torn in several places and crudely stitched. No wonder Marcus and the others acted upon seeing her. If he were in their shoes, seeing someone dressed like that leading a skeleton, his first reaction would probably also be to draw his sword. Image issues are also a matter of safety. If she doesn't adjust her appearance, all the efforts made in the square would be in vain. "All right, I'll arrange for the clothing." Linne nodded. "They'll have Marcia take you to get measured for 2 sets. You can't keep wandering around town in this outfit. The townspeople have just begun to let their guard down around you." Wei Weian looked down at her black robe, tugging at the patched-up tear on the sleeve. "Anything is fine as long as it's not black." Her voice lowered. Late at night in the hall on the first floor of the Lord's manor, the firewood in the fireplace cracked. Wei Weian took off the tattered black robe, wearing only the patched-up garment underneath, spreading her arms to cooperate with Marcia's movements. "Tighten the waist a bit more." Wei Weian looked down at the measuring tape, unable to help but speak up. "And the collar shouldn't be too low, but it shouldn't choke the neck either." The cuffs must be tightened, otherwise they will snag on the staff when casting spells. Marcia smiled good-naturedly and nodded. Okay, my lady. What color fabric do you want? The young master said there are still a few bolts of fine linen and 1 bolt of brocade in the storeroom. Brocade? Wei Wan's eyes lit up. Then let's use brocade. Sylvia leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, her tail thumping against the doorboard in annoyance, making a dull, so picky. Sylvia rolled her eyes. The master is kindly making you clothes, and you still have so many. Wei Wan raised her chin, unceremoniously retorting, I'm using my own salary to trade for this. What's wrong with making reasonable requests? You can't just wear whatever the master gives you without any sense of aesthetics. Wei Wan raised her chin, unceremoniously retorting, I'm using my own salary to trade for this. What's wrong with making reasonable requests? You can't just wear whatever the master gives you without any sense of it. What do you know? All right, stop arguing. Linne passed by holding a cup of hot tea, casually interrupting their banter. Marcia, do as she says. Once the measurements are done, make sure to rest early. After giving his instructions, Linne took his teacup back to the master bedroom. Sylvia immediately abandoned Wei Wan and followed him in like a little tail, closing the door behind her. Wei Wan looked at the tightly shut door, pouting slightly. What's so great about it? She murmured softly. At the same time, 100 miles northeast of Frostfall Town, in a dead and silent grove, 3 large decaying hounds lay on the snow. They were devoid of fur, their dark red muscles exposed to the frigid air. Yellow-green saliva dripped from their mangled jaws onto the snow, instantly corroding several charred pits, while releasing a pungent white smoke. 3 decaying soldiers in tattered armor tightly gripped the iron chains around the necks of the corrupted hounds. Woof! Roar! The foremost hound suddenly straightened up. It twitched its nostrils, frantically sniffing the frozen ground. The soldier holding its chains stumbled back, nearly falling over. Quiet! A hoarse, rough voice echoed through the grove. A tall skeletal warhorse crushed the dry branches underfoot as it slowly emerged from the shadows. On the horse's back sat a knight encased in rusted black heavy armor, wielding a tumter-long bone-cutting great, a second-tier undead corrupted knight. Above the knight's head floated a translucent gray mist, constantly twisting and rolling vaguely, revealing a face twisted in agony. A second-tier wraith. Herman, are your dogs even capable? The wraith screeched. We've been wandering this area for 3 days, and not even a shadow of that woman has appeared. The corrupted knight Herman did not look up. He coldly stared at the ground where the corrupted hounds lay. Shut up, Slot, the scent is fading here. She has concealed her trail by some means. The wraith Slot circled in the air. The Baron is truly mad. He sent out both of us second-tier leaders, just for a human woman. Wouldn't it be easier to drain her soul directly? What do you understand? She is no ordinary woman. She is of the royal bloodline of the Silvermoon Kingdom. And what of the royal bloodline? The Silvermoon Kingdom has long turned to ruins. The Baron himself tested the magical residue she left behind. The affinity for magic is exceedingly high. If we can convert her into a lich, the Baron can use her pure Yang blood to break through the shackles of the 3rd tier and ascend to the 4th-tier lord. The wraith Slot's mist churned violently. A 4th-tier lord. This meant a qualitative leap. So suppress your complaints. If we can't find her, we will both be thrown into the soul furnace. Herman lowered his hand. Just then the foremost corrupted hound suddenly let out a howl. It violently broke free from the soldier's control, its limbs straining as it bolted southwest. It had caught a scent, although faint. Yet dozens of miles away, a pure surge of magical energy had erupted. Mixed within that wave was a hint of the woman's scent. Southwest, Herman tugged the reins. The skeletal warhorse reared its front hooves, emitting a soundless neigh, then began to move towards the direction of the corrupted hound. The wraith Slot let out a piercing cackle, transforming into a streak of gray light, following closely behind. 3 days later, in the backyard of the Lord's manor, the spiritual wheat had grown to half a person's height. The translucent jade-colored stalks swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Vivian sat cross-legged by the edge of the field. She had changed into a dark purple satin gown made by Marcia, which hugged her waist tightly, accentuating her delicate curves, while the neckline perfectly exposed her exquisite collarbone. The hem of her dress spread across the grass, and her long, slender legs were partially visible. At this moment her eyes were closed, greedily absorbing the rich, magical energy in the air. It felt so good. For the past 3 days, she had rushed to the backyard whenever she had a spare moment. The energy concentration in this field was so high that her previously depleted magical energy not only fully recovered, but even surged significantly. Linne pushed open the door to the backyard and walked in. Have you had enough? Linne glanced at her. Vivian's cheeks flushed as she quickly stood up, brushed off the grass from her skirt, and raised her chin defiantly. Who's been slacking? I'm just helping you keep an eye on this grass. What if a bird comes to peck it? This is wheat, not grass, Linne replied, speechless. Since the spirit gathering array was set up, the magical energy concentration in the backyard had increased more than fivefold compared to the outside. Vivian had come daily to meditate, and no amount of urging could drive her away. Stingy. Vivian turned her face away, her ears flushing with a hint of red as she muttered. Linne ignored her murmuring and had just prepared to check the maturity of the spiritual wheat when her steps suddenly halted. The pure yang energy within her dantian surged suddenly. At the same time, Vivian's expression changed. Her perception of death's aura far exceeded that of ordinary people. The air, once filled with pure energy, suddenly mixed with a nauseating chill. Bang! The backyard door was violently pushed open. Sylvia burst in like a gust of wind. Master. She pinched her nose tightly, her brows furrowed. It stinks. There's a disgusting smell coming from outside. Linne's expression turned serious. Let's go to the town entrance. At Frostfall Town, by the wooden fence on the southern side, the atmosphere was tense enough to drip water. Two guards had drawn their weapons, staring intently at the snowy expanse to the north. Crack, crack. The orderly and heavy footsteps echoed from crack, crack. The orderly and heavy footsteps echoed from the mist. Leading the way were three large, skinless hunting dogs. Following the hounds was a dozen or so decaying soldiers in tattered armor, moving stiffly, yet at the center of the formation, on a tall skeletal warhorse, sat a knight shrouded in rusted black heavy armor, wielding a tumter-long bone-cutting greatsword. Floating above the knight's head was a translucent shadow, twisting and rolling in the air, barely revealing a face of pain and struggle, emitting a piercing shriek that made one's teeth ache. Linne opened the system panel, his gaze sweeping across. Target corrupted knight, level 2nd tier undead. Target wraith, level 2nd tier undead. It's the corrupted baron's minions. Vivian's voice trembled. That knight and that wraith are both 2nd tier. They're coming for me. The formation stopped 50 meters from the town entrance. The corrupted knight pulled the reins, and the skeletal warhorse let out an unpleasant snort. The corrupted knight raised his head, the eerie green soul fire locking onto Vivian on the wooden wall. Found you, little mouse. Vivian instinctively shrank back behind Linne. Lady Vivian, the knight's voice was hoarse. The baron is very angry with you. Now come with me obediently, lest you suffer. The guards tightened their grips on their swords, palms drenched in cold sweat. 2 2nd-tier undead. This was not a force that the Frostfall Town Guard could contend with. Is your helmet too tight, squeezing your brain? Linne leaned against the wooden railing, looking down at him. She is now an employee of Frostfall Town. Did you ask for my opinion as her employer before wanting to take her? The corrupted knight seemed unprepared for this mere human lord to speak to him like that. The eerie green soul fire flickered violently. Foolish human. Do you truly not understand her identity? She is an undead mage. He raised the bone-cutting greatsword high, the blade pointing directly at Linne. Are you willing to let your innocent townsfolk die for an undead mage? Why not ask your soldiers if they would give their lives for an undead mage? At this statement, an uproar arose in the crowd. Vivian's face turned even paler. This was her greatest fear. She had worked hard over the past few days to gain the townsfolk's trust, and the knight's words undoubtedly pushed her back into the abyss. She bit her lip tightly. In the face of life and death, who would risk their life for a despised undead mage? She let out a bitter smile as the light in her eyes completely dimmed. Forget it. Vivian loosened her tightly gripped staff, stepping over Linne and preparing to descend the steps. I will go with them. This matter has nothing to do with you. What's wrong? Linne dug at his ear and flicked his nails. The knight's soul fire flickered violently. I don't care what kind of maid she is, or as long as she works in my frost town and follows my rules, she's one of my own. You, on the other hand, brought a bunch of rotten meat to my territory and spat everywhere, polluting the environment. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. How dare you? Ignorant ants. The knight roared, the skeletal warhorse restlessly pawing the ground. Since you refuse to see reason, you shall be turned to ashes along with this town. Stop talking nonsense here. Linne retorted without hesitation, pointing a finger at the knight's nose, unleashing a torrent of insults. What are you, a green-furred skeleton on a broken horse, trying to act tough? Is your brain filled with sewage? Your arrogance is even worse than the stench of your corpse. You tell your so-called baron to come over and kneel at the Lord's gate, knocking his head 3 times. Then I might consider giving you her discarded old clothes. The scene fell silent. Even Vivian widened her purple eyes in disbelief, gazing at Linne's back. How dare he insult a 2nd-tier undead like that? Sylvia looked at Linne with admiration, her tail wagging wildly behind her. Her master was so cool when scolding someone. Roar. The corrupted knight was furious, and the ghostly green soul fire surged intensely. He tightened the reins, and the warhorse reared up. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Kill them all. Reduce this town to rubble. Roar. The 3 corrupted beast hounds let out deafening howls, instantly breaking free from their chains, transforming into 3 dark red shadows, and charging wildly toward the wooden fence. The rear ranks of corrupted soldiers also began to move, rushing forward like a tide. Linne patted the wooden railing and leaped down. In midair, he gripped the sword's hilt with his right hand. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword slicing through the silence pierced the air as the lower-grade flying sword was unsheathed. The pure yang power from his 4th level of chi refinement poured into the sword without reservation. The golden edge glimmered like a solid flame dancing upon the sword blade. The 3 corrupted hounds had already charged close. They bared their jagged jaws, lunging directly at Linne in midair. Linne's gaze was cold as he gripped the sword with both hands, aiming directly at the largest corrupted hound in the center, and struck down. Swish! The golden sword light cut through the hound's skull with the force of a raging tide, cleaving down its spine entirely. The corrupted hound didn't even have time to scream before its body was split in half midair. The extreme heat from the pure yang power instantly ignited it, turning its dark red body into a cloud of black smoke. Linne landed and immediately crouched down. The other 2 corrupted hounds missed him by inches as they leaped overhead. Linne exerted force from his waist, twisting his wrist, and swept the sword horizontally along the ground. Swish! A golden crescent-shaped sword energy spread out, accurately slicing through the waist of the 2 corrupted hounds. Their severed remains fell heavily to the ground, igniting with golden flames at the cut, quickly turning to ash. The sword energy continued unabated, crashing violently into the tide of corrupted soldiers coming from behind. Boom! A dozen tattered armored corrupted soldiers were sent flying like bowling pins. The hard bones and armor crumbled like paper before the pure yang power, shattering and igniting upon contact. One swing cleared the field. Only burning golden sparks and drifting bone ash remained on the ground. Hermon's ghostly green soul fire flickered violently. He stared intently at the human wielding the glowing sword, his mind in chaos. That golden energy was so domineering that even from dozens of meters away he could feel the death energy within him stirring uneasily. Who exactly are you? Hermon's hoarse voice carried a hint of gravity. Your father, Linne casually replied, twirling his sword. Before Hermon could get angry, the wailing spirit Slot couldn't hold back any longer. Stop playing around, finish him off. Slot let out a piercing shriek, transforming into a massive cloud of gray mist charging toward Linne. Get away. Don't touch my master. Sylvia's clear voice suddenly rang out. The silver bracelet on her wrist burst into brilliant light, transforming into a translucent frost dragon spear. Then ice-blue dragon horns emerged from her forehead and dense dragon scales covered her cheeks and arms. She was transforming into a dragon. Sylvia pushed off the ground with her legs shattering the boards beneath her feet and shot into the sky like an arrow actively meeting the gray mist. An extreme cold frost power erupted from the spear tip, forming a massive ice shield in midair that forcefully blocked the spirit's assault. Ignorant wretch! Slot roared as countless pale hands reached out from the gray mist, grasping toward Sylvia. Vivian stood on the railing, watching the dragon girl in front of her, biting her lip hard. Linne jumped down to fight for her, while Sylvia battled fiercely against the second-tier wraith in the sky. If she hid behind, she would despise herself. Little White. Vivian's staff slammed heavily onto the board, and a dark purple magic circle lit up. The skeleton Little White leaped out, axe in hand. Shadow bind. Vivian waved her staff, and 3 black energy ropes shot out like venomous snakes, accurately wrapping around the wraith Slot's extending misty tentacles. As the battle raged above, Hermon completely lost his temper below. A mere human dares to be so brazen. Hermon tightened his grip on the horse's belly. The skeletal warhorse let out a silent neigh, its hooves crushing the frozen ground, charging forward with terrifying momentum. The Tunterlong bone-slicing greatsword was raised high, dense black death energy, gathering frantically on the blade, forming a pitch-black sword light, several meters long, descending towards Linne like a mountain. The full-force strike of a second-tier undead brought a fierce wind that stung Linne's face. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The pure yang power in his dantian surged like boiling magma, pushing his 4th level of chi refinement to its limit. He faced the charging skeletal warhorse, gripping the sword with both hands, and fiercely thrust upward. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed through the wilderness. The shockwave exploded from the 2 as the snow on the ground was instantly cleared, revealing the deep brown frozen earth beneath. Linne's feet carved shallow grooves into the ground as he retreated 3 steps, his arms slightly numb. But Hermon's skeletal warhorse was also forced to a stop, its front hooves raised high. Hermon looked down to see that his bone-slicing greatsword forged from death energy had actually been chipped. Worse yet, a golden heat was creeping up through the gap, crackling against the protective death energy, shattering and igniting it in chunks. What on earth is this fire? Hermon frantically summoned more death energy to extinguish the golden flames, his soul fire flickering chaotically. Linne flicked his wrist and approached again. The long sword transformed into a torrent of golden light raining down upon Hermann. Clang, 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 clang. The continuous sounds of collision were dense like drumbeats. Hermann was nearly driven mad by the burning Pure Yang power. He swung his great sword trying to crush Linne with absolute power. But Linne's movements were too agile. He didn't engage in a raw power struggle, cleverly deflecting most of the force with each collision while sending Pure Yang power into Hermann's defensive circle. Swish! The flying sword grazed Hermann's chest armor. The rusty heavy armor was instantly melted away, exposing the dark red rotting flesh to the air, which immediately began to sizzle from the intense heat. A strong smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. Ugh! Linne covered his nose, his feet moving non-stop as he thrust toward Hermann's ribs. Man, it stinks. When was the last time you took a bath? I'm going to turn you into meat paste. Hermann roared, gripping his sword with both hands and swinging it horizontally. The Black Death energy transformed into a massive crescent-shaped energy blade slicing toward Linne along the ground. Linne leapt gracefully, easily dodging the attack. The air blade slashed into the frozen ground behind him, cutting a deep fissure over 10 meters long. Is that all you've got? Linne landed 3 meters away, pointing his sword at him. Did you learn your aim from a blind man? Even a horse could fight better than you. How about you get down and let your horse challenge me? Hermann was consumed by fury. He unleashed the death energy within him without regard for the pain inflicted by the Pure Yang power that burned him, determined to tear apart this foul-mouthed human. The bone-cutting greatsword swung with an impenetrable precision, enveloping Linne like a black storm. The two fighters moved faster and faster, warping the air around them with heat and death energy. At that moment, Hermann's left hand stealthily emerged from under the horse, swinging swiftly. A thick black bone chain shot from his sleeve, coiling towards Linne's arm like a venomous snake. The instant Linne was ensnared by the chain around his wrist, the Pure Yang power surged to protect his entire arm. Got you, slippery little human. Hermann let out a hoarse, maniacal laugh. He yanked on the chain, causing the skeletal warhorse to retreat simultaneously. The combined forces unleashed an incredibly terrifying pulling power. Linne lost his balance, being yanked upwards by the immense force. Hermann gripped the bone-cutting greatsword with both hands, channeling all the remaining death energy within him into the sword. The black sword aura on the blade surged instantly to over 5 meters long, a black guillotine hanging in the air. Die! Hermann aimed at Linne in midair and swung down ferociously. The air wailed sharply as the sword sliced through it. Linne gazed at the enormous sword aura coming toward him, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. 9 turns Pure Yang body activate. In an instant, the Pure Yang power from his dantian surged to the surface of his body. Golden light radiated from beneath his skin, enveloping him in a thin layer of golden armor. Boom! The black sword aura struck firmly against Linne's chest. The violent death energy erupted, engulfing him entirely. Before Hermann could revel in his victory, a blinding golden light suddenly pierced through the swirling black death energy. In the next moment, Linne emerged from the dark mist, withstanding the sword aura's blow. His chest garment was shredded to pieces, leaving a bloody mark on his skin. Using the force from Hermann's tugging of the chain, Linne drew his low-grade flying sword in reverse, transforming into a flaming golden meteor, crashing down fiercely toward Hermann. Pure Yang sword technique. This strike gathered Linne's strongest power at that moment. Hermann could not react in time to defend. He could only watch helplessly as the golden sword light rapidly magnified in his vision. Swish! The low-grade flying sword effortlessly pierced through Hermann's rusty helmet, stabbing straight into his chest. The overwhelmingly domineering Pure Yang power erupted within Hermann's body. No! Hermann could only emit a brief, despairing scream as the ghostly green soul fire was instantly evaporated by the golden flames. His massive body, along with the skeletal warhorse, crumbled into pieces under the burning Pure Yang fire, disintegrating into a cloud of black ash that scattered with the wind. Linne landed unsteadily, staggering a step, and propped himself up with his sword. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and touched the wound on his chest. Hiss! That really hurts. Meanwhile, the battle in midair had reached a boiling point. The vengeful spirit sloth transformed into a massive gray mist, emitting a piercing wail. Countless twisted human faces rolled within the mist, attempting to break through Sylphia's defense. Every time Sylphia swung her frost dragon spear, it unleashed large waves of icy blue chill. Once the gray mist came into contact with the cold air, it emitted a cracking sound as it froze, and its movement slowed. Damn orc, get lost! Sloth roared in anger, sending out dozens of gray mist tentacles from all directions towards Sylphia. Shadow piercing. Vivian pointed her staff from afar, and 3 dark purple energy spikes shot from behind Sloth, accurately pinning down 3 of its misty tentacles. Skeleton Xiaobai stood in front of Vivian, diligently swinging his axe to smash the few corrupted soldiers trying to approach the wooden fence into fragments. Well done. Sylphia seized the opportunity, her dragon horn glowing with blue light. She took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. Frost breath. The ice-blue dragon breath washed over Sloth, instantly freezing large portions of the gray mist, which then fell away like icicles. Sloth let out a piercing scream, its size shrinking by a third. Herman, how long are you going to take, you useless fool? Sloth struggled frantically, trying to call for help below. It shielded itself against the icy invasion while looking down. Then its voice abruptly ceased. Where Herman had once stood, there was now only a pile of still smoldering black ash. The human holding the glowing longsword was looking up at it. The main face of Sloth, formed from gray mist, displayed an extraordinarily human-like terror. A second-tier corrupted knight had been killed by a mere human. Run! It unhesitatingly abandoned the frozen mist surrounding it, its core transforming into an extremely thin gray line, attempting to escape towards the snowy plains to the north. Failing the mission is better than losing one's soul. Trying to run away. Sylphia snorted coldly, twisting her wrist as she hurled the frost dragon spear. In midair, the spear transformed into the phantom of a giant ice dragon, roaring as it crashed into the air before Sloth, weaving into a massive ice net that completely sealed off its escape route. Vivian followed closely, shooting 5 shadow chains from the tip of her staff, accurately ensnaring the core of Sloth. With an ice net in front and chains behind, Sloth was utterly trapped. You're forcing me into this. The vengeful spirit let out a desperate and venomous roar. It realized it could not escape. If it was to die, it would take someone down with it. Sloth suddenly ceased its struggle. It abandoned its resistance against the surrounding ice and shadows, and its gray mist core instantly transformed into a glaring crimson. What is it planning? Vivian's expression changed drastically. A sense of extreme danger enveloped her in an instant. Die? Soul curse. Sloth cackled madly. The crimson light suddenly contracted, forming a blood-red spike as thick as a finger, yet solid as substance. This spike ignored the ice net's obstruction and directly severed the bonds of the shadow chains, shooting toward Vivian, who stood at the wooden fence at an incredible speed. It was too fast. So fast that Sylphia in midair couldn't react in time, too fast for Vivian to even raise her staff and complete the motion to cast a shield. Vivian stood dazedly in place. That blood-red spike rapidly enlarged in her view, carrying a suffocating aura of death. Her mind went blank. Was she to die? After fleeing for so long, she ultimately met her end here. Just at that critical moment, a figure shone with blazing golden light blocking in front of her. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh echoed. Vivian's eyes widened in shock. Linne stood with his back to her, standing straight. That blood-red cursed spike had penetrated his back without any resistance. Puff! The muffled sound echoed sharply across the desolate snowy plains. Linne let out a grunt, the immense impact forcing him to stagger forward. In midair, Sloth's core shattered completely, transforming into a myriad of grayish-white specks. Master! Sylphia released a piercing dragon's roar, crashing heavily onto the wooden fence. She didn't even bother to revert from her dragon form, crawling and rolling to Linne's side, gripping his arm tightly, tears streaming down her face. Vivian stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Linne's back. His already tattered shirt was completely torn, revealing a palm-sized dark red totem right in the middle of his shoulder blade. It was a vividly detailed skull. The eye sockets of the skull were deeply sunken, seeping out wisps of black mist accompanied by a nauseating stench and coldness. Linne straightened his body, reaching back to feel his back. Aside from the initial pain of broken skin, he felt nothing unusual. Stop shaking, him not dead. Linne turned to glance at Sylphia, reaching out to rub her dragon horn. A piercing scream sharp enough to shatter glass exploded in his ears. Vivian suddenly lunged forward, her hands hovering in the air, hesitant to touch the skull mark. She bit her lower lip, hard blood trickling down the corner of her mouth without her noticing. Her usually proud purple eyes were now filled with bloodshot veins, large tears splattering onto the wooden floor. That's a sacrificial, forbidden technique. It sacrificed all its magic power and soul, embedding the most vicious curse into your body. Vivian's voice trembled uncontrollably, her words tumbling over each other. The afflicted will suffer a fate worse than death for 7 days. Magic power will be devoured, flesh will rot bit by bit, and ultimately you will turn into a puddle of blood amid excruciating pain. She suddenly clutched her hair, collapsing onto the ground in despair. Why did you block it? Are you an idiot? I'm just a necromancer. Death is death. Why should you, a lord, take the— Hearing the words 7 days of suffering, Sylphia's face turned pale instantly. She embraced Linne's waist tightly, burying her head in his chest, crying out loud. Linne was overwhelmed by the two women crying on either side of him. He felt the pure yang energy circulating smoothly within him, confirming that there was indeed nothing wrong. All right, stop crying. Linne raised his voice, interrupting their sobs. He looked down at Vivian, who was crouched on the ground, his tone calm. I said that as long as you work in Frostfall Town, you are mine. It's nothing for a boss to take a hit for an employee. As for this ridiculous curse. Linne patted his chest. Trust me, I can handle it. Vivian looked up, her face stained with tears as she gazed at him. She thought Linne was just putting on a brave face. The sacrificial curse of a second-tier wraith could render even the Archbishop of Silvermoon Kingdom helpless. How could he solve it? Linne couldn't be bothered to explain further. He turned to look at the dumbfounded townsfolk and guards below. What are you all staring at? Clean up the battlefield. Sweep up those ashes, don't ruin the town's appearance. With that, Linne pulled Sylphia and Vivian along with him, saying, Let's return to the manor. In the Lord's Manor second-floor bathroom, the air was thick with steam. Linne washed away the blood and gunpowder from his body, standing bare-chested before a half-height brass mirror. In this world, glass mirrors had yet to be invented. This meticulously polished brass mirror was a precious item that the original owner had brought from the Baron's estate, the only one in all of Frostfall Town. In the mirror, the young man stood tall, handsome, with distinct muscle lines. There was a shallow scar on his chest inflicted by the corrupted knight, already scabbed over, set to heal in a few days. Linne turned around, facing away from the mirror, twisting his head to glance at his back. The dark red skull totem still lingered on his shoulder blade, surrounded by swirling black mist. Linne summoned the system panel. A light blue screen unfolded before him. Detecting abnormal state. Detected soul curse, second-tier source wraith, sacrificial core effect continuously devours the host's vitality and soul, causing death after 7 days. Resolution plan: the host possesses an SS-grade Pure Yang sacred body and studies the yin-yang harmonization technique, which embodies the utmost yang energy capable of overcoming all vile and deathly energies. By operating the pure yang energy, it can be refined into nourishment for the host's cultivation. Linne stared at the last line of text, his mouth twitching slightly. Is that it? He thought it would take a great effort, yet this thing not only wouldn't kill him, but also presented itself as a ready-made experience package. Linne closed the panel, casually grabbed a clean undershirt to put on, and walked out of the bathroom. In the bedroom, the fireplace was roaring. Sylphia stood by the bed, her eyes red and swollen, her dragon horn drooping lethargically. Upon seeing Linne emerge, she hurried over to gently support his arm. Master, please lie down and rest. They'll make you some meat soup. Linne sat down on the edge of the bed, saying, I'm really fine. Before he could finish, the bedroom door was pushed open a crack. Vivian stood outside the door. She had changed out of her dust-covered dress and put on a thin white silk nightgown. Her purple hair cascaded over her shoulders with traces of unshed tears still in her eyes. She hesitated as she walked in, her hands nervously fidgeting together, approaching Linne. I'm sorry, she said, lowering her head, her voice hoarse. It's all because of me. If I hadn't stayed in Frostfall Town, the corrupted knight wouldn't have come after you, and you wouldn't have. More tears fell onto the floor. Stop right there. Linne rubbed his temples in frustration. Did you not hear a single word I said outside? I said I can handle it. This cursed thing won't cost me my life. Vivian suddenly looked up, her eyes red as she glared at him. How long are you going to keep lying to me? That's a soul curse. You will die. Linne sighed, simply lying back on the bed, resting his hands behind his head. Fine, I will definitely die, or is that good enough? Vivian observed his defeated demeanor, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She turned her head, looking at Sylphia standing beside her. Their gazes met. Sylphia bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes once more. She glanced at Linne, then at Vivian, nodding firmly. Afterwards, Sylphia turned silently and quickly exited the bedroom. Click. The door was locked from the outside. Linne sat up in confusion. Where did she go? Vivian did not answer. She walked to the bedside, looking down at Linne from a height. The firelight from the fireplace illuminated her pale face, and her purple eyes swirled with an extremely complex emotion. There was guilt, gratitude, and a hint of reckless madness. You saved me twice, Vivian spoke softly. I am a deposed princess. I have no money, no territory, and even this life was brought back by you. After saying this, Vivian suddenly bent down, resting her hands on the bed beside Linne's body. The distance between them narrowed instantly. Linne could even smell the faint scent of her skin mixed with a unique aura of magic. I have nothing to repay you with. At the moment her words fell, Vivian closed her eyes and leaned down to kiss him. It was an extremely awkward kiss, devoid of technique, only instinctually drawing closer. Her lips were cold, trembling slightly, and her teeth even grazed against Linne's lips. Linne froze completely. He truly did not expect her to come to this. Seeing he had no reaction, Wei Weian thought he was resisting. She grew anxious, her hands climbing onto Linne's shoulders, attempting to deepen the kiss. There is no reason to spit out the meat served right to your mouth. Linne suddenly reached out, wrapping his arms around Wei Wan's slender waist, flipping her over and pinning her beneath him. The roles of offense and defense shifted in an instant. Linne regained the initiative, prying open her lips and driving in deeply. The pure yang energy flowed through the contact of their skin, dispelling the coldness from Wei Wan's body. Wei Wan let out a muffled groan, her hands weakly gripping the sheets beneath her. Her mind went blank, feeling utterly soft. Even her breath was completely stolen away. After what felt like an eternity, Linne finally released her. Wei Wan gasped for air, her cheeks. She looked up at Linne, who loomed above her with an intensely aggressive gaze. Gritting her teeth, she reached for the ties of her nightgown. With a gentle tug, the white silk nightgown slid down her shoulders, pooling around her waist. Her perfect curves were exposed to the air. Years of fleeing had not marred her figure. Instead, the nourishment from her magic made her skin glow with a dazzling whiteness. Linne's breathing intensified. Wei Wan closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling violently. She reached out her hands, fumbling to unfasten Linne's clothing. When her hand touched the warm spirit stone, Wei Wan's movements suddenly halted. She opened her eyes, her gaze dropping, and her pupils constricted sharply. The courage she had mustered to face death evaporated in an instant. What kind of monster is this? What kind of beings does Sylphia usually face? This could kill someone. Are you even human? Wei Wan's voice trembled, and she instinctively shrank back. Linne was amused by her terrified expression. It's too late to think about running now. He seized her ankle, pulling her back. If it hurts, just bite me, Linne said softly, then began to circulate his energy. Oh! Wei Wan let out a short, sharp cry. Her nails dug deeply into Linne's shoulder muscles, tears instantly welling up. The unbearable sensation of that magical circuit made her tremble uncontrollably. Linne halted the flow of spiritual energy, gently wiping away her tears, then began to operate the yin-yang harmony technique. The pure yang energy surged into Wei Wan's magical circuits through the points where their veins connected. A wondrous reaction occurred. The cold and eerie dead energy that had accumulated in Wei Wan's body from practicing necromancy did not burn away upon contact with the pure yang energy. Instead, it absorbed and fused with the energy like a parched land encountering a refreshing rain. The pain gradually faded, replaced by a sense of comfort and warmth. Wei Wan's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. She bit her lip, letting out a muffled sound. Seeing this, Linne could no longer hold back and continued to channel his technique. The bed began to sing once more. The flickering firelight from the fireplace cast their overlapping shadows on the wall, constantly swaying. As their cultivation deepened, the dark red skull totem on Linne's back began to twist violently. The malicious soul curse energy was forcibly extracted and transformed into the purest energy flowing through Linne's meridians into his dantian. Wei Wan's sensations were even more direct. She double cultivation efficiency 2. Gains and exclusive equipment obtained. Holy Spirit feather robe. Soul curse being refined. The pure yang energy within Linne's body grew at a visible rate. Wei Wan's sensations were even more direct. She felt a vast and gentle power filling her, continuously strengthening her magical circuit. The boundary that had stagnated for years began to crack under the impact of this power. Linne. Wei Wan clung tightly to Linne's neck, her nails leaving shallow marks on his back. She had completely immersed herself in this cultivation, instinctively cooperating with Linne's technique. The night was still long. Congratulations, host. Mental strength greatly increased. Congratulations, host. Cultivation breakthrough to refining Qi level 5. Congratulations, host. Cultivation breakthrough to refining Qi level 6. In the early morning, Linne opened his eyes. The fire in the fireplace had died down, leaving only a few dark red embers. He exhaled, feeling the surging pure yang energy within him. The golden energy flowing through his meridians was more than twice as thick as yesterday, carrying a faint sound of wind and thunder as it circulated. He opened the system panel. Name: Linne Winster. Physique: Pure Yang Sacred Body, SSS grade. Cultivation: Refining Qi level 6. Cultivated Technique: Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, S grade. Tao Companion: Sylphia, 20 Physique Enhancement. Wei Wan, 40 Spiritual Power Enhancement. Refining Qi level 6, jumped 2 levels. Linne nodded in satisfaction. Jumping 2 levels in one night, thanks to that second-tier vengeful spirit that left nothing behind. A rustling sound of fabric came from beside him. A pale arm reached out from under the blankets, wrapping around Linne's arm. Linne turned to look. Wei Wan was still fast asleep, a trace of tear marks at the corners of her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, as if even in her dreams she was worried about that damned curse. However, the most striking feature was her hair. Her originally pure dark purple hair had lost its icy hue and strands of pure golden color flowed through it, reflecting a sacred halo under the morning light. Has it mutated? Linne casually tossed an identification spell. Name Wei Weian Alster. Race human. Rank second tier Holy Spirit Mage. Talent Child of Light S grade Necromancy Affinity A grade. Linne raised an eyebrow. Goodness. A necromancer turned into a Holy Spirit Mage. Moreover, she broke through to the second. Just as he was pondering, he felt a tightening grip on his arm. Wei Weian's long eyelashes fluttered twice before slowly opening her eyes. A hint of confusion flashed in her purple eyes, then her focus locked onto Linne, who was within arm's reach. The wild memories of last night flooded her mind, and her face flushed bright red, including her neck and collarbone, which tinged pink. She instinctively tried to shrink back, but the moment she moved a sharp pain made her gasp. Her brows knitted together in pain. You're awake. Linne turned on his side, propping his head with one hand to look at her. Wei Weian gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort below as the shyness in her eyes quickly faded. She suddenly threw off the covers and leapt into Linne's arms without hesitation. What are you doing? Linne was startled by her sudden movement. No time for nonsense. Wei Weian pressed down hard on Linne's shoulders, her eyes reddening again, her voice trembling. There's not much time left. 7 days. Only 7 days. I've discussed with Sylphia, and no matter what, we must leave a way out for you. Saying this, she closed her eyes and lowered her head to kiss Linne. Linne quickly reached out to pinch her cheeks, forming her lips into a duck bill. Vivian struggled, batting his hand away, her eyes filled with urgency and sorrow. What 7 days? Who's going to be left behind? Linne looked at her helplessly. Didn't I say last night that the cursed spell won't take my life? What tragic drama are you conjuring up in your head every day? Vivian was taken aback, staring at Linne with disbelief in her eyes. Linne released his hand, turned over, and lay face down on the bed, exposing his back to her. Take a look for yourself. Vivian lowered her head to look. On his broad back the muscles were well defined. Other than a few red marks from where she had scratched him last night, it was completely clean. Vivian was stunned. She rubbed her eyes and leaned in closer to examine. She even reached out her finger to touch that piece of skin. It was warm, firm, and brimming with vitality. It's gone. Vivian murmured to herself, her voice laced with a ridiculous disbelief. Really gone. It's already refined into my cultivation. Linne turned over, lying flat again, looking at her with a smirk. What do you think I was tossing and turning for last night? Vivian's mind exploded with a buzz. Nothing happened. He wouldn't die at all. Then what was she doing last night? She had rushed in like a madwoman, crying and shouting about offering herself. She even boldly claimed earlier that she wanted to leave a legacy for him. A wave of intense heat surged to Vivian's head, making her feel as if she was about to burst into flames. Oh! She let out a short scream, yanking the blanket over herself and wrapping herself tightly within it. From under the blanket came muffled sobs. So embarrassing. Just let me die. Linne looked at the lump of the blanket on the bed and couldn't help but laugh. He reached out to tug at the corner of the blanket. Don't touch me. Vivian clutched the blanket tightly, her voice muffled and filled with a heavy cry. I can't face anyone now. Do you think I'm particularly easy? Do you think I'm an idiot offering myself up? All right, come out. Linne gently pulled her and the blanket into his embrace. What if you suffocate? I won't come out. If it weren't for you last night, I wouldn't have resolved the curse so quickly. Linne patted her back through the blanket, smoothing her hair. Your pure Yang energy was a great help. It was precisely because of last night's dual cultivation that I could so swiftly eradicate the curse. Strictly speaking, it was indeed you who saved me. The struggles under the blanket paused for a moment. Really? Vivian's voice carried a hint of skepticism. Why would I lie to you? Not only did you help me, but you also gained benefits yourself. Linne pulled back the corner of the blanket, revealing her face, which was flushed red. Not only is my curse lifted, but the hidden dangers on you have also been resolved. Feel the magical energy within you. Vivian stared at him in a daze. She calmed herself, closed her eyes, and began to sense the flow of magical energy within her body. The next moment she opened her eyes, and her purple pupils constricted sharply. My magical energy. She looked down at her hands. The originally cold, deathly dark, purple magical energy was gone. In its place was an extremely warm, pure energy brimming with vitality. This energy flowed through her meridians, making her feel as light as if she could float. Moreover, her magical energy bottleneck had been broken. Second tier. How is this possible? Vivian looked at a strand of her hair in disbelief. The original dark purple was now mixed with a holy light golden hue. Light attribute. She looked up at Linne, in her voice drifting away. My magical energy has turned into light attribute. But I'm a necromancer. Now you're a Holy Spirit mage. Linne pinched her cheek, surprised. Unexpected. Vivian was completely stunned. After a night's sleep, the necromancer turned into a light mage. What about my necromancy? Vivian suddenly remembered a serious issue. All the magic she was best at were necromancy spells. If she couldn't use them, her entire strength would be reduced by more than half. She quickly extended her finger and quickly drew a summoning circle in the air. At the moment the magic circle formed, it was no longer the familiar dark purple, but a dazzling golden halo. "Little White, come out," Vivian shouted anxiously. From the golden magic circle came the sound of bones clashing. A skeleton jumped out from the halo. It was still the little skeleton about 1.5 meters tall. However, its bones were no longer grayish-white, but as translucent as top-quality white jade, even radiating a gentle holy glow. It stood there looking less like a necromancer and more like a holy messenger sent by a divine being. Little White looked up. The hollow eye sockets were no longer burning with ghostly green soul fire, but with two bright golden flames. It looked at its bony hand in confusion, then glanced at Vivian, seemingly bewildered by its new appearance. The bedroom fell into a strange silence. Linne stared at the glowing skeleton, his lips twitching. Vivian gaped, her jaw almost dropping to the floor. A necromancer skeleton radiating light. If this thing were to be taken out, the judge's tribunal would probably go crazy on the spot. Linne looked at the little skeleton shining with golden light, couldn't help but reach out and tap its forehead, producing a, "This isn't just a bone, oh, it's practically a work of art. If you take this summoning creature out and show it around the church square, even the archbishop would kneel down," Linne teased with a smile. Vivian rubbed her temples, her mind still buzzing. A light attribute necromancer. If such an absurd thing were written into the history of magic, the author would probably be burned alive as a madman by all the mages on the continent. A light attribute necromancer. If such an absurd thing were written into the history of magic, the author would probably be burned alive as a madman by all the mages on the continent. Shaping. Linne opened the item panel. Artifact Holy Spirit Feather Cloak, equipment bound to the exclusive partner Vivian, made from top-quality silkworm ice silk and 12-star gold feathers. The equipment's grade will automatically evolve with the cultivation level of the bound individual. Linne lightly tapped the void with his finger. A soft white light gathered in his palm. Vivian was drawn to the light and turned to look. "A gift for you." Linne extended the item in his hand. Vivian paused for a moment and instinctively reached out her hands to receive it. It felt extremely light, almost weightless. As the radiance gradually faded, the true form of the equipment revealed itself before the two. It was a translucent skirt as thin as a cicada's wing, smooth to the touch, like flowing water, emitting a faint glow. The most striking feature was the 12 light golden semi-transparent feathers meticulously sewn onto the back of the skirt. "What is this?" Vivian touched the feathers. The moment her fingertips made contact, a wave of warm magical fluctuation emanated from the feathers, immediately responding to her touch. "Holy Spirit Feather Garment." Linne leaned against the headboard, watching her. "Hurry up and try it on. Let's see if it fits." Vivian turned away, removing her nightgown and putting on the Holy Spirit Feather Garment. A miraculous event occurred. The moment the skirt made contact with her skin, it automatically shrank to fit. The exquisite silk seemed to possess life, spreading along her bodice curves, enveloping her perfect figure. Vivian turned around. Linne raised an eyebrow. "This outfit. The system truly understands men's aesthetics." The Holy Spirit Feather Garment fit Vivian's body perfectly. The special cuts at the chest and waist accentuated her slender waist and long legs entirely. The semi-transparent fabric was less of a garment and more like a faintly visible filter. Her fair skin emitted a breathtaking allure beneath the light fabric. The key areas were delicately concealed by intricate magical patterns, yet they only served to highlight the temptation. "This is no divine artifact. It is clearly a set of high-end QQ lingerie. It seems like it has recognized its master." Vivian closed her eyes, feeling the resonance between her magical energy and the garment. As her magical energy circulated, the 12 feathers made of star gold came to life. They broke free from the constraints of the skirt, hovering in midair, slowly revolving around Vivian. "So magical," Vivian murmured to herself. She tried to raise her hand. The 12-star gold feathers instantly converged in front of her, intertwining to form a pale golden semi-transparent shield. A resilient magical luster flowed between the feathers. She waved her hand again. The shield dispersed, and the feathers quickly flew to her back, assembling in a specific sequence. Whoosh! A pair of large pale golden wings unfolded behind her. Vivian's feet left the ground, and she gracefully floated in midair. Her purple gold hair danced in the wind, and the wings behind her radiated a sacred light. Beneath the translucent skirt, her perfect curves were fully revealed. Purity and allure achieved an exquisite balance on Vivian's form, resembling a fallen angel from the heavens. Linne leaned against the headboard, his gaze tracing up from her suspended ankle. To be honest, the visual impact was overwhelming. Linne distinctly felt his excitement rising. He quickly chanted a couple of calming incantations, attempting to suppress this surge of heat. In midair, Vivian was excitedly controlling the light wings. She had never experienced the feeling of flight before. Though it was just a brief moment of levitation, it was enough to excite her as a mage. Linne, look. I can fly. Vivian happily twirled around, looking down at Linne on the bed. Then her smile froze instantly. Her gaze was fixated on the fire attribute spirit stone that Linne carried. She recalled that time when she almost... You. Vivian pointed at the silhouette, her voice trembling with fear and her eyes filled with terror. She was so frightened that she forgot to control her magical energy. The 12-star gold feathers instantly lost their support and fell apart, with a swish scattering back into feathers. Vivian fell straight down from midair. Aunt. Linne reacted quickly. He exerted force with his legs, springing from the bed and catching Vivian as she fell. Soft Jade embraced him warmly. The semi-transparent skirt provided no barrier at all. The skin-to-skin touch made the heat Linne had just suppressed surge back up instantly. Vivian clearly sensed the anomaly of the spirit stone. Let go of me. Vivian squirmed like a cat stepped on its tail, desperately trying to break free from Linne's embrace. She rolled and crawled to the other end of the bed, grabbing the blanket and wrapping herself tightly from head to toe, leaving only her purple gold eyes peering out, staring fearfully at Linne. I can't take it anymore. I really can't. A sobbing wail came from under the blanket. People can die from this. You need to find Sylvia. She has dragon blood, she can handle it. Linne stood by the bed looking at the trembling bundle of blankets, glancing down at himself. He sighed helplessly, grabbed the clothes nearby, and put them on. All right, stop wailing. I won't move you. Linne walked to the bed and tapped her head through the blanket. Just stay here and rest well. There was no response from the blanket. Linne turned and walked toward the door. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, Vivian's muffled voice came from behind. Hey. Linne stopped, turning to look. The blanket was pulled down a little, revealing Vivian's flushed cheeks. Thank you for your gift. She bit her lip, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. I really like it. Linne smiled slightly. As long as you like it. Next time you fly, be careful not to fall down all the time. He pushed open the master bedroom door. The light in the corridor was still dim. As Linne took a step out, he saw a dark shadow crouching at the wall's base outside the door. Sylvia was hugging her knees, burying her face in her arms, curled up into a small ball. The originally crystal-clear ice-blue dragon horns looked dull and lifeless, drooping pitifully. This silly dragon girl had clearly been waiting outside the door all night. Hearing the sound of the door hinge turning, Sylvia suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes were bloodshot. Master. Sylvia's voice was hoarse, tinged with a strong sob. Are you okay? Her tears instantly flowed like a broken dam, falling heavily onto the back of her hand. Linne sighed, reaching out to ruffle her messy hair. It's early in the morning, can you not wait for me to be fine? Feeling the warm touch on her head, Sylvia began to frantically search all over him like an anxious puppy. Does anything hurt? Did the curse act up? Vivian said that curse would consume flesh and blood. Are you holding on? She hurriedly tugged at Linne's clothes, trying to check his back. Linne pressed her restless little hands back, pulling her into his embrace. Enough, stop touching. The curse has already been resolved. Sylvia was frozen in Linne's embrace. She tilted her head back, staring blankly at Linne. Is it resolved? But Vivian said. Linne interrupted her bluntly. Does your master's ability even make sense to a half-baked mage like her? Sylvia still looked somewhat unconvinced. She sniffed, her nose pressing against Linne's chest as she took a deep whiff. The dragon race had an extremely keen sense of smell, capable of distinguishing even the slightest differences in magical and soulful sense. Yesterday, when the curse entered Linne's body, she had detected an extremely nauseating, cold, and repugnant stench. But now that odor had vanished. In its place was a rich, blazing aura. It felt like the most intense sunlight at noon, irradiating a comforting warmth. This pure yang scent was more potent than yesterday, and merely catching a whiff caused Sylvia's legs to weaken uncontrollably. It really is gone. Sylvia murmured, the terror and worry in her eyes finally ebbing away like a receding tide. She suddenly opened her arms wide and tightly hugged Linne's waist, burying her face in his chest. This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. She cried and laughed simultaneously, her dragon tail excitedly swishing back and forth, nearly toppling the vases in the corridor. This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. She cried and laughed simultaneously, her dragon tail excitedly swishing back and forth, nearly toppling the vases in the corridor. This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. She cried and laughed simultaneously, her dragon tail excitedly swishing back and forth, nearly He slightly lowered his head, his gaze fixated on Sylvia with an aggressive intensity. Let's settle last night's score. Sylvia was momentarily stunned, instinctively trembling under her dragon horns. Who was it that conspired with Vivian last night? Linne reached out, gripping her left ice-blue dragon horn and gently rubbing it. Sylvia shivered, her cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of red. She lowered her head shamefully, not daring to meet Linne's eyes. I, I just. Not only did you conspire, but you also dared to lock the door from the outside. Linne tightened his grip slightly, eliciting a soft whimper from Sylvia. You don't believe your master's words, and still dare to take matters into your own hands. What do you think should be the punishment? Sylvia's tail instantly drooped down, obediently wrapping around her ankle. Sylvia knows she was wrong. She bit her lip, her voice as soft as a puddle of water. No matter how master punishes me, Sylvia will have no complaints. You said it. Linne's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He suddenly bent down and swept Sylvia into his arms. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made Sylvia gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around Linne's neck. Instead of returning to the master bedroom, Linne carried her directly to the adjacent guest room. He kicked the door open, stepped inside, and then closed the door with his foot. The guest room lacked a fireplace, and the air carried a hint of morning chill. But this little temperature was no problem for the frost dragon. Linne walked to the edge of the bed and unceremoniously tossed Sylvia onto the soft bedding. Sylvia rolled once on the bed, quickly adjusting her position. She knelt on the bed, her head lowered, hands neatly placed on her knees, presenting herself like a flower waiting to be picked. She was ready. Whether it was being punished or being thoroughly toyed with by her master, as usual she was willing. However, Linne did not pounce on her as he usually would. He sat at the edge of the bed, legs spread wide, leaning against the bedpost, his gaze playfully observing the half-kneeling Sylvia in front of him. Come here, Linne patted his thigh. Sylvia obediently crawled over, stopping between Linne's legs. Linne reached out his long fingers, lifting her chin, forcing her to look up. Since you said you would accept punishment, let's practice a new technique today, Linne said in a low voice. Sylvia blinked, her face filled with confusion. A new technique. Before she could process this, Linne had already unsealed little Linne. Sylvia's gaze followed Linne's movement downward. As the pure yang energy erupted, her breath momentarily halted. Although she had practiced with Linne many times before, she was not unfamiliar with little Linne. But at this moment, the extremely close distance and the visual pressure made her feel overwhelmed. The scorching heat rushed towards her, making her even feel the heat waves emanating from the fireplace, which wasn't there. Master. Sylvia's voice began to tremble. Her eyes widened in shock, and even the dragon horns atop her head turned a deep shade of blue from sheer astonishment. This isn't right. She stammered, shrinking back slightly. In her understanding, the mouth was only for eating, drinking, and speaking, and could only be used to release icy breath. How could one practice techniques with it? Who just said they would accept punishment without complaints? Linne raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Sylvia was instantly rendered speechless. She bit her lip, looking at little Linne. Her innate absolute obedience ultimately overcame her sense of shame. Taking a deep breath, she slowly began to practice the new technique. The unique physique of the frost dragon race kept her feeling slightly cool all year round. When the ice attribute physique encountered the fire attribute technique, the extreme ice and fire technique was almost lethal to Linne. Sylvia had no technique to speak of. As she attempted to run the new technique for the first time, she could only clumsily and awkwardly explore. Occasionally, an error in the technique would elicit a muffled grunt from Linne. Hearing Linne's sound, Sylvia was scared enough to stop, immediately raising her head with tears welling up in her eyes. Master, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? It's fine. Linne touched her cheek. Continue, will teach you how to practice. Under Linne's guidance, Sylvia gradually grasped the essentials of the technique. The yin-yang harmony technique began to operate automatically within both of their bodies. The pure yang energy and ice power intertwined, collided, and fused. Linne felt an extremely pure chill rushing towards his dantian, completely solidifying the realm. He had just broken through to the 6th level of chi refinement. Sylvia's sensations were even more intense. The scorching temperature spread along her meridians, igniting her internal frost bloodline completely. Her dragon horns turned a fierce red, and her dragon tail instinctively tightened around the bedsheets. Time passed, and Sylvia absorbed and transformed all that pure yang energy into her own magical power. The scorching warmth surged through her limbs, making her feel as if her magical power was ebbing and flowing like the tide, each meridian brimming with strength. Linne gently stroked her hair, watching as the pure yang aura around her gradually subsided, and softly said, "Well done." Linne stepped out of the Lord's mansion feeling refreshed. Sylvia obediently followed, half a step behind, her head bowed, hands clasped in front of her. As the two descended the steps, Linne suddenly halted. Outside the Lord's mansion, a large crowd had gathered. Butler Barlow, blacksmith Aeon, and Marcus were accompanied by 20 fully armed guards. Even little maid Millie was peeking from the edge of the crowd. All eyes converged on Linne in the moment he stepped outside. Tension and worry filled the air. Linne was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, and then scolded, "Why is everyone so idle? Aren't you all supposed to be working? Why are you loitering outside the Lord's mansion so early in the morning? Are you planning a rebellion?" Marcus quickly stepped forward, his tone filled with urgency. "My lord, your health. The rumor of 7 days turning into blood had spread among the guards, and a group of gentlemen had been restless all night rushing to the Lord's mansion at dawn. All right, put away those morning expressions. Linne waved his hand impatiently, interrupting him. It's all resolved. Marcus looked Linne up and down with concern, but the Lord appeared not the least bit sickly. Instead, he was brimming with vitality. Yet Marcus still felt uneasy, his gaze instinctively drifting past Linne into Sylphia. As the Lord's most trusted guard, and made Sylphia's condition would reveal the truth. Not just Marcus but Barlow, Aeon, and the others also focused their attention on Sylphia. At that moment Sylphia was looking down her throat, visibly struggling to swallow. Gulp. She laboriously swallowed something. Afterward, she seemed to choke, quickly covering her mouth to cough softly, her eyes glistening with tears. A somewhat excessive flush appeared on her fair neck and cheeks. Marcus and Barlow exchanged glances. The crowd's eyes instantly communicated a wave of information. Lady Sylphia still had the energy to eat. Moreover, judging by her rosy complexion, it was evident she was not only fine, but had been well fed. Since even the Lord's personal maid was so relaxed, the curse must have been completely lifted. Great. Marcus let out a long sigh of relief, finally displaying a smile. Butler Barlow wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, clasped his hands together, and prayed to the heavens, "May the God of light protect our Lord." Linne waved his hand at the relieved group, urging, "All right, now that you've seen me, go do your work. Luoxing Town needs revitalization, don't waste time here." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, confirming that the Lord was indeed fine, before dispersing in small groups, each attending to their tasks. Marcus stayed behind. He approached Linne to report on the cleanup after last night's battle. "My lord, we collected 12 first-tier magic cores and 1 second-tier magic core from the battlefield yesterday. I have handed all the spoils over to Butler Barlow for storage." "Well done, Linne," nodded in approval. Marcus' voice carried a hint of excitement. "Thanks to your miraculous potions, all 20 brothers in the guard broke through last night. Now our Luoxing Town guard is entirely first tier." Linne was not surprised by this outcome. If the system's alchemy could not elevate a few ordinary people to first tier, then it would be too cheap. "Just 20 people is not enough." Linne stroked his chin and issued a direct order. "Marcus, I have a new task. From today onward, expand the guard size. Recruit freely, no limits, the more the better. The only requirement for recruitment is courage and willingness to fight. As long as they join the guard, the potions will be plentiful. Even a farmer with no foundation can be turned into a first-tier warrior using my potions. Do you understand?" Marcus' breathing became heavy. The Lord intended to forge an extraordinary ironclad army. "Understood. I will pledge my life to you." Marcus stood at attention and performed a perfectly standard military salute. Before Linne could respond, a figure suddenly squeezed through beside him. "My lord." It was Aubrey. "What is it?" Linne glanced at him. Aubrey pointed to the south of the town. "This morning, a large group of refugees arrived outside the town. There are over 100 people. We didn't dare let them in, so they're all blocked outside the wooden fence waiting for you to make refugees." Linne stroked his chin. "Luoxing Town is remote. What brings over 100 people here all at once today? Let's go take a look." Linne waved his hand, leading Sylphia, Marcus, and the others directly to the town entrance. Arriving at the entrance, they saw a dense crowd outside the wooden fence. They were wrapped in tattered burlap, many without shoes, their feet frostbitten and purple. Among the group were elderly people, frail women, and a few children whose lips had turned blue from the cold. As the cold wind blew, the crowd shivered, mixed with the stench of frostbite and long unwashed bodies. Upon seeing Linne approach, surrounded by guards, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's the Lord!" Thud. Over 100 people seemed to lose all their strength, kneeling in the snow in unison. "Lord, please take us in. Just give us something to eat, and we are willing to do anything. Please save my child." The cries and pleas mingled together, creating a cacophony that was painful to the ears. Linne found such chaotic scenes most annoying. He furrowed his brow and raised his hand to signal them to quiet down. There was no response. The cries only grew louder. Seeing this, Marcus drew his long sword from his waist, the blade ringing sharply in the cold wind. "Silence. Before the Lord, anyone who dares to make noise will be dealt with for disturbing the peace of the territory." The pressure of a first-tier warrior was instantly unleashed. The crowd fell silent. Even the children's cries were stifled by their parents' hands. Linne looked at the group. "With so many people, how can I hear anyone? Choose someone capable, someone who can speak clearly." The crowd exchanged glances. Soon an older man stepped out from the crowd. He approached the fence, intending to kneel. "Enough, stand and speak." Linne interrupted his motion. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" The old man tightly grasped his cane, his voice hoarse. "In response to your lordship. We are all subjects of the neighboring dusky territory. 3 days ago our village was destroyed by a horde of undead. Half of the villagers perished at the hands of those monsters. Only those of us who fled quickly managed to escape with our lives. The dusky territory was destroyed. Why did you not go to the main city, Hot Spring City, to find your lord, but instead come here? Linne stared at the old man. Don't tell me you got lost. Upon mentioning the Hot Spring City, the old man let out a bitter laugh, his eyes filled with despair. We initially fled towards the Hot Spring City, but the Lord of Hot Spring City ordered the gates to be tightly shut, claiming a shortage of food within the city, unable to accommodate us refugees. He even sent soldiers to drive us away. The old man's voice trembled with sorrow. The Lord said to continue northward to a place called Frostfall Town, where the Lord is benevolent with safe walls that can surely accept us. We truly have no way out, which is why we have made this journey. Linne listened and almost laughed in anger. What a Lord of Hot Spring City! Not wanting to accept refugees for fear of wasting food and inciting chaos, he simply tossed the burden of these 100 or so people on a Frostfall Town. Marcus, standing behind Linne, cursed out loud. Nonsense. Hot Spring City is the richest city within 100 miles. How could it possibly be unable to provide food for more than 100 mouths? They are deliberately pushing their troubles onto us. My lord, we cannot take them in. These people consume more than they contribute. Letting them in is like opening a bottomless pit. The refugees below, hearing Marcus' words, were frightened and knelt down again, crying out, My lord, we beg you, we can do anything. Don't drive us away. Going back is also death. Linne ignored the cries from below. Marcus was right. Over 100 mouths consume a significant amount of food each day. Moreover, among the refugees are the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Managing them would be a major hassle. Furthermore, who knows if there are any with ulterior motives among them. However, what is the biggest shortcoming of Frostfall Town right now? A lack of people. A dire lack of people. To seize Golden Ear City, he needs to forge weapons, expand the guard, and require logistics. Each of these demands labor. To the Lord of Hot Spring City, these 100 or so people are a waste of food, a burden, but to Linne, they are. As for food, at worst he could plant more spiritual wheat. Linne raised his hand and pressed it down. Marcus understood, and the guards immediately drew their swords. The simultaneous sound of metal scraping startled the refugees into silence. All of you stand up. Linne's gaze swept across the crowd. The refugees glanced at one another, trembling as they helped each other to stand. You may stay. Upon this declaration, a suppressed cheer erupted from the crowd. A few individuals even embraced one another, weeping bitterly. But let me make it clear first. Linne raised his voice, sharply overriding all sounds. Frostfall Town is not a charity. I do not support idlers under my command. I can provide you with shelter, even if it is a wooden shed I built myself. I guarantee it will shield you from wind. I can provide you with one hearty meal a day, ensuring you do not starve. The condition is that you must work for me, clearing land, building houses, moving bricks, repairing walls. Whatever I ask you to do, you must do. There will be no wages, no holidays. If you can do it, stay. If not, turn around and get lost right now. These conditions are no different from being sold into servitude. Yet in the face of starvation and freezing to death, dignity and freedom are worthless. We are willing. We are willing. The old man was so moved that tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly bowed. As long as we can get food, we are willing to be the Lord's cattle and horses. I am willing to work. I am strong. I can do it too. Not a single person felt that Linne's demands were excessive. In a world where lives are as cheap as grass, surviving is already the greatest blessing. Very well. Linne nodded in satisfaction. Since no one objects, we will proceed according to my rules. He turned to look at the butler Barrow behind him. Barrow, go prepare tables, paper, and pens. Bring them to the town entrance. Marcus, take 10 brothers to keep watch here. Those who finish registration first, take them to the vacant land south of the town and set up some temporary tents. Also have Martha boil 2 large pots of hot soup to warm them up. Linne instructed. The 2 immediately complied. Yes, my lord. Linne looked back at the crowd below and threw out his final carrot. Butler Barrow will record each of your names, ages, and health status. If anyone knows how to forge, do carpentry, masonry, tailoring, or can read, please come forward during registration. Those with skills will receive special consideration. Additionally, remember my next words. Linne's gaze swept over the expressionless faces. In Frostfall Town, as long as you abide by the rules and work diligently, I will assess your performance. Those who perform well after a year of work, I will strip you of your refugee status and grant you the status of a free citizen of Frostfall Town. As a free citizen, working for the Lord will be paid daily. Upon hearing this, there was a silence of at least 3 seconds below. Then a wave of cheers erupted, even more intense than before. Free citizens. With wages. This was an unimaginable treatment for refugees who had lost their homes. The previously numb expressions, merely compromising to survive, now ignited with fervent light. But Linne raised his voice, sharply interrupting their celebration. If I discover anyone slacking off while working or causing trouble in the town. Linne chuckled, coldly pointing to the distant snowfields. Then don't blame me for turning against you, breaking your legs, and throwing you out. Frostfall Town does not support useless individuals, nor does it feed backstabbers. This remark silenced the refugees. Many clenched their fists, fearing they might miss this opportunity. The gates slowly opened. Butler Barrow had already set up tables and chairs at the town entrance. The refugees lined up obediently into 4 long lines, beginning to register one by one. Linne stood with his arms crossed, watching this group of new employees being onboarded, feeling quite pleased. What is your name? How old are you? What skills do you have? Barrow asked with a feather quill, not looking up. In response to the Lord's inquiry, my name is Lao Hei. I am 40, and I used to be a blacksmith. I can repair some farming tools. A thin, middle-aged man rubbed his frozen hands, answering with trepidation. A blacksmith? Barrow noted quickly on the parchment, stand in that line on the left. Next, as the registration continued, Linne's smile grew wider. Carpenters, masons, and even a tanner who could prepare animal hides appeared among them. Among these 100 or so people, there were actually over a dozen skilled workers. The rest, although ordinary farmers, looked sturdy enough to do heavy labor after a few days of nourishment. Those who fled from the undead attack at dusk and managed to travel dozens of miles to reach Frostfall Town must have left the old, weak, sick, and disabled on the way. Those who could walk here alive were either strong young men who usually had enough to eat or those with good physical constitutions. With nothing better to do, Linne opened the system panel. A light blue screen unfolded before him, and he scanned the crowd below, lines of data emerging in his vision. He scanned dozens of individuals, mostly ordinary refugees, with no sign of anything unusual, until his gaze landed on 2 men in the back of the line. These 2 were dressed in tattered burlap, like the other refugees, their faces smeared with dirt, and their hair was as messy as a bird's nest. They hunched over, trembling in the crowd, pretending to be on the verge of collapse from hunger after days without food. But Linne could tell at a glance that something was off. Though their hands were frostbitten, the thick calluses at their palms indicated they had wielded weapons for years. Moreover, their eyes were not dull like those of other refugees. Instead, they were discreetly surveying their surroundings, observing the height of the wooden walls, the equipment of the guards, and the layout of the buildings within the territory. Most importantly, the system panel does not deceive. Target Baba Ben. Cultivation not yet initiated. Remarks sent by order of the Lord of Hot Springs City to infiltrate the refugee group and investigate the truth of Luoshang Town. Linne raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping on his lips. Well done, Lord of Hot Springs City. Not only did you throw over 100 refugees like a burden, but you also mixed in some sand. If it were any other lord, even if they were vigilant, it would be difficult to identify these 2 scouts among the stinking crowd of over 100 refugees. Once they infiltrated the town, the troop deployment and food reserves of Luoshang Town would soon be completely revealed to Hot Springs City. Unfortunately, they encountered Linne, who had a knack for strategy. He didn't make a scene, nor did he instruct Marcus to apprehend them on the spot. Killing them outright would be meaningless. It would waste valuable labor. Since the city lord had been so considerate as to send 2 strong scouts, it would be a disservice to his own conscience as a lord not to make full use of them. Linne waved his hand. Sylphia, who had been following him closely, immediately approached. Master, what are your orders? Linne lowered his voice. After a short while, Marcus arrived in front of Linne. My lord, you called for me. Linne slightly raised his chin and pointed at the 2 men in the line below. Do you see those 2 men with their faces covered in dirt? Marcus followed Linne's gaze and scrutinized. I see. What's the problem with them? It's a big problem, Linne replied calmly. They are not refugees, they are spies sent from Hot Spring City. Marcus' face changed dramatically, instinctively reaching for his sword to capture them. Don't be impulsive, Linne interrupted his movement. Marcus quickly stopped, lowering his voice, his tone filled with anger. Hot Spring City is simply too deceitful. My lord, how should we handle this? Should we drag them to the back mountain? He made a gesture as if to cut his throat. Why resort to killing? Our Luoshang Town upholds civility and new customs. Linne patted the wooden railing. Isn't there always a shortage of manpower at the Magic Crystal Mine? Marcus nodded. Mining at the Magic Crystal Mine is challenging, as Scarface and his team have been very slow. Well, now we have the manpower right here. Linne pointed at the 2 scouts below. When you register them later, just find a reason to group them separately. Then arrange for them to work with Scarface's team. Set the daily mining task high. If they don't complete it, they won't get food, and they won't be allowed to sleep. Assign 2 guards to supervise them in 12-hour shifts. Anyone caught slacking off will be punished. Linne paused and added, remember, don't kill them. Scouts from Hot Spring City's defense forces definitely have better physical fitness than ordinary farmers. Linne continued, they are prime miners. Let's squeeze every last bit of strength out of them. After understanding Linne's plan, Marcus grinned widely. Understood. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure they are arranged properly. With a sinister smile on his face, Marcus took his orders and left. The registration work continued for a full 2 hours. All 123 refugees were registered and documented. Marcus, accompanied by the guard team, led this group to a large open area in the south of the town. A pile of wood and hay had already been stacked there in advance. "Listen up." Marcus stood atop a height and shouted loudly. "This will be your place to live from now on. The wood and hay are here. Build your own shelters. Those who fail to finish before dark will have to sleep in the snow tonight." The refugees dared not utter a word of complaint and immediately began to work busily like ants. The men carried wood, the women gathered hay, and even the half-grown children helped to collect stones. Everyone exerted themselves to secure a place to shelter in this safe area. On the other side of the clearing, Martha led several women to set up 2 large iron pots. The fire underneath crackled loudly. The pots boiled with chunks of beast meat and coarse wheat, and the rich aroma of meat wafted through the steam, instantly enveloping the entire camp. The working refugees halted in unison. Countless pairs of eyes fixated on the 2 large iron pots, desperately swallowing saliva. A few who were extremely hungry had greenish eyes. If not for the fully armed guards watching them, they would have lunged at the pots. "What are you looking at? Get back to work." Marcus glared. "The Lord has said that once the shelters are up and the work is done well, each person will receive a large bowl of meat soup. Anyone who dares to slack off won't even get the soup residue." This statement acted like a shot of adrenaline. The speed of work in the camp instantly doubled. Wooden stakes were driven into the frozen ground and makeshift wooden shelters sprang up visibly. Among the crowd, the 2 scouts from Hot Spring City were also laboriously carrying wood. They exchanged glances and saw a hint of glee in each other's eyes. It was going too smoothly. Initially, they thought blending into Luoshang Town would require a fair amount of effort, but they did not expect this young lord to be a fool who truly accepted all the refugees. "The defenses of Luoshang Town are too lax," one scout whispered while moving stones. "They didn't even interrogate us before letting us in." "Clearly he's a small lord who has never seen much of the world," the other scout sneered. "Once we figure out the situation here, when the army arrives, this place will be ours. Hurry up and work, don't raise any suspicion." The 2 were lost in dreams of achieving great deeds, completely unaware of the grim miner's life that awaited them. Ding! Dang! The pickaxe struck the hard rock wall, fiercely sparking a few embers. Ben Boba's hands were torn, blood mixed with black ash sticking to the rough wooden handle, and even the slightest effort sent stabbing pain through him. He swung the pickaxe mechanically, feeling as if his lumbar vertebrae had broken into 3 pieces, and his arms felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Beside him, Barber Ben was gritting his teeth, pushing a heavy mine cart filled with discarded rocks. The wheels screeched painfully against the uneven tracks. Barber Ben's legs shook uncontrollably, and after taking 2 steps out, he slipped and fell heavily into the muddy ground with the cart. Slap! A rough whip soaked in salt water struck Barber Ben's back mercilessly. "Stop pretending to be dead. Get up and push." The overseer stood at the mine entrance with the whip in hand. "The Lord has said that if your team fails to meet the extraction quota today, no one will get to eat. No sleeping. If you don't finish, you'll die in this mine." Barber Ben gritted his teeth in pain, scrambling to his feet and pushing the cart forward with all his might. Ben Boba wiped the black ash off his face, cursing the ancestors of the Lord of Luoshang Town in his heart. "Is this a refugee camp? This is simply hell." The 2 brothers were elite scouts of the Warm Spring City's defense army, trained in professional infiltration. They had originally thought that mingling among over 100 refugees would allow them to find an opportunity to thoroughly understand the troop deployment and granary locations of Luoshang Town. But what happened? On the first day in town, they didn't even get a clear look at the streets of Luoshang before being thrown directly into this magic crystal mine by a guard captain named Marcus. Every day, they were driven down the mine before dawn and worked until midnight. The high-intensity labor drained every ounce of their strength. After work, when they returned to the wooden shed, the 2 of them had no strength left to undress and collapsed into sleep. That young lord was not human. He was a demon who exploited them to the bone. Half a month later, in the drafty wooden shed, Barber Ben lay on a pile of hay, emaciated with deep-set eyes, his once strong body now resembling a skeleton wrapped in skin. "Brother." Barber Ben's voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzzing. "Let's run. If we keep digging, we really will die here. I even bled when I urinated today." Ben Boba turned over, his bones creaking. "Run. If we run back now without completing the mission, the Lord will skin us alive." Ben Boba forced himself to sit up and patted his brother's shoulder. "Hang in there. As long as we uncover the secrets of Luoshang Town, we will have achieved a great merit. The Lord promised that once we had the intelligence, we would be promoted and given a raise." Barber Ben swallowed hard, his eyes brightening slightly. "Think about the taverns in Warm Spring City. Think about those chubby ladies." Ben Boba continued to paint a rosy picture. "Once we finish this job, we can live lavishly for the rest of our lives. I can't stay in this broken place for another day. I must find a way to get some useful intelligence back." In the Lord's mansion on the second-floor study, Linne leaned back in a soft chair, while Sylvia knelt beside him obediently, holding a small silver hammer and carefully helping him peel a type of hard-shelled snowfield nut. Marcus stood in front of the desk, reporting on the situation in the mine. My lord, those two spies are nearly done for. Today in the mine, they fainted twice. Scarface had to splash them with cold water to wake them up. At this rate, if we squeeze them further, they might really be done for. Linne chewed on the nut meat that Sylvia fed him, nodding in satisfaction. After more than half a month they have held on this long, their physical condition is indeed quite good. Linne brushed off the crumbs from his hands. The time is almost right. We have used the free labor to the limit, and it is time to let them exert their last bit of strength. Marcus' eyes brightened. My lord, shall we take action to eliminate them? Why kill them? Linne said with a wicked smile. Don't they want to investigate intelligence? We will show them great mercy and send them a huge piece of intelligence. Go call Barlow and Marcia and prepare the whole town for a performance. In the evening, Ben Boba and Barber Ben dragged their leaden legs supporting each other as they walked back to the square where food was distributed. Though they were exhausted to the point of death, this was the only hope they had at this time every day. Aunt Marcia's beast meat and coarse wheat soup, although there was pitifully little meat, was at least enough to sustain life. The two of them staggered to the large iron pot and held out their broken wooden bowls. Aunt Marcia looked at them with a worried expression, picked up a large iron spoon, stirred in the pot, and with a clang scooped a ladle of murky green liquid into their bowls. Ben Boba looked down and saw a few blackened tree barks floating in the bowl along with a pile of rotten grass roots, and not a single grain of wheat could be seen. How can we eat this? Barber Ben panicked, his eyes turning red. Where's the meat? Where's the wheat? Even a clear soup would do. Aunt Marcia wiped away a tear and sighed deeply. Just eat. Having a bowl of hot soup is already good. There's no food left in the territory. Aunt Marcia lowered her voice, her tone filled with despair. With over 100 of us eating daily, the Lord's food reserves have long been depleted. Today, even the guard team only got half a piece of black bread. Tomorrow there won't even be tree bark to boil. Ben Boba's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No food left. The two of them held their bowls, suppressing the ecstatic joy inside as they walked towards the wooden shed camp. As they looked around, the entire Luoshwang territory was shrouded in gloom. Old Black squatted on a wooden stump, gnawing on a hard piece of tree bark, while sighing, it's all over. I thought running to Luoshwang town would save my life, but in the end I'll still starve to death. A few women held their children, crying pitifully. The Lord said the food reserves are empty. How are we supposed to? In this heavy snow with no food, we'll all freeze and starve to death here in less than 3 days. The atmosphere in the entire Luoshwang territory was filled with a sense of impending collapse and despair. Back at the camp, Ben Boba kicked open the door of the wooden shed, pulling Barber Ben inside, trembling with, "Did you hear? Luoshwang town is out of food." Ben Boba's eyes shone brightly as he whispered angrily, "This is the intelligence we need. More than 100 refugees have depleted their resources. This place is about to erupt in rebellion." Barber Ben was also excitedly rubbing his hands together. "Brother, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and bring this news back. If the Lord knows that Luoshwang town is now a foodless, empty town, even a small team can easily take it. Right? We run tonight." Ben Boba gulped down the tree bark soup in his bowl, forcing back the acid in his stomach. While they're in a state of panic, their defenses will definitely be lax. After confirming the spies had gone far, Old Black, who had been gnawing on tree bark with a worried expression, suddenly stopped his movements. Disgusted, he threw the chewed-up piece of tree bark into the snow and spat twice. "This tree bark is so damn hard to chew, it almost broke my old teeth." Old Black grumbled as he took out a piece of black bread from his pocket and took a big bite, revealing an extremely satisfied expression. "This bread given by the Lord is truly delicious." By the large iron pot in the square, Aunt Marcia wiped her tears and lifted a wooden board covered with wraps. Underneath the board was a huge iron basin filled to the brim with chunks of beast meat, and the rich aroma of meat instantly wafted through the air. All right, everyone stop acting." Aunt Marcia shouted. "The Lord said that if everyone performs well today, each person will get a big piece of fatty meat." The camp, which had been lifeless, suddenly erupted with excitement. The refugees lined up with smiles, no trace left of the impending starvation. "Are you kidding? With Lord Linne, and they eat more lavishly than during the festivals in the Twilight Territory. Forget about gnawing on tree bark. Even if they were asked to fight magical beasts, these people would dare to pick up their hoes." In the dead of night, Ben Boba and Barber Ben's stomachs churning and bodies aching quietly sneaked out of the wooden shed. The two of them crept along the shadows, heading toward the wooden fence on the south side of the town. They had expected to encounter tight patrols, but instead they saw not a single soul on the way. The guards in the lookout tower seemed to have fallen asleep due to hunger. It was too smooth. The two exchanged glances, joy surging in their hearts. Indeed, without food, even the army was rendered useless. They exerted all their strength to climb over the wooden fence, stumbling and crawling into the swirling snow, sprinting towards the direction of Warm Spring City. As long as they could return to Warm Spring City, it meant promotions and raises along with beautiful women. In the shadow of the wooden fence, Marcus sheathed his sword and watched the two figures scrambling through the snow, sneering. He turned and walked towards the Lord's mansion. In the study, Linne was sketching on a planning map of Luochuang. "My lord, those two mice have escaped." Marcus entered the room, respectfully reporting, "As per your instruction, there were no obstacles set up along the way, and they escaped very smoothly." "Very good." Linne set down the charcoal pencil and leaned back in his chair. "My lord, I don't understand something." Marcus asked curiously, "Since they are spies, why not kill them directly? What if Warm Spring City really sends troops over? What I want is for them to come." Linne stood up and walked to the window, looking at the dark snowfield outside. "Since the Lord of Warm Spring City is so fond of scheming, I will give him an excellent excuse to annex Luochuang town." Linne turned and looked at Marcus. "Send the order down. Everyone prepare for battle." In the hot spring city, the hall of the Lord's mansion, the charcoal fire in the fireplace blazed warmly. The long dining table was laden with roasted meat, white bread, and bright red wine. Baron Seeth held a goblet, looking down at the two skeletons kneeling on the carpet. "You say you are Ben Boba and Baba Ben." Baron Seeth frowned tightly, disdainfully, covering his nose with a handkerchief. The stench of sweat and mud coming from the two was enough to knock someone out. "My lord, it's us." Ben Boba kowtowed like a garlic clove, tears washing two streaks of black ash off his face. "We finally came back to see you alive." Baba Ben was staring at the roasted meat on the table, drooling. If it weren't for the fully armed guards nearby, he would have pounced on it and devoured the plate. "How did you get into this state?" Baron Seeth snorted coldly. "I sent you to mingle with the refugees, to investigate the reality of Luochuang town. Did that little baron capture you and make you slaves?" No. My lord, you misunderstand." Ben Boba hurriedly explained, fearing being labeled as incompetent. "That Linne is just a fool. He didn't even interrogate us, just gathered over 100 refugees directly. We brothers deliberately made ourselves look like this to blend in." "Oh." Baron Seth's interest was piqued as he set down his wine glass. "So you have gathered the intelligence. We have it all figured out. My lord, Luochuang town is doomed. They have no food at all. Over 100 refugees completely emptied their granary." He gesticulated animatedly. "We saw it with our own eyes. Last night, everyone in the town was boiling tree bark and rotten grass roots to drink. Even Linne's personal guards had no food, each one looking gaunt and emaciated." Baba Ben nodded repeatedly beside him. Yes. "And their defenses are simply laughable. We brothers climbed over the wooden fence in the middle of the night, and we didn't encounter a single patrolling ghost along the way." After listening to the two's report, the hall fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Baron Seeth burst into laughter, spilling red wine from his glass. "Huh. I thought that Waste, who was expelled from the family, had some skill, but it turns out he is just a fool putting on a brave face. He can't even feed himself, yet dares to act like a good Samaritan taking in refugees. Does he really think this is child's play?" He turned his head to look at a burly man sitting at the end of the dining table. It was Duggar, the leader of the Grey Dog Bandit group, who had previously failed in the attack on Luochuang town and narrowly escaped. "Duggar, did you hear that?" Baron Seth's tone was filled with unabashed mockery. "Is this what you call the unfathomable Luochuang? A place that can't even afford to eat and has no defenses at all, yet it managed to wipe out your so-called merciless Grey Dog Bandit group." Duggar's face turned ashen. He slammed the wine glass in his hand onto the table, gritting his teeth in rebuttal. "My lord, I admit this time I faltered. But Luochuang town is definitely not as simple as these two fools say." He pointed at the kneeling spies, his voice hoarse. "You know what kind of men I brought with me, my lord. We didn't even reach the wooden fence before we were slaughtered by a single person." Duggar recalled the horrors of that day in the snowy plains. There was an orc female of the first rank in their territory. Duggar's voice was laced with fear. She had horns and a tail with an outrageous level of strength. She could even use frost magic. My men were like paper in front of her, unable to withstand a single blow. "An orc female?" Baron Seeth scoffed, looking at Duggar as if he were a waste making excuses. "Duggar, have you been scared out of your wits? A first-rank orc could wipe out dozens of your men. Do you think that is the royal city's elite guards?" "My lord." Duggar was anxious. "Every word I say is true. That orc is definitely not to be trifled with. Don't underestimate the Luochuang territory." "Enough." Baron Seeth impatiently interrupted him. "Is it so hard to admit your incompetence? Your Grey Dog Bandit group usually bullies unarmed farmers, but when you encounter something slightly tougher, your true colors are revealed." Duggar closed his mouth, no longer rebutting. With the Grey Dog Bandit group gone, he was now just a commander without an army reliant on Baron Seeth. "However, you need not worry too much." Baron Seeth leaned back in his chair, pulling out a cigar to light. "Since you insist that orc is formidable this time, I will let you see for yourself." He clapped his hands. The ornate wooden door on the side of the hall was pushed open. Accompanied by the heavy sound of metal clashing, a man clad in black heavy armor walked in. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, holding an exaggerated two-handed sword. Each step he took caused the floor of the hall to tremble slightly. A wave of extremely violent fighting spirit emanated from him, nearly suffocating the 2 spies kneeling on the ground. Duggar suddenly raised his head, his one eye fixated on the newcomer, his expression changing drastically. Nico. Duggar's throat went dry as he struggled to utter the name. The commander of the Hot Spring City's defense force, a second-rank knight, Nico. The infamous demon known for his prowess within 100 miles. The monsters and thieves who died under Nico's two-handed sword could circle the Hot Spring City. Baron Seath watched Duggar's shocked expression, exhaling a puff of thick smoke. So Duggar, how long do you think that so-called formidable first-rank orc can last against Nico's sword? Duggar's previous frustration and anger vanished without a trace, replaced by deep awe and elation. A second rank against a first rank, that was an absolute crushing advantage. No matter how strong that horned monster from Luoshuang Town was in front of the second-rank Nico, it would only end up as minced meat. My lord is wise. Duggar knelt on one knee without hesitation. With Lord Nico taking action, Luoshuang Town will definitely be a piece of cake. As long as I can avenge the blood feud of my Grey Dog Bandit group, this life of Duggar will belong to you. I will follow your commands. Very good. Baron Seath flicked the ash from his cigar. Once we take Luoshuang Town and hang that ungrateful little lord at the town entrance, I will appoint you as the vice-captain of the defense force. Duggar trembled with excitement. Thank you for your cultivation, my lord. Vidius. Baron Seath suddenly spoke. A young nobleman dressed in a luxurious silk robe who had been sitting by the dining table stood up. He had a face as harsh as Baron Seth's, with a frivolous gaze, clearly a second-generation scion, drained by indulgence in wine and women. Father. Vidius slightly lowered his head. This time you will lead the expedition as the commander. Baron Seath looked at his son. Nico will ensure your safety. Luoshuang Town can't even afford to eat now, so it has no capacity for resistance. This is a free war merit. Go see the world and bring back that magic crystal mine in one piece. Vidius curled the corner of his mouth into a disdainful smile. Yes, father. It's just a starving, broken town. I guarantee it'll bring back Linne's head before sunset tomorrow to serve as your wine goblet. Go prepare. Baron Seath waved his hand. Tomorrow morning the entire defense force will launch an attack. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the pitch-black night outside, his eyes filled with unabashed greed. The magic crystal mine of Luoshuang Town will soon be mine. In Luoshuang Town, the Lord's mansion study. Linne leaned back in his chair, looking at the roster of the guards presented by Marcus. All 20 old team members were first rank. The 30 newly recruited young men, under the infusion of potions, had all completed the washing of marrow and bones. Although they had not yet fully stabilized at the first rank, their combat power far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. A 50-man extraordinary guard team, equipped with fine weapons crafted day and night by Aeon and Aaron. Linne casually tossed the roster onto the table, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everything is ready. The next morning, the wind and snow had ceased, and the sunlight reflected a blinding white light across the snowy expanse. 100-strong army marched out from the city gates of Warm Spring City, moving majestically towards Frostfall Town. At the forefront of the troop, Vidius rode a first-tier magical beast, a horned horse covered in black scales, clad in an exceedingly ostentatious firefox fur cloak. He raised his chin, reveling in the sensation of the cold wind brushing against his face, his expression brimming with the ambition of imminent achievement. Young Master Vidius, I truly owe it all to you this time. Only because of you can I witness the downfall of that waste Linne. Bentley rode closer to Vidius, a fawning smile plastered across his greasy face. Frostfall Town can barely afford food right now, but once your army arrives, that Linne will surely kneel in the snow begging you for a morsel. This time, young master will effortlessly seize the magical crystal mine, and upon your return the Baron will surely regard you with new eyes. In the future, won't Warm Spring City be under your command? This flattery sent Vidius into a euphoric state. He sneered contemptuously. That waste Linne, expelled from his family, dares to contend with me. Bentley, rest assured. Once I flatten Frostfall Town, the exclusive transport rights of that magical crystal mine will be left to you. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Bentley nodded excitedly, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. I must watch Linne hang from the wooden fence at the town entrance. Following behind them, Dozier touched the hilt of his knife, gazing intently at the snowy expanse ahead. Linne, I will personally sever your head. Meanwhile, the second-tier knight Nico, walking at the side of the troop, merely held his great sword in both hands, expressionless, as he observed the front. To him, slaughtering a town that couldn't even afford food was a grave insult to his sword. On the road leading to Frostfall Town, still 10 miles away, two towering snow hills created a natural. Linne lay in the depression atop one of the snow hills covered by a white camouflaging cloth that blended perfectly with the snow. To his left was Sylvia, and to his right was Vivian. Below on either side of the snow line Marcus led 50 members of the guard waiting quietly, like a pack of lurking wolves for their prey to fall into the trap. Linne watched the gradually clarifying black dots on the distant snowy field. They're coming. There are over 100 of them, in one second-tier knight. Linne observed below and lowered his voice to ask, "How long do you think it will take to defeat them?" Sylvia, holding the frost dragon spear, had a small pile of snow resting atop her ice-blue dragon horns. Upon hearing Linne's question, she scratched her head in confusion. "I don't know. I just strike whoever the master tells me to." Linne chuckled softly and looked at Vivian. "What about you?" Vivian quickly calculated the combat power comparison in her mind. 5 minutes, I guess. That's too small a scale. Linne extended a finger. "I bet 1 minute." Below, Vidia's troop entered the pass without any precaution. They hadn't even sent out the most basic scouts to. In Vidia's view, a town on the brink of starvation could not possibly have the courage to ambush the regular army of Warm Spring City. As the tail end of the troop fully entered the pass. "Attack!" Linne snapped his fingers. "Kill!" Marcus abruptly threw off the camouflage cloth, drawing his steel longsword and letting out a deafening roar. 50 members of the guard charged down from the sides of the snow hills. The first-tier aura of battle erupted simultaneously, tearing through the wind and snow in the pass. The smile on Vidia's face froze instantly. The 100 city defense troops had not reacted at all and were directly scattered by the terrifying pressure. "Enemy attack! Form up!" Nico roared. The black heavy armor on his body erupted with a dazzling aura of battle, and his great sword was raised high ready to meet the oncoming enemies. But he had no chance to swing that sword. A dazzling golden ring of light suddenly appeared beneath Nico's feet. Vivian stood on the snow hill, raising her hands high with faint golden wings of light unfurling behind her like a deity descending. Holy Spirit's grasp. For massive golden claws formed from pure light magic erupted from the ground, binding Nico's limbs tightly. The raging aura of battle from the second-tier knight merely created ripples against the claws, unable to budge even a fraction. Light magic. Nico stared at the golden claws in disbelief. Isn't it said that Frostfall Town only had one longhorned orc? Where on earth did this light mage come from? Before he could ponder further, an ice-blue streak of light tore through the air. Sylvia propelled herself with power in her legs, causing the frozen ground beneath her to explode into a large pit. She shot out like a cannonball. The frost dragon spear in her hand radiated an extreme chill, drawing a deadly arc in midair and striking fiercely against Nico's chest. Bang! A bone-cracking sound echoed throughout the pass. Nico, along with his sword, flew several meters away like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the rock wall. The hard rock was shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. Blood gushed forth. The dignified second-tier knight, the fierce god of Warm Spring City, hadn't even managed to strike a single blow before he fainted on the spot. His heavy armor was deeply dented, his life in question. With their commander killed in one blow, the remaining city defense troops completely collapsed. First-tier warriors plunged into the ranks of the ordinary soldiers, their battle-or-imbued broadswords and axes toppling them to the ground. In just one encounter, a large swath of city defense troops fell. "Don't kill me. I surrender. Drop your weapons. Kneel and don't kill." Marcus kicked over a soldier attempting to resist, shouting as he pressed his longsword against the opponent's neck. The defeat was as overwhelming as an avalanche. The remaining dozens of city defense troops hastily discarded their weapons, kneeling in the snow. Linne brushed off the snow from his body and leisurely walked down from the snow hill. He walked directly in front of Vidius. This second-generation heir, who had just moments ago been filled with vigor, was now atop his magical beast, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A suspicious wet stain even seeped through his pants, dripping down from the saddle onto the snow. Bentley beside him was so frightened that he directly rolled off his horse, lying in the snow without daring to raise his head. "You are young Master Vidius, correct?" Linne looked up at him, a faint smile on his lips. "Do you plan to struggle a bit more, or will you surrender directly?" Vidius' throat emitted a choking sound as he tumbled off his horse, kneeling before Linne with a thud. "I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me." Vidius cried, snot and tears streaming down his face, utterly bereft of any noble arrogance. "I am the son of Baron Sether. You cannot kill me. I will pay any ransom you demand." "Lord Linne. Master Linne." Bentley also went crazy, banging his forehead against the frozen ground. "It was my fault for not recognizing your greatness. Please just let me go." Linne stepped back in disgust, avoiding Bentley's attempts to cling to him. At that moment, a shadow suddenly sprang up from the kneeling crowd, sprinting frantically towards the pass. It was Dozier, The leader of the Greyhound raiding party, sensing danger, attempted to escape amidst the chaos. Linne's expression turned cold. Pure Yang energy surged through his legs, and his figure instantly vanished from his original spot. Clang! A low-grade flying sword was drawn, creating a blinding red sword light. Dozier felt a chill at his neck. His body continued to surge forward, but his vision began to spin, and he ultimately crashed heavily into the snow. The headless corpse fell, and blood instantly stained the white snow. Linne flicked his wrist, shaking off the droplets of blood from the sword blade, and sheathed it. He turned to look at Vivian, who was standing on the snow hill in a daze, and pointed at his wrist where there was no watch. "Look, just 1 minute." Vivian gaped, unable to find her voice for a long time. Linne ignored her shock and turned his attention to the kneeling Vidius and Bentley. Linne looked down at the two people kneeling in the snow. The water stains on VDC had already frozen into icy shards, making him shiver uncontrollably, yet he dared not stop begging for mercy. Bentley banged his head desperately against the frozen ground. "All right, stop it," Linne said in disdain, frowning slightly as he kicked Bentley's shoulder, sending him tumbling into the snow. Bentley scrambled to kneel properly again, not daring to breathe. Linne squatted down and gently patted VDC's pale face. "Young Master VDC, I saw you atop your horse just now, looking quite impressive. How come you're kneeling so adeptly now?" "I was wrong. Lord Linne, please don't kill me." VDC, terrified, had tears and snot all over his face. "My father is Baron Seeth. If you let me go, he will pay you any amount of gold." He looked down at VDC, a cruel smile curling at his lips. "Gold," he mused. "Your life cannot be redeemed with gold." Linne turned to glance at the trembling Bentley. "Go back and tell Baron Seeth to bring supplies in exchange for him. Food, cloth, iron, or winter clothing. Everything is required. As for the quantity, let him weigh it himself. If the items he sends make me feel that his son's life is not worth this price." Linne traced his sword across VDC's thigh. "Then I will have no choice but to cut off young Master VDC's pieces one by one and send them back to Hot Springs." VDC let out a horrified scream, clutching his groin tightly, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. "Did you remember?" Linne patted Bentley's chubby face. I remember. I will definitely deliver the message. Get lost." Linne kicked him in the rear. Bentley rolled and scrambled onto his horse, not looking back as he galloped towards Hot Spring City. Watching Bentley run far away, he turned to look behind. Sylvia was dragging a leg, pulling the heavily armored second-tier knight over like a dead dog. "Master." Sylvia ran up to Linne. "He's still alive. Well done, this guy is worth quite a bit." Linne reached out to ruffle Sylvia's hair. Sylvia immediately squinted her eyes, letting out a comfortable hum. Next to them, Marcus was cleaning up the battlefield with the guards. "Sir, the count is complete." Marcus ran over excitedly to report. 100 city defense troops, 12 dead, 20 severely injured, and the rest all surrendered. "We seized 80 fine steel long swords, 50 shields, and 100 sets of standard armor." This was the elite equipment of Hot Spring City. Now the garrison of Frostfall Town had truly upgraded. "Very good." Linne nodded in satisfaction. "Strip all the armor and weapons off these captives, leaving only their underpants." "Strip them all." Marcus paused. "Sir, in this freezing weather they will freeze to death." "Let them freeze, it's their misfortune." Linne coldly waved his hand. "Take them all back to the town and throw them into the magic crystal mine." "Understood, sir." Hot Spring City, the hall of the Lord's mansion. The coals in the fireplace burned bright red, warming the entire hall like spring. Baron Seeth reclined on a velvet-upholstered armchair, eyes closed, enjoying the leg massages from two young maids. A glass of freshly uncorked red wine sat on a small table beside him. He was in high spirits. Calculating the time, VDC and Nico should have already flattened Frostfall Town, hanging that reckless Linne from the wooden fence. The magic crystal mine. Baron Seeth murmured to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. With that mine, he could recruit more troops, and even have a chance to connect with those nobles in the royal capital. As for the long-horned orc maid that Dogu Air mentioned, once VDC brings her back, he would personally test if the orc was truly that formidable. Bang! The heavy wooden door of the hall was suddenly slammed open with great force. Cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed into the hall, causing the flames in the fireplace to flicker. Baron Seeth snapped his eyes open, burning with rage. Which blind fool! Before he could finish, he saw Bentley rolling and scrambling into the room. Bentley was covered in snow and mud. "My lord, something has happened. Something big." Bentley collapsed onto the carpet, wailing. Baron Seeth's heart sank, shoving the maids aside as he stood up abruptly. "What happened? Why are you back alone? Where is VDC?" Young Master has been captured." Bentley cried out in agony. "The entire army has been wiped out, my lord. 100 city defense troops, all captured by Linne's men." "Nonsense." Baron Seeth roared, furiously kicking over the small table in front of him. The wine glass shattered, and the scarlet liquid splattered everywhere. 100 fully armed city defense troops. How could they be completely annihilated by a starving little town? Baron Seethe bellowed, "Where is Nico? Is he dead, or what? Is the fighting spirit of a second-tier knight, just for show?" Hearing Nico's name, Bentley trembled, a look of extreme fear appearing in his eyes. Lord Nico. Lord Nico, what happened to him? Speak. He was taken out in an instant. Bentley shouted in despair. That long-horned orc from Frostfall Town smashed Lord Nico's breastplate with one strike. Lord Nico didn't even draw his sword, and was instantly knocked out cold. The hall fell silent in an instant. The two mates huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Baron Seth's anger froze on his face, his pupils contracting violently. Nico was taken out. A second-tier knight, the strongest combat power of Hot Spring City, was killed in one move. Dogu Air spoke the truth. That orc was no ordinary first tier, it was a monster. A chill shot from his feet straight to his head, and Baron Seth's legs went weak as he heavily fell back into his soft chair. The might of his force, which he took pride in, seemed like a joke in front of the other. Linne, where did that waste get such a monster? Baron Seethe murmured, cold sweat trickling down. Sir Linne also asked me to convey a message to you. Bentley cautiously raised his head. Speak, he said. You need to bring supplies in exchange for young master and Lord Nico. Food, cloth, iron, or winter clothing. Everything is required. No gold. Bentley swallowed hard, his voice trembling. His exact words were that if he doesn't see your sincerity before dark, he will cut off young Master Viti's pieces one by one and send them back. Bang. Baron Seethe slammed his palm against the armrest. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. The Lord of Hot Spring City was actually being extorted by a down-and-out young master who had just been kicked out of his family. But now he had no choice. His son was in their hands, and Nico was too. If he did not ransom Nico back, the city defense troops of Hot Spring City would be halved, and the nearby lords eyeing them would definitely take advantage. Go. Open the granary. Baron Seethe gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot like a beast driven. Load the iron or winter clothing and medicinal materials from the storeroom onto the carts. Sir, that's what we prepared for winter. Load the carts. Baron Seethe roared, grabbing Bentley by the collar. Do you want my son to die there? Send people over immediately. Be sure to bring back VDC and Nico for me. Bentley nodded, repeatedly scrambling out of the hall to make arrangements. Baron Seethe slumped in his chair, looking at the mess around him, a deeply resentful gleam in his eyes. Linne, just wait for me. This matter is not over. Frostfall Town, the open area on the south side. Over 100 refugees were squatting in front of a newly built wooden shed, sweating as they drank steaming meat soup. Suddenly a commotion came from outside. The refugees all peeked out. They saw the town's gate wide open and the Frostfall Town guard marching in with great vigor. Trailing behind them was a long line of captives bound together with ropes. These captives were stripped down to only burlap underpants, shivering and turning purple from the cold wind. Some were even unable to walk steadily and were being dragged forward by the others. Hiss, the refugee camp gasped. Aren't those the city defense troops of Hot Spring City? Old Hay recognized several familiar faces at a glance, nearly dropping the wooden bowl in his hand. My heavens, did the Lord really take down the army of Hot Spring City? The refugees exchanged glances, their awe reaching a peak. With even the regular troops of Hot Spring City stripped bare and thrown in, what kind of terrifying existence was the Lord of Frostfall Town? Linne, riding atop a horned horse, watched Marcus drive the group of captives towards the magic crystal mine, nodding in satisfaction. The study on the second floor. The firewood in the fireplace crackled, completely dispelling the chill in the room. Linne took off his coat damp with snow and threw it over the back of a chair, sinking comfortably into the soft armchair. Master, tea, please. Sylvia approached, holding a cup of freshly brewed black tea, and placed it on the small table beside him. She did not immediately withdraw, but instead sweetly circled behind Linne, in her cool hands resting on his shoulders, kneading gently. The ice blue dragon tail swayed unconsciously beneath her skirt, occasionally brushing against the chair leg, revealing her current state of extreme excitement. Today on the snowy plains, the way Master strategized and ended the battle in a single minute was simply too handsome. Speak if you have something to say. Linne, eyes closed, enjoying the massage from the dragon maiden, remarked, Your tail is almost breaking the chair leg. Sylvia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hurriedly stepped on her restless tail with her heel. Master, I don't understand. She leaned slightly forward, her voice tinged with confusion. Since that Nico has already been defeated, the remaining garrison of Hot Spring City is nothing to speak of. Why don't we just push forward and take Hot Spring City directly? It's the richest place within 100 miles. Linne lifted his cup of black tea for a sip, and before he could respond, the slightly ajar door of the study was pushed open. Because he dares not. Vivian walked in. She had changed into a clean purple gown, but it still couldn't hide her stunningly long. Without any courtesy, she pulled out the chair opposite the desk and sat down crossing her legs looking as if she knew much. Though your master employs dark means he is not foolish. In the Empire, lords do not see eye to eye engaging in small-scale skirmishes along the borders and snatching resources. This is called friction, and the higher-ups pay no attention. But if anyone dares to directly lead troops to breach another city duly sanctioned by the Empire, even harming the city lord, that is a provocation of the Empire's ironclad laws. Once this breach occurs, strong territories will recklessly swallow weaker ones, and the entire Empire will descend into chaos. If it comes to that, the Iron Cross army from the royal capital will undoubtedly rush over and flatten Luoxuang town. Sylvia listened stunned, nodding in a vague understanding. She is right, but that is just the superficial reason. Linne leaned back against the chair, his fingers crossed over his abdomen. Rules are rigid, but people are alive. If one truly wanted to conquer Hot Spring City, creating an accident to have Baron Seat fall ill, and then forging a transfer document would not be impossible. Vivian frowned. Then why do you? Because behind Hot Spring City stands an earl, Linne interrupted her. He stood up and walked to the map hanging on the wall, pointing to the location of Hot Spring City. Baron Set's power within 100 miles relies not only on that second-tier knight Nico, but also on the substantial tribute he pays to a powerful earl every year. Today we crippled his garrison and captured his son. This is merely a minor scuffle between nobles. As long as Hot Spring City remains under Baron Set's control, and as long as he can deliver gold on time, that earl would not care how these two dogs below bite at each other. But if we were to occupy Hot Spring City today and sever that earl's financial lifeline, it would be a slap in the face. Touching this bottom line, we would face a gigantic entity with thousands of regular troops, and possibly even third-tier powerhouses. Linne scoffed coldly. Given Luoxuang town's current situation, facing the earl would only lead to a dead end. One must be pragmatic, eat only as much as one can digest lest one chokes on it. This time Sylvia understood completely. The admiration in her eyes for Linne intensified. Then, Sylvia pondered, asking again, will Baron Seat really pay the ransom? Will he feel too ashamed, or secretly contact others to deal with us? Not only will he pay, but he will pay quite willingly. Linne sat back down in the armchair, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The greatest trump card of Hot Spring City is Nico. Now this card is in our hands. What do you think those lords who have been oppressed by Baron Seat would do if they knew that Hot Spring City is now a hall? Sylvia's eyes lit up. They would rush to bite him. Exactly, Linne snapped his fingers. Baron Seat is now more afraid of leaks than we are. He must quickly ransom Nico back to stabilize the situation. As for face, Linne scoffed. In the face of life and territory, face is worth nothing. Time passed quickly. By evening the sky had just darkened. A heavy sound of wheels crushing the frozen ground came from outside Luoxuang town. My lord, Marcus' excited voice came from downstairs, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The supplies have arrived. The convoy from Hot Spring City is here. Linne stretched and stood up from the armchair. Let's go see how much wool our fat sheep has brought us. At the town entrance, several heavily loaded horse-drawn carriages lined up outside the wooden fence. The draft horses were puffing white steam, evidently having galloped all the way. Bentley stood beside the first carriage, shivering from the cold. His once plump face was now devoid of color, and seeing Linne walk out from the town, his legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel in the snow. Linne. Bentley stammered as he approached. The supplies you requested have all been delivered. Linne ignored him and walked straight toward the carriages. Marcus immediately moved forward with the guards lifting the heavy oilcloth covering the carriages, meant to protect against snow and water. With a rustle, the first 8 carriages were filled with neatly stacked fine flour and bags of oats. The 9th carriage was filled with high-quality iron ore, and there were even several boxes of already refined steel ingots. The 10th carriage was packed with warm cotton clothing and brand-new leather boots. Next came fabrics, medicinal herbs, and even 2 carriages of strong liquor and preserved meat. Baron Seat was truly pushed to his limits this time, nearly emptying half of Hot Spring City's storage. These supplies were enough for Luoxuang town to comfortably get through this winter. My lord, we've counted them all. Marcus' voice trembled with excitement. He had never fought such a wealthy battle in his life. Linne nodded with satisfaction. He turned to look at the shivering Bentley. Baron Seat is quite generous, Linne chuckled. All right, since the items have been delivered, I, Linne, am a person of my word. He waved his hand. 2 guards dragged out a man stripped down to his last pair of underpants, his lips turning purple from the cold, and tossed him onto the snow like trash. It was young Master Vidius. Young Master. Bentley quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around Vidius, tears streaming down his face in distress. Vidius was already so frozen that he was incoherent, instinctively mumbling, "Don't kill me." Bentley helped Vidius onto the carriage, then turned to look at Linne, his eyes filled with a mix of eagerness and anxiety. Lord Linne, and what about Lord Nico? Bentley asked cautiously. The Baron instructed that we must bring Lord Nico back as well. Linne's smile instantly vanished. He raised an eyebrow looking at Bentley with cold eyes, his tone revealing unmistakable surprise. Nico? What Nico? Bentley was taken aback. It's our garrison's commander, that second tier. Didn't you say we would exchange supplies for them both? You might have remembered wrong. Linne crossed his arms looking down at him. These broken scraps of metal and food are only enough to buy young Master Vidius and these soldiers' lives. Linne pointed at Luoshuang town behind him. A second-tier knight, the highest combat force of Hot Spring City. Do you think this little bit is enough to exchange for him? Linne's lips curled into a cruel smile. Do you think I'm begging? Bentley turned pale at Linne's words. He dared not lose his temper. Young Master Vidius was still shivering in the car. If Nico could not be brought back, Baron Seth would definitely flay him alive. Lord Linne, could you be a bit more lenient? Bentley rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile that was more pitiful than crying. The storeroom in Hot Spring City has really been emptied. We cannot produce any more supplies. Linne remained unmoved, coldly watching his performance. Bentley clenched his teeth, trembling as he reached into his inner pocket, fumbled for a long time, and finally pulled out a delicate wooden box the size of a palm. My lord, this is a gift that Baron intended to send to the capital next month to celebrate the Count's birthday. Bentley held the box with both hands. The Baron said that if the supplies are insufficient, this can be used to exchange for Lord Nico's life. Linne raised an eyebrow, saying, "Open it." Bentley unlocked the brass clasp on the wooden box. Click. The moment the box opened, a soft green glow floated out from within. It was a light orb no larger than an adult's thumb. Upon closer inspection, a humanoid figure with transparent little wings could be faintly seen at the center of the orb. It seemed to have just awakened from slumber, fluttering confusedly in the air for a couple of circles, scattering tiny green glimmers. The surrounding cold wind seemed to weaken slightly in the presence of this soft light. What on earth is this? Linne casually asked while mentally opening the system panel. A pale blue light screen instantly unfolded before him, locking onto the green orb in midair. Target: Wood Elemental Sprite, Rank 0, Infant Stage, Status: Hungry Talent, Harvest Aura. He slightly increases the growth rate and yield of ordinary crops, and is immune to common pests and diseases. Magical Nourishment D. Within the sprite's activity range, ordinary plants have a very small chance of mutating and evolving into low-tier magical plants. Remarks: an extremely rare natural elemental companion creature. Although currently at a very low rank, it possesses high growth potential. It is recommended that the host cultivate it with wood attribute magical power. Linne looked at the information on the panel, his pupils slightly constricting. With this little sprite, ordinary crops could not only grow faster, but also increase their yield. The key point was the talent of magical nourishment, which had a slight chance of mutating into magical plants. As for rank 0, others might find it useless since Pure would attribute magical power is extremely rare. But he had the system shop to exchange for would attribute treasures. This little thing would eventually evolve into a high-tier sprite. Linne felt a surge of excitement, yet a look of disdain appeared on his face. A little bug that hasn't even reached a rank. Linne extended his finger, and the little sprite seemed to sense the pure aura within him, flying over affectionately to cling to his fingertip. Bentley, are you trying to fool me with a pet? Bentley, sweating profusely, exclaimed, my lord. This is an element. Although it is currently rank 0, if kept in a greenhouse, it can make the surrounding plants grow especially lush. The Count's wife loves these strange little things. This is definitely a treasure worth a fortune. All right then. Linne pretended to be reluctant, curling his finger, and the sprite obediently landed in his palm. Given that it looks somewhat presentable, this deal is done. Bentley let out a long sigh of relief as if he had deflated. Marcus. Linne turned and ordered, go bring out Lord Nico. Don't keep the guest waiting. Yes, my lord. Marcus grinned and ran into the town. Shortly after, heavy footsteps echoed from the town. 2 burly guards emerged, carrying a massive body on a simple wooden stretcher. Bentley craned his neck to look, and just one glance made him nearly black out. Lying on the stretcher was none other than the commander of the Hot Spring City Defense Forces, second-class Knight Nico. However, this former fearsome figure now looked utterly pitiful. His expensive black armor had long been stripped away, leaving even the inner lining behind. He was left wearing nothing but a tattered burlap pair of underpants. Across his chest was a terrifying scar that was clearly a result of being struck by Sylwia's spear, fracturing his sternum. Nico was not dead yet, but it was evident he had suffered severe internal injuries. He lay on the stretcher, his face as pale as paper, breathing weakly like a wisp of silk. Once a second-class knight, he was now worse than a dead dog. Lord Nico. Bentley frantically tore a heavy wool blanket from the carriage and wrapped it tightly around Nico. Quickly lift Lord Nico into the carriage. Bentley shouted at the several attendants behind him. The attendants hurriedly took the stretcher and stuffed the half-dead Nico into the carriage compartment. At this time, the supplies from the dozen carriages had been completely unloaded by the guards and refugees of Frostfall Town. Mountains of grains and iron ore were stacked neatly at the town's entrance, resembling a small hill. Bentley looked at the empty carriages, his heart bleeding. But seeing Linne standing there playing with the little sprite, he dared not linger for even a second. The Lord of Frostfall Town was nothing but a devil who would eat people without spitting out their bones. Linne. Lord Linne, we have received the person, and the supplies have also been handed over. Bentley nodded and bowed, retreating as he spoke. I shall take my leave now. Take care, no need to see me off. Linne didn't even raise his head. Please send my regards to Baron Seth. Welcome to bring more guests next time. Bentley shivered all over and scrambled onto the first carriage in a panic. Go. Hurry up. The coachman cracked the whip, and the dozen carriages left deep tracks in the snow, rushing towards Hot Spring City, as if fleeing. Their speed was even 3 parts faster than when they came. Linne opened his palm. The little green sprite was sitting obediently in his palm, rubbing its tiny transparent wings against his fingers, thoroughly enjoying the pure yang power emanating from him. Linne turned and walked towards the Lord's manor. As soon as he entered the warm second-floor hall, 2 figures approached him. Master, what is this? Sylvia curiously leaned closer, her ice-blue eyes shimmering with sparkling light. Vivian also stood up from the sofa, her gaze falling on the green light orb. Elemental sprite. Vivian quickly walked over, her tone filled with surprise, and it's an extremely rare wood type. Where did you get it? I exchanged it for that half-dead knight. Linne sat down beside the sofa, spreading his hands on the table. The little sprite flew up from his palms, swirling in the air of the hall, scattering a shower of tiny green light spots. Sylvia's gaze closely followed the little sprite, her ice-blue dragon tail excitedly swishing behind her. She extended a finger, wanting to touch it. The little sprite seemed unafraid, gracefully landing on the tip of Sylvia's finger. So cute. Sylvia whispered, even the dragon horns atop her head glimmering with a soft light from her happiness. Vivian observed this scene and couldn't help but pout. That old fool from Hot Spring City is such an idiot. The wood elemental sprite has a tremendous ability to stimulate plant growth, yet he uses it as ransom. She looked at Linne. However, this sprite is still in its juvenile stage. It will take several hundred years for it to reach adulthood. Several hundred years. Linne raised an eyebrow. That's not acceptable. Ooh, I can't wait that long. Leaning back on the sofa, Linne summoned the system panel. A light blue screen unfolded before him. Linne directly entered keywords in the search bar, and rows of product listings instantly refreshed. His gaze quickly scanned through, soon locking onto 3 items. Qingmu Spirit Soil, price 600 dual cultivation points. A soft verdant soil rich in wood elemental spiritual energy, exuding a faint life essence. Morning Dew Young Green Tree, price 1000 dual cultivation points. Promotes the growth of wood elemental beings. Eat every morning, dew will gather on its leaves, and drinking it can accelerate spiritual power condensation. Shumi Pot, price 500 dual cultivation points. Appearing as a grayish-blue ceramic pot, the walls inscribed with tiny mustard seed runes. Contains an internal space expansion formation, a palm-sized pot with a 3-zhang square interior. The bottom of the pot has a simple spirit gathering array. A total of 2,100 dual cultivation points. Linne glanced at the balance had accrued from his diligent farming during this time and clicked on exchange without hesitation. Ding! 2,100 points deducted, exchange successful. Linne opened his eyes. In the system space, he directly poured the Qingmu Spirit Soil into the Shumi pot and planted the Morning Dew Young Green Tree. Linne reached out and grasped at the void. A palm-sized grayish-blue ceramic pot suddenly appeared. The pot's walls were etched with intricate ancient runes, faintly emitting a soft green light. It was filled with soft verdant soil, and in the center stood a sapling no longer than a chopstick. The sapling's sparse leaves were tender green, resembling the skin of a newborn. Several crystal-clear dewdrops hung from its branches, exuding an incredibly pure wood elemental spiritual energy. As the pot appeared, the air in the entire hall instantly became humid. The wood sprite that had been dozing on Linne's fingertip suddenly perked up at the sight of the pot. It even flapped its wings, leaving behind afterimages, and whoosh, transformed into a green light, dashing towards the Morning Dew Young Green Tree on the table. The little creature plunged into the aura of the Qingmu Spirit Soil, letting out an extremely human-like comfortable coo. Then it landed on a branch of the sapling, picked up a crystal-clear dewdrop, and opened its tiny mouth to smack as it began to eat. After drinking the dew, the sprite's originally transparent body visibly solidified a bit, and the green light it emitted became even brighter. It contentedly patted its round little belly and let out a fragrant belch. Then it swayed and flew into a natural hollow in the trunk of the young tree, curling up into a ball and falling asleep instantly. As it breathed, the spiritual energy emanating from the young tree was gradually integrating into its body. At this rate, in just a few months this little thing will be able to completely leave its juvenile stage. Vivian stared intensely at the pot on the table, her eyes filled with shock. She swiftly walked to the table, feeling the rich vitality that enveloped her. Spatial storage equipment. Vivian suddenly turned her head to look at Linne. No way. Even if you have high-grade spatial tools, it's impossible to conjure such magical plants out of thin air. This tree and this soil. This is definitely a legendary holy artifact. Where did you pull out this treasure from it? This is simply illogical. Linne leaned back on the recliner, took a sip of the now slightly cold tea, and what's secret? Why are you like this? Vivian felt like a cat was scratching her heart. She turned to Sylphia, who had been silently standing nearby. Sylphia, don't you find it strange? Vivian tried to garner an ally. He's like an endless pit, always able to pull out these incredible things. Aren't you the least bit curious? Sylphia blinked her eyes. She glanced at the pot on the desk, then looked at Linne lounging on the chair, and spoke with a natural tone. Not curious at all. She walked over, adeptly kneading Linne's shoulders, her ice blue dragon, tailed gently, swaying her tone, filled with blind admiration. Master is just that amazing, capable of anything. Whatever Master takes out is all his skill. What's so strange about it? Vivian was almost choked by this statement. You're simply hopeless. Vivian exclaimed, exasperated. You've completely been brainwashed by him. Watching Vivian's flustered expression, Linne set down his teacup, a mischievous smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He stood up and walked in front of Vivian. Vivian instinctively took a half step back. What are you doing? Linne slightly leaned down, bringing his face close to Vivian's ear. The distance between them was extremely close. The burning Pure Yang aura from Linne mixed with a faint scent of tea, instantly enveloping Vivian. Do you want to know my secret? Linne lowered his voice, laced with a hint of wicked temptation. Vivian's ears flushed, and she subconsciously nodded. Sure. Linne's gaze swept over her exquisite face, trailing down her slender neck, finally resting on her breathtakingly long legs. In a voice only they could hear, he said, as long as tonight you and Sylphia come to my room, I will tell you all my secrets inch by inch. Vivian froze for a second, then suddenly reacted. With a boom, her face instantly turned as red as her neck, even her earlobes appeared blood red. Lecher. Vivian pushed Linne away, forcefully cursing through gritted teeth. She turned her head, avoiding Linne's aggressively penetrating gaze, her chest heaving violently as she turned to walk out the door. If you don't want to know, then forget it. Oh, just close the door behind you. Linne lazily called out from behind. Vivian paused at the door. She turned back and shot Linne a fierce glare. But surprisingly, while her words were harsh, there wasn't much genuine anger in her beautiful eyes. On the contrary, she bit her lower lip, her gaze flickering, her expression revealing a hint of barely detectable consideration. In the deep of night, a sweet and decadent atmosphere filled a guest room on the second floor of the Lord's mansion. Vivian lay like a drained cat, languidly sinking into the velvet bed. The purple long dress had long been thrown into some corner, and her breathtakingly long legs were now weakly draped over the edge of the bed. Linne leaned against the head of the bed, casually pulling a blanket over her, looking down and admiring Vivian's defeated state. Weren't you supposed to listen for secrets? Linne leaned against the head of the bed, playing with her scattered purple golden hair, teasing. You've only heard the beginning, why can't you continue listening? Vivian bit her lip, shooting him a fierce glare. Yet the watery glint in her eyes held no lethal intent, but rather exuded a sense of allure. She wanted to curse, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a light hum emerged instead. She had originally intended to probe Linne's secrets, but was completely thrown off, her mind blank. You bastard. Vivian managed to squeeze out such a harmless phrase after a long pause. Thank you for the compliment. Linne leaned down and kissed her forehead, then rolled off the bed. Vivian turned her head in anger, closing her eyes to feign sleep. But the overwhelming fatigue soon drowned her, and within 2 minutes, she fell into a deep sleep, her breathing becoming even and prolonged. Linne smiled, got off the bed, donned a robe, and pushed open the door to leave. The corridor was quiet. Linne returned to the master bedroom next door. The room was unlit, with only the moonlight streaming in from outside. As he entered, a scent combining icy freshness and a hint of sweetness immediately enveloped him. On the bed, Sylvia curled up under the covers. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she suddenly lifted her head. Her icy blue eyes glimmered with a watery sheen in the dark, and the dragon horns atop her head radiated an astonishing warmth, even emitting a faint blue light. The icy blue dragon tail, usually obediently hanging down, was now anxiously thrashing against the sheets, making a soft pattering sound. Sylvia's senses were already far beyond ordinary, and the poor soundproofing of the neighboring room amplified the commotion by 100-fold. Her face was flushed. The dragon tribe's forest, which should have been frigid, was now soaked by melted snow water. Master. Sylvia's voice was sticky like stretched honey. She jumped out of bed without even putting on her shoes and threw herself into Linne's arms. Linne caught her steadily and closed the door behind him. The sensation in his arms was scorching. Sylvia wore only a thin silk nightgown, which was now soaked with sweat clinging tightly to her body. She tilted her head back, eagerly searching for Linne's lips clumsily, yet fervently kissing him. "What's the hurry?" Linne supported her thigh, lifting her up as he strode towards the bed. "Master, I want." Sylvia buried her face in Linne's neck, breathing rapidly, her tail tightly coiling around his waist. Linne pressed her down onto the soft mattress, sparing no words as the yin-yang harmony technique instantly activated. The domineering aura of the SS-grade Pure Yang sacred body was unleashed without reserve. The scorching Pure Yang power surged into Sylvia's body through their points of contact. Sylvia arched her elegant neck, letting out a sweet, muffled moan. The icy dragon blood within her boiled instantly under the stimulation of this Pure Yang power. Her grade frost affinity talent was completely activated. The extreme cold dragon blood and the extreme heat Pure Yang power clashed and fused wildly within her meridians, ultimately transforming into the purest energy that nourished both their bodies. Linne held nothing back. Sylvia displayed combat power far surpassing Vivian's. As a half-blooded frost dragon with grade talent, her physique was incredibly robust, allowing her to train freely. The temperature in the room began to fluctuate violently. For a moment it felt like falling into an ice cave with a layer of fine frost forming on the bedside table. Then it felt like being in a furnace, the air warped and distorted by the heat. Sylvia let go of all her restraint, revealing the wild nature inherent in the dragon tribe, eagerly accommodating every one of Linne's advances. Her sharp nails clawed red marks along Linne's back, and icy blue scales uncontrollably appeared on her cheeks, shoulders, and thighs. This was a sign of dragon transformation. As the yin-yang harmony technique continuously operated, the Pure Yang power within Linne's body washed over Sylvia's limbs and bones. The impurities accumulated deep within her bloodlines were gradually purged, and the purity of the icy dragon blood soared at a terrifying speed. Time passed bit by bit. The storm of over an hour pushed both their stamina to the limit. "Master, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to break." Sylvia's voice had completely changed, carrying a tone of weeping, yet the embrace tightened further. The energy within her had accumulated to a critical point. During this time, she had been growing under the nourishment of Linne's Pure Yang power, and the peak of her first stage had long been teetering. "Hold on tight." Linne roared, unleashing the Pure Yang power within him, without reserve, condensing it into a blazing sword of light that struck violently at the invisible barrier of cultivation within Sylvia. "Alo!" Sylvia abruptly threw her head back, letting out a high-pitched, suppressed dragon roar. The temperature in the room plummeted. The walls, floor, and even the glass windows instantly developed a thick layer of frost. The water cup that had been on the table cracked, freezing the water inside into a solid block. Second stage. After a long period of accumulation, a qualitative change finally arrived at this moment. At the instant of her breakthrough, Linne's Pure Yang power received a significant feedback. The violent frost power was rapidly transformed into pure energy by the yin-yang harmony technique, flooding into his limbs and bones. Linne let out a muffled groan, feeling his meridians strain under this immense power. He dared not let his guard down for an instant, immediately focusing his mind and fully operating the yin-yang harmony technique. The Pure Yang sacred body was like a greedy black hole, devouring and refining this massive pure yin power, transforming it into the purest Pure Yang power, gathering it into his dantian. The cultivation that had originally stagnated at the peak of the 6th layer of chi refinement began to loosen violently under the impact of this immense energy. "Break for me," Linne roared inwardly. The Pure Yang power in his dantian transformed into a blazing red fire dragon, roaring as it crashed against the barrier of the 7th layer of chi refinement. Crack! It seemed as if something inside him shattered. Immediately afterward, an aura several times stronger than before erupted from Linne. The blazing red Pure Yang power burst forth, instantly vaporizing the frost that had just formed in the room into white mist. 7th layer of chi refinement. Entering the late stage of chi refinement, Linne felt his senses sharpened like never before. The strange phenomena in the room gradually subsided. The white vapor slowly dissipated under the moonlight. Sylvia lay languidly on Linne's broad chest, not wanting to move at all. The dragon scales on her body had faded, leaving only the dragon horns on her head still glowing with a warm blue light. She closed her eyes, her cheek pressed against Linne's heartbeat, greedily savoring the sensation of her soul trembling during the breakthrough. Second stage. Linne ran his hand down her smooth back, finally pinching the limp dragon tail. Sylvia let out a cat-like soft hum, snuggling closer to him, her voice as light as if she were dreaming. Thank you, master. The taste of my master is the best. Linne chuckled softly, pulling the blanket. He leaned against the head of the bed, one hand playing with Sylvia's silky hair, while the other opened the system panel. Host cultivation has broken through to the 7th layer of chi refinement. Contract target Sylvia has broken through to the 2nd stage. Dual cultivation point balance, 2,800 points. Ding, clang. The sound of iron picks striking the rock walls echoed throughout the magic crack. The rock shattered, revealing a small piece of low-grade magic crystal emitting a faint glow. Hey, another one. He wiped the sweat from his face, excitedly prying the magic crystal out and tossing it into the backpack behind him. He turned to the skinny monkey beside him, who was leaning on his pick and panting, and kicked him. What are you doing? Slacking off, huh? Get digging. If we don't meet the Lord's quota today, don't even think about having meat soup tonight. The skinny monkey stumbled from the kick, rubbing his bottom with a look of grievance. Boss, my hands are all blistered. We used to be part of the Greyhound raiding team roaming the wilderness, and now we dig stones every day. When will this end? Shut your mouth. He slapped the back of the skinny monkey's head, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Was that living back then? Back then we risked our lives just to eat the wind. Look at you now, your face is all puffed up. When we were in the raiding team, did that idiot Dogir care about our lives? We went days without a proper meal. The scarred face grew more agitated, swinging the pick with ferocity. Look at our Lord. Kind-hearted and merciful. 2 meals of black bread every day, and if we perform, well, there'll be rich meat soup at night. As long as we behave, the Lord said, we can become free citizens. Do you understand what free citizens mean? You can earn wages and buy a house and marry a wife in town. The skinny monkey was stunned by the scolding, swallowing hard. You're right, boss. Let's dig. I must dig out 10 pieces of magic crystals today. Just then a clattering sound of chains echoed from outside the mine. Marcus, along with several guards, herded dozens of prisoners into the mine like ducks. This group consisted of the city defense army captured yesterday. The scarred face quickly spotted a few familiar faces among the crowd. He threw his pick to the ground and swaggered over. Oh, isn't this Peter and Hans? What happened to you? The scarred face crossed his arms and looked at them. The few defense soldiers, seeing the rosy-faced scarred face who had even gained a bit of weight, nearly had their eyes pop out. Scarred face. You're not dead, Peter stammered. Dead my ass. Am living better than anyone else right now. The scarred face snorted coldly, then scanned all the city defense soldiers behind him, cleared his throat, and shouted loudly, listen up. Forget your previous identities here. In this place you are nothing but mining slaves. One rebellious soldier muttered defiantly, we are the army of Baron Setter. You dare treat us this way. The Baron won't let you off. Bang! The scarred face kicked the man in the stomach, sending him curling up on the ground, retching. Baron! The scarred face grinned menacingly. In Luoshuang town, only Lord Linne is the true authority. He pointed to the mine behind him, his voice echoing in the cavern. Don't say I won't take care of you. The rules here are simple. As long as you don't die from it, work yourself to the bone. The more you work, the more food and meat soup you get. Anyone who dares to slack off cause trouble or have ulterior motives. The scarred face pointed outside the mine. A few fools are already lying in the dirt outside. If you want to live, pick up your picks and dig with all your might. Understand? A group of prisoners were stunned by the scarred face's imposing manner, and feeling unbearable hunger, they scrambled to grab tools from the ground. Marcus stood by dumbfounded. Wow, are slaves this aware now? At the Lord's mansion in the study. Linne sat behind the desk, holding a charcoal pencil, sketching something on a parchment map. Sylvia lay on the carpet at his feet, rhythmically thumping her silver dragon tail on the ground, the tip of her tail occasionally wrapping around Linne's ankle. She was munching on the dried fish that Linne had specially ordered from the kitchen, occasionally glancing up to steal a look at Linne's profile as he sketched the map. Young master, that's the situation in the mine. Barlow reported with suppressed laughter, standing in front of the desk. That scarred face not only works hard himself, but has also taken the skinny monkey as the foreman in the mine. The newly sent city defense army prisoners had a few who wanted to cause trouble, but he managed to get them all under control. Barlow paused, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. He's even set a quota for those prisoners. If they don't meet it, he doesn't let them eat. Now the productivity of the entire mine has more than doubled compared to a few days ago. Linne paused, his charcoal pencil stopping. He raised his head, feeling both amused and exasperated. Isn't he a born model worker, the kind of laborer that capitalists love? Linne couldn't help but mutter. Laborer? Barlow didn't understand the term. It's nothing. Linne waved his hand, quite satisfied with the scarred face's sense of timing. Since he's working so hard, we can't let the employees feel unappreciated. Linne set down the charcoal pencil and leaned back in his chair. Notify the kitchen to provide extra meals for the mine today. Add 2 big meat ribs to the bowls of the scarred face and the skinny monkey. Yes, young master, Barlow nodded. Additionally, Linne pointed to the map on the table. This afternoon gather everyone, including the slaves in the mine in the square. Barlow's expression changed. Young master, is there a big operation? Linne looked at the rugged dotted line on the map between Luoshuang Town and Jinsui City, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. It's time to deal with Jinsui City. In the afternoon in the central square of Luoshuang Town, all the free citizens, refugees, and miners, chained with heavy shackles, stood densely in the snow. The scarred face and the skinny monkey stood at the front of the miners' queue. The scarred face was still savoring the taste of the extra meat ribs he had eaten at noon, his heart pounding. Boss, the Lord suddenly called us to assemble. Could it be that we're going to be executed? The skinny monkey was scared stiff. Shut your crowing mouth. The scarred face glared at him, but he himself was also uncertain. Linne, accompanied by Sylvia and Marcus, stepped onto the high platform. The previously noisy square fell into instant silence as everyone reverently gazed at the young lord. Especially the city defense army prisoners, who nearly wet themselves upon seeing Sylvia, the silver-haired girl with dragon horns, beside Linne. Linne scanned the crowd, cut straight to the point without any small talk. I called everyone here today to announce two things. Linne's voice, enhanced by the Pure Yang force, clearly reached every ear. The first thing, starting tomorrow, everyone put aside unimportant matters and work wholeheartedly on road construction for me. A wave of uproar spread through the crowd. Road construction? In this icy weather, what road could we be building? Linne ignored the commotion below and continued. We are to build a road from Luoshuang Town directly to Jinsui City. During the road construction, everyone who participates will receive 3 full meals a day. Free citizens will also receive an extra 5 copper coins as wages daily. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the refugees and free citizens instantly lit up. In this wilderness, being able to eat enough in winter is already a luxury, and now there's even wages to be earned. The second thing. Linne's gaze suddenly shifted to the miner's queue, landing squarely on the scarred face. The scarred face shuddered all over, nearly collapsing to his knees. Scarred face, skinny monkey, stepped forward. The scarred face's mind buzzed as he stiffly moved his legs, bringing the skinny monkey with him to kneel in the snow with a thud. Lord, please spare us. We've been working hard lately, we definitely haven't slacked off. The scarred face cried out desperately. Scarred face, skinny monkey. During your labor in the mine, you performed outstandingly, exceeding your tasks and assisting in management. Linne's voice echoed throughout the square. I, Linne Winston, in the name of the Lord of Luoshuang Town, declare from today onward you two are freed from slavery and officially promoted to free citizens of Luoshuang Town. The square fell into silence. The eyes of all the minor prisoners turned red, filled with extreme jealousy and frantic desire. Can we really be promoted? Not only that, Linne raised a finger. In light of your management abilities, from today onward you are appointed as foreman for the road construction project. You will receive 1 silver coin as monthly wages. The scarred face stood there stunned as if struck by lightning. Free citizen. Foreman. 1 silver. Lord, you are my savior. The scarred face suddenly kowtowed, making the frozen ground thump loudly. He rolled and crawled to the edge of the platform, almost kissing Linne's boots. Get away. Linne kicked him away with disgust. The scarred face rolled in the snow but got up, still grinning like an old chrysanthemum, turning to shout at the envious prisoners. Did you all see that? The Lord's word is law. As long as you work hard alongside the Lord, my today will be your tomorrow. Put your lives on the line. The prisoners were completely ignited, panting heavily, eager to start hauling stones to build the road. A faint golden sword light slashed across the desolate wasteland. 2 shambling corpses lunged forward, only to be severed head from body in an instant. Their wounds were seared black by pure yang energy. Not even a drop of foul blood had time to spurt forth. Rest in place for 10 minutes. Linne wiped sweat from his brow and issued the order. 30 fully armed guards collectively exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the frost-rimed earth and gasping deeply. More than 10 days had passed since full-scale road construction began in Luoshuang Town. During those 10 days, Linne, accompanied by Sylvia, Vivian, and 30 elite first-tier guards, had pierced forward like a razor-sharp blade, holding firm at the very vanguard of the construction force. They cleared necrotic settlements across the wasteland, carving out an absolute vacuum zone, sterile, unassailable, between Luoshuang Town and Jinsui City. Dozens of kilometers behind them, Scarface led over 100 displaced refugees and captives, swinging pickaxes and shovels to lay gravel by hand along the earthen road toward Jinsui City. Why do these skeletons keep multiplying? Marcus drove his long sword into the ground and took a long swig from his water skin. Naturally, undead density increases the farther north we go. Linne inflicted residual gore from his blade. Not far away, Sylvia was dragging her frost dragon lance back toward the group. Wherever the lance passed, skeletal foes stood no chance, not even to raise a defense. Brutal, overwhelming force shattered them outright, then flash froze their remains into glittering shards of ice. Vivian's battlefield by contrast unfolded in an entirely different tone. Whitey, strike it down. Vivian raised her staff. A translucent jade skeleton radiant with sacred golden light swung its axe with thunderous force, smashing straight into the skull of an ordinary skeleton. Crack! Not only did the skull fracture violently, but where the blow landed, white smoke curled upward as the corpse was instantly purified by holy radiance, crumbling into ash. The 30 guards watched, faces still blank and numb. After 10 days, such wonders had long ceased to. A beautiful woman who called herself a necromancer summoned skeletons that bore no trace of decay, yet radiated holiness surpassing even that of the church's paladins. These constructs were not only formidable in combat, but also emitted a localized aura standing within it, accelerated both stamina recovery and wound healing for the guards. Once rest concluded, the column advanced once more. Cresting the final gentle slope, the colossal lifeless silhouette of a city emerged starkly on the horizon. Jinsui City. Even beneath daylight, its sky hung thick with an inescapable gray-black miasma of death. Its towering walls lay in ruins, and through the shattered gates countless shadowy figures drifted aimlessly. The air grew heavy, oppressive. Guards unconsciously tightened their grips on weapons, breaths deep and roughened. Afraid, Linne glanced back over his shoulder. Young master, if this many rise in unison, our numbers wouldn't even fill a single tooth's gap. Marcus swallowed hard. Who said we'd storm the gates? Linne clapped Marcus on the shoulder. Form the formation I taught you. Suppress your chi. Follow me, and don't fall behind. Linne led the party away from the main gate, slipping silently through a collapsed section of wall, the same hidden breach they'd used during their last departure. The moment they crossed inside, temperature plummeted. From the rubble-lined streets, sharp, grating sounds echoed, fingernails scraping stone. Linne strode ahead, pure yang energy circulating steadily within him, ready for any sudden threat. Sylvia and Vivian flanked him left and right. With tense precision, they evaded several large, undead clusters, and finally reached the edge of the city's central plaza. Before them rose the grand stone fortress, the Duke's Manor. Linne quickened his pace to the manor's entrance. The massive doors stood wide open, and embedded firmly in their recesses remained the 4 high-tier magic crystals. The evil-repelling array modified version hummed softly, fully operational. Safe, Linne exhaled, waving the group inward. The guards filed in swiftly and silently. The moment they stepped past the threshold, the creeping chill vanished, replaced by an inexplicable, profound sense of safety. Hold position, do not touch anything inside. Linne issued the command. Upstairs, the precious tomes and the holographic map remained untouched, settling the last knot of anxiety in his chest. So long as this sanctuary remained intact, half the campaign to reclaim Jinsui City had already succeeded. Then, deep within the manor's corridors, a heavy, deliberate tread suddenly echoed. Creak, creak. Iron-shod boots grated against warped floorboards, and with each step came a suffocating tide of necrotic energy, hundreds of times stronger than that exuded by common undead. Hostile contact. Marcus drew his long sword with a ringing cry. In an instant, all 30 guards snapped into defensive formation, spears leveled, shields locked tight at the front. From the corridor's deepest shadows, a towering figure emerged, nearly 2 meters tall. Tattered silver armor hung from its frame. In one hand it dragged a rust-eaten greatsword. Through the slits of its dented helm 2 ghastly green soul flames burned, fixed unblinkingly upon the intruders in the hall. Mokto, a 3rd-tier undead knight. Vivian instinctively raised her staff, the pure white light of holy magic surging wildly at its tip. Mokto froze mid-stride. His soul flames flared violently, his gaze locked onto Vivian alone, torn between visceral kinship and profound revulsion, a paradox he could not comprehend. Just as tension erupted into imminent violence, Linne stepped forward, placing himself squarely between the 2 factions. He raised a hand, palm downward in calm command, then turned to Marcus and the others. No need to tense up. Remember what I mentioned before we set out. Our inside ally in Jinsui City. Linne gestured toward Mokto. He's one of us. Mokto paid no heed to the trembling guards. He slammed the greatsword point first into the floor, shaking the stones beneath their feet. His voice, a guttural rasp echoing hollowly from within the helm, rumbled, "You actually returned." There was genuine astonishment in his tone. "What I vow I fulfill, without exception." Linne smiled faintly. Mokto approached, circling Linne slowly, his soul flames pulsing twice with fierce intensity. "You've grown stronger." At their last meeting, Linne's energy had been fierce, but shallow. Now in just over 10 days, that golden power had condensed into something dense, potent, unyielding. Enough strength then to reclaim Jinsui City. Linne cracked his neck, joints snapping sharply. Mokto paused for 2 silent seconds, then gave a curt nod. "Barely acceptable." How goes intelligence gathering? Linne cut straight to the matter. Mokto strode to a battered long table nearby and swept dust from its surface with one armored hand. I've scoured nearly every corner of Jinsui City. With a thick gauntlet finger, he sketched a crude diagram upon the tabletop. Beyond myself, 3 other third-tier undead remain under the central array's control. He tapped heavily on 3 points marking the diagram's corners. First, the Lich Sorcerer. It dwells in the ruined Mage Tower east of the city. Mokto drew a rough directional marker on the floor. In life, it served as a high-ranking mage under Duke Qinxing. It wields a staff that amplifies necrotic energy, summoning hordes of self-detonating skeletons and unleashing wide-area toxic mists. Extremely hazardous. Avoid attrition warfare at all costs. Linne nodded. A spellcaster. High burst damage AoE effects. Nasty indeed. Second, the Iron Coffin Warden stationed in the Western Barracks District. Mokto continued. It carries no weapon, only a massive black iron coffin strapped to its back. Its defenses are absurdly resilient. I struck it full force with my blade and left not even a white scratch. And from within that coffin, iron chains erupt, binding enemies in place. Third, the undead archer perched atop the northern clock tower. Mokto pointed toward a distant needle-thin spire. This one is the most troublesome. It never leaves the tower. Its range is extraordinary. Its arrows, forged from concentrated necrotic energy, carry devastating corrosive and piercing properties. Necromancer, Iron Coffin Guardian, Undead Archer. These 3 formidable foes are positioned to the east, west, and north. Additionally, if Mokto has not awakened, he will guard the south. This formation creates a perfect defensive array, completely blocking the path to the city center square. Linne stroked his chin. A direct assault would be futile. Sending 31st tier guards would merely serve as a sacrifice. However, now that we know their specific locations and abilities, we can devise a plan. You did well. This intelligence is crucial. Linne patted Mokto's cold armor. Since they are scattered in 3 directions, we will take them out one by one. Linne turned his gaze, locking onto the eastern direction. Let's take out that fragile magic user first. We should clear the riffraff on the eastern perimeter first. Linne looked at the sketch Mokto drew on the table. Otherwise, if we engage that necromancer, we'll be in trouble if thousands of skeletal minions overwhelm us. Mokto had no objections. He drew the massive sword embedded in the floor and turned to head outside. With a 3rd-tier undead knight leading the way, the efficiency of clearing the perimeter was remarkably high. Mokto gripped the horse-slaying sword with both hands and stepped forward. The stone slab ground cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Mokto didn't require any intricate sword techniques. At nearly 2 meters tall, paired with the exaggerated horse-slaying sword, he charged into the horde of corpses like a human meat grinder. Crack! The great sword swept across, breaking the spines of 7 or 8 ordinary skeletons simultaneously, bones shattering and flying everywhere. The skulls of the collapsed skeletons rolled to the ground. The dim soul fire in their eye sockets flickered twice before extinguishing completely. Meanwhile, Sylvia, wielding a frost dragon spear, thrust and jabbed, each strike accurately piercing the core of soul fire in the skeleton skulls. The spear's shadows danced, glistening cold light scattered across the ground. Wherever they passed, the skeletal remains crumbled and collapsed, fine bone shards mixed with ice crystals falling to the ground. The 30 members of the guard quickly gathered, forming a tightly organized offensive and defensive formation in an instant. The frontline soldiers crouched low with their shields blocking the oncoming undead onslaught. The rear soldiers gripped their long spears, tightly striking through the gaps with precision, each thrust capable of piercing multiple skeletons. The 30-person team transformed into an iron barrier, methodically sweeping outward. After a brief period, the low-tier undead roaming the eastern area were completely cleared. Rest for 10 minutes, Linne commanded. The guard members leaned against the ruins to sit down, seizing the moment to recover their stamina. Once prepared, Linne looked at Marcus. Spread out and surround this area of ruins. We will go into fight shortly while you guard the outside. Don't let a single fly in. Understood. Don't worry, young master. Marcus immediately called for his subordinates to spread out, and the 30 quickly established a perimeter around the ruins. Linne turned, bringing Sylvia, Vivian, and Mokto directly into the ruins of the partially collapsed magical tower before him. The interior of the ruins was exceptionally dark and damp. Sunshine was blocked by the towering debris, and the air was filled with a rotten stench. In the center of the hall stood a figure in tattered black robes. The hem of the black robe had torn into strips, fluttering slightly with the cold wind. The face hidden beneath the hood was invisible, only 2 flickering green flames of soul fire visible in the darkness. A 3rd-tier undead, a necromancer. Linne stared at the tattered black robe for 2 seconds before suddenly turning to Vivian beside him. Vivian, gripping her staff in a defensive posture, looked puzzled at him. Why are you staring at me? It reminds me of when you first arrived at Frostfall Town, wrapped in a similar tattered black robe. Linne's gaze dropped, sweeping over her long legs. But yours was clearly more presentable. Oh, at least it held its shape. Vivian's ears turned red, and she gritted her teeth, kicking Linne in the calf. I wore that to conceal my identity. Who looks as ugly as this skeleton? The necromancer on the high platform clearly had no interest in their bickering. The two green flames of soul fire flared up violently. It raised the staff adorned with a gray-white skull and brought it down heavily onto the stone platform. Crack, crack, crack. The ground surrounding the ruins instantly split apart. Countless skeletons crawled out from underground, wielding rusty iron swords and tattered shields, with frenzied red light flickering in their eye sockets, rushing towards Linne and his companions like a tidal wave. Sylvia flicked her dragon tail, ready to charge forward with her frost dragon spear. Linne, quick on his feet, seized the back of her collar. Don't go, fall back. Sylvia obediently halted, looking back at Linne with confusion. These rabble will self-destruct. Mokto spoke in a deep voice beside them. As soon as they are attacked or approach a target, the death energy within them will explode instantly. Linne released Sylvia, turning to Vivian. It's up to you. Use magic to defeat magic. Vivian snorted coldly and raised her staff high. Time to work. A large golden summoning array illuminated the ground. Crystalline skeletons resembling polished white jade emerged from the array. They bore no weapons, directly swinging their glowing bone fists against the oncoming self-destructing skeletons. The two opposing waves of undead clashed violently. Boom, boom, boom. The intense sounds of explosions resonated throughout the ruins. The moment the necromancer skeletons made contact, their entire frames expanded and burst apart. The ghastly green death energy, mixed with sharp bone fragments, flew everywhere. The radiant skeletons were obliterated. However, as they shattered, the divine magical energy contained within them also exploded. Pure white light instantly purified the ghastly green death energy into harmless ashes. The hall transformed into a sea of explosions. The shockwaves toppled nearby stone pillars, and debris flew everywhere. Now's the time, flank around and take him down. Linne drew his low-grade flying sword. The sea of skeletons was tied up, revealing the necromancer's vulnerabilities on the high platform. The necromancer clearly possessed considerable intelligence. Noticing Linne and the others attempting to bypass the frontline battlefield, it pointed its staff forward forcefully. A vast expanse of ghastly green poisonous mist spewed forth from the tip of the staff, spreading rapidly, like a living creature, directly sealing off the vital path to the high platform. Hiss, hiss. The poisonous mist made contact with the stone slabs on the ground, immediately corroding the hard rock surface into pockmarked holes, releasing pungent white smoke. As Sylvia attempted to push through, she was choked by the acrid smell and had to retreat repeatedly. Even with her frost-resistant constitution, she had no immunity against such pure poison. Sylvia circled around to the second floor and sealed off its escape route. Linne quickly issued. Sylvia nodded, her legs bursting with strength as she leaped onto the second floor of the ruins, quickly circling towards the back of the high platform over the fallen walls. Linne showed no intention of retreating. The SS-grade Pure Yang sacred body erupted fully. The golden Pure Yang power radiated from him, enveloping him completely. The intense heat distorted the very air itself. Linne charged headlong into the ghastly green poisonous mist. The moment the poisonous mist touched the Pure Yang power, it sizzled like snowflakes falling into a furnace, violently evaporating into nothingness. Mokto was even more straightforward. Being undead himself, the poisonous mist harmed him not, rather it stirred the death energy within him. He dragged the horse-slaying sword, striding closely behind Linne. In the instant of passing through the poisonous cloud, the necromancer's staff waved once more. The ground below the high platform exploded, and 4 skeletal guards, noticeably larger and clad in heavy bone armor, emerged, blocking the steps. They wielded massive bone battle axes, swinging them towards the rushing Linne. Get away! Mokto roared, his enormous greatsword sweeping out with a violent aura of death. Bang! 2 skeletal guards were sent flying, both the axe and their bodies crashing into the wall, shattering the bone armor into a pile of debris. The remaining 2 skeletal guards had yet to raise their axes. Linne's figure transformed into a streak of golden light. The Pure Yang sword technique erupted. Clang. The sound of the sword was crisp. A golden sword light traced a perfect cross in midair. The movements of the 2 skeletal guards instantly froze. In the next second, their heads and bodies slid off cleanly, the cut edges charred black by the Pure Yang flames. The high platform was within reach. The soul fire in the necromancer's eye sockets flickered violently as he waved his staff, attempting to cast some large spell to create distance. Can you escape? From the second floor's ledge, Sylvia's figure suddenly leapt down. The frost dragon spear, imbued with terrifying cold, smashed down on the necromancer's retreat. Crack! The ultra-cold ice spread instantly across the ground, freezing the necromancer's legs. Mokto's greatsword flew from his hand, crashing towards the necromancer's front like a door. The necromancer had no choice but to raise his staff to block. With a loud clang, the staff was knocked from his grasp, and the necromancer's skeletal frame was forced backward by the immense impact. Now's the time. Linne exerted force with his feet, closing the distance to the necromancer in an instant. The golden light on the low-grade flying sword surged. Linne made no flashy moves, thrusting the sword straight into the eye socket beneath the necromancer's hood. The pure yang power surged forth along the blade, directly flooding into the swirling green soul fire. Hiss! The necromancer emitted a piercing scream of anguish. The pure yang flames erupted from within its skull, rapidly engulfing its entire body. In just a few seconds, this Tier 3 undead skeletal frame was reduced to ashes along with the tattered black robe scattered by the wind. The hall continued to explode with skeletal self-detonations. With the death of their master, they instantly lost control. The soul fire in their eye sockets extinguished, leaving only a ground full of ordinary white bones. The battle was over. Linne sheathed his flying sword, letting out a long breath. As the pure yang power receded, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Well done. Mokto ascended the high platform, drawing his greatsword. Sylphia rushed over, skillfully taking out a handkerchief to wipe Linne's sweat. Linne looked down at the place where the necromancer had turned to ashes. Among the ashes lay a black crystal only the size of an infant's fist, emanating an extremely dense aura of death. Linne crouched down and picked up the crystal. The system panel popped up before him. Target Tier 3 magical core. A mage who doesn't enhance their physique deserves to be killed instantly. Linne stored the magical core in his bag, casually commenting. After brushing off the dust from his hands, he raised his gaze towards the end of the street. Perfectly handled. Let's continue moving forward. Go north to the city and find that undead archer. The team moved north along the dilapidated street. The closer they got to the northern part of the city, the denser the aura of death became. Crossing a dried-up moat, a black building suddenly appeared at the end of their sight. The bell tower. The tower stood at least 50 meters tall, its outer walls covered in withered vines. Stop! Mokto, who was leading the team, suddenly raised his hand, his massive frame halting abruptly at the edge of a crossroads. What's wrong? Linne stopped in his tracks. We can't go any further. Mokto pointed at a crack in the ground ahead. If we take another step forward, we'll enter its absolute range. Since I attacked it just by stepping over that line, I will be targeted by it. He turned his head, the soul fire in his helmet flickering dimly. Linne squinted, looking in the direction Mokto was pointing. From their current position to the base of the bell tower was an open square with no cover whatsoever. A typical sniper's death zone. If they charged recklessly, this 400 meters would be enough for the sniper on top of the tower to take them out one by one like live targets. It is indeed a good position. Linne stroked his chin. Let's not worry about the one up there for now. Vivian suddenly spoke up, pointing her staff at the large door at the base of the bell tower. What do you all think that is? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Before the dilapidated bronze door of the bell tower stood an extremely imposing black figure. It was a heavily armored undead, nearly 2.5 meters tall. It bore no weapons, its entire body covered in thick blue-black armor. Most notably, it had a massive black iron coffin strapped to its back with thick iron chains. The surface of the coffin was engraved with twisted runes, and a dense aura of death continuously seeped out along those runes. Damn! Mokto's voice was filled with shock. Iron Coffin Guardian. Do you know it? Linne turned to look at him. It's the Tier 3 undead from the barracks in the west of the city. Mokto tightened his grip on the greatsword, the bones creaking with friction. How did it get to the north of the city? It never leaves the barracks. Linne's expression turned cold. His mind. The necromancer had just died not long ago, and the Iron Coffin Guardian, originally in the west of the city, crossed half the city to reach the bell tower in the north. This was definitely not a coincidence. It seems there's a brain in Golden Ear City commanding them. Linne stared at the black iron coffin. The necromancer's death triggered the alert of the central array controller. It knows it would be picked apart if it fought alone, so it gathered the remaining 2 Tier 3 undead together. One absolute defensive meat shield blocking the door, and a long-range sniper on top of the tower outputting without pressure. If we force our way up the tower, the Iron Coffin Guardian will definitely hold us down in the square, allowing the sniper on top to comfortably pick us off one by one. Master, how do we fight this? Marcus swallowed hard. Should we retreat first and call for more people? Calling more people would just make them live targets. Linne rejected this suggestion. Against such terrain and formations, a numbers strategy was the dumbest approach. One tank, one damage dealer, this is indeed troublesome. But as long as we can separate them, this ironclad formation will fall apart on its own. Linne drew out the low-grade flying sword, the golden, pure yang power flowing slowly along the blade. He turned to Mokto and Vivian. Mokto, Vivian, Linne began assigning tasks. You two will handle the one with the coffin on its back. I can't take it down alone, but its defenses are too absurd. Moreover, the chains from the coffin will lash out, and once caught it will be hard to escape. Mokto looked perplexed. I didn't say to kill it. Linne interrupted him directly. Your task is to hold it back. Mokto, you will bear the brunt attracting its hatred. Vivian, you will use the holy light skeleton to harass from the flank and suppress its aura of death with light magic. Linne looked at the two of them. I don't care what methods you use, just make sure to keep it firmly pinned in the square. It must not be allowed to retreat to the bell tower or interfere with me. Understood. Vivian nodded. Mokto also rested his great sword on his shoulder. As long as you don't want me to kill it, holding it back is no problem. Linne nodded slightly and turned to his side to look at Zirwaya. The dragon girl was obediently standing beside him, her ice blue eyes filled with combat fervor. Zirwaya. Linne reached out and ruffled her hair. Your task is the heaviest. Zirwaya immediately straightened her chest, saying, As you command, master. I want you to escort me across this 400-meter square and charge into the base of the tower. Linne pointed at the highest point of the bell tower. During this time, you must block all the arrows shot down from the tower top. Not a single one is allowed to slip through. Zirwaya replied confidently, her right hand gripping tightly, and the silver bracelet on her wrist instantly transformed into a tunter-long frost dragon spear. The ice blue dragon horns atop her head shimmered softly, and the surrounding air rapidly cooled down. Not a single arrow will touch you. Linne finally turned to Marcus, saying, Marcus, stay with the guard outside the safety line. If any other ordinary undead approach, clear them out immediately to ensure our rear is safe. Yes, young master. Marcus replied loudly. The tactical arrangements were complete. The power of Linne's Pure Yang sacred body erupted within him. Golden light enveloped him like a blazing flame. Prepare. Linne tightened his grip on the flying sword, his leg muscles tensed. Mokto dragged the horse-slaying sword while Vivian raised her staff. Zirwaya held her spear with one hand, positioning herself in front of Linne. Attack! Linne roared, and in an instant he surged past the crack in the ground and stepped into the absolute range of the bell tower. Almost the moment he crossed the boundary. Whoosh! A sharp tearing sound split the dead silence from the towering top of the tower. A gray-black arrow formed from dense death energy shot straight down from a height of 50 meters, targeting Linne's forehead as he charged forward. The speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. Get away! Zirwaya let out a crisp shout. She exerted force through her legs, shattering the stone slab beneath her. Her entire body leapt into the air, and the frost dragon spear traced a perfect ice blue arc in midair. Clang! The spear tip struck precisely against the death energy arrow. A massive shockwave exploded in the air, creating a visible ripple. The death energy arrow was instantly frozen by the extreme cold power of dragon blood, and then shattered into countless ice crystals in midair. Keep charging. Linne maintained his speed, heading straight for the Iron Coffin Guardian at the base of the tower. The Iron Coffin Guardian sensed the intruder. It slowly raised its head. Although it had no facial features, everyone could feel a palpable murderous intent locking onto them. Kachak! The sound of metal grinding echoed. The black iron coffin on the back of the Iron Coffin Guardian suddenly opened a crack. A dozen thick black chains shot out from the coffin like venomous snakes, carrying a dense aura of death as they swept toward Linne and Zirwaya. Your opponent is me. Mokto roared, charging into the battlefield with his massive body. He swung his horse-slaying sword in a wide arc, striking fiercely at the chains. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Mokto used sheer brute force to deflect several chains. Immediately afterward, a golden magic circle lit up beside the Iron Coffin Guardian. Holy Spirit summoning. Vivian waved her staff. Several radiant skeletons surged toward the Iron Coffin Guardian, directly colliding with the remaining chains. Upon contact, the death energy on the chains and the holy light on the radiant skeletons immediately produced a sizzling burn sound. Well done. Above, the undead archers seemed to sense the danger, and their rate of fire suddenly increased. A torrential rain of black arrows poured down. Master, just keep moving forward. Zirwaya fully unleashed her abilities. The frost dragon spear danced in a seamless manner, shattering all the arrows aimed at Linne. When she couldn't block in time, she simply used her dragon scale-covered arm to take the hits. The arrows struck the dragon scales, leaving only a white mark. Linne seized the fleeting opportunity, exerting force through his legs, the pure yang power bursting forth, transforming him into a golden afterimage. He passed directly through the gap next to the Iron Coffin Guardian, kicking open the dilapidated door of the bell tower. Inside, the tower was pitch black, and a spiral stone staircase wound upward, leading straight to the tower's top. Just as Linne stepped through the door, a chilling sound suddenly echoed above him. Above the dark staircase, countless ghostly green soul flames lit up. Dozens of first-tier ghosts were silently hanging on the tower walls. Damn, so many. Linne cursed loudly. Dozens of first-tier ghosts lunged down from the tower walls, their piercing screams shattering eardrums. They had no physical form, making physical attacks ineffective, specializing in devouring the souls of the living. Linne immediately mobilized the pure yang power within him. 9 revolutions pure yang body. A scorching golden flame instantly condensed into a solid layer of protective energy around his body. The fastest charging ghosts collided with this golden light, screaming like ice and snow falling into magma. But there were too many ghosts pressing down in continuous waves, completely blocking the narrow staircase. Linne had no time to waste on them. Outside the tower, Zirwaya was still withstanding the rain of arrows from the undead archers. System opened the shop. A pale blue light curtain instantly appeared. Linne directly searched for the upgraded area attack technique of the Pure Yang sword technique. Pure Yang sword array price, 1500 dual cultivation points. The Pure Yang sword technique derived area attack sword array disperses countless sword energies using Pure Yang power to vanquish evil and repel demons. Exchange. Ding. 1500 points deducted. Exchange successful. A torrent of information instantly flooded into Linne's mind. His eyes sharpened, and he suddenly released the low-grade flying sword in his hand, which then hovered in front of his chest. Sword array rise. Linne quickly formed seals with both hands, and the pure yang power inside him surged into the flying sword. Buzz! The flying sword trembled violently, instantly splitting into dozens of dazzling golden sword shadows. The entire base of the bell tower was illuminated as bright as day. Go! Dozens of pure yang sword energies surged upward with a crushing force. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The narrow interior of the tower became a one-sided slaughterhouse. Wherever the sword light passed, those first-tier ghosts had no chance to evade, exploding one after another. The pure yang power was the absolute bane of these malevolent spirits. In less than half a minute, dozens of ghosts were completely cleared, leaving only a faint burnt smell in the air. With the obstacles cleared, Linne summoned back the flying sword and exerted force through his legs. The pure yang power infused his legs as he sprinted up the spiral staircase. 50 meters in height, under the explosive power of the 7th level of Qi refinement, was just a matter of a few breaths. Bang! Linne kicked through the remnants of the wooden door at the top of the tower, bursting onto the terrace of the bell tower. The howling wind roared. A skeleton clad in tattered leather armor, holding a black longbow, stood at the edge of the terrace. It was drawing its bow, aiming at the square below. Hearing the noise, the undead archer suddenly turned around. Without a moment's hesitation, the longbow in its hand was instantly drawn to its limit, and a black arrow coalesced from death energy shot straight towards Linne's face. The distance was too close. Linne tilted his head to evade the arrow, grazing his cheek as it flew out, creating a large dent in the stone wall behind him. Linne took a step forward, closing in, his flying sword engulfed in golden flames, aiming directly for the archer's cervical vertebra. The undead archer surprisingly did not retreat. Instead, it gripped the ends of the bow with both hands and horizontally positioned the unknown material black longbow across its chest, forcefully blocking Linne's strike. You can fight in close combat. Linne raised an eyebrow. The archer's eye sockets glowed with a fierce red light, and as it twisted its wrist, the bowstring tightened like a sharp wire around Linne's neck. At the same time, it lifted its right leg, the clearly defined knee striking fiercely towards Linne's abdomen. Can it really use bow fighting techniques? Linne activated his 9 transformations of pure yang body to withstand the knee strike. With a thud, Linne remained unmoved, while the archer's leg bone cracked from the impact. To think you would challenge a body cultivator in close combat. Have you burned out the soul fire in your brain? Linne flipped his wrist, unleashing the full power of the pure yang sword technique. The golden sword light transformed into an impenetrable net, thoroughly enveloping the archer. Crack! Crack! The archer retreated step by step under the overwhelming power and elemental suppression. Its leather armor was shredded, leaving charred sword marks on its bones. It seemed to realize that it had no chance in close combat. As Linne delivered another heavy strike, the archer suddenly gave up on blocking. It slammed the longbow down onto the ground, using the terrifying force from Linne's sword to leap backward. It directly jumped out of the 50-meter-high bell tower. In midair, it forcibly twisted its body to face Linne, who stood at the edge of the tower's top. Quickly, it drew its longbow. The death energy in the surrounding air violently converged. On the bowstring, a black, giant arrow several times thicker than before and nearly solid was taking shape. Dark red soul fire flickered at the arrow tip, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. It was charging up for a powerful attack, preparing to annihilate Linne along with the entire tower top. Linne stood at the edge, ready to launch his flying sword. Whoosh! An extremely piercing sound of air being sliced through came from the square below. It was an ice-blue streak of light moving at breakneck speed, carrying an aura of extreme cold that shot up diagonally into the sky. Thud! The ice frost dragon spear accurately pierced through the ribs of the undead archer, the immense kinetic energy abruptly halting it in midair, forcibly interrupting its charge. The icy layer instantly spread along the spear shaft, freezing half of the archer's body into an ice sculpture. Well done, Sylvia. Linne laughed heartily. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked off from the edge of the tower, diving towards the archer in midair. Die! Linne gripped the flying sword with both hands, compressing the pure yang power to its utmost, transforming it into a 10-meter-long golden sword light. Swish! The sword light traced a perfect crescent in the air. The undead archer's head shot up into the sky, the dark red soul fire instantly extinguished under the scorching heat of the pure yang flames. Without the support of the soul fire, its skeletal frame crumbled in midair, turning into a storm of icy crystals and bone fragments. Linne reached out to catch the falling third-tier magic core in midair. At this moment, the battle in the square below had reached a fever pitch. Mokto's horse-slaying sword had its edge rolled. Vivian stood at a distance, continuously casting sacred spells and light skeletons to entangle the Iron Coffin Guard. Although the Iron Coffin Guard had little offensive power, its defense was simply absurd. This monster can't be moved at all. Mokto was struck by a chain, causing his massive body to stagger back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the Iron Coffin Guard suddenly opened the coffin behind it, and all the chains immediately converged, attempting to bind Mokto. Get out of the way! A booming voice descended from above. Mokto abruptly looked up, seeing a golden streak of light descending, bringing with it intense heat and pressure, directly targeting the Iron Coffin Guard. The Iron Coffin Guard sensed the lethal threat and immediately abandoned Mokto. All the chains redirected, surging like a reverse black waterfall towards Linne in midair. A few broken iron chains think they can stop me. Linne adjusted his posture in midair. The Pure Yang's sacred body operated at its peak, transforming him into a dazzling, blazing sun. Pure Yang, sword technique, break armor. Linne held the sword with both hands, merging man and sword as one. The golden scorching light instantly tore through the incoming web of chains. Clang! Linne crashed heavily onto the back of the Iron Coffin Guard. The low-grade flying sword, infused with violent Pure Yang power, precisely slipped through the gaps of the black iron coffin and forcefully stabbed inside. Boom! A muffled explosion reverberated from within the coffin. That was where the core of the Iron Coffin Guard resided. The Pure Yang flames surged through the flying sword directly into the depths of the coffin, igniting the massive death energy accumulated inside. The Iron Coffin Guard let out a painful howl, and a multitude of golden cracks began to appear on its dark armor. Dazzling golden flames shot out from the seams of the armor and the openings of the coffin. Bang! In less than 3 seconds, this invincible third-tier undead, along with the black iron coffin behind, it was completely blasted into a pile of charred ash from the internal explosion. A massive shockwave overturned the surrounding stone slabs. Linne landed steadily, casually twirling his sword to shake off the ashes. The square fell into a sudden silence. Only the remnants of the bell tower emitted a faint whimper in the wind. It's done. Linne exhaled a breath of turbid air, walked over to the pile of ashes, kicked aside a charred piece of metal, and picked up the third-tier magic core. Sylvia rushed over, holding the ice frost dragon spear, her ice-blue eyes filled with adoration. Master is so amazing. That sword drop from the sky was so cool. Sylvia didn't hold back her praise, her dragon tail behind her wagging like a propeller. Linne tossed the magic core, playfully turning to Mokto. The outer nails have been completely pulled out. Next, only that big one in the middle remains, right? Mokto paused at the edge of the square. From here on, I can no longer assist you. He planted his Janma sword into the ground, the soul fire within his helmet flickering dimly as he gazed towards the center of the city. That central formation has absolute control over me. If I get any closer, its commands will directly seize my... At that point, I might uncontrollably turn and attack you. Linne nodded in response. It was a miracle that Mokto could maintain his current clarity. There was no need to risk bringing him into the danger of being controlled. Marcus, Linne turned and instructed. Here, young master. You stay here with the guard and assist Mokto in securing the perimeter. Understood. Rest assured, young master. Marcus patted his armor in assurance. Linne turned to the two women beside him. Let's go and meet the main subject. Linne, accompanied by Sylvia and Vivian, stepped over the debris-strewn street, heading straight for the central square of the city. As they passed through a narrow stone path, their vision suddenly opened up. A massive medieval circular plaza appeared before the three. Surrounding the plaza were several broken bronze statues, and in the center was supposed to be a grand fountain pool. However, at this moment the fountain pool had long run dry, replaced instead by a gigantic magical formation that covered the entire square. The patterns of the formation were entirely outlined in thick black-red blood emanating a strange red glow. And at the very center of the magical formation lay an exceedingly luxurious dark golden coffin. The surface of the coffin was intricately carved with a dense array of bat patterns, and a rich aura of death was continuously gathering into the coffin along the patterns of the formation. As the three just stepped onto the edge of the square buzz, the dark golden coffin hovering in midair suddenly began to tremble violently, with dust cascading down from its surface. Then with a shrill creaking sound, the heavy coffin lid slowly slid open to one side. A man dressed in a black vintage noble's attire with a dark red scarf at his collar sat up. He had meticulously groomed silver long hair, delicate and handsome features, but his pure crimson eyes exuded a sense of cruelty and greed. Linne hesitated not at all, directly, silently chanting, to open the system panel. A faint blue light curtain instantly unfolded before him. Target: Vlad, race vampire, rank level 3, peak talent blood control, B shadow affinity, B remarks: high-level dark sorcerer who attacked the Morning Star territory a century ago. He was gravely injured by the taboo magic of the Duke of Morning Star, and before dying he used the death energy of the entire city to lay down a magical formation, transforming himself into a vampire to survive. After a century of nurturing, his strength has recovered to the peak of level 3. After reading the panel, Linne raised his eyebrows slightly. A former level 6 dark sorcerer. Even if he has dropped to level 3 now, his battle experience and foundation are definitely not comparable to an ordinary level 3. Vlad in the coffin slowly stood up, looking down at the three at the edge of the square. His crimson eyes swept over Linne and the others, finally greedily lingering on Sylvia and Vivian. So it's you little mice who killed my guards and disturbed my rest. It's been 100 years. I haven't tasted such fresh and powerful blood in a century. Especially that little cutie with the dragon horns. The dragon blood within you must taste exquisite. 100 years without brushing your teeth, your breath is indeed quite pungent. Linne mercilessly interrupted his boast. Vlad's elegant demeanor instantly froze, a flicker of anger passing through his crimson eyes. Vulgar ant. Vlad snorted coldly. He abruptly raised his right hand. Boom. The black-red blood that outlined the formation on the square instantly boiled. Dozens of blood-colored spears formed from high-pressure blood erupted from the ground, shooting towards Linne and the others from all directions. Attack! Linne bellowed. The pure yang power within him erupted violently, and the protective barrier of the 9 turns pure yang body rendered him an intense, blinding sun. Pure yang sword technique, break armor. Linne gripped his sword with both hands and swung it against the 3 blood spears shooting directly at him. The golden sword light, carrying a terrifying heat, cleaved the 3 blood spears in half. The moment the blood touched the pure yang fire, it emitted a fierce hissing sound as it rapidly evaporated, transforming into a foul-smelling blood mist. At the same time, Vivian raised her staff high. Holy light judgment. A remarkably thick, luminous skeletal hand shot up from the ground, accurately smashing into the side of the approaching blood spears. Roar. Sylvia did not defend at all. She exerted force through her legs, causing the bluestone slabs beneath her feet to explode into a large pit. Her entire body transformed into a stream of ice blue light, charging directly at the remaining blood spears towards the coffin in midair. Get down here. Sylvia leaped into the air, gripping the frost dragon spear, and with a sudden force from her waist, smashed it down violently towards Vlad's head with overwhelming momentum. Vlad clearly did not expect these 3 prey to not only be unafraid of him, but to retaliate so fiercely. He snorted coldly and quickly dodged. Boom. The frost dragon spear struck the dark golden coffin. The coffin, hardened by a century of death energy, was directly shattered into pieces by Sylvia's unreasonable strength. Not far away, Vlad stared at his destroyed coffin, his eyes twitching violently, completely losing his composure. You seek death. Vlad spread his arms wide, and a pair of gigantic black bat wings suddenly unfurled behind him. He rapidly gathered magical power with his hands crossed in front of his chest, causing the death energy of the entire square to go into a frenzied uproar. However, before he could finish conjuring a large-scale spell, your spell casting is too slow, old man. Linne's voice suddenly echoed above his head. Vlad looked. He saw Linne had leaped into the air, bathing in golden flames. The pure yang power on the low-grade flying sword was compressed to the extreme, with the sword body emitting a crisp, ringing sound, as if it could not bear the burden. Taste my great son Rulai sword. Linne shouted a random technique named gripping his sword with both hands and carrying a devastating pressure, struck down hard towards Vlad's head. Before the sword even reached him, the extremely pure and vigorous yang energy had already scorched Vlad's noble attire, causing it to emit plumes of black smoke. Vlad felt a life-threatening danger, and his face changed dramatically. Shadow bat. Just as the golden light was about to cleave him in two, Vlad's body exploded with a loud bang, transforming into hundreds of blood-colored bats the size of fists, scattering and fleeing. "Wanna run?" On the ground, Vivian whispered harshly. She forcefully struck the ground with her staff, and her long purple-gold hair began to sway without wind. Holy barrier. A layer of translucent pure white light shield instantly expanded, centered around her, directly encompassing the entire square. Dozens of the fastest fleeing blood-colored bats crashed into the light shield like meat sticking to a red-hot iron plate, letting out shrill cries as they instantly transformed into wisps of blue smoke. Seeing his retreat path sealed, Vlad watched as the scattered bats forcibly gathered at the edge of the barrier, reshaping into human form. "Damn light lackey." Vlad let out a sharp roar. A hint of madness flashed in his crimson eyes as he suddenly thrust his hands into his chest, forcibly pulling out a large mass of viscous source blood. "With my blood awaken the abyss." As he roared, the black-red blood accumulating on the ground seemed to respond to some summons, frantically converging at his feet. The blood writhed and expanded, instantly transforming into a blood-colored skeleton wearing a crown and wielding a blood-colored scythe. The blood-colored skeleton let out a silent roar, and the massive scythe reeking of blood struck fiercely against Vivian's grand light barrier. Boom! The barrier shook violently, and countless fine cracks instantly spread across the pure white shield. The blood-colored skeleton did not cease its attack. It raised the giant scythe, followed by a second strike and a third strike, directly smashing the barrier to the verge of collapse. Vivian's face paled, and her hands, gripping the staff, trembled slightly. Maintaining such a large-scale defensive barrier was already extremely draining on her magical power, and against the undead created by Vlad's source blood, she could hardly last until the next heavy strike. Linne stood a short distance away, calmly observing the battlefield. Although Vlad appeared heavily wounded, the magic array beneath his feet continued to draw forth deathly energy and resentment from the ground, replenishing his consumption. As long as this array was operational, Vlad was equivalent to having an infinitely replenishing power bank. "I must first smash this broken formation." Linne instantly made a judgment in his mind. He turned and shouted to Sylphia. "Sylphia, go help Vivian hold off that blood-colored skeleton. Don't let it break the barrier." "Understood, Master." Sylphia responded crisply, her legs pushing off the ground with force, her figure shooting forward like an ice-blue meteor, charging towards the massive blood-colored skeleton. The frost dragon spear drew a blinding cold light in midair, forcefully taking the fourth heavy strike from the blood-colored skeleton. Clang! At the moment of collision between the scythe and the dragon spear, a visible shockwave exploded outward. Sylphia's palms burst open, blood flowing down the spear shaft as she was pushed back 7 or 8 steps, her feet carving deep grooves into the ground. But she gritted her teeth and steadied herself, her ice-blue slit pupils revealing no hint of retreat. "Is that all?" Sylphia licked the shards of ice from her lips, shook the spear, and thrust it back at the blood-colored skeleton. Meanwhile, Linne withdrew his gaze, concentrating all his attention on the magic array beneath him. He moved swiftly, transforming into a golden afterimage, racing towards the broken statue base in the center of the square. That was the eye of the entire magic array. Vlad immediately saw through Linne's intentions, his crimson eyes filled with terror and rage. "You vile insect, you shall not touch my array." He flapped the wings on his back, fiercely transforming into a streak of bloodlight, rapidly charging towards Linne. 5 sharp, blood-colored claws slashed through the air with a piercing sound, aiming directly for the back of Linne's head. "Get away!" Linne did not turn back. The pure yang power within him surged violently, and the 9 turns pure yang body formed a solid golden light shield behind him. Clang! Vlad's claws struck hard against the light shield, producing a loud metallic clash. The scorching pure yang flames rebounded along his claws, burning him painfully as he let out a howl, his offensive momentarily halted. Taking advantage of this moment, Linne had already dashed to the front of the base. At the center of the base, a blood-colored crystal the size of a fist, radiating a strange red glow, was embedded in a recess. That was the core of the entire array. "Shatter for me." Linne gripped the flying sword tightly, the pure yang power within him flooding into the sword like a bursting dam. The golden light on the flying sword surged to several feet long, the blazing golden flames nearly engulfing the sword itself. He shouted, swinging the flying sword down fiercely towards the blood-colored crystal. Boom! The golden pure yang flames collided with the blood-colored crystal, instantly triggering a horrific energy explosion. The searing golden flames roared along the blood-colored patterns on the ground, burning wildly. The array lines drawn in blood dried up and shattered rapidly under the scorching of the pure yang flames, turning into harmless flying ashes. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out. The blood-colored crystal finally could not withstand the forced purification of the pure yang power, exploding completely into a cloud of red dust. The magic array was broken. At the moment the array was destroyed, Vlad felt as if he had been struck hard. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his wings shrinking by half. The blood-colored skeleton also shattered under Sylphia's dragon spear, turning into a mist of blood. At the same time, Mokto, who had been guarding the outer perimeter of the square, trembled violently. The invisible shackles that had been suppressing his soul and attempting to seize control of his body instantly vanished with the destruction of the array. Mokto's green soul fire in his eye sockets flickered violently, and his previously chaotic consciousness regained clarity in that moment. He quickly charged towards the square. At this moment, the blood mist of the skeleton slowly dissipated, revealing Vlad's feminine face, twisted in anger and pain. Seeing that familiar face, Mokto's long-buried memories from 100 years surged forth. 100 years ago, it was this silver-haired, black-robed sorcerer who led an endless army of undead across the wasteland, breaking through the gates of Gold Spike City. It was this guy who cruelly used dark magic to transform his comrades into mindless walking corpses one by one. It was also this guy who forced Duke Morningstar to use forbidden magic, burying the entire city with him. Vlad. Mokto let out a beast-like growl from his throat. The soul fire in his eye sockets turned blood red in an instant. Boom. Mokto's massive body charged into the square with an overwhelming momentum. He gripped the jagged great sword, tightly dragging it behind him, creating dazzling sparks on the ground. Vlad. Prepare to die. Mokto's roar reverberated through the entire square. In his weakened state, Vlad instinctively turned his head at the sound of the furious shout. When he saw the heavily armored knight charging towards him, a glimmer of incredulity flashed in his crimson eyes. You are the one who broke free from control. Mokto did not waste any words. He rushed in front of Vlad, swinging the great sword overhead, without any flashy moves, relying solely on boundless hatred and brute strength to deliver a nearly frenzied cleave. The great sword tore through the air, producing a piercing shriek. In a hurry, Vlad could only conjure two blood-colored shields to block in front of himself. Bang! Mokto's sword came down with tremendous force, fueled by rage. Vlad's blood-colored shield instantly filled with cracks, and he was rocked back by the immense impact, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground. Before Vlad could regain his footing, Mokto charged forward again. He completely abandoned defense, letting Vlad's attacks strike him while the great sword in his hands slashed down like a storm. This strike is for the Duke. The first blow shattered Vlad's left arm shield. This strike is for Gold Spike City, for my brothers. The second blow landed directly on Vlad's shoulder, black blood splattering out. Mokto's armor shattered under Vlad's counterattacks, revealing cracks in his dry bones. But the red soul fire in his eye sockets burned fiercely, nearly overflowing, and the great sword in his hands became heavier and faster with each swing. Under Mokto's nearly suicidal frenzied assault, the already weakened Vlad was pushed back repeatedly, multiple fractures appearing on his body, and his black suit was completely reduced to tattered strips. Damn madman. Get away. Vlad screamed, trying to create distance. However, Linne and the others clearly would not give him that opportunity. Sylphia blocked the path. Linne shouted loudly. Sylphia executed a graceful turn in midair, sweeping her frost dragon spear across the ground. Icebound tomb. Extreme cold surged across the ground, instantly forming several thick ice walls behind Vlad, completely sealing off his escape route. At the same time, the frigid air climbed up his legs, reducing his mobility to a minimum. Vivian also seized the moment, her staff glowing with dazzling light. Holy light chains. For golden chains formed from pure holy magic appeared out of thin air, accurately wrapping around Vlad's limbs, pinning him firmly in place. Linne. Mokto shouted with all his remaining strength, gripping his sword tightly as he stabbed it fiercely into Vlad's abdomen, pinning him against the ice wall behind. Vlad could not move, and despair finally appeared in his crimson eyes. Linne, holding the flying sword, took a step forward. The pure yang power within him reached its peak at that moment, the golden flames on the flying sword shining so brightly that they were blinding. In your next life, remember to stay far away from the Morningstar territory. The moment the words fell, Linne transformed into a streak of golden light sweeping past Vlad's side. Whoosh! The golden sword light sliced through the void. Vlad's head shot into the sky, instantly reduced to ashes by the scorching pure yang flames. Following that, his headless body exploded from within, a fierce golden flame instantly engulfing him. In just a few seconds, this vampire who had plagued Gold Spike City for a century was completely transformed into a pile of black ashes scattering in the cold air. As Vlad transformed into a pool of black ash, the ominous clouds that had shrouded Jean Sui City for a century finally tore apart, revealing a vast rift. The long-awaited sunlight pierced through the gloomy haze, directly casting its rays upon the dilapidated central square. Linne sheathed his flying sword, exhaling a long breath as the golden Pure Yang aura around him gradually receded, revealing his sweat-soaked garments beneath. Clang! A dull metallic sound of impact resonated from behind. Linne turned to see Mokto's serrated greatsword clattering to the bluestone floor. Mokto leaned against the shattered base of a bronze statue. His already tattered black armor was visibly crumbling and flaking away. Large shards of metal fell onto the bluestone, shattering into a fine powder. More critically, his body was in an even worse state. Mokto's withered bones were covered in dense cracks. Underneath the helmet, the once vibrant soul fire was fading rapidly, on the verge of extinguishing. Old Mo. Linne hurried over. Without wasting words, he pulled out 2 third-tier magic cores dropped by the slain necromancer, an iron coffin guardian, stuffing them into Mokto's iron gauntlet. Take these. Absorb some magic power to mend your bones. Consider it work-related compensation from me. Linne spoke lightly, though his brow was already furrowed. Mokto did not accept the 2 magic cores. Struggling, he lifted his remaining right arm and waved his hand. It's useless, Linne. Mokto leaned against the cold pedestal, gazing up at the sunlight pouring down from above. It's not a matter of energy. Although I have awakened self-awareness, I am fundamentally a spirit awakened by Vlad's array. My existence is inherently based on the operation of the array and Vlad's survival. He pointed to the array remnants in the center of the square, scorched white by Pure Yang power. Now that the array is destroyed and Vlad is dead, my foundation is severed. Mokto's voice grew weaker, and the black light spots on his body dispersed rapidly. It has been 100 years. This broken body has held on long enough. It is time for dust to return to dust. Linne remained silent. He opened the system panel, and Mokto's life signs were rapidly declining, with the status bar displaying the glaring words, Source Dispersal. He turned his head, and the emerald green soul fire looked towards Linne. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to personally slay that beast and avenge the Duke. Lord Linne. This was the first time Mokto addressed him with such a title. Jean Sui City. I leave it in your hands. It once was the most prosperous city in the Morning Star territory. Do not let it fall into ruin. Rest assured. Linne looked at him. I will rebuild this place even better than it was 100 years ago. Mokto nodded, seemingly letting go of his final worries. Big guy, don't die on me. Sylphia had approached at some point. She crouched beside Mokto, still clutching her frost dragon spear, her eyes filled with moisture, red around the rims, quietly sobbing. Mokto looked at the dragon girl in front of him, wanting to reach out and pat her head, but glancing at his rough iron gauntlet, he withdrew his hand. Don't cry, little girl. Death is a release for the undead, Mokto said calmly. Wait a moment. Vivian, who had been standing back, suddenly spoke up. She stepped forward with her staff, her purple golden hair illuminated by the sunlight, giving it a warm hue. She glanced at Mokto, then turned to Linne. I can try to save him. However, Vivian hesitated. However what? Don't keep me in suspense, his bones are nearly floating away. I have a unique skill called Holy Spirit Command. It can wash away the death energy within the undead and transform it into a Holy Spirit driven by divine magic. She looked at Mokto, her tone becoming serious. But the cost is that you will no longer be a free undead. You will become my summoned subject to my will, your life and death at my command. Vivian paused and added, in simple terms, you will have to sell your soul to me. Are you willing? Mokto's soul fire flickered violently in his eye sockets at her words. He looked at Vivian, then at Linne, and suddenly bursting into a deep laugh, shaking his chest bones. Then he calmly lowered his arms. Since I have avenged my great hatred, I have nowhere else to go. As long as you don't mind this broken body, feel free to do as you please. Then hurry up, any later, and my ashes will be scattered. Linne urged. Vivian nodded. She approached Mokto, raising her staff high. In the name of the holy light, cleanse the death energy. By my bloodline, reconstruct the broken body. Holy Spirit Command. As her crisp incantation rang out, a dazzling pure white light erupted from the tip of her staff. Vivian gently placed her left hand on Mokto's cold helmet. Divine magic surged in, instantly enveloping Mokto's massive figure. Zzz. The remaining death energy within Mokto encountered the radiant magic, producing intense, burning sounds. A large amount of black mist erupted from the seams of his armor, but soon it was purified into nothingness by the holy light. Mokto knelt quietly in the light, allowing the radiant magic to reshape his body. Minutes later, the dazzling light gradually dissipated. A brand new figure appeared before everyone. Mokto's formerly tattered black armor had now transformed into a magnificent set of platinum-heavy armor, its surface shimmering with holy runes. The emerald green soul fire in his eye sockets had completely vanished, replaced by 2 flickering golden holy. Even the serrated greatsword that had fallen to the ground was reforged by the holy light, becoming a massive two-handed sword radiating a soft golden glow. Linne opened the system panel. Target Mokto race, Holy Undead rank Tier 3 class Radiant Knight talent Holy Light Protection A unyielding. While Linne nodded with satisfaction after reading the panel. Mokto slowly stood up. He looked down at his brand new platinum armor, clenched his fists, feeling the power flowing within him. This feeling. Mokto's voice was no longer the raspy sound of rusted metal, but rather deep and steady. Since becoming an undead, I have not felt warmth for 100 years. He turned around facing Vivian, and without hesitation knelt on one knee. The massive two-handed sword was planted heavily beside him, and Mokto bowed his head, performing an extremely standard ancient knight salute. Radiant Knight Mokto swears allegiance to you. From now on you are my master. My blade will clear the obstacles for you, and my shield will protect you from all harm. Vivian was taken aback by this sudden display of respect. Rise. Rise, please. Just do your job well from now on. Vivian forced herself to appear calm as she waved her hand, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her happiness at that moment. All right, the recruitment is complete. Everyone is happy. Linne clapped his hands, breaking the somewhat solemn atmosphere. Just then a flurry of footsteps approached from the outskirts of the square. Marcus burst into the plaza, breathless, accompanied by 30 elite guards. My lord, the undead on the perimeter have suddenly crumbled to dust. He froze mid-sentence, his voice choking in his throat as he stared, eyes wide, with disbelief at the scorched barren ruin at the plaza's center, and then at the platinum-clad paladin standing beside Vivian, radiating overwhelming holy light and indomitable presence. My lord, is this Lord Mokto? Marcus swallowed hard. Merely a new guise, no need for such. Linne dismissed him casually. Since the perimeter is secured, disperse the men immediately and begin battlefield cleanup. Scour the entire city, gather every usable item. Yes, my lord. Marcus snapped back to attention, exultant, and swiftly rallied his troops for a citywide sweep. Linne meanwhile turned and strode toward the pile of black ash left behind by Vlad's demise. A peak-tier third-rank vampire who had ruled Golden Ear City for a century. Surely, he dropped something of value. Linne crouched low and prodded the ashes twice with the scabbard of his flying sword. Tink! A crisp metallic chime rang out. Linne's eyes gleamed. With the tip of his blade, he lifted a dark gold ring from the soot. Intricate bat motifs coiled across its surface. Subtle, yet potent magical resonance still pulsed from it, even in death. A spatial ring. Vivian glanced once, and cautioned its seal is bound by Vlad's blood magic. Forcing it open may destroy its contents. Blood magic. Ineffective here. Linne sneered. Gripping the ring, he surged Pure Yang and hiss. Black smoke coiled upward as Vlad's spiritual imprint was incinerated in an instant. Linne extended his spiritual sense inward. His breath seized. Damn. His expression shifted. Wide-eyed, unguarded, utterly unworldly. What's wrong, master? What's inside? Sylvie leaned in, curious. Linne said nothing, merely flicked his wrist. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Piles of low-grade and mid-grade magic crystals tumbled onto the plaza's flagstones like miniature mountains, refracting dazzling prismatic light beneath the sun. Next came over a dozen enchanted weapons thrumming with potent magical resonance, followed by several large chests brimming with impeccably preserved high-tier magical materials. And finally, 3 massive iron chests, each overflowing with gold coins and glittering jewels. Struck rich. Linne rubbed his palms together. Slaying monsters and looting their spoils truly remains the swiftest path to fortune. As Linne bent to examine a faintly glowing short dagger, a heavy thud echoed behind him. Linne froze, then whirled around instantly. Vivian had collapsed to the ground, supported by Mokto. Her once pale face was now deathly colorless. Her violet gold hair clung damply to her cheeks. Her hands clenched tightly over her chest, her brows knotted in agony. Master, what's wrong? Where are you hurt? Mokto asked, voice tight with alarm. Linne rushed forward, dropped to one knee, and steadied Vivian's other shoulder. What happened? He frowned, channeling pure yang energy through his palm into her body. Her meridians were in utter chaos. Her normally gentle, pristine light magic now raged violently through them, tearing at her magical pathways. Backlash. Vivian bit her lower lip, her voice trembling. I forcibly transmuted a third-rank undead knight using only second-rank magic. I exhausted my core magical essence. It's all my fault. Master did this only to save me. Mokto bowed her head, her gauntlet fist clenched with a sharp metallic groan. She lifted her gaze, defiant, resolute. It's not your fault. I believed I could endure. Linne glared at her stubbornness and snapped, you're out of mana. Yet you still unleashed a grand spell. Do you think you're some cheat with infinite resources? Vivian didn't understand the term cheat, but she knew it wasn't praise. She tried to retort, but a coppery tang rose in her throat, which she swallowed down hard. Without another word, Linne slid one arm beneath her knees and the other around her back, then lifted her effortlessly into a bridal carry. Vivian stiffened instantly, legs jerking instinctively. What are you doing? Put me down. Silence. Conserve your breath. Linne adjusted his grip smoothly and strode purposefully toward the plaza's edge. Mokto rose immediately and fell into step behind him. Where are you taking me? Vivian's hands hovered uncertainly, then clenched helplessly into the fabric of Linne's tunic. To the Duke's residence. To restore your magic. Vivian blinked, puzzled. Restore my magic. Do you possess high-tier mana recovery elixirs? I have something far better, Linne replied, a sly curve lifting one corner of his mouth. Guaranteed non-toxic rapid absorption, immediate effect. Vivian gazed at his profile, close and inscrutable, her mind swimming with questions. But the searing agony of magical backlash drowned her thoughts. She surrendered, letting Linne carry her across the ruins, up the steps of the Duke's residence, and onto the second floor. Seeing Linne lay Vivian gently upon the bed, Sylvie blinked her ice-blue eyes and stepped forward, obedient and quiet. Master, shall I assist? No. Stand guard outside. Under no circumstances may anyone enter, regardless of what. Understood, Master. Sylvie nodded, turned, and closed the doors softly behind her. Click. The latch settling echoed crisply in the hushed bedroom. Vivian sank into the plush mattress, watching Linne stand motionless at the bedside. What exactly do you intend to do? She forced herself upright, wary, her gaze locked on him. Linne said nothing, only began with deliberate slowness to unfasten the top button of his collar. Don't you dare. Vivian's eyes widened, her voice cracking. I may lack magic now, but I can still bite you. Impressive. You're quite clever. What? Why am I clever? Vivian blinked, bewildered. The cultivation technique I practice is called the Yin Yang Union Manual. Put simply, the pure yang energy coursing through my body can be refined, through specific means, into supremely refined, attributeless primordial energy. Linne met her gaze steadily. Once introduced into your body, this energy will spontaneously transform into the light magic you require, calming the backlash, repairing your shattered magical pathways. Vivian stared, stunned. Trained rigorously at a formal academy of magic, she had never encountered a technique capable of bridging entirely disparate energy systems. Then, what is that specific method? Vivian swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on Linne. Leaning closer, Linne whispered the answer, softly, intimately, just for her ears. Her face flared crimson to the very roots of her hair. You're dreaming. She snatched up a pillow and I'd rather perish from magical backlash, die in the street, leap from this second-floor window, than restore my magic through such vulgar means. Linne tilted his head, evading the pillow effortlessly, then simply watched her, silent and unmoved. Fine. Then die. He turned and took a step toward the door. I'll fetch a spade downstairs and dig your grave in the rear garden. A fallen princess dead abroad, unmourned, unburied. Truly pitiful. Vivian stiffened on the bed, then doubled over with a stifled groan as fresh agony lanced through her. Linne paused and turned back. He returned to the bedside, towering over her. Come, he said quietly. The pain left her no strength to resist. Gritting her teeth, her lashes trembling, she slowly parted her lips. Half an hour later, the frenzied magical fluctuations in the bedroom finally subsided completely. Bang! The heavy wooden door was suddenly yanked open from the inside. Zervia immediately stood up straight and turned to look. She saw Vivian rushing out of the room with her head lowered. Her purple golden hair was even more disheveled than when she entered, and her cheeks were flushed. The most striking aspect was that she was desperately covering her mouth with both hands. A stream of pure white materialized light was continuously overflowing from between her fingers. That was the light magical energy, pure to the extreme, so much so that her body barely had time to absorb it. Sister Vivian, you. Zervia just began to speak. Vivian completely ignored her, not even turning her head as she rushed down the stairs at a fast pace. Zervia blinked in confusion. Linne leisurely walked out of the room. Master, what happened to Sister Vivian? Zervia asked curiously. She ran away so quickly. It's nothing, we just had a little argument. Linne straightened his clothes. But I've already replenished her magic, and she's in a hurry to find a place to digest it. Linne walked to the corridor railing, looking at Vivian in the hall below, who was desperately trying to breathe, deeply attempting to swallow back the overflowing magic, feeling quite pleased. Let's go, Zervia. Linne patted Zervia's shoulder. The spoils of war have been counted. Next, we should consider how to turn this Golden Spike City into our true backyard. Nightfall descended completely. The stagnant death energy that had lingered over Golden Spike City for a century had been washed away by the sunlight all day long. Although it had not completely dissipated, it had thinned considerably. Without the rampage of the undead, the broken city outline revealed a unique tranquility under the cold moonlight. After a whole day of intense battles, everyone was utterly exhausted. Marcus and his guard members found a clean corner in the first-floor hall to rest after counting the spoils, and the sounds of snoring echoed one after another. In Linne's room, the enchanting spring light had just faded away. He covered the sleeping Zervia with a blanket, looking at her serene sleeping face and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth, and couldn't help but smile. The series of battles had taken a toll on him as well. As a result, today's dual cultivation didn't even last the customary 2 hours. They called it a night at 1 hour and 59 minutes. The moonlight streamed through the broken window at the end of the corridor, illuminating the wooden floor in a silvery hue. He walked to the stairway, pausing for a moment, and looked up at the passage leading to the roof. There was a very faint magical fluctuation. It was Vivian. Linne thought for a moment, found a relatively clean wool blanket, and climbed up to the roof of the Duke's mansion. The night wind was slightly cool. Vivian was sitting alone at the edge of the roof, hugging her long legs with her chin resting on her knees. Her beautiful purple-golden hair fluttered slightly in the night wind. She curled up into a small ball, staring blankly at the city below, which resembled a vast graveyard, seemingly lost in thought. Linne remained silent, quietly approaching her from behind. He gently draped the blanket he held over her. Vivian's body stiffened noticeably for a moment, but upon sensing Linne's presence, she relaxed. Linne sat down beside her and followed her gaze into the distance. "What are you thinking about?" "I was thinking, why does this world have things like the undead? Why are there so many innocent people displaced, their homes shattered?" Her voice lacked the arrogance of the day, replaced by a weariness and sorrow that belied her age. 100 years ago, this place must have been very prosperous. There would have been many merchants, mercenaries, children playing and chasing each other in the streets, and wives waiting by the windows for their husbands to return. But now everything is gone. What did they do wrong? Just because of a dark wizard's ambition, the lives of hundreds of thousands in the city have turned into wandering bones among the ruins. She leaned slightly, resting her head gently on Linne's shoulder. "My country was also submerged by the undead army overnight." Linne remained silent for a moment. He could feel the girl beside him trembling slightly. He reached out his hand without any extra words, gently placing it on her head and slowly stroking her hair. "Linne," she asked softly, "will you save this world? Will you eliminate all the undead and let everyone live peaceful lives?" Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible hope. "No." Linne's response was crisp and decisive, without any hesitation. Vivian abruptly raised her head, her purple golden eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. "Why? You clearly have this ability." "I don't have such lofty ideals." Linne turned to look at her, his gaze calm and profound. "I am not a savior, nor do I wish to be one. This world is too vast, and there are too many people suffering. I alone cannot save them all." He withdrew his gaze and looked again at the ruins of the city bathed in moonlight. "What I can do is quite simple. It is to ensure that those around me within my line of sight have a better life. Not to be bullied, to have food to eat, a place to sleep, and a peaceful night's rest. As for whether the world will be destroyed, whether others live or die, to speak coldly, I can't manage that, nor am I interested in doing so." Vivian stared blankly at the side of Linne's face. In the moonlight, that face, which always bore a hint of jest and irreverence, appeared extraordinarily serious. Vivian remained silent for a long time. She leaned her head back against him again, this time with more force, as if she wanted to entrust all her weight. She nuzzled Linne's shoulder, and in a voice barely audible, yet incredibly firm, she said, "But you are already our savior." Linne paused imperceptibly, not replying, merely wrapping his arm around her shoulder to let her lean. The night wind blew by, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it could not disperse the warmth that had quietly risen between the two. After a long while, "Sleep now, we have to hurry back to Frostfall Town tomorrow," Linne said softly. Vivian responded, but did not move. Linne, helpless, could only let her lean against him. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the sleeping Vivian, once again directed at the vast ruined city. "Savior, huh?" Linne murmured to himself. "Perhaps. At least from today on, this city belongs." On the morning of the second day, Linne and the others left Jeansway City, retracing their steps. In the wild, a straight gravel road was beginning to take shape. Hundreds of slaves and refugees were working diligently. The scar-faced man was shouting loudly while holding a broken metal horn. "Smash those stones for me. Fill them up. The meat soup has been brewing in the pot since noon, and anyone who dares to slack off will find themselves thrown into the pot as firewood." Under the dual incentives of food and the prospect of a permanent job, this group of people unleashed terrifying productivity. What they originally thought would take half a month to level was already a third completed in just a few days. "This scar-faced man is truly talented," Linne said with satisfaction as he observed the progress. A natural foreman. Upon returning to Luoshuang Town, Linne gathered all the core members in the study on the second floor of the Lord's mansion. Marcus Barlow and the village chief Aubrey were gathered around a large long table. Sylphia served hot tea to everyone. Vivian sat on a nearby sofa playfully teasing a small wood elemental sprite. Linne slammed the sheepskin map of Jinsui City onto the table. Everyone, the carrying capacity of Luoshuang Town has reached its limit, Linne said, leaning on the table and scanning the crowd. There are no city moats, no strong city walls here. Thus I have decided to relocate the main city of the territory to Jinsui City. The study fell silent for 2 seconds. Barlow swallowed hard, saying, "Young master, this. Although the foundation of Jinsui City still exists, it has been abandoned for so many years, and there is nothing inside. Right now, Luoshuang Town has barely 1,000 people, which is simply not enough to support such a massive reconstruction project." Aubrey nodded in agreement, his tone filled with concern. "Yes, my lord, Luoshuang Town has only just stabilized with great difficulty. A large-scale relocation now might not be agreed upon by everyone. This is problematic." Linne pulled over a chair and sat down. "If it's challenging, then we can proceed slowly, gradually, and methodically. I'll let those who are prepared go first, those with a mature mindset go first to lead the way for others. We must also handle specific situations specifically, not blindly, but accurately, scientifically, efficiently, and strategically, allowing those who understand business to participate, and those who are good at communication to take the lead, using the power of wisdom to assist, while also being flexible to accommodate special circumstances." The crowd looked at each other in astonishment, stunned by this lengthy discourse. Linne coughed lightly, saying, "What I mean is you can't expect to accomplish everything at once. Taking big steps can easily lead to trouble." He picked up a quill and drew 3 large circles on the map. The entire city relocation plan can be divided into 3 phases. The first phase is to ensure safety and clear the area. Linne's fingertip rested on the location of Jinsui City on the map. Marcus, the road team, will soon clear the path. Take all the extraordinary guards and enter Jinsui City first to eliminate all uncertainties within the city. Understood. Marcus stood straight, pounding his chest with determination. The second phase is the construction of the core area. Barlow, we lack the capacity to rebuild the entire city at once. Take a team to Jinsui City and mark out a core area centered around the Lord's Mansion. Concentrate all bricks and wood here, prioritizing the repair of the city walls and housing in this area. Barlow nodded repeatedly, saying, "Young master, this strategy is brilliant. Consolidating our strength into a fist, we will build one section at a time." The third phase, and the most important aspect, is immigration and development. Linne's gaze shifted to Aubrey. The few people in Luoshuang Town cannot fill Jinsui City. Aubrey drafted decree immediately, write 100 copies and send people to distribute them in the surrounding cities and refugee camps. Linne tapped the table. The decree should clearly state any free citizen willing to settle in Jinsui City will be exempt from all taxes for the first year. Aubrey nearly dropped his pen, stuttering urgently, "Master, a year of tax exemption. What will the Lord's Mansion eat?" "You don't understand anything," Linne rolled his eyes. "The benefits come from the sheep. When people come, there will be land, and the harvested grains will be the foundation of the territory. With people, merchant caravans will come, and won't the trade taxes start rolling in? Don't just focus on those 2 coins in the hands of the mud-leg people. What we want is the demographic dividend." Although Aubrey didn't understand the term, he was deeply shocked and hurriedly took notes. "Additionally, there will be preferential treatment for slaves and refugees," Linne added. "As long as they are willing to go to Jinsui City to do hard labor for building the city, they will receive 3 meals a day, and after a year of hard work, they will be directly converted to free citizens. Make this grand plan as large and appealing as possible. Do you understand?" "Understood," Aubrey replied, flushed with excitement. After the strategic deployment was complete, Linne picked up his teacup and took a sip to moisten his throat. Luoshuang Town will not be abandoned. It will serve as a forward base and a filter for population screening, Linne concluded. In the future, all refugees, displaced persons, and even prisoners seeking refuge must first undergo labor reform in Luoshuang Town. Only those who perform well will qualify for relocation to Jinsui City. As the meeting concluded, Marcus and the others immediately took their leave to prepare. Soon only Linne, Sylphia, and Vivian remained in the study. Vivian stretched lazily, her purple dress accentuating her stunning curves. Linne looked at her. "What is it?" Vivian replied impatiently, though her tone was noticeably slow. "Jinsui City has been abandoned for so many years, and there must be a lot of stagnant energy accumulated in the groundwater and soil." Linne tapped the table with his finger. "You are a light mage, which is your specialty. Please go purify the water sources and arable land within." Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want me to do manual labor? The city is so large, do you want to exhaust me? Those who can do more work." Linne looked at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. "At worst tonight, I can share some secrets to compensate you." "You?" Vivian's face turned bright red as she suddenly stood up. Fine. I'll go. Is that acceptable? You rogue. Linne chuckled, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his forehead. Relocating the city is a massive project with countless details, but fortunately, they now have food and people, which gives them a lot of confidence. Are you tired, Master? Sylphia walked behind him, her cool, soft hands pressing on his temples, gently kneading. I'm okay, Linne closed his eyes, enjoying Sylphia's massage. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs, creaking on the wooden staircase. Young Master. Barlow the butler pushed open the half-closed study door, holding a letter with golden edges, sweat still glistening on his forehead. A messenger from Hot Spring City has arrived bringing this. Linne opened his eyes and sat up straight from the chaise longue. Zirwaya stopped her gentle kneading and obediently stepped aside. The envelope was made of fine sheepskin, its surface infused with a rich violet fragrance. The seal was stamped with the volcanic emblem of the Lord's Mansion in Hot Spring City. Linne took the letter, broke the wax seal, and pulled out a sheet of letter paper sprinkled with gold dust. Quickly scanning the ornate phrases written in beautiful calligraphy, a smirk gradually appeared at the corner of Linne's mouth. What does it say? Vivian sat on the sofa to the side, her long legs crossed the purple skirt, cascading down her knees. She stopped teasing the wooden element sprite and turned her gaze towards Linne. An invitation letter. Linne casually tossed the letter onto the desk. The letter says that to resolve the previous minor misunderstanding, I am invited to a secret island ball at Moonlight Lake Island in Hot Spring City tomorrow night. It specifically mentions that both Viscount Jeffrey and Viscount Epst will be present, urging me to make sure to attend. A secret island ball. Linne leaned back against the chair and couldn't help but let out a scoff. Who in their right mind would attend a ball on an island? Is he out of his mind? Vivian rolled her eyes without hesitation, snatched the letter from the table, and glanced at it. Not long ago, he had just stripped 100 of our city defense troops, even redeeming his own son and a second. Vivian slammed the letter onto the table, her tone firm. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. That old fox must have ambushed assassins on the island. Right, my lord. Butler Barlow nodded repeatedly from the side. Miss Vivian is right, this is definite. Linne did not respond immediately, gently tapping his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. There's a saying, thieves can't last 1,000 days, but defenses against thieves can't last 1,000 days either. He walked back to the desk, his finger resting on the invitation. Since he has voluntarily exposed his neck, why shouldn't I go personally to weigh the situation? But my lord. Barlow wanted to persuade him again. Enough, my mind is made up. Linne waved his hand, interrupting Barlow's words. Go tell the messenger downstairs. Just say that Linne Winster, the Lord of Frostfall Town, will definitely attend the banquet punctually tomorrow evening. Barlow sighed and bowed as he headed downstairs. You are usually a very astute person. Vivian stared at him, a puzzled look in her eyes. How can you be so foolish at this moment? Jumping into such an obvious trap. No worries. Zirwaya, who had been quietly standing by, suddenly stepped forward and positioned herself in front of Linne. Her icy blue vertical pupils flashed with a cold glint, and the silver bracelet originally on her wrist instantly transformed into a frost dragon spear, radiating a terrifying chill. I will protect my master. Zirwaya tightened her grip on the dragon spear. Anyone who dares to harm my master, I will freeze them into an ice block and then smash them. Good girl. Linne felt warmth in his heart as he reached out to rub the icy blue dragon horns on Zirwaya's head. She shivered, her previously cold, murderous aura dissipating instantly. She blushed and put away the dragon spear, comfortably squinting her eyes, allowing Linne to pet her. Vivian watched this scene, biting her lip in frustration. You just indulge her. When surrounded by hundreds of people on the island, let's see how you cry. I never fight without preparation. Linne withdrew his hand, walked to the desk, and said, rather than guarding against his underhanded tactics from behind, it's better to confront him head-on and break his trump card directly. With a flick of his wrist, Linne took out 2 diamond-shaped black crystals from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. These were the spoils he had previously scavenged from Vlad's spatial ring after killing him. What are these? Vivian sensed the faint magical fluctuations within. Communication crystals, Linne explained. They allow for instant voice communication within a 10-kilometer range. I'll throw one to you. If a conflict arises, or if I confirm the ambush on my side, I will signal you immediately through the crystal. Vivian reached out to catch it, feeling the weak magical energy circulating inside the crystal. The day after tomorrow evening, I will go to the island for the banquet with Zirwaya. You take Marcus and 20 guards and conceal yourselves in the woods outside Moonlight Lake in advance. Understood. Vivian tucked the crystal away and turned to head outside. I'll go inform Marcus. You'd better not die at the ball. Oh, I don't want to collect your corpse. Rest assured, disasters leave behind 1,000 years of legacy. As Vivian turned and went downstairs, Linne shifted his gaze to Zirwaya, who had been quietly standing by. Zirwaya was currently bent over organizing the sheepskin on the desk. Linne walked over without saying a word, directly picked her up in a princess carry. Zirwaya gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Linne's neck, her icy blue eyes filled with disbelief. Master, let's go. Linne strode towards the bedroom. We need to hurry and increase our strength before the banquet. Zirwaya's face instantly flushed, her gaze darting towards the window. But master, it's not dark yet. By the time we finish training, it will be dark. Linne kicked open the bedroom door and gently tossed Zirwaya onto the soft bed. He looked down at her with a mischievous smile and said, I must reclaim my honor today, 1 hour and 59 minutes. This is an insult to my pure yang sacred body. Zirwaya buried her head in the quilt and fell completely silent. The door was slammed shut. Soon muffled moans could be heard from the room. On the other side, Vivian found Marcus downstairs and thoroughly explained Linne's stealth instructions. After arranging everything, she lifted her skirt and walked up to the second floor. Just as she reached the staircase, her steps suddenly halted. At the end of the corridor from the gap of Linne's bedroom door, enticing sounds were wafting out. Vivian's cheeks instantly flushed, and her fair neck took on a layer of pink. That bastard, she gritted her teeth and cursed softly. Does he have nothing else in his mind besides that? We're going to the banquet tomorrow, and he still has the leisure for this. She quickened her pace, nearly fleeing back. Locking the door behind her, Vivian leaned against the wooden door, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The images from yesterday surged uncontrollably in her mind. Linne transformed into a golden stream of light, slashing down the vampire's head with overwhelming might. And the feeling of him forcefully carrying her upstairs, that domineering yet warm pure yang power flooding into her body. Guaranteed to have no toxic side effects, absorbs quickly and shows effects rapidly. Linne's teasing still echoed in her ears. The magic energy within her, which had just calmed down, began to stir restlessly again. Vivian felt parched. She walked to the bedside, took off her cumbersome purple gown, leaving only a thin undergarment. She threw herself into the soft bed, pulling the quilt over her head. Useless. Although the sound from next door was not loud, it incessantly teased her taut nerves. In the quiet second floor of the Duke's mansion, Vivian bit her lower lip. She extended her hand, slowly probing down along her flat abdomen. The room was filled only with deliberately suppressed breathing sounds. Half an hour later, Vivian let out a sigh, her fingers trembling slightly. She got up and poured herself a glass of cold water, drinking it all in an attempt to completely suppress the heat within her body. She turned to look at the wall. The sound from next door continued. Isn't this taking too long? Vivian frowned and sat back down on the bed. She boredly counted the time. 1 hour. 1.5 hours. 2 hours. 2.5 hours. Finally, the sound stopped. Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief. How did Sylvia survive? Was that guy really human? He was simply a humanoid beast. Just as she was thinking. Click. The door lock made a soft sound. Vivian suddenly looked up. Linne walked in, shirtless, with well-defined muscles and a thin layer of sweat on his skin. Vivian's face went pale, instinctively curling up into the corner of the bed, gripping the blanket tightly. You don't need to rest. Vivian's voice trembled. You are a monster, aren't you? Linne didn't waste any words. He directly knelt on the mattress, yanking the blanket from her hands. Enough with the nonsense. Little Linne looked up and directly covered her mouth. Vivian's mind went blank in an instant. For the next half hour, she experienced what it meant to be caught in a storm. Half an hour later, I can't take it anymore. Vivian pushed against Linne's chest with both hands, her voice trembling with tears. Linne stopped, looking at the girl beneath him with red-rimmed eyes, and finally showed mercy. Linne rolled over to lie beside her, letting out a sigh. Vivian gasped for air, a charming flush on her cheeks. Her purple golden hair was scattered over the white sheets, a complete mess. Linne pretended to get up. A long pale leg suddenly stretched over, resting directly on Linne's waist. Vivian clung tightly to Linne's arm, refusing to let him leave. You're staying with me tonight, Vivian said in a hoarse voice, stubbornly refusing to be denied. Linne paused, looking at her possessive expression, feeling somewhat helpless. It's a pity the system store doesn't sell clones, Linne sighed. Otherwise I'd definitely buy one. He lay back down, wrapping his arm around Vivian's shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. Vivian was very pleased with his obedience. She adjusted to a comfortable position, pressing her face against Linne's chest, listening to the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. The fatigue in her body gradually faded, and reason reclaimed its territory. Vivian's eyes turned, wanting to extract something else from Linne. For example, those endless secrets he held. Hey. Vivian extended her finger, casually drawing circles on Linne's chest. What? Linne grabbed her mischievous finger. I don't know if it's just my illusion. Vivian raised her head, looking at Linne's chin. When I was with you, I felt my magical power growing much faster than usual. You weren't mistaken. Linne chuckled, releasing her finger. My physique is quite special. When you cultivate with me, your magical power will increase significantly. To put it simply, the efficiency is 10 times that of your usual training. Vivian was stunned. 10 times. Do you know how hard it is for a magician to accumulate magical power? Vivian said through gritted teeth. I started meditating at the age of 6, religiously practicing 4 hours a day, and I only recently broke into the second tier. Now you tell me that sleeping with you is this ridiculous inefficiency. Linne turned his head, looking at her shocked expression, a smirk curling his lips. Not only that. Linne leaned close to her, ear lowering his voice. In the end, he'll also provide billions of essence points. The warm breath brushed against her ear and Vivian shrank her neck. Essence points, she asked, confused. Simply put, it's pure magical power accumulation, Linne casually explained. You don't need to care about the name, you just need to know that the magical power provided at that moment is roughly equivalent to a full day's hard work, right? Vivian suddenly sat up. The movement was too large, causing the blanket covering her to slip off. A large expanse of dazzling white was exposed to the air, undulating with her rapid breathing. How could there be such an unreasonable physique? Vivian's eyes widened, her voice changing pitch. If this were true, she was a humanoid high-level magical potion, and it was the kind that supplied unlimited amounts. Linne reached out unceremoniously, covering that expanse of white, playing with it gently. Facts speak louder than words. Linne felt the incredible elasticity in his palm, speaking casually. Otherwise, do you think you could have entered the second tier so quickly? Did you really think you were exceptionally gifted? Vivian completely ignored Linne's wandering hands. Her mind was filled with calculations. Wait. Vivian frowned, quickly calculating. 10 times efficiency. We just practiced for half an hour. Half an hour's 10 times is 5 hours. Plus the last day's hard work. Vivian's eyes widened. So that half hour just now is equivalent to me practicing hard for a day and 5 hours. Linne nodded. Not bad at arithmetic. Full marks. Vivian's expression instantly froze. She did not feel happy about this terrifying training efficiency, but instead a strong sense of regret flashed in her eyes. Damn it. Vivian gritted her teeth, slamming a fist onto the mattress. Why was she so unmotivated? She had lost after just half an hour. What about Sylvia? Vivian turned to look at the wall. That dragon girl Sylvia had held out for a full 3 hours next door. 3 hours 10 times efficiency is 30 hours. Plus the last day's essence points. That's 2 days and 6 hours. One session of dual cultivation with Sylvia was equivalent to 2 days of hard work. And she had just over a day. She had fallen behind by more than double. What a huge loss. The more Vivian thought about it, the angrier she became, her eyes glowing green as she turned to glare at Linne. What are you doing? Linne stopped his actions. Seeing her flustered yet eager expression, Linne instantly understood what she was thinking. He couldn't help. What? Linne raised an eyebrow, his tone full of mockery. I can continue, but I don't know if someone can keep. Damn it. Vivian felt her sore spot hit her face, turning beet red. She slapped Linne's hand away. Sleep. Vivian abruptly tugged the blanket, covering both of them tightly. Linne chuckled as he lay down, stretching his long arms to pull her and the blanket into his embrace. Vivian struggled a couple of times, finding it impossible to break free. In the end, she could only resign herself to snuggling into Linne's arms, finding a comfortable position. Be careful at Moonlight Lake's Heart Island tomorrow night. Vivian's muffled voice came from the embrace. Got it. Linne closed his eyes, resting his chin on the top of her head. As the night deepened, the room returned to tranquility. The next evening, on the road to Hot Spring City, a common carriage without any noble insignia was racing ahead. Inside the carriage, Linne leaned against the soft cushion, fiddling with a diamond-shaped black communication crystal. Hey Dong Yao, this is Dong Guai, please respond if you hear me. He curled his finger and tapped twice on the surface of the crystal. 2 seconds later, a voice filled with gritted teeth came from the crystal, that of Vivian. If you keep messing around with code names, I'll shove this broken stone into Marcus' mouth. Linne chuckled lightly, bringing the crystal closer to his lips. All right, no jokes. Have you reached the designated position? We are already in position. Vivian's voice returned to normal. In the background, the rustling sound of wind blowing through the leaves could be faintly heard. We are in the dense forest across from Moonlight Lake. Marcus has dispersed his men, the visibility is good, and we can see the dock on the island in the lake directly. Very good, remain on standby. Linne leaned against the cushion, his gaze shifting to the darkening sky outside the carriage. Without my signal, you are not allowed to show yourselves. Understood. Be careful yourself. The voice on the other end lowered. Rest assured, I value my life above all else. After cutting off the communication, Linne tucked the black crystal into his bosom. Master. Sylvia knelt beside him, offering peeled grapes to Linne, her ice blue eyes filled with, will that city lord really set an ambush? Linne bit into a grape, its sweet juice bursting in his mouth. Remove the will from your question. If he doesn't deal with me tonight, then I'll have to question his sanity. The carriage slowed down gradually. The driver's voice came from outside. "Young master, we have arrived at the Moonlight Lake dock." Linne lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. What lay before him was a vast lake, its waters shimmering with a cold silver light under the moon. The island in the center of the lake was about 500 meters from the shore, brightly lit, and faint sounds of orchestral music drifted from it. A servant who had been waiting on the shore hurried over to greet them. With a respectful bow, he led the two onto a magical ferry adorned with intricate magical patterns. The ferry moved smoothly, without wind, cutting through the water towards the island. The island was large, with a grand castle standing majestically in the center. As soon as they set foot on the island, a butler dressed in a tailcoat approached and guided them to the spacious front gate of the castle. A few elegantly dressed nobles were exchanging pleasantries on the steps. One golden-haired young man turned his head, and the moment his gaze met Linne's, his face, originally filled with fake smiles, froze in an instant, then visibly darkened. It was Vides, who had previously been detained by Linne in Frostfall Town and had spent a fortune to redeem himself. Vides stared at Linne, and his eyes filled with malice. But he said nothing, snorted coldly, and turned away, striding into the castle. "Oh, Lord Linne, and it is such a pleasure to have you here," Baron Set approached, raising his wine glass. Linne picked up a glass of red wine from a passing servant's tray and gently clinked it against Set's glass. "With the Baron's warm invitation, how could I dare not come?" Linne looked into his eyes. "After all, our last transaction was quite pleasant." Set's eye twitched slightly, but his smile remained unchanged. "Let the past misunderstandings drift away with the wind. Tonight is a time for celebration." Baron Set turned to the side, gesturing for them to enter. "Please, I hope you enjoy this wonderful evening." Linne nodded slightly and walked into the castle with Sylvia. Linne and Sylvia stepped into the castle. The banquet hall was opulently decorated. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the dome. The long table was covered with a velvet tablecloth adorned with a whole roasted pig, golden and crispy piles of deep-sea prawns and various rare fruits, whose names he could not recall. Servants in light gauze weaved through the crowd with trays. The air was thick with a mixture of perfume and alcohol. A portly baron approached, holding a wine glass, his gaze unabashedly sizing up Sylvia. "Baron Winston, may I ask who this beautiful lady is?" Linne stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Sylvia. "She is my personal property." Linne spoke in a calm tone. "If you take another look, you'll gouge out your eyeballs and soak them in wine." The portly baron's expression changed, and with a cold snort he walked away. Sylvia hid behind Linne gently tugging at the hem of his clothing. Linne did not go to the dance floor, nor did he actively seek out conversations. He led Sylvia to a sofa in the corner and sat down. He held his wine glass, leaning back against the sofa, quietly listening to the sounds around him. To his left, a few nobles with beer bellies were smoking cigars. "The weather in the north is getting colder and colder," one bald man exhaled a cloud of smoke. "I heard that the communication with a few border territories in the north has been completely cut off a few days ago. Is the necromancer infestation worsening?" Another frowned. "Indeed. The black mist is spreading rapidly. The Empire hasn't reacted at all. Not a single soldier has been dispatched." The bald man lowered his voice. "The higher-ups have no intention of intervening. The nobles with connections have already moved their assets close to the capital. The ones left behind are just unfortunate souls without any background. If they die, they die," the third person said, nonchalantly flicking ash from his cigar. "After all, the north has always been a poor place." Linne took a sip of red wine. The necromancer issue in Jeansway City was not an isolated case. The entire north was falling into despair, and the Empire's attitude was one of outright abandonment. Linne stood up and walked towards another long table. A group of young noble heirs was gathered here. "The Orc Kingdom in the west has attacked again." A golden-haired young man sliced through the meat on his plate. "This happens every winter. They don't grow their own food, but love to raid ours. I heard the Empire has issued a conscription order demanding all lords to send troops to repel the orcs." A curly-haired youth gulped down some ale. "Are you going?" "I won't go," the golden-haired youth scoffed. "Only fools and the poor would go. It's much more comfortable to stay in the territory and collect taxes. But the conscription order. Just pay the absolution fee and it will be fine." The golden-haired youth waved his hand dismissively. "As usual, the Maple Leaf Organization is responsible for collecting it. As long as they pay enough gold coins, they can avoid conscription." "How nice," the curly-haired youth sighed. "These people will probably make quite a bit of money this time. There's nothing to be done, after all, they have Pure Yang Saint Physique backing them up." Linne paused, taking a piece of pastry and offering it to Sylvia. "The Maple Leaf Organization. Pure Yang Saint Physique. The absolution fee." In the impoverished memories of the original owner, there were only scattered fragments about this organization. It was a powerful organization controlling many high-level experts. They collected taxes on behalf of the Empire, holding privileges, and were favored by that empress. At that moment, the music in the hall changed to a soothing melody. Linne set down his empty wine glass, preparing to grab some food from the long table. The topic among the group of nobles suddenly took an absurd turn. What do you know? What's the point of human will? If you ask me, the taste of cowmen is the best. That feeling, that size, is simply irresistible. Cowmen are too heavy. Another noble retorted. Snake people are the real delicacy. The flexibility of their waists can achieve poses you can't even imagine, and their body temperature is low, making them particularly comfortable to embrace in summer. Linne twitched at the corners of his mouth. Good heavens, is this an XP exchange conference? Just then a curry-skinned noble holding a wine glass disdainfully joined the conversation. You all are too low class. You don't even understand what true thrill is. Oh, then what do you consider thrilling? The curry noble's eyes sparkled with fervor. He lowered his voice, filled with a certain sacred yearning. Have you all tried giant lizards? Linne unexpectedly spat out the red wine he had just sipped. The surrounding nobles instantly fell silent, staring at the curry noble with a look of disbelief. Giant lizards. Those things are tough-skinned and meaty, and they bite right. You don't understand this. The curry noble became increasingly excited. If you bind its mouth, that tightness, that shudder unique to cold-blooded creatures, is absolutely something humans can't provide. And goblins, as long as they are cleaned. Damn. Linne could no longer listen. Standing a few steps away, his stomach churned. What kind of nuclear waste are these people usually eating? This cross-species uncivilized indulgence would make Darwin wake up in the middle of the night to revise his theory of evolution. Not even giant lizards and goblins are spared. This is no longer perversion, it's a mutation in the genes of carbon-based life forms. Linne truly couldn't listen any longer. Fearing that if he listened any further he might not resist drawing his sword to cut down these pollutants of the air, he turned around, preparing to take Sylvia to the terrace outside for some fresh air. Ding! A crisp sound of glass striking echoed suddenly in the center of the hall. The originally noisy banquet hall fell silent instantly. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously, looking toward the source of the sound. Baron Set stood on the round platform in the center of the hall, holding a silver spoon and gently tapping a wine glass. The Baron cleared his throat and began his speech. Esteemed guests, welcome to the evening at Moonlight Lake Heart Island. Fine wine and exquisite delicacies are merely an appetizer. The real feast is just being served. He snapped his fingers. The red velvet curtain behind the high platform was drawn back, exposing 3 gigantic cages made of precision-forged steel. In the left cage, a pointy-eared, golden-haired, blue-eyed elf girl curled up in the corner, her ragged clothes and strikingly pale skin standing out. In the middle cage, a mermaid with a blue fishtail lay trembling beside the water tank, her long hair covered. In the right cage, a fox beastman with furry fox ears and a fluffy tail was baring its teeth at the outside. The audience erupted with enthusiastic cheers and whistles. These are rare treasures. Baron Set opened his arms, reveling in the crowd's fervor. Here we must give special thanks to Viscount Geoffrey and Viscount Epos. The elf and the mermaid are indeed the treasures generously provided by these two. In the front rows of the crowd, 2 middle-aged men dressed in luxurious formal attire raised their wine glasses, modestly acknowledging the praise from those around them. As per usual, Baron Set lowered his hands, signaling for silence. Tonight we will engage in something thrilling. The side door of the hall was pushed open. A fully armed escort drove in, nearly 100 female beastmen. Most of these beastmen had cat ears and long tails, wearing heavy iron shackles on their wrists and ankles, creating a clanging sound as they moved. These female beastmen were just recently purchased from slave traders captured from a beastman squad in the Western Territories. Baron Set pointed at the group of curled-up beastmen. The guards will unlock their leg shackles and drive them into the forest on the island. Whoever can catch the prey gets to keep it. You can take it home, or... The Baron elongated his tone, his expression extremely lewd. Just do it right there in the forest. The surrounding nobles erupted into knowing laughter, some already eagerly undoing their ties and removing their cumbersome coats. Not only that, the Baron raised his voice. The top 3 in hunting will receive the privilege of an exclusive experience with these 3 exquisite creatures in the cages. The atmosphere in the hall soared to a climax. Those nobles, usually well-dressed, transformed into lustful beasts. Unlock the leg shackles. Let them into the woods. The guard stepped forward, roughly jabbing keys into the heavy iron locks. The freed beastmen under the whip's crack cried out as they rushed toward the dark forest outside the hall. Linne sat on a sofa in the corner, holding a wine glass, coldly watching this farce. Master, they look so pitiful. Sylvia tugged at Linne's sleeve, her voice very soft. Linne squeezed her hand to soothe Sylvia's feelings. His gaze swept across the crowd on the platform. A system panel popped up automatically. Race half-elf rank, none talent plant affinity, E-race mermaid rank, none talent water manipulation. Race Cat Beastman, rank none, talent none. Just as Linne was about to withdraw his gaze, a cat beastman hiding at the back of the crowd looking dirty and disheveled caught his attention. At the moment the panel popped up, Linne's wine glass froze in midair. Name: Yila, race Golden Striped Tiger Clan, White Tiger Bloodline, rank level 1, illusionist, talent Yang, dual birth, remit, phantom D, purity 100, status hungry, calm, remarks descendant of the Golden Striped Tiger Clan royal family in the Beastman Kingdom. Due to the awakening of the thin divine beast White Tiger Bloodline, her fur shows a black and white color, which is regarded as ominous and weak by the royal family, leading to her being abandoned and forced onto the battlefield where she was captured. Currently using skills to disguise herself as an ordinary cat beastman. Condition met, condition met. Linne carefully scrutinized the beastman named Yila. She was not tall and blended in with the crowd of cat beastmen, appearing inconspicuous. Her cat ears drooped, her tail tucked between her legs, and her walking posture was unsteady, resembling a bottom-level slave scared out of her wits. But Linne noticed that the girl's gaze was very calm. While others screamed and cried, she only lowered her head, using the crowd as cover to diminish her presence. Interesting. Linne withdrew his gaze and downed the remaining red wine in his glass. Footsteps approached from the side. Baron Set came over holding a wine glass and leading a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in an exquisitely tailored dark silver silk suit, with a complex lace collar cascading down to his chin. His complexion was a pallid shade, as if deprived of sunlight for years, with puffy eye bags and unsteady steps clearly hollowed out by indulgence. My lord, Linne. Baron Set put on a warm smile from a distance of 2 steps, slightly bowing his palm open as he gestured towards the man beside him. Allow me to introduce you to the most esteemed guest of Hot Springs City, Lord Epos. Linne remained seated on the sofa, simply placing his empty glass on the low table beside him. I've long admired you. Linne uttered 2 words, showing no intention of standing up. According to noble etiquette, a baron should stand to greet a viscount. Baron Set's smile froze on his face. He was about to remind Linne, but noticed that Viscount Epos was not even looking at him. Viscount Epos' murky eyes were fixated on Sylvia, who stood behind Linne. Sylvia wore an ice blue high-neck evening gown that tightly wrapped around her exquisite figure. The dragon horns on her head were camouflaged with specially made ribbons revealing only the tips. Even so, her breathtaking figure and the exposed section of her snow-white neck still emanated a deadly. Feeling the sticky gaze upon her, Sylvia felt very uncomfortable. She furrowed her brow, stepped back half a pace behind Linne, and tugged at the hem of his coat. Only then did Viscount Epos shift his gaze to Linne and letting out a light laugh from his nose while toying with the ruby ring on his thumb. Baron Winston, am I right? Epos' voice carried a hint of arrogance. I don't like beating around the bush. I've taken a liking to the maid behind you. Make me an offer. Baron Set chimed in. My lord, Linne, Lord Epos is a grand noble from the imperial capital. To be noticed by him is a blessing for that maid. Lord Epos is known for his generosity. You can certainly ask for something substantial. Linne leaned back against the sofa and lifted his eyelids to regard the 2 of them, who were playing a duet. Not for sale. It was a clear and decisive refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. Viscount Epos halted his fiddling with the ring. The music in the hall continued to play, but the surrounding nobles who had been chatting coincidentally fell silent and quietly retreated 2 steps back. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Epos stepped forward, looking down at Linne. In this frozen land of the north, holding on to certain things can easily burn you. Gold coins, fiefs, or even a manor on the outskirts of the imperial capital. If you nod, these can be written in your name by tomorrow. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Just a woman. Exchanging for an opportunity to establish oneself in the imperial capital, even a 3-year-old could calculate that. Linne smiled. I'm not very good at arithmetic. But I do have one virtue: I protect my own. If Lord Epos wants a woman, he can choose from those with long tails and pointed ears on the stage, no problem. As for the one behind me, you can't afford her and wouldn't know how to handle her. Viscount Epos stared at Linne for a full 5 seconds. Very well. Epos suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter dry and harsh. Baron Winston, you have quite the personality. I truly admire your spirit. After saying this, he took a deep look at Sylvia, who was hiding behind Linne, and turned to leave with large strides. Baron Set quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and jogged to catch up. As the 2 left, the surrounding nobles immediately dispersed like they were avoiding a plague, fearful of being associated with Linne. Baron Set followed Epos, and after a distance he lowered his voice, filled with indignation. My lord, this kid is too full of himself. How dare he confront you like that, simply not putting you in his eyes. There's no need to get angry with a dead man. Epos stopped picking up a glass of wine from a passing servant's tray. He looked at the crimson liquid in the glass and spoke to the empty air beside him. Shadow Stabber. Suddenly the candlelight beside him flickered without warning. A shadow peeled away from the carpet, silently coalescing into a human shape. When the hunt begins, you will enter the forest and deal with that kid. Epos took a sip of wine, his tone casual. Remember, be quick and clean. Don't harm that little maid. I want her alive. Yes, a hoarse voice replied. As soon as the words fell, the shadow reabsorbed into the carpet, disappearing without a trace. Baron Set displayed a triumphant smile beside him. My lord is brilliant. Baron Set quickly flattered, already imagining Linne's tragic death. At this moment, the preparations for the hunting game in the center of the hall were nearing completion. Dozens of nobles gathered around the weapon rack excitedly, selecting bows and short knives. The attendants held on to large hunting dogs which, sensing the lingering scent of beastmen in the air, eagerly tugged at their chains and let out low growls. Hey, this composite bow is nice. I'm going to use it to shoot through that catgirl's leg. A chubby noble pulled back the bowstring, emitting a harsh laugh. Shooting legs is so boring. A tall, skinny man licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a sickly light. The faster those little kitties run, the more rewarding it feels when I catch them. I brought a special paralyzing poison. Oh, as long as I scratch their skin, they will become completely limp, just able to watch me. Filthy words filled the entire hall. Let's go. Linne stood up, leading Sylvia toward the forest. Sylvia closely followed him, her eyes filled with disgust as she looked at the frenzied nobles around her. The heavy oak door of the hall was slowly pushed open. Outside was a primitive forest shrouded in night. The moonlight was sliced into fragmented patches by the dense treetops, spilling onto the leaf-covered soil. The hunt begins. Baron Set stood on the high platform and forcefully swung his arm down. The hunting dogs barked wildly as they rushed out the door, and the nobles erupted in wolf-like cheers, rushing into the dark forest. Linne walked at the back of the crowd. He did not join the main force in pursuing the panicked beastmen, but turned around and walked toward a secluded path at the edge of the forest. Master, what exactly are we going to do? Sylvia finally couldn't help but speak up. She truly didn't understand why her master wanted to participate in such a boring and cruel game. Linne halted his steps, bringing up a system panel visible only to him. The red dot representing Ira was rapidly moving in the northeast direction on the map. From its trajectory, it was deliberately avoiding the search net of the main force, stealthily heading toward a more complex mountainous region. The night wind swept through the coniferous forest, carrying a whiff of the decaying leaves. In the distance, the frantic barking of hunting dogs mixed with the desperate cries of the beastmen. The hunting game had reached a fever pitch. Linne paid no heed to the fleeing prey, his gaze fixed solely on the system panel that only he could see. Master, we've strayed too far from the main force. Sylvia lifted her skirt, tiptoeing to avoid the puddles on the ground. Just follow me. Linne casually brushed aside the thorns blocking their path. The two walked forward for about 200 meters. Linne stopped and looked down. At his feet lay a pile of withered yellow leaves, among which rested a gray round stone. The surface of the stone was covered in moss, perfectly blending in with the surrounding earth. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary stone. That is, unless this stone didn't rise and fall in a regular rhythm and didn't have black fur peeking out. Linne bent down, fingers spread wide, grasping the top of the stone and pulling upwards. Mew! A soft cry emerged from the stone. The originally hard stone skin twisted and peeled away like water waves, the illusion shattered. What Linne held was not a stone at all, but a petite beast girl with black tiger ears and white hair. Her face was round, still bearing a hint of baby fat, and under the moonlight one could see the fine soft fur on her cheeks. Her large black eyes were wide open, both fierce and aggrieved, with a thin layer of mist gathering in her eye sockets. The little beast girl dangled in the air by the scruff of her neck, her black and white tail thrashing wildly behind her, her limbs flailing about like a windmill. Big bad guy. Let me go, meow. I want to bite you to death, meow. Ira clawed and bared her sharp little tiger teeth, glinting coldly in the moonlight. She tried to scratch Linne's face, but her short arms flailed helplessly in the air. Linne lifted her a little further away to prevent her muddy feet from kicking his clothes. Shut up, Linne threatened. If you keep shouting, I'll throw you into that group of nobles in the hall. Ira's movements came to an abrupt halt. She shrank, her neck fear filling her black pupils, her fluffy ears drooping helplessly, and even her tail had tucked between her legs. What? What do you want, meow? Ira's voice trembled, her eyes rimmed red. To save you, Linne said, placing her on the ground, while keeping a hand on her shoulder to prevent her from escaping. Ira looked up at Linne, in disbelief written all over her face. What kind of beings were human nobles? Saving people. They only skinned beastmen or used them as objects to release their desires. Linne took in her expression. You are very clear about your situation now. He raised two fingers, saying, I give you two options. First, you don't trust me. I will turn around and leave, and you can stay here as that flawed stone waiting to be found by hunting dogs and become someone else's trophy. Second, follow me, and I'll take you off this island. I promise I won't mistreat you. I'll provide you with meals, and I won't hit or scold you. Ira bit her lip, her gaze darting across Linne's face. Trust the master. Sylphia stepped out from behind Linne and squatted down in front of Ira. She reached up to move aside the specially designed ribbon on her head, revealing a pair of crystalline ice blue dragon horns. See, I'm also a beastman. The master treats everyone very well. In Frostfall Town, there are other beastman races, and everyone lives safely there. The familiar presence slightly relaxed Ira's tense nerves. She looked at Sylphia's dragon horns, and then glanced at Linne. In the distance, a piercing scream cut through the night sky. It was the wail of a beastman who had been captured. Ira shivered. She had no choice. Staying here meant certain death, but following this man seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. I'll go with you, meow. Ira lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Then can you let me go first, meow? Your grip on my shoulder hurts a lot. Linne was just about to withdraw his hand. Suddenly the bushes to the side exploded without warning. A shadow raced along the ground, moving at an incredible speed. The air was filled with the sharp whistle of a blade slicing through a short dagger aimed straight at Linne's lower back. Let go of my sister, meow. A shrill voice exploded in Linne's ear. He pivoted on his toes, sliding half a step to the left. The dagger grazed his coat, slicing off a small piece of fabric. With the missed strike, the assailant did not linger, using their ankle to push off the trunk and performing a half flip in the air, landing steadily in front of Ira. Sylphia reacted swiftly. The silver bracelet on her wrist transformed into a frost dragon spear, its tip aimed with piercing cold at the intruder's throat. Don't move. Sylphia narrowed her slit pupils, the killing intent locking onto the target. The newcomer hunched over, gripping the dagger backwards with both hands, shielding Ira firmly behind them, letting out a low growl to threaten Linne and Sylphia. Bathed in moonlight, Linne clearly saw the girl's appearance. She had the exact same face as Ira. The only difference was that her tiger ears were white, her hair was pure black, and her eyes exhibited a strange snow-white hue. One black, one white, like a mirror image. Sister, Ira exclaimed, grabbing the arm of the girl blocking her way. What are you doing here, meow? Ella did not turn around, her gaze fixed tightly on Linne's movements. Don't be afraid, sister, I'm here to save you, meow. Just hold them off for a moment and run towards the lake. Linne ignored Ella's hostility, his eyes sweeping past her head. The system panel popped up automatically. Name: Ella. Race: Golden Pattern Tiger Clan, White Tiger Bloodline. Yang. Rank: Tier 1 Assault Assassin. Talent: Yang. Dual Birth S. True Strike. D. Purity 100. Status: Alert. Remarks: Ira's twin sister, also possessing a thin divine beast White Tiger Bloodline. Conditions met. Linne raised an eyebrow slightly. A buy one get one free. Such good fortune unexpectedly fell upon him. Ella quickly put down the dagger. Meow. Ira was in a panic, stomping her feet vigorously, pushing down her sister's hand holding the dagger. He's not the one chasing me. He's here to save me, meow. Don't do anything reckless. Ella paused for a moment, turning to look at her sister. Save you? The vigilance in Ella's eyes had not completely faded, but there was an added layer of confusion. Will human nobles save beastmen? Sister, have you been controlled by some magic from him, meow? No, meow. Ira hurriedly explained, quickly recounting what had just happened. After hearing her sister's words, Ella finally loosened her grip on the dagger. She turned her head and examined Linne, and again her eyes gradually reddening. How did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to be in Team 2? Ilya looked at her sister, covered in mud and scratches on her clothes, and tenderly wiped the dirt from her face. This phrase became the last straw that broke Ella's spirit. She threw away the dagger, embraced Ilya tightly, and her suppressed sobs echoed in the night. Tears mixed with mud formed two clear white streaks on her dirty little face. After the news of the first team's defeat and capture returned, I begged Father to send someone to rescue you. Ella buried her head in Ilya's shoulder, her voice breaking. But no one was willing. Father said we were a disgrace to the royal family. Dying outside would save the family food. Ella cried harder, her fingers gripping Ilya's clothes tightly. The Grand Elder even mocked us, saying it was deserved to be captured by humans. They don't care about our lives at all, woo woo woo. I had no choice but to run out myself, relying on our twin connection to find my way here. Ilya listened to her sister's lament, and her trembling body gradually calmed down. She gently patted Ella's back, just like when she used to lull her to sleep as a child. Stop crying. Ilya's voice was surprisingly calm. See, I'm fine. Since they don't treat us as family, we won't go back this time. She raised her head to look at Linne, who was standing a few steps away. My lord. Ilya changed her address, her tone carrying a plea. You just said you were willing to take me away, provide food, and not hit or scold us. Is that still true? Linne nodded. Then, can you take my sister in as well? Ilya pulled Ella closer to her. We eat very little, work hard, and can serve as your guards. As long as you don't separate us, we are willing to do anything. Linne's gaze fell on the two sisters clinging to each other. Even without her saying it, he had already intended to keep Ella as well. but he put on a conflicted expression. All right, seeing your strong sisterly bond, I will take you both. Ella wiped her tears and gratitude appeared in her eyes as she looked at Linne. She bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground and skillfully sheathed it back on her thigh. Thank you, my lord. From now on, Ella's life belongs to you. The deal was struck. Linne turned to lead the three back the way they came to rendezvous with Vivian across the moonlight lake. Suddenly a light laughter came from not far away. There are actually two rare gems that seems my brothers are in for a treat this time. A man in black emerged from the shadows without warning, twirling a short knife, grinning lewdly at Ilya and Ella. Linne immediately accessed the panel. Name Shadow Assassin, race human, level tier 3, Shadow Assassin, status murderous, intent locked, remarks a subordinate raised by Viscount Epos, skilled in assassination and stealth. Just as Linne was about to speak, the Shadow Assassin's form instantly vanished from sight. A barely audible sound of slicing through the air could be heard. The Shadow Assassin reappeared next to Linne. The speed was too fast. Linne had no time to evade and instinctively activated the 9 turns Pure Yang body, his muscles tensing to the utmost. Shoo! The short knife tore through his coat, carving a deep gash on Linne's shoulder. Blood surged out instantly. Huh! The Shadow Assassin let out a puzzled exclamation. This strike clearly used all his strength and should have severed the boy's entire arm, yet it merely cut through flesh, not even breaking the bone. Master! Sylvia's eyes widened, her ice blue irises turning vertical as she completed her dragon transformation. The silver bracelet on her wrist transformed into the frost dragon spear, imbued with violent coldness, and fiercely thrust toward the Shadow Assassin's throat. The Shadow Assassin chuckled softly, melding into the shadows. The dragon spear missed, leaving a thick layer of frost on the ground. The Shadow Assassin darted through the shadows like a wraith, continuously appearing from blind spots. Linne's body was soon marked with several wounds, blood quickly staining his clothes. Ilya and Ella were frantic. As first-tier beings, they couldn't see the movements of the third-tier assassin, completely at a loss. Big bad guy, run quickly! Ilya cried, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't panic. Linne spat out a mouthful of blood, his mind racing. Without any attribute advantage, a heated fight was absolutely unwinnable. He communicated with the system. Exchange barrier-breaking talisman, 600 dual cultivation points. Linne slapped the talisman onto his chest. A faint light flashed before his eyes, and a semi-transparent outline appeared in the previously empty air to his right. The Shadow Assassin seemed bored, no longer toying with them, and suddenly leaped out of the shadows. The short knife, gleaming with deadly cold light, aimed straight for Linne's throat. Seeing Linne's unresponsive face, the Shadow Assassin's smile fully blossomed. Just as the blade was about to touch the skin. Exchange golden armor talisman, 800 dual cultivation points. Armor breaking talisman, 800 dual cultivation points. Linne slapped the golden armor talisman onto himself, while pressing the armor breaking talisman onto the blade of his inferior flying sword. Ding! The assassin's assured strike failed to sever Linne's neck. The rebounding force even caused his hand to split open. The cold smile on the Shadow Assassin's face froze in an instant. That brief moment of shock became the last mistake of his life. The inferior flying sword in Linne's hand, glowing with the dark golden light of the armor-breaking talisman, pierced directly through the assassin's chest. At the same time, Sylvia's frost dragon spear, filled with violent coldness, brutally stabbed into the assassin's abdomen from the side, effectively giving him a double penetration. The assassin's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opened as if trying to say something, but instead a torrent of blood mixed with internal organs burst forth. His head slumped to the side, completely lifeless. Linne withdrew the flying sword, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. He quickly activated the 9 turns Pure Yang body to mobilize the Pure Yang energy within him, sealing the acupuncture points around the wound to stop the bleeding. Sylvia kicked the corpse off her dragon spear and rushed to Linne, her eyes reddened as she checked his injuries. Linne wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. He glanced at the corpse on the ground. The plan has changed. Linne frowned. Such a commotion will definitely attract the third-tier guards of other viscounts in the castle. If we get surrounded, we'll be trapped. He took out the diamond-shaped black communication crystal. Dong Yao, I am Dong Guai. The situation has changed. Vivian's tense voice immediately came through the crystal. Have you run into trouble? Just a small problem already resolved. You need to immediately summon the skeleton army, have Mokto lead them, pretending to attack the center island of Moonlight Lake. Linne spoke rapidly. Remember, have Mokto and the skeletons conceal their holy light aura, disguising themselves as ordinary undead invaders. Let Marcus take people to the northern shore to provide support. Understood. Vivian didn't waste a single word and directly cut off the communication. Linne turned to look at the still dazed Isla and Era. The two Beast Girl maidens clearly had not yet recovered from the bloody counterattack that had just occurred. Do you want to save your companions? Isla nodded vigorously. Wait, there will be chaos on the island soon. Take advantage of the confusion to notify those who are still alive and let them run northward to the island. Yes, the sisters exclaimed in unison. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the dock on the southern side of the island, flames soaring into the sky. The undead are coming. Run! Someone shouted, and the nobles who had been excitedly hunting in the forest instantly lost their courage, scrambling towards the castle in a panic. Inside the castle hall, the music abruptly stopped. A blood-soaked servant tumbled in, collapsing at the feet of Baron Set. My lord, this is bad. A large number of undead have appeared outside, led by a third-tier undead knight. Our guards are no match for them. What a... Baron Set's face turned pale, and the wine glass in his hand shattered on the ground. How could a third-tier undead appear here? The nobles in the hall erupted into chaos, screams rising and falling. Viscount Apes was so frightened that he trembled all over, shouting without any semblance of composure. Shadow Dagger. Where is Shadow Dagger? Come protect me. There was no response in the air. My lord Apes, do not panic. Viscount Geoffrey approached with a wine glass, flanked by two burly third-tier warriors. I've brought people. They will ensure our safety. Other noble lords also called forth their high-tier guard. Several third-tier powerhouses surrounded the core nobles, forming a protective zone. With a sense of security, the terror on the nobles' faces vanished instantly. They resumed their lofty, arrogant demeanor, as if they had not just fled in panic. Seeing this, Baron Set hurriedly approached, pleading, Ladies and gentlemen, my guards are only second-tier at most, and they cannot stop a third-tier undead knight. I beg you to send a few of your lords to hold them off. What do you mean, Baron Winston? Viscount Apes snorted coldly, adjusting his disheveled collar. Our safety is the priority. As for your guards, if they die, they die. As lowly beings, it is their honor to sacrifice themselves to protect us. Exactly, they are just a bunch of garbage. Viscount Geoffrey chimed in. Baron Set's heart bled, but he dared not voice his anger. He could only despairingly look towards the direction of the sky, filled with flames, praying that the undead would leave soon. North of Moonlight Lake Island, Sylphia stood by the shore, her hands pressed against the water's surface. Frost magic surged wildly, freezing the lake at a visible speed, forming a solid ice bridge 3 meters wide that connected to the opposite shore. Urgent footsteps echoed from the forest. Isla and Era charged out with over 60 surviving catgirls. In just half an hour of the hunting game, many catgirls had already met a tragic end at the hands of the nobles. Of those remaining, some bore arrow wounds, others were disheveled, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Hurry! On the bridge! Linne stood at the bridgehead, directing them. The catgirls supported each other as they stepped onto the ice bridge, sprinting towards the opposite shore. On the other side, Marcus had raised torches with his guards, waiting to escort them to Frostfall Town. Watching the last catgirl leave, Linne did not retreat immediately. He turned with Sylphia, Isla, and Era and climbed to the highest hill by Moonlight Lake. Linne held a fine steel longbow he had taken from the guards. At the castle's main entrance, Viscount Apes was looking around the courtyard, seemingly still searching for the missing Shadow Dagger. Dog, it's time to collect some interest. Linne sneered, drawing the bowstring. The 9 turns Pure Yang body circulated wildly, pouring Pure Yang power into the arrow without reservation. The ordinary fine steel arrowhead was instantly enveloped in a blinding golden light, the surrounding air slightly distorting due to the high temperature. Linne narrowed his eyes, aiming at Viscount Apes' slightly Mediterranean head. He released the string. Whoosh! The golden meteor streaked across the night sky, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, instantly covering hundreds of meters. Viscount Apes only felt a flash before his eyes, not even having time to scream. Bang! That noble head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer. Red and white viscera splattered all over the nobles nearby. The headless corpse swayed a couple of times, then fell stiffly into a pool of blood. The entire front of the castle fell into a deathly silence. After a full 3 seconds, terrified screams erupted into the sky. The Viscount is dead. There's an assassin. Protect me. The nobles who had been so high and mighty just moments before collapsed instantly, some even wetting their pants in fear, scrambling to crawl away. Linne stood atop the clock tower, drawing another arrow, initially intending to shoot Baron Set as well. However, seeing that he was already thoroughly shielded by several third-tier guards, he had to regret. Linne stood atop the clock tower, drawing another arrow, initially intending to shoot Baron Set as well. However, seeing that he was already thoroughly shielded by several third-tier guards, he had to regretfully abandon the idea. You're lucky to be alive. Linne put away the longbow. Let's go retreat. The 4 quickly fled towards Frostfall Town. The wheels crunched over the gravel road, producing a monotonous creaking sound. Having distanced themselves from Moonlight Lake Island, the distant flames were obscured by thick tree canopies, and the sounds of shouting and magical clashes faded into the night. Inside the carriage, Linne leaned against the cushion, pulling out a communication crystal from his storage space. How is it, Dong Yao? Linne lowered his voice to avoid waking the person seated across from him. A one-sided massacre. The crystal transmitted Vivian's characteristic, clear voice. Baron Set's base has been almost completely wiped out. However, your voice was a bit loud earlier. Were you injured? Just a minor scrape. Oh, we will retreat as planned. See you in Frostfall Town. Receive. Linne put away the crystals, studying Isla and Aira in the dim light of the carriage. The twin sisters curled up on the long seat, holding each other for warmth. The relaxation after the intense tension combined with exhaustion from their long dash caused the twins to fall into a deep sleep. Sylphia knelt on the cushion, holding a small porcelain bottle, her eyes red. Enough, stop crying, or you'll flood the carriage with your tears. Linne reached out and flicked her forehead. Sylphia sniffed, using her fingertip to scoop out a bit of light green ointment, gently applying it to the wound on Linne's shoulder. Does it hurt? She asked. It's all right. This healing ointment was exchanged from the system shop using 200 double cultivation points just earlier. The effect was immediate. Upon contact with the wound, the cooling sensation overpowered the pain, and the flesh visibly healed at an astonishing speed. While applying the ointment, Linne summoned the system panel to pull up Isla and Aira's information again. The light screen lit up, and the information of the two girls was not displayed separately as usual. Instead, it merged into a brand new interface. Name: Yiliela. Race: Golden Pattern Tiger. Clan: Divine Beast White Tiger. Bloodline: Yinyang. Rank: First Rank Illusionist. First Rank Assault Assassin. Talent: Yinyang. Dual Birth S. Both parties within 100 meters can share vision skills, distribute damage, and exchange magical power. Residual: Phantom Body D. True Strike D. Purity 100. Status: Deep Sleep, Slight Malnutrition. Note: the twins inherited the extreme Yin and extreme Yang bloodlines of the Divine Beast White Tiger. Due to the excessively thin bloodline, the original body is weak. Evolution path: simultaneously absorb White Tiger's sacred blood supplemented by Pure Yang power for Yin-Yang harmonization. This can completely activate the Divine Beast bloodline and achieve ancestral evolution. Linne stared at the last line on the panel, his temples throbbing. Divine Beast White Tiger. But there are no Divine Beast White Tigers in this world. Where can I find its blood? However, since the system has provided evolution conditions, there must be a solution. He opened the system mall and entered White Tiger Sacred Blood in the search bar. Item: Divine Beast White Tiger Sacred Blood. Price: 5,000 dual cultivation points. Drop. Description: contains the true blood of the White Tiger's essence, unrivaled and capable of reshaping the flesh and purifying the bloodline. Linne glanced at the balance in the upper right corner of his panel: 8,566. This was the result of his hard work with Zirwaya day and night, plus a bit saved from before. He originally thought of saving up to 10,000 points to exchange for a mid-grade flying sword in the mall to enhance his combat power. Now a single drop of White Tiger Sacred Blood costs 5,000 points. His current balance cannot even afford 2 drops. Moreover, is 2 drops really enough to purify the bloodline? Linne rubbed his forehead. Since the note mentioned absorbing sacred blood and supplemented by Pure Yang power. If the sacred blood is insufficient, can a large amount of Pure Yang power compensate? At worst, he would just have to work overtime a few more times. He glanced at Zirwaya, who was still diligently applying medicine to him. It seems that the upcoming nights in Luoshuang Town will be busier than usual. Master, the medicine has been applied. Zirwaya put away the ointment. Linne moved his shoulders. The effect of the healing ointment was excellent, and the wound had already scabbed. As long as he did not engage in vigorous movements, it would not affect his actions. Well done. Linne casually pulled Zirwaya into his embrace, letting her sit on his lap. Zirwaya gasped, her cheeks immediately flushed with 2 shades of red, instinctively glancing at the 2 sisters who were still fast asleep across from them. Don't worry, they're sleeping like dead pigs. Linne lowered his head and blew a breath near Zirwaya's ear. After causing such a ruckus this time, we must quickly enhance our strength. Zirwaya's ears instantly turned bright red, and even her ice blue dragon horns seemed to blush slightly. Zirwaya, we'll work hard to help the master. The little dragon girl buried her head into Linne's chest, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The sound of the carriage wheels rolling over the bluestone road of Luoshuang Town was especially clear in the quiet early hours of the night. Linne pushed open the carriage door, and the night breeze blew against his face, refreshing his somewhat dazed brain due to blood loss. Marcus had long been waiting outside the lord's mansion. Seeing Linne get out of the carriage, he immediately approached. My lord, the matter you instructed has been taken care of. Marcus lowered his voice and pointed towards the southern direction. Those rescued cat beast men have all been settled in the empty houses to the south. Aunt Marcia sent people with hot soup and clean clothes, and also lit the fireplace. However, Marcus paused, his expression troubled. Their emotions are very unstable. Aunt Marcia can only let the maidservants go in to take care of them, but the effect is not very good. Many people are unwilling to eat even a meal. Linne nodded, indicating his understanding. Having just escaped from that hellish hunting ground, they are currently in a state of stress, which cannot be alleviated by just a bowl of hot soup. Well done. Linne turned around and knocked on the wooden door of the carriage. Yila and Ayla walked out, rubbing their eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar buildings and fully armed guards around them, the sisters immediately sobered up, sticking back to back and instinctively reaching for the outer sides of their thighs. We are home. Oh, put away your claws. Linne pointed south. Your kin are very frightened right now and need someone to comfort them. You two are the most suitable. Yila looked at Linne and then at Marcus, confirming that these people really had no ill intentions before her tensed shoulders finally relaxed. Well, go now, meow. Yila grabbed her sister's hand and followed Marcus towards the south. After taking 2 steps, Linne called out to Marcus. Enhance the patrols around the town, especially to the south. No outsiders are allowed near the settlement tonight. Those who violate the order will be thrown into the dungeon. Understood, my lord. Marcus acknowledged the order and left. After arranging everything, Linne let out a long sigh of relief. He took Zirwaya towards the lord's mansion, planning to quickly take a shower and change clothes. Just as they reached the front yard, a light and quick footstep came from the side door. Vivian, dressed in convenient black leather armor, had her high ponytail swaying in the night breeze. There were still several gray smudges on her face, but her eyes were bright, and she seemed unusually excited. Linne, you should have seen the ridiculous faces of those nobles. Vivian began to boast from a distance, walking lightly towards Linne. Makoto had just stepped the hooves of the skeletal horse on the island, and that group of nobles was so scared they rolled and crawled. A fat man got stuck right in. Vivian's words halted mid-sentence. Her smile slowly faded, her gaze fixed on Linne. There were several long cuts on his outerwear, made by sharp, especially on the right shoulder. The surrounding fabric had long been saturated with blood, turning a glaring dark red. The smell of blood in the air, even though it had been somewhat dispersed by the night breeze, was still clearly detectable. Vivian took a step forward, closing the distance to less than half a meter from Linne. Did you not say? It was just a skin injury. Vivian's voice was very soft. It is indeed just a skin injury. Linne smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. It looks worse than it is, as Zirwaya has already applied medicine for me. Vivian didn't listen to what he was saying at all. She directly reached out, grabbing the edge of Linne's outerwear and brushing it aside. Is this called a skin injury? Vivian lifted her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. It's really nothing. Linne extended his left hand, holding Vivian's hand that was paused in midair. The ointment works very well. It will be fine in a couple of days without even leaving a scar. Vivian allowed him to hold her hand, not pulling away. Suddenly, she took a step forward, pressing her body against Linne. Linne had not yet reacted when he felt a warmth on his left shoulder, which was unharmed. Vivian opened her mouth and bit down hard on his left shoulder through his clothing. This, Linne winced in pain. This woman bites hard. Her teeth penetrated the fabric and sank into the muscle of his shoulder. Linne wrapped his right arm around her waist to prevent her from losing her balance. Vivian's face was buried in his neck. Linne could feel her warm breath against his skin. She quickly released her bite, but did not immediately pull away. Instead, she rested her forehead against Linne's shoulder and paused for a few seconds. Next time, don't take risks. Vivian's voice carried a hint of sobbing. And don't lie to me. You promised you would call me if you encountered trouble. All right, I promise. Linne gently patted her back. Vivian finally took a step back. She turned her head away, not looking into Linne's eyes, and randomly wiped at the corner of her eye. This time I'll let you off. Vivian sniffed, regaining her usual demeanor. I'm going to take a shower. I'm covered in sweat and smell terrible. You better clean yourself up quickly. With that, she turned and left her steps much quicker than before, almost in a panic. Linne stood in place, rubbing the clear bite mark on his left shoulder, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, a soft laugh came from beside him. Linne turned his head and saw Zirwaya standing 2 steps away, her hands folded in front of her, her icy blue eyes brimming with uncontainable mirth. Oh! Linne raised an eyebrow, taking a step closer to Zirwaya. Are you daring to mock your master? Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Zirwaya instinctively took a step back, but Linne had already reached out, wrapping an arm around her waist and lifting her horizontally. Aunt! Zirwaya gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Linne's neck. Master, your injury hasn't healed yet. That's why I punish you by making you help me bathe. Linne carried her toward the bathroom, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zirwaya buried her face in Linne's chest, mumbling softly, I didn't mock my master. The bathroom in the Lord's mansion was spacious, with a bathing pool made entirely of solid white stone in the center. Linne placed Zirwaya on the stone platform at the edge of the bathing pool. The marble felt a bit cool to the touch, causing Zirwaya to pull her legs in slightly. Master, my clothes are wet. Zirwaya pointed at the hem of her skirt. If it's wet, then take it off. Linne's gaze fell upon the ribbon at her chest. He reached out slowly, untying the knot. The ribbon slipped away, revealing a pair of crystal-clear, icy blue dragon horns. Linne's fingers slid through her silvery long hair, intentionally or unintentionally brushing against the tips of the dragon horns. Zirwaya's breath immediately quickened. Linne's fingers slid through her silvery long hair, intentionally or unintentionally brushing against the tips of the dragon horns. Zirwaya's breath immediately quickened. Zirwaya nodded. She stood up, her fingers touching the buttons of Linne's coat. The temperature in the bathroom was rising, and the steam blurred her vision. Linne could hear Zirwaya's slightly hurried breathing, amplified infinitely in this enclosed space. Finally, the coat was stripped away and tossed onto the nearby wooden rack. Linne was left wearing only a thin shirt. He unbuttoned the collar himself and then looked at Zirwaya. Zirwaya's face was already flushed like it would bleed. She turned her back, her hands reaching around to feel for the zipper of her dress. The sound of the metal zipper sliding was particularly clear amidst the sound of water. The icy blue fabric slid down her smooth back, pooling at her feet. Linne stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her from behind. He lowered his head, his lips hovering near Zirwaya's ear, not touching, but allowing the breath of his words to brush against her skin. "The water temperature is just right," Linne said. Zirwaya felt her legs go a bit weak. She turned around, unable to meet Linne's gaze, and stepped directly into the bathing pool. The hot water reached her chest, bringing a brief sense of security. But soon ripples spread across the surface as Linne joined her in the water. Their knees brushed against each other beneath the water. With each contact, Zirwaya instinctively shrank back a little, but Linne quickly followed her lead. With no retreat left, Zirwaya's back pressed against the cool pool wall. Linne took a towel from the nearby rack, wetting it before gently wiping away the droplets of water from Zirwaya's shoulder. His movements were extremely slow, the towel gliding over her collarbone and sliding down its contours. This deliberate torment felt more unbearable than direct contact. Zirwaya felt as if the frost magic within her was being evaporated by the heat in the bathroom. She raised her head only to meet Linne's eyes filled with a teasing smile. "Master." Zirwaya's voice was pleading. "Did you not say you would help me wash?" Linne handed her. "Why did you retreat to the corner?" Zirwaya held the warm towel, slowly moving in front of Linne. She avoided the wound on her right shoulder, gently wiping his body. Suddenly Linne reached out and grasped her wrist. Water splashed everywhere. Linne exerted a slight pull, drawing Zirwaya toward him. Due to inertia, Zirwaya fell into Linne's embrace, her hands instinctively pressing against his chest. Their distance was instantly reduced to zero. In the misty water, Linne looked down at the face so close to him. Water droplets clung to Zirwaya's eyelashes, trembling gently with her breaths. Linne said nothing. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against Zirwaya's, stopping just an inch away from her. Zirwaya closed her eyes, her fingers gripping Linne's arm, tightening subtly. After waiting for a full 5 seconds, that kiss still did not descend. Zirwaya opened her eyes in confusion, only to see the mischievous smile in Linne's eyes. "My little maid, you are quite unfocused today." After finishing his words, Linne no longer gave her any chance to escape. He grasped the back of Zirwaya's head and leaned down for a kiss. The sound of water drowned out everything else in the bathroom. The pure yang power and frost magic began to intertwine in the small space, the temperature alternating between scorching and freezing. The frequency of the rippling water increased. The pool water continuously spilled over the edges, flowing toward the drain along the marble tiles. Linne felt as if he were caught in a vortex of ice and fire. The frost dragon blood within Zirwaya surged into his meridians like a clear cold spring, while his own pure yang sacred body enveloped and refined this cold spring, ultimately transforming it into pure spiritual energy. During this time, Linne had hardly stopped practicing the yin-yang harmony technique. Combined with the life and death struggle on Moonlight Lake Island tonight, that extreme state of walking on the edge of a knife had completely activated the pure yang power within him. At the moment when the last trace of frost power was completely merged with the pure yang fire, a dull roar echoed within Linne. Foundation establishment 8th level. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense power coursing through his limbs. The deep wound on his right shoulder had fully scabbed and flaked off under the nourishment of pure yang power, leaving only a faint white mark. Outside the window, the sky was already starting to brighten. Linne turned his head. Zirwaya curled up beside him, sleeping soundly. Her icy blue hair was scattered on the pillow with a trace of unshed tears at the corners of her eyes, remnants from being pushed to the extreme in the bathroom last night. Linne did not wake her. He gently lifted the blanket, slipped on a bathrobe, and sat down on the single sofa by the window. With a thought, the system panel unfolded before his eyes. Host Linne Winston, Cultivation Level Foundation Establishment 8th Level Physique SS Grade Pure Yang Sacred Body Dual Cultivation Points Balance 10086. Linne stared at that balance number, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the sofa. Linne turned off the panel and stood up from the sofa. The daylight outside had brightened, and the cool morning breeze flowed in through the half-open window, dispersing the lingering warmth. On the bed, Sylvia turned over tightly, wrapping herself in the blanket, her breathing steady and deep. Linne put on his coat and pushed open the door. At the end of the corridor, the intelligence officer Raven was rubbing his hands and pacing back and forth. The lad had been left outside the hot spring city last night to gather information, and the dark circles under his eyes revealed his exhaustion, yet his spirit was unusually high. Hearing footsteps, Raven approached, lowering his voice to report. "My lord, the hot spring city is in chaos." Linne gestured for him to speak as they walked. Raven vividly described the turmoil of the previous night. Ever since Mokto retreated with the undead, the nobles had fled back to the hot spring city in a panic. Before dawn, the carriages of various viscounts and barons filled the road leading out of the city. "You should have seen the scene." Raven gestured with his hands, speaking animatedly. In the rush to leave the city, several teams of coaches' men were cracking their whips at each other at the city gate, while the guards drew their swords against each other, almost starting a fight among themselves. The hot spring city is now completely sealed off, with the gates tightly shut and heavy barriers falling at every entrance. After listening, Linne did not stop passing through the hall toward the courtyard. The invasion of undead had muddied the waters. The nobles were now on high alert, filled with the terrifying shadows of third-tier undead knights, neglecting the search for the missing cat beast men. Frostfall Town had ample time to digest the results of this battle, while continuing with the plans for Golden Spike City. Go to the treasury and get a gold coin, buy some good meat and wine for yourself, then go back and catch up on sleep. Linne patted Raven on the shoulder. "Thank you, my lord." Raven beamed as he stepped back, walking briskly toward the treasury. Linne walked through the front yard, heading south along the stone path. From a distance, he could smell the aroma of rice porridge wafting through the air. Aunt Marcia was directing several maids, setting a large iron pot over an open area, steam rising. The cat girls were lined up in a long queue, holding wooden bowls. They had changed into coarse linen clothes, their faces washed clean of dirt, but the fear in their eyes had not dissipated. Whenever a villager approached, the line would stir slightly, their furry ears flattening against their heads, tails tightly wrapped around their legs. Clang! A sharp sound broke the morning tranquility. At the front of the line, a younger cat girl trembled, spilling the hot porridge onto the ground, her bowl shattering in two. The young villager who had served her the porridge instinctively reached out to help. "Don't touch me!" The cat girl screamed, stepping back, repeatedly tripping over her own feet and falling to the ground. This outburst ignited the suppressed emotions. The cat beast men in the back retreated, some hissing and growling, protecting the fallen companion in the middle. The villager holding the ladle froze in place, caught between indecision, looking helplessly at Aunt Marcia. Aunt Marcia sighed, about to step forward to comfort them, when Linne had already parted the crowd. "Step back," Linne said to the villagers. They sighed in relief, quickly retreating behind the iron pot. Linne did not approach the agitated cat girls, standing 3 steps away, his gaze sweeping over their wary faces. 2 petite figures squeezed out from the crowd. Ira and Ella ran up to Linne. After a night's rest, the sisters appeared much more invigorated. After washing the dirt off her face, Ella revealed her exceptionally delicate features, her white tiger ears twitching slightly with her movements. Ira, with her black hair and drooping black cat ears, looked even more pitiful. Linne looked at the sisters, saying, "The emotions of your kind are quite unstable." Ella clenched her fists, her white tiger ears perked up, a low growl emanating from her throat. "Frostfall Town is too small," Linne considered the state of the... Ella clenched her fists, her white tiger ears perked up, a low growl emanating from her throat. "Frostfall Town is too small," Linne considered the state of the cat girls. "The commoners in the town do not have the perverse tastes of the nobles, but prejudice still exists. You've been cooped up in this small storage area for too long. Trouble will arise sooner or later." Ira's eyes showed panic. "My lord, are you going to drive us away?" "My lord, we eat very little and work very hard. Please don't drive us away." Ella urgently grabbed Linne's sleeve. "If I wanted to drive you away, I wouldn't have gone through the effort of bringing you back last night." Linne pointed northward. "I plan to relocate you all to Golden Spike City. Recently we just took it back from the undead, and there are still large areas of the district that haven't been cleared." Linne explained. "I will designate an area for you, and you will be responsible for cleaning and repairing it. That will be your residence from now on." He paused for a moment, giving the twins time to digest the information. "There will be enough space and independent living area. For now, you won't need to mix with human commoners. Once you establish your territory and stabilize your emotions, we can consider interacting with the outside world. During this time, Frostfall Town will provide food and tools." Ira's eyes gradually brightened. A home of their own. No need to live in fear, no need to face the strange looks from humans. Really? Ella interjected, her tail swaying uncontrollably. "I never joke about territorial planning." Linne looked at them. "But we don't know the way." What if we encounter beasts or the private armies of other nobles? I will have Marcus lead the team. Linne pointed to the guards assembling in the distance. Half of the guards will accompany a group of villagers willing to venture to Golden Spike City to help settle in with you. They will also have duties to guard and rebuild in Golden Spike City. If trouble arises, seek Marcus for help. Ira nodded vigorously. Understood. Go explain everything clearly to your kin. Eat your fill and prepare to set off. Ira and Ella stood up, turning to walk toward the group of cat girls who were still trembling. Ira spoke quickly in beastman language, her voice soft and soothing. Ella gestured beside her, occasionally flicking her white tail, trying to dispel the fears of her companions. As Linne's orders were given, the entire Frostfall town quickly sprang into action. One by one, carts filled with food, tools, and winter supplies gathered in front of the Lord's mansion. Marcus shouted loudly, directing the guards to maintain order. With Ira and Ella's reassurance, the cat girls, though still apprehensive, obediently climbed onto the carts. Linne stood at the window of the study on the second floor of the Lord's mansion, looking down at the bustling scene below. The sounds of wheels rolling over the stone path, the neighing of horses, and the shouts of villagers intertwined, creating a vibrant tapestry. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Ira and Ella pushed open the wooden door and walked into the study, feeling a bit nervous. The clan has been calmed down, meow. Isla said, her voice tinged with tension. Everyone is willing to go to Jeansway City. Linne picked up a bone china teacup from the table and took a sip of warm black tea. The reason I called you here is that there is something important to discuss. Linne set down the teacup, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the two. You are too weak right now. You don't even have the ability to protect your own clan. This statement was blunt, leaving no room for feelings. Isla lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. Ayla, on the other hand, clenched her jaw tightly, her white tiger ears drooping down. With first-level strength, there was no room for resistance in front of the nobles' guards, otherwise they wouldn't have been assigned to the cannon fodder camp by their family. But I can help you become stronger. Linne flipped his palm over. 2 drops of dark golden blood quietly floated in his hand. The surface of the blood shimmered with a strange halo, and an ancient, domineering pressure instantly filled the entire study. Isla and Ayla's bodies trembled uncontrollably. It was a tremor that originated from the depths of their bloodline. The thin white tiger bloodline crazily fermented at this moment, yearning to devour the dark golden liquid before them. Ayla's breathing became heavy, the white light in her pupils intensified, and her fingernails elongated uncontrollably. 2 abnormal blushes crept onto her cheeks, as if something deep within her was quietly melting. Ayla's breathing became heavy, the white light in her pupils intensified, and her fingernails elongated uncontrollably. 2 abnormal blushes crept onto her cheeks, as if something deep within. A wave of heat rose from her lower abdomen, spreading along her spine to her limbs, making her feel half weak. She bit her lower lip, letting out a whimper as soft as a mosquito's cry. The extreme desire made them lose their reason, their instincts compelling them to lunge towards Linne's palm. Linne flipped his wrist, and the 2 drops of holy blood vanished in an instant, absorbed into his spatial ring. The pressure dissipated. A sudden drop in intensity enveloped the 2 sisters, causing their previously taut bodies to relax abruptly. The only sounds left in the study were their heavy breaths. Their cold sweat soaked their clothes, and they slumped weakly in their chairs. The surging heat and soreness from before had not entirely faded away. Instead, after the sudden release, it transformed into a wave of tingling sensations that slowly enveloped their bodies, leaving them feeling weak and limp. Their fingertips trembled slightly, their eyes misting over, their expressions dazed and unfocused. Their chests heaved violently, and their legs under the skirts were still twitching slightly. After a long time, Isla barely managed to regain a shred of clarity. What was that just now, meow? Her eyes were filled with shock and an unmistakable aftertaste. It was something that could transform you completely. Linne leaned back against the chair. His gaze swept over their flushed faces, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. It can completely activate the bloodline within you, completing an ancestral evolution. Ayla swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on Linne's finger adorned with a ring, her face, still slightly flushed, deepened in color. Give it to us, meow. The voice still carried a huskiness from just recovering. I beg you. Isla also forced herself to sit up straight. Her legs were still trembling, but her gaze remained fervently fixed on Linne. Why should I give it to you? Linne countered. The value of this thing is worth more than the entire Luoshuang town, for just a drop. What can you give me? The 2 sisters were stunned. Indeed, what could they offer? I can work for you, meow. I can help you manage the territory, farm cook. You'll do any dirty or hard work. Isla said eagerly, her tail unconsciously wrapping around the chair leg. I can help you fight, meow. Anyone who dares to provoke you will go assassinate them. My life is yours. Ayla added, not willing to be outdone. And loyalty, meow. Isla supplemented, the genuine tiger clan will never betray their benefactor. Listening to these promises, Linne gently shook his head. Working. The Washuang town does not lack labor. Fighting. A first-level assassin can't even defeat a decent guard. As for loyalty in the face of absolute interest, empty words are worth the least. Not enough, Linne gave his evaluation. The light in the sisters' eyes dimmed as a sense of helplessness surged in their hearts. They had nothing. Linne looked at their dejected expressions and did not continue to pressure them. Go help Marcia arrange the transport for the cat girls. Linne waved his hand, signaling them to leave. During this time, think carefully about what you can give me. Once you've figured it out, come find me again. Isla and Ayla stood up and walked out of the study in a daze. The door of the study was gently closed, isolating the noise outside. Linne walked to the window and looked at Isla and Ayla walking side by side towards the square. He was not in a hurry. The dual cultivation of pure yang power required both parties to be completely willing and mentally compatible. Forcing it would only have the opposite effect, leading to a failure in bloodline evolution. What he wanted was for them to willingly accept the harmonization. In the square, the preparations for the convoy were nearing completion. Marcus rode a tall horse, inspecting the lined-up guards. Mokto, wrapped in a large black robe, hid the skeletal horse behind the crowd. The villagers loaded the last few bags of grain onto the cart, covering them with waterproof oilcloth. Isla and Ayla walked to the line of cat girls. After the stimulation in the study earlier, the two were downcast, but when facing their companions, they still forced themselves to cheer up and directed everyone to board the cart in turn. Ayla, what are you dawdling for, meow? Isla nudged her sister's shoulder. Sister, I just asked Aunt Marcia about the Lord's matters. Aunt Marcia said the Lord is a good ruler. He never oppresses the commoners, and even pays wages to those who work. Moreover, Ayla paused for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said Lady Sylvia was also a slave and was saved by the Lord. What are you trying to say, meow? Lady Sylvia is also a beast man. Ooh, she is now so powerful that she can even kill third-level assassins. Ayla looked at the flickering campfire. She also got that way because of the Lord's help. Ayla understood her sister's implication. Are you saying that Lady Sylvia paid that kind of price, meow? Ayla nodded. Apart from that, we really have nothing else. We are twins, if we together. Ayla covered Ayla's mouth. Don't say it. Ayla felt her face burning fiercely. She had heard too many rumors of human nobles torturing beastman female slaves. Just the thought of those perverse methods made her shudder. For power to protect everyone. Ayla pulled her sister's hand down, her gaze fierce. I am willing, meow. Sister, what about you? Ayla looked at her sister. They were twins, sharing each other's emotions and perceptions. She could sense Ayla's inner fear, but more than that, it was the desire for power. In this world of the survival of the fittest, without power, even survival was a luxury. If this is the only way. Ayla gasped, making her decision. We will do it together, meow. The caravan set off promptly at noon. The wheels rolled, raising clouds of dust. Over 60 cat girls, 30 guards, and around 100 village folk formed a vast procession heading northward in great numbers. The Washuang town had returned to tranquility. Linne was in his study handling several documents regarding territorial construction. With the increase in population, the consumption of food and housing distribution had become primary issues to resolve. Fortunately, the hot spring city had previously sponsored a considerable amount of supplies, so there was an abundance of food. In the evening, Vivian pushed open the door to the study. She carried a tray in her hands which held roasted meat and bread. Have something to eat. Vivian placed the tray. You've been in the study all day today. Linne set down his feather pen, rubbing his sore wrist. He picked up a knife and fork, cutting a piece of roasted meat to put in his mouth. The meat was tender, and the spices perfectly masked its inherent gamey taste. Not bad. Linne swallowed the roast, wiping the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Aunt Martha's skills have improved remarkably. She has mastered the heat perfectly. Vivian's lips curled up, but she quickly suppressed it. She crossed her arms slightly, raising her chin. I baked this myself. Oh. Linne raised an eyebrow. No wonder there's still soot on the tip of your nose. It seems you've been staring at the fire for quite a while. Vivian instinctively reached to touch her nose, then realized she had been teased. You? Vivian's eyes widened, reaching for the tray. You can't take it back if you don't eat. Linne was quick and pressed down on the edge of the tray. The meat that goes into the Lord's mouth cannot be taken back. He laughed and forked up another piece of meat. Let's talk business. How is the situation outside? Vivian withdrew her hand, her expression becoming serious. The caravan has gone far. But are you really at ease sending over 60 cat beast men to Jinsui City? They were just severely frightened on Moonlight Lake Hard Island. Their stress response is very intense. If they act out in an extreme manner on the way, Marcus' small number of men won't be able to control them. Run? Where can they run to? Linne leaned back in his chair, cutting the meat on his plate. To the south is the hot spring city where they were just hunted as prey. To the north is the land of the undead strewn with bones. Jinsui City is their only way out. Linne stood up, walking to the massive sheepskin map on the wall. His finger pointed at the location of Jinsui City. Jinsui City has just been reclaimed from the undead, and there are still large areas of ruins that haven't been cleared. I plan to designate the western city as an alien special zone. Alien special zone. Vivian was taken aback. It was a term she had never heard before. Yes, Linne tapped on the table. Human civilians and beast men will inevitably create friction when living together. By allocating the western city to them, we can implement self-governance. Luoshuang Town will provide food, tools, and safe shelter, while they provide labor and produce. Once the territory expands in the future, not only cat beast men, but also other wandering alien races can be integrated. Vivian looked at the map, her eyes flashing with shock. She had originally thought Linne was merely acting on a whim to save those cat girls, as she didn't expect him to have such a long-term plan in mind. Your ideas are always so unconventional. Vivian sighed, bringing the topic back to reality. But there's a premise: Luoshuang Town must survive first. The hot spring city is indeed sealed off now, but the panic is temporary. Vivian leaned forward, lowering her voice. Once those nobles regain their senses and realize there is no so-called undead army outside, they will surely send someone to investigate. Perhaps your theft of the cat beast men and the murder of Viscount Epps might be exposed. They won't regain their senses. Linne opened the drawer of the desk, taking out a letter sealed with wax, and pushed it toward Vivian. Vivian picked up the letter in confusion and opened it to take a glance. The letter was addressed to Baron Setter. The content was extremely tragic, enough to make anyone who hears it sorrowful. In the letter, Linne claimed that Luoshuang Town had been attacked by thousands of undead last night. The town's defending troops fought bravely, suffering heavy casualties, and were currently holding out at the city walls. The letter also emphasized that several high-ranking undead knights had appeared in the undead army with their sights set directly on the hot spring city. The final paragraph contained a core plea to defend the southern line. Luoshuang Town urgently needed 50,000 gold coins, 3,000 sets of fine steel armor, 50,000 arrows, and a large amount of food and magical potions for support. If the supplies were not in place within 3 days, the defense line of Luoshuang Town would collapse, and the undead would surge in. This is extortion. Vivian slammed the letter on the table. 50,000 gold coins. 3,000 sets of armor. You really dare to ask for that? If Baron Setter just sends a scout to take a look, your lies will be immediately exposed. They can't send a scout. Linne calmly wiped his hands. Vivian was taken aback. Mokto will be wandering along the main road north of the hot spring city tonight with his skeletal horse. Any living thing that dares to leave the city will be cut in half. You've planned everything out. Vivian looked at Linne. Using an undead knight to trap the entire nobility of the hot spring city inside the city. Fear is the best shackle. Linne walked back to the desk. As long as they can't come out, Luoshuang Town and Jinsui City will have enough time to develop. But will they really provide the supplies? Vivian still found it hard to believe. Whether they give or not is not important. Linne leaned his hands on the table, moving closer to Vivian. The true purpose of this letter is not to ask for money, but to make them believe that outside are all undead. As long as they believe that Luoshuang Town is blocking the knife for them on the front lines, they won't suspect that Viscount Epps' death is related to me. Vivian looked at the face that was so close to her. You are much more terrifying than those nobles. Vivian gave a fair assessment. Really? Linne walked around the desk, coming to Vivian's side. He suddenly reached out, wrapping his arms around Vivian's waist, lifting her slightly. "Ah!" Vivian exclaimed, instinctively placing her hands against Linne's chest. The distance between them shrank to where their breaths could be felt. Linne looked down at her, his gaze lingering on her flushed cheeks. "Since I am so terrifying, are you afraid?" Linne whispered close to her ear. Vivian's body stiffened for a moment, then she began to struggle. "Let go of me, I want to go back." She twisted her waist, trying to escape from Linne's grip. Linne tightened his arms, holding her firmly in his embrace. "What are you running from?" Linne chuckled. "Weren't you fierce when you bit me last night?" Mentioning last night made Vivian's face flush all the way to her neck. She turned her head, unable to look Linne in the eye. Because you tricked me." Vivian stammered in defense. "That was a punishment for you." "Punishment?" Linne pinched Vivian's chin with his free hand, forcing her to turn her head to look at him. "Since you punished me, I must reclaim a bit of interest." Vivian's heart skipped a beat. "What do you want?" She cautiously shrank back. "Sylvia will help Aunt Martha count supplies and won't be back for a while." Linne lifted Vivian in a bridal carry.